On a tempestuous, rain-lashed night, DeLong and two battered foreign women made a daring escape from the operating table of a medical ship adrift on the high seas. They plunged into the frigid, tumultuous ocean, navigating a speedboat laden with organs through the maelstrom, ultimately finding themselves lost amidst the deep azure waters. With food and fresh water in dire scarcity, DeLong relied on his formidable survival skills to keep the two women afloat, drifting at sea for 13 harrowing days before finally reaching a subtropical isle. Chapter 1. The Medical Ship. Indian Ocean, International Waters. A medical vessel of several thousand tons lay anchored upon the dark, turbulent waters, its searchlight swaying in the hellish storm, resembling the eye of a demon vigilantly, scanning the slick, shuddering main deck. On the deck, 8 heavily armed mercenaries, cloaked in heavy black raincoats, struggled to traverse the vessel's railing amidst the relentless downpour. Their rifles barked rhythmically at the pitch-black sky, the cacophony of gunfire intertwining with the thunder, as if to express their disdain for the brutal tempest. In truth, they were unable to locate me, attempting to intimidate my battered soul with the roaring gunfire. Meanwhile, I lay concealed atop a corpse on the lookout tower. With frozen hands, driven by an instinct for survival, I swiftly shed the raincoat from the lifeless body beneath me. Not only would it provide a modicum of warmth, but it would also render my exposed form less conspicuous against the rain-soaked deck. I lacked the strength to cast the body into the sea. I could not afford to linger aboard this ship for another second. I had to escape the medical vessel with utmost urgency, for this was a ship engaged in the odious trade of human organs. I knew that if I fell into their clutches once more, the vibrant organs that had once thrummed within me would soon be revived within the body of a dying old man in an Indonesian hospital. The surgeries performed here were devoid of any anesthetic, as they sought to preserve the organ's vitality. They would drain 1/5 of the patient's blood, placing the body in a state of semi-shock to prevent any erratic movements on the operating table. Additionally, they would bind the torso and limbs tightly with bandages and tape, ensuring the operation proceeded without a hitch. My survival was solely due to the unexpected tempest. The storm had caused the ship's hull to sway, rendering surgery impossible. Seizing the moment while the two black-clad doctors stood outside the operating room, smoking and chatting, I managed to procure a small surgical knife, which I used to sever the bandages and layers of tape that bound me, thus liberating myself from the frigid operating table. I felt utterly weak. Though I had once been a formidable mercenary and operative in the underworld, having endured the ravages of war in Syria and Donbass, I now resembled a gravely ill patient, where even standing felt like an indulgence. I could only briefly rise before collapsing onto the cold floor of the operating room, striving to maintain adequate blood flow to my brain to prevent a sudden, fainting spell that would thwart my escape plans. To cling to the last vestiges of survival consciousness was the limit of my indomitable will. During that fleeting moment of standing, I discovered 2 blood bags in a low-temperature storage unit beside the operating table. These bags contained blood that had originally been drawn from my own body, brought here to prevent excessive blood loss during surgery, thereby ensuring the doctor's progress. I located my clavicle and precisely identified the position of the superior vena cava beneath it, then swiftly inserted the transfusion needle. Administering the blood through this vein would deliver it to my heart at an accelerated pace, as if flooding my chambers with life-giving fluid. However, I had no choice but to proceed. I needed to urgently restore my strength and mobility, and then flee this place. Otherwise, I would prefer to sever my own artery and quietly succumb to death in this merciless operating room. As the cold blood was methodically infused into my body, my heart rate began to quicken. Yet, I still dared not rise, fearing insufficient blood flow to my brain. Additionally, I was deeply apprehensive that any movement might attract the attention of the doctors outside, who, in my eyes, were not human but rather the slumbering specters of death. Chapter 2. The Ultimate Escape. The first blood bag was delivered into my heart, swiftly followed by the second. The sense of weakness that plagued my body began to dissipate rapidly. I understood that this was far from restoring my peak physical condition. I hadn't even regained a fraction of it. Once the second bag of blood was fully infused into my system, I felt a transformation. I was no longer a mere shadow of a dying man. It resembled the state of an athlete who had just completed a marathon, teetering on the edge of exhaustion. I tore down the glucose infusion from the stand, employing a scalpel to cut open the plastic bottle, and like a parched traveler discovering a spring, I desperately consumed its contents. After quenching my thirst, The overwhelming sensation of blood loss subsided significantly. I had initially intended to inject some saline solution into my body, but the fleeting moment of death allowed no time for such indulgence. Remaining on the floor, I rolled my body to the door, ensuring ample time for recovery. Leaning against the wall, I sat upright and savored the restoration of my physical state, tightening my grip on the sharp scalpel, testing the strength of my fingers. I then practiced swift, forceful slashes against the wall to acclimate to my current combat readiness, avoiding the peril of underestimating my physical condition during an assault. I began taking slow, deep breaths to increase the oxygen content in my blood. After approximately 3 minutes, one doctor left for an unspecified reason. The remaining doctor squatted outside, igniting a cigarette. Perhaps boredom compelled him to stand and peer through the operating room window, whereupon he discovered I was no longer on the operating table, prompting him to rush inside. He opened the door, oblivious to my presence, crouched in the corner behind the door. I swiftly swung the titanium scalpel, severing his Achilles tendon from behind, causing his corpulent body to collapse forward, incapacitated. This was my sole chance to escape the clutches of death. I could not allow it to slip away. In that instant, my fighting spirit ignited, a surge of adrenaline coursing through my brain, propelling me like a ravenous wolf upon him. I pounced, pinning him down, and with the gleaming scalpel, I swiftly severed his carotid artery and throat. Hot blood erupted, splattering across my hands and face. I refrained from any unnecessary movements, not even casting a final glance at the black-hearted physician, for the arterial blood would soon run dry, and the severed throat would draw in blood with each gasp, leaving him no opportunity to cry out or flee. He could only clutch his neck, which gushed blood like a high-pressure water gun. Bare and exposed, I staggered out of the operating room and dashed towards the deck. My longing was to plunge into the embrace of the sea, even if it were a boiling cauldron, as it would be far preferable to perishing upon that filthy operating table. At least I would be free from the despair of being controlled by another human being, whose fate was once equal to mine. The mercenaries stationed on the medical ship, upon hearing the alarm, became exhilarated, akin to wild beasts released from captivity, scouring the vessel frantically. My weakened state rendered me no match for them. I could only conceal myself in another room, where others awaited their grim fate. There, I encountered a young girl from Hongwa and a female politician from my homeland, a victim of political strife. Her arrival here was intricately linked to my own circumstances. I was, in fact, a covert agent trained at great expense by her opposing political faction, having sabotaged her numerous political endeavors and turned the tide against her favor. Little did I expect to be betrayed by the very politicians I served. Once they attained power, they swiftly eradicated all traces of their inconvenient pasts and adversaries. To seek vengeance, bringing her along might enhance our chances of survival. Thus, I utilized the blood trail to lure the mercenaries to the main deck, creating an opportunity for them to leap into the sea and board the organ transport speedboat. Of course, I had prepared a contingency plan. Should they escape in the speedboat alone, it would undoubtedly attract the mercenaries' firepower. In that moment, I would lower the lifeboat and make my escape from the opposite side. Chapter 3. Adrift in the Sea. As an underground agent, I am capable of engaging in any clandestine activities, yet I would never engage in folly, such as entrusting my life to another. Therefore, I held no concerns regarding their potential to pilfer the speedboat. They must heed my directives. Only then could we leave this vessel, rife with bloodshed and sordid dealings, in unison. The mercenaries, drawn by the blood I had deliberately scattered, stood on the deck, scanning the surface of the dark waters. The speedboat bobbed upon the inky sea, akin to a leaf caught in a turbulent stream, colliding with the hull of the ship, producing a dull thud that harmonized with the crashing waves, reminiscent of death's scythe incessantly striking against human skulls. Damn it. He hasn't jumped overboard to be swept away by the waves, has he? That would diminish the thrill. This fellow possesses some skill. He escaped pre-operation. The Zero Killer of the Tsonglong organization must have some prowess. I never anticipated that a person in such a weakened state could manage to flee. In this tempest, he is as frail as he appears. Jumping into the sea would surely lead to doom. Whatever. I concealed myself behind the anchoring mechanism, eavesdropping on their conversation. My feeble body finally awaited their departure from the deck, which was part of my plan. I swiftly approached the ship's railing and glanced down at the tethered speedboat. The women had yet to arrive. Without hesitation, I leapt into the frigid, surging waters. The death of a sailor's life jacket, which I had donned earlier, quickly buoyed me from the bitter sea. To avoid being engulfed by the waves or striking my head against the hard hull, I grasped the ropes at the edge of the speedboat upon surfacing, exerting every ounce of strength to hoist myself from the water and tumble into the wildly rocking vessel. There was no time for respite. I immediately retrieved the life-saving scalpel and severed the ropes tethering me to the medical ship. I had previously instructed the two women to reach the second deck's corridor within a designated time frame. then seize the opportunity to plunge into the sea or onto the yacht's deck. If they failed to arrive, I would not wait a second longer. The sliver of survival I had fought so hard to attain could not be delayed for anyone. Just as I cut the last rope, the two naked women dove into the sea with a splash akin to eels, and the height from the second deck was not so great as to be swept away by the waves, quickly causing their heads to surface. I immediately tossed down the ropes for them to grasp. They had not yet suffered severe blood loss. Their apparent weakness was merely a result of hunger. Yet their desire to survive propelled them swiftly aboard the speedboat. Sit tight. With a roar, the speedboat vanished beneath the tumultuous waves of the night. Minutes later, a flash of lightning occasionally illuminated the sky, faintly revealing the outline of the speedboat atop the crests of the waves, akin to protruding rocks upon an island hill during a rainy night. I could only imagine the furious scene that would unfold when they discovered all the captives had vanished. However, I wagered that they would not risk their lives aboard the rescue rafts to pursue us for the sake of 3 captives, even if they possessed such courage. The inflatable rafts lacked the capability. Escaping from the clutches of despair, I felt no semblance of relaxation, for the true test was only just beginning. We were undoubtedly nearing the archipelagos of Australia and Southeast Asia. Among the vital organs of the human body, the heart has the shortest preservation time. Once removed from the body, it can only survive for 4 hours when stored in an anoxic environment at 4 degrees Celsius with an electrolyte solution. Beyond this time frame, it begins to deteriorate rapidly, diminishing the chances of a successful transplant. Thus, the vessel could not be more than 4 hours from the shore. Chapter 4. Drifting at Sea. In fact, we could reach the nearest coastline in just 3 hours, approximately 165 nautical miles, or 305 kilometers away. However, amidst the torrential rain and the impenetrable darkness of the ocean, I could scarcely discern the direction. And keeping the speedboat from capsizing in the tumultuous waves was already an extreme challenge. My body was exceedingly weak, on the verge of fainting at any moment. Therefore, after distancing myself from the medical ship, I promptly entrusted the helm of the speedboat to Catherine. Mr. Dillon, are you all right? In the darkness, we could not see one another, yet when Catherine grasped my hand, she sensed my frailty. I need to rest. Just keep moving forward. Break free from the storm and do not stop. I weakly called out, pressing her hand against the steering wheel before collapsing into the waterlogged seat behind. My body felt leaden, and I lay down without a second thought. Though there was a canopy above, the windows offered no protection, merely framed openings reminiscent of an Indian auto rickshaw. However, its top was reinforced with a plastic panel the size of a thumb, far sturdier than the canvas roof of an Indian auto rickshaw. Rain and seawater relentlessly poured in. The young Korean girl cradled my head on her pale thigh, lifting it from the seawater below, while her slight frame shielded me from the deluge streaming through the window. Her curled-up form blocked the majority of the incoming water, and my face nearly rested against her gentle embrace. Lying there, the throbbing pain in my head subsided significantly. I fought against unconsciousness, but my body was no longer under my command, and I finally succumbed to a deep slumber in the girl's arms. In my dreams, voices continuously called out my name. When I awoke, the speedboat still floated upon the waves, and the sound of the engine had vanished. Clearly, we had exhausted all fuel and had yet to reach the shore. The water inside had been drained, and outside, the sun shone brightly, casting warm rays through the window. The seats within the cabin had all been reclined, resembling a makeshift bed. 2 women lay beside me, evidently exhausted from the night, their pale faces devoid of color, their bare bodies bearing numerous bruises. Catherine, lauded as a beautiful politician in media circles, possessed an exquisite figure and appearance, embodying the sensuality characteristic of Western women. Conversely, the girl Jia, though slender, bore few bruises, indicating she had not endured prolonged confinement or torture before being brought aboard. At this moment, I felt no interest in them. It was not due to their mistreatment by the mercenaries, of which I was entirely indifferent, but rather because I was too weak to entertain any thoughts. Even if I had desires, my body was in a state of physiological thirst, urgently requiring fresh water and sustenance. Warmth was no longer a pressing concern. As long as I was not submerged in seawater, the daytime temperatures in this region were bearable, even warm. After Catherine had navigated us out of the storm, we must have drifted closer toward the equator. However, this was no cause for celebration, for we were undoubtedly caught in the south equatorial current, being swept toward the African port of Lewis. It was unlikely we would encounter any islands in this area. While some shipping routes existed, we were unlikely to be fortunate enough to cross paths with them. Even if we did, the sailors aboard those cargo ships would not be standing on deck, gazing at the monotonous seascape like mere travelers. Thus, they would not notice us. The speedboat itself was illegal, lacking any identification or radio communication. Contacting the bridge of a cargo ship was impossible. Of course, I would need to observe further and record a navigational log to ascertain our precise location. Chapter 5. The Beggar Woman. With great difficulty, I managed to sit up from my seat. The fatigue that had enveloped me dissipated somewhat, yet I was still far from being in good condition. Feeling uncomfortable in my life jacket and raincoat, I removed them both and tossed them onto the seat. At that moment, I was akin to the two women beside me, mere subjects destined for the operating table, with no surplus clothing to spare. The women, in particular, likely had no garments left to cover themselves upon being brought here, as men would have stripped them of their clothes prior to arrival. After all, these two women would be considered exceptional beauties in any metropolis, prime targets for the mercenaries who preyed upon them. In the vastness of international waters, the depravity of humanity magnifies infinitely. We, the individuals trafficked to this place, were regarded as little more than humans resembling pigs in their eyes, devoid of any dignity. My hatred for that politician was profound, yet at this moment, mere survival was a challenge. The desire for revenge was akin to withered weeds, incapable of taking root and flourishing without nourishment, much like a patient writhing in agony on a hospital bed who only wishes for a swift recovery. Devoid of any unrealistic thoughts, humanity is frail. Even the act of hating someone requires strength and respite. My movements stirred the two women from their slumber. Their weary gazes turned toward me, struggling to support myself at the exit of the canopy. There was no sense of embarrassment among us, in such dire living conditions. Our sense of shame had long since evaporated. As for desires of the flesh, they paled in significance compared to the instinct to survive. We were like three stranded souls, weary bodies attempting to seek a glimmer of life amidst the boundless ocean. What do we do? Catherine inquired, her beautiful azure eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, gazing at me with a hint of expectation. Our lips were severely chapped. Speaking would only hasten the loss of moisture. Upon spotting the red plastic casing of an emergency rescue kit, a wave of excitement surged within me, and I felt a tinge of gratitude toward those demons for equipping this vessel with a rescue kit. I exerted effort to drag it out. Upon opening it, I found that most of the emergency supplies remained intact, such as survival tools and a first aid kit, which had not been used. There was even a two-way radio, though its batteries were expired and rendered useless. Most importantly, inside were provisions and 2 bottles of drinking water, 2 packets of energy bars, and a bag of raisins. The raisins likely belonged to the boat owner, not part of the kit's standard supplies, as they would spoil easily without proper care. These energy bars could provide most of the essential nutrients for our bodies. However, the quantity was insufficient to sustain us 3 for many days, particularly the 2 bottles containing only 500 milliliters of drinking water. Given the weather, it would be several days before we saw rain again. Thus, this water would be the lifeblood for all of us. Last night's rain mixed with seawater on the deck, rendering it entirely undrinkable. Water. Both Kaisi Lin and Juya turned to me, uttering a single word. I cast a fierce glare in their direction, asserting that the allocation of food and water was solely my responsibility if we were to survive. My voice, hoarse yet commanding, brooked no dissent. The 2 women nodded in understanding, acutely aware that without me, they would still be aboard the medical ship at sea, awaiting their turn on the operating table. I beckoned them closer, instructing them to kneel and raise their heads to me as I poured water for them to drink. The 2 women, devoid of resistance, obediently knelt before me like parched frogs, their mouths agape, gazing at me with eyes yearning for divine grace. Struggling, I twisted open the bottle cap and took a hearty sip. The refreshing water quenched my parched throat, revitalizing me as if I had been reborn. My thirst had never felt so overwhelming, instinctively driving me to consume the entire bottle. Yet reason reminded me that finishing it would seal our fates. Thus, in this internal battle, my rationality ultimately triumphed. I carefully poured a small amount of water into each woman's mouth, the stream as fine as a thread, causing them to cautiously extend their tongues to capture every precious drop. This brought to mind the alluring women I had seen in window displays in the Netherlands, who would, for a modest sum of euros, willingly indulge you in any manner you desired on the warm bed of a hotel. Recapping the bottle, I observed the pitiful expressions in their eyes, pleading for more water to soothe their throats. Chapter 6. A dire situation. Clearly, I could not acquiesce. Even if they were willing to barter their bodies for sustenance, I would firmly refuse. I explained that my reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire to give them water, but from the necessity of conserving our limited freshwater supply to prolong our survival. As for the energy bars, I allowed each of them only one, instructing them to nibble a small piece as if it were candy, rather than chewing and swallowing it whole, as digesting food would deplete our water reserves, hastening our dehydration crisis. Should they disregard my instructions, no further drinking water would be provided. I understood that in extreme thirst, controlling one's intake becomes a formidable challenge. Thus I felt compelled to speak with an authoritative tone. The rapid onset of our dehydration was solely due to the inadequate freshwater supply on the medical ship. The two women appeared rational, responding to my threats by retreating to conserve their energy. I retrieved the compass and sextant from the rescue kit, dragging my weary body out from beneath the sunshade to the aft deck of the boat. Using the compass, I determined our heading. Our vessel was adrift towards the west, precisely as I had surmised, caught in the south equatorial current. I employed the sextant to measure the sun's altitude, then consulted the nautical almanac to ascertain today's declination, which is the latitude of the sun's zenith. By employing the formula for solar altitude, I could calculate our current latitude. This method could be repeatedly utilized for navigational records, enabling me to track our latitude drift. However, without a means to measure longitude, I was plunged into despair. Without longitude, I could not accurately gauge our distance traveled. Given that the northern part of the south equatorial current flows westward, and knowing we were likely far from the African continent, drifting westward increased our probability of death to nearly 100%. Yet, we could not row eastward, as that would mean battling against the current. Not to mention our lack of strength. Even if we had it, our hands alone could not counteract the current's speed. If I knew the longitude, I could pinpoint our coordinates and, based on my knowledge of the Indian Ocean, steer our vessel towards land. At present, we were akin to seagulls with clipped wings, stranded on a floating piece of driftwood, surrendering our fates to the currents and winds of the sea. Where are we? The young Zhuao inquired as she observed me sketching and writing. I sighed heavily, acknowledging that we could only entrust our lives to miracles, urging her to conserve her strength. If it were to rain before our freshwater supply was exhausted, we might endure, for sustenance could be gleaned from the vast ocean. A concern I chose not to share with her. In truth, if we were to continue adrift, we would never reach land. Even if we did not drift, it would take at least a year to float to Madagascar in Africa. Even with unwavering determination, our bodies may not withstand the strain. Surviving solely on marine sustenance and rainwater would lead to the gradual loss of vital nutrients over time, particularly the difficulty of replenishing adequate vitamins. Moreover, consuming copious amounts of dried fish or sashimi could expose us to parasitic infections. Preparations for prolonged drifting must be made, both mentally and physically. I instructed them to heed my directives, as survival in such extreme conditions would be exceedingly challenging without cooperation. The two women were utterly ignorant of nautical knowledge. Thus, witnessing my survival skills, they realized I was their sole beacon of hope aboard this vessel. Obeying my commands was imperative, and at times, it might even be necessary for them to use their bodies or other means to appease me. Chapter 7. The Young Woman's Curiosity. I laid the thick black canvas raincoat on the foredeck and retrieved climbing rope from the rescue kit. With the rope and raincoat, I fashioned a makeshift sail, akin to a kite, securing the four corners to a central line. I then cast it about 5 meters from the bow, allowing the surging currents to propel the sail, thereby drawing the boat forward. This method was swifter and offered greater stability than allowing the current to strike the boat directly. With the helm locked to starboard, I could precisely navigate the vessel northwest. Should winds or waves arise, I simply needed to continually adjust our course using the compass. In theory, as long as we persevered, within a year, we would certainly land on the eastern coast of Africa or in the southeastern Mediterranean region. Naturally, I hoped to reach waters near numerous islands, rather than our position a year hence. After completing these tasks, fatigue washed over me. Clearly, under such conditions, fully restoring my strength would be an arduous endeavor. I needed to find a way to bolster my nutrition. Otherwise, I might succumb to malnutrition or related issues like low blood pressure or blood sugar before we reach land. Thus, I replenished my fluids and consumed an energy bar. As the food entered my empty stomach, gastric acid began to release, intensifying my hunger. The issue was primarily psychological. Research has shown that extreme hunger not only affects physical health, but also severely impacts a person's cognition and psyche. For me, the sensations of hunger and the accompanying negative emotions were surmountable, as I had undergone hunger training during my time in the base. The feeling of torment remains indelibly etched in my memory, akin to an imprint on steel, forever unerasable. When I recall those moments, a shiver of trepidation still courses through me. It is a struggle for just two women. As time stretches, hunger gnaws at their psyche, driving them to the brink of madness, engendering anxiety, fear, and a potent aggressiveness. My foremost task is to isolate any objects that could potentially serve as weapons from them. If we can endure the first 5 days, the situation will not be as dire. 4. As long as we maintain a regular eating schedule, both the stomach and the mind will swiftly acclimate to this extreme dietary regime, thereby optimizing our physical state for a greater chance of survival. Those 5 to 7 days will test their willpower. I took refuge beneath the awning to avoid the scorching sun, positioning my body against the entrance to the foredeck. Wary of their attempts to pilfer food while I slumbered, my body had been drained of much blood, leaving me weak and in desperate need of rest. I urged them to remain vigilant for passing vessels, nearby islands, seabirds in the sky, and mushroom-shaped cumulus clouds, each a beacon of hope. Should we miss these signs, our chances of survival and fortune would swiftly diminish. I spoke to the two women with utmost seriousness, and upon hearing my words, they rallied their spirits. I knew their limits had not yet been reached. They had merely grown complacent in comfort, sending signals of fatigue in this extreme environment to prompt them to rest and restore their optimal state, much like overcoming the habit of avoiding afternoon naps. Once their state of exhaustion became the norm, they would develop greater resilience. Why do the mushroom-shaped clouds bring us hope? Julia inquired, her parched throat betraying her curiosity. Or perhaps it was her burgeoning will to survive. During the day, the temperature on land rises above that of the sea, causing moisture-laden air to rush inland and ascend to form clouds. Islands, usually irregularly shaped land masses, will thus produce such formations above. I barely moved my lips, merely parting them slightly to offer a brief explanation. The girl's eyes brightened with understanding. You are quite perceptive, I responded, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and continued. You can also discern the impurities in seawater to identify the species of nearby fish. How do we distinguish the seawater's impurities? She asked, her thirst evident. Yet she could not suppress her inquiry. I assigned her the task of observation, believing that imparting knowledge of survival might, in some future moment, save us all. Chapter 8. Concealed crucial survival knowledge. I informed Julia that if she spotted floating debris such as decayed leaves, seaweed, or branches in the water, or if the seawater took on a brown hue, it would indicate our proximity to land. But what about at night? Julia asked, ever meticulous and thoughtful. At night, we need not worry. If we are near land, mosquitoes will appear, drawn by our body heat. Upon spotting them, we must observe closely, I explained. However, I withheld some more complex identification methods from her, as certain knowledge requires experience. Moreover, I could not divulge how to navigate toward land after discovering such signs. I had to retain a degree of secrecy, not fully trusting them. Without my guidance, even if they spotted such information, finding land would be a formidable challenge. Thus, when Julia inquired about how to determine the direction of land, I refrained from elaborating, instead instructing her to pay attention to the messages nature affords us while leaving other matters to me. Catherine listened quietly, absorbing much survival knowledge. With the two of them observing the environment, I felt secure enough to rest. I slept until noon, the sun blazing directly overhead. Absent a sextant, we could ascertain our latitude by observing the sun's position and the surrounding temperature, or by estimating it through visible stars. For instance, in the northern hemisphere, one could locate the North Star and measure the angle between it and the horizon to determine latitude. In the southern hemisphere, the Southern Cross could serve the same purpose. I ventured to the storage area on the foredeck and retrieved a package of energy bars and a bottle of water. I had refrained from carrying these items with me, fearing the women might steal them while I slept. I distributed a greater quantity of water to them than in the morning, as their caloric and hydration needs would be more acute at midday. We must minimize our activity to conserve bodily fluids, I urged, my parched and cracked lips straining to speak. The two women nodded, lacking the strength for further conversation. After drinking, they refrained from lying back against the awning, an action driven by the need to prevent their wounds from adhering together, injuries inflicted by the brutish men aboard the ship. Earlier, they had lain side by side with their legs crossed, and any movement would elicit sharp pains from their wounds. I could not use our precious freshwater to cleanse their injuries. However, the rain from the previous night had washed them somewhat clean, for without that, the contaminants could have worsened their conditions. I retrieved a bottle of potassium permanganate from the medical kit along with a few cotton swabs. The two women understood my intention and willingly parted their legs to reveal their wounds, as they could not view them in their entirety. I dipped the cotton swab in the potassium permanganate solution and meticulously disinfected their injuries. The two women bit their lower lips, enduring the stinging in silence. Due to the concealed nature of the wounds, I needed to insert the swab thoroughly to ensure all lacerations were treated. The two women showed no embarrassment. After all, surviving in such a manner was perhaps the most humiliating circumstance imaginable. As the pain subsided, they exhaled deeply. I advised them to let the wounds bask in the sun to expedite healing, stating that once scabs formed, we could immerse ourselves in the sea for relief by noon the following day. The two women nodded, their faces alight with anticipation. Indeed, the midday heat was oppressive, and the lack of freshwater made us susceptible to heat exhaustion. I refrained from entering the water, wary of the sharks that might lurk nearby. With insufficient hydration, I had not experienced the urge to urinate. The two women were in the same predicament, although urine contained some moisture. We lacked a container for collection unless we consumed an entire bottle of water. We could not allow our precious freshwater to mix with urine. Clean, sweet water must remain uncontaminated, for even a small sip is far more thirst-quenching than a whole bottle of urine. Drinking urine is a last resort, as it contains numerous other substances that would burden the kidneys and liver, leading to further dehydration. Moreover, due to our low fluid intake, our urine was highly concentrated. Consuming it would worsen our condition. Chapter 9. The agony of the first day. At 3 in the afternoon, the sky remained a clear azure, with no sounds beyond the waves and the sea breeze. Within the confines of my vision lies only the azure sky and the ocean, accompanied solely by my vessel adrift in the vastness of the sea. This engenders a surreal sensation, for humanity relies on the feedback of external environmental stimuli to perceive its existence objectively. Currently, the environmental feedback we receive is exceedingly scant, leading to an escalating sense of unreality, akin to dreaming. This psychological state bears resemblance to sensory deprivation, instilling despair and frustration in an individual endowed with normal senses. Should these negative emotions accumulate excessively, the individual's mental realm may collapse. Even if rescued, such an experience could engender lifelong psychological afflictions. We have merely floated for a day thus far, and with the passage of time, the despair and anguish we presently endure will multiply exponentially. The most tormenting aspect is thirst, which will afflict our minds and bodies in a manner reminiscent of withdrawal symptoms experienced by an addict over the ensuing 5 days. The trial of survival has only just commenced. I must counsel the 2 women psychologically to endure the forthcoming 5 days. We idly observe them, imagining them as cells magnified countless times or as inhabitants of a fantastical realm from another dimension. Each passing moment is a torment. These flickering lights and shadows serve to distract our attention, allowing us to momentarily forget our thirst and the interminable passage of time. Though we are currently parched, bored, distressed, and fatigued, our minds remain in a state of heightened alertness. This prevents us from achieving prolonged slumber. Perhaps the brain seeks to extricate us from this predicament, akin to a mouse trapped in a cage, darting about in search of an escape, only to cease this futile and agitated state once it comprehends the absence of an exit or exhausts its energy. This sensation is not foreign to me. I have experienced it during starvation training. In the darkened training room, I would lie on the damp floor, staring vacantly at the small skylight above. This stupor serves as a mental safeguard, akin to a computer entering sleep mode, allowing us to empty our thoughts and endure the lengthy, tedious, and torturous passage of time. I can manage this well, but the 2 women find it far more challenging. Particularly, Julia, the young girl, becomes increasingly restless due to her heightened mental state. This agitation manifests as perspiration. I teach her to divert her attention, to calm her mind, and to adapt to this survival environment. Catherine listens attentively and takes action. At last, we endure until evening. No favorable survival signals have emerged, and we continue to drift in solitude. I once again distribute equal rations of water and food, urging and encouraging them that if we can endure these 5 days, our bodies will eventually acclimatize. Should it rain in the coming days, we shall have ample fresh water, and at that point, we can eat and drink to our heart's content. I also begin to strategize fishing. The sunlight during the day is too harsh, and the energy expended in fishing is beyond my capacity to bear. Furthermore, any fish caught cannot be consumed immediately. They are primarily for drying as reserves, to be eaten when we have sufficient water. Otherwise, dehydration may render our bodies incapable of digesting food, resulting in severe gastric cramps, a pain almost unbearable for the average person. Such suffering would only exacerbate our thirst and drain our strength. We must meticulously and frugally calculate every bit of energy expenditure. Otherwise, when hope finally arrives, we may find ourselves lacking that crucial ounce of energy, thus missing our final chance for survival. On the foredeck, I organize the fishing line and lure rod taken from the rescue box. Chapter 10. The Mako Shark. I stand on the aft deck, as the light illuminates the bow of the boat, allowing me to see some depth of the underwater environment. To my astonishment, we have entered a coral reef area. This region is teeming with aquatic life, resulting in an abundance of fish. While the fishing prospects appear promising, such abundance often conceals hidden dangers. Even mollusks may be poisonous. Should we catch such creatures without knowledge of their toxicity, and, fueled by the thrill of the catch, attempt to grasp them barehanded, it would undoubtedly be a death sentence, rendering any preparations for the aftermath unnecessary. The cool sea breeze caresses the face of this weary angler as I cast the baited hook into the water. With the movement of the vessel, the bait sinks far behind. I carefully secure the fishing rod in a designated spot on the aft deck, tying it to the boat's railing to prevent it from being pulled away by a fish. The 2 women have also abandoned their reclining positions, leaning against the window to feel the evening sea breeze. The lovely eyes of Catherine and Julia are now filled with uncertainty, concern, and a glimmer of hope. Adversity has not extinguished their desire for survival. Their resilience exceeds my expectations. Had they been typical urban women, they might have succumbed to madness, scrambling for food and fresh water by now. I have a certain understanding of Catherine. As a female politician, often referred to as a beautiful politician, she possesses a strength far beyond her appearance. Numerous political tribulations have failed to break her, even when she was kidnapped and taken to a medical ship on the high seas for organ harvesting. This resilience commands my admiration. Had I not aligned myself with the opposing politician at that time, perhaps her fate would have been more favorable, or even victorious. Our enemies are the same. By rescuing her, my chances for revenge would increase. I smashed the barnacle meat with a hammer, its odor dispersing in the seawater, soon attracting fish to nibble. I cannot discern the types of fish in the schools, but the line suddenly tightens, indicating a catch. Not daring to waste a second, I quickly reel it in. One hand grips the bent rod, while the other swiftly turns the reel. I feel the immense pulling force from the other end of the line. It is certain that a large fish has taken the bait. My heart races with excitement and anxiety, fearing any misstep that might drag both myself and the rod into the depths of the ocean. The two women, witnessing my tense posture and the exertion of my entire body, immediately rush out in excitement. Catherine assists me in pulling the rod, and Jia joins in to help. All our strength is concentrated on the fishing rod. Adrenaline surges through me as I tirelessly turn the reel. My God, this must be a substantial fish. Catherine exclaims with enthusiasm, her hands gripping the rod while she adopts a low stance, revealing a rare moment of joy. Jia, the young girl, is even more exhilarated, for this signifies a potential feast of large fish. After several seconds, the line has drawn in to a mere 2 meters. We are now in view of this magnificent creature. Is it a tuna? Jia inquires with wide, round eyes, gazing at the gray behemoth in the water. No, steady yourselves. I have no time to elaborate, securing the reel and calling out as I swiftly draw a small knife from the rescue box, which I had kept tucked under my arm. Now is the moment to use it. I tie a rope around my waist and, without hesitation, lean over the side of the boat, gripping the knife like an ice pick. I plunge it swiftly toward the gray giant below. It is a gray mako shark. Theoretically, it should be impossible for my bait to attract such a behemoth, as it is far too inconspicuous. I merely intended to catch a small fish. This formidable creature weighs at least 60 pounds. Fortunately, this is not a species of shark that hunts in packs. Otherwise, the blood seeping from this broken-toothed shark would immediately summon more of its kind, mercilessly seizing our hard-earned catch. I cannot fathom how many times I have stabbed this giant. After reeling in the line, the broken-toothed shark was swiftly dragged from the water, bending the fishing rod into a taut arc, yet it was nowhere near the breaking point. Be careful, the taut fishing line is as sharp as a blade. I promptly halted Catherine, extending my arm to plunge the dagger into the heart of the broken-toothed shark. This time, it finally ceased its vigorous thrashing. I twisted my wrist, using the dagger to hook it and pull it aboard the deck, successfully bringing this leviathan onto the deck. The two women displayed rare smiles of excitement. Jia even seemed ready to cheer. I was equally elated, surprised that on our first day of escape, I had already made such a significant catch. I recognized this as sheer luck. Had we not been in these shallow coral waters, it would have been impossible to achieve results so swiftly. I seated myself, gasping for breath, and reminded everyone to keep their distance from the broken-toothed shark to avoid bites or injuries from its fins. Especially for me, as a man. Squatting down with exposed vulnerabilities poses great danger. A careless strike could result in grievous consequences. Chapter 11. The Grim Freshwater Crisis. The broken-toothed shark was not yet dead, its body still thrashing intermittently. The aft deck featured a recessed pool with fishing spots on either side, indicating that its previous owner must have been an adept angler. The pungent scent of blood that had flowed into the sea would undoubtedly attract more sharks to the area, so I cautioned the two women to stay away from the edge. After resting for a considerable time and drinking some water, I began to dissect the broken-toothed shark. Inside this unfortunate creature was a coral fish, which had been the one to bite the bait. It was likely the struggle of the coral fish that attracted the broken-toothed shark, leading to my capture of this gray giant. To facilitate drying, I painstakingly sliced it into thin pieces, some as thin as 5 millimeters, while the rest were thick, substantial chunks. The thinner portions could be completely air-dried by tonight, ready for consumption by tomorrow, while the thicker sections were cut into numerous slender strips and hung from the steel framework of the awning, where the sea breeze would dry them over the next 2 days. Additionally, I carefully prepared the fish liver and fat, placing them on the foredeck. These nutrient-rich foods would replenish us with essential vitamins. They would also attract seabirds, should any be nearby, thus alerting us to their presence in the sky. The inedible, pungent fish entrails were not discarded into the sea, as they could serve as bait in the future. However, I have never been fond of shark meat due to the high urea content in their blood, which has a higher osmotic pressure than seawater. This causes seawater to seep into their bodies through their gills, allowing sharks to maintain their acid-base balance. Consequently, both shark meat and blood are salty. As a last resort, I would reluctantly consume it, but since it was aboard, it would not be wasted. By the time I finished dissecting the broken-toothed shark, the moon had already risen high in the sky. Exhausted, I lay on the foredeck, gasping for breath and gazing up at the vast starry expanse. Experiencing a moment of tranquility. To reward everyone for their efforts, I distributed additional water and energy bars that night. One bottle of water had already been consumed, and we were left with only one bottle. We must conserve it until it rains, necessitating a further reduction in our water intake tomorrow. I conveyed this dire news to the two women, and clouds of worry immediately gathered on their faces. Today's water consumption had already reached their limit, and the thought of further reductions was terrifying. Faced with such circumstances, we were all filled with trepidation. We three were down to a single bottle of water, our bargaining chip with death. Without it, we would lose all leverage, leading to total defeat. Of course, a desperate gambler always finds a way to acquire more chips. Should we exhaust this final bottle of water before succumbing to severe dehydration, I would not hesitate to cut one of their veins and drain their blood. While blood does not quench thirst like water, in such an environment, fresh blood could indeed provide nourishment and hydration. In the face of survival, humanity and morality recede to the background. In such dire situations, no one would feel guilt. Guilt is a sentiment reserved for those who have survived. In the depths of despair, humanity resembles a beast. No crocodile or lion feels remorse for consuming other creatures when hungry. Human civilization thrives in abundance, while hunger and desolation often breed violence and bloodshed. This is an immutable truth. Of course, drinking human blood is a last resort. I had another method to obtain fresh water, albeit in limited quantity, which was better than none. It was not a distillation process, as we lacked the necessary tools. I went to the foredeck and retrieved the raisins I had previously stored, filling a bottle with them until it was 2/3 full. Then, I filled the bottle with bitter seawater. "What are you doing?" Jia asked, puzzled by my actions, thinking I was washing the raisins. Though seawater seemed an odd choice for such a task. Moreover, in this environment, such meticulousness seemed unnecessary. The skin and internal fibers of the raisins could filter the seawater. Once they are saturated, I would consume them. I explained succinctly. Juya's expression shifted to one of understanding. Could we not repeatedly use this method? Catherine inquired, joining the conversation. After squeezing out the moisture once, the fibers of the raisins are compromised. The second time, more seawater is absorbed, making reuse impossible, I replied. Disappointment flickered across Catherine and Juya's faces. If they knew I had mentally prepared to drink their blood, they would likely be even more disheartened. I must fish again to procure some fish blood to quench my thirst. However, I cannot fish here, as this area is teeming with sharks. It is likely that I would catch another shark, or even lose the hook entirely. Although the probability is low, I am unwilling to take that risk. After all, this is our only fishing hook. Chapter 12, The Divine Spark. At night, beneath the unpolluted expanse of the ocean, the stars above shone particularly bright and clear. We pushed open the door to the foredeck, allowing everyone to lean out and gaze at the starry sky, feeling the refreshing sea breeze. By day, we stared vacantly at the reflections on the water. By night, we calmed our hearts by observing the stars. Compared to our time aboard the medical ship, the fleeting moments of tranquility and freedom we experienced now were invaluable. I closed my eyes, listening to the howling of the sea wind and the waves crashing against the hull, gradually drifting into a deep slumber. I continued to sleep at the entrance of the foredeck, with the last bottle of water resting by my side, wedged between my waist and the small steps leading to the foredeck. The women, unable to withstand their thirst, would find it impossible to retrieve the water without disturbing me in the darkness. Due to our physical and mental exhaustion, we quickly succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, we awakened several times from hunger, yet we curled up, braving the pangs, and drifted back into sleep. By dawn, we were already awake. A thick fog enveloped the sea, dissipating at a visible rate as the sun ascended. Cursed be it. Observing the vanishing mist, my heart was tormented, for it represented precious fresh water. How could I gather this moisture tomorrow night? A net with minuscule mesh would be optimal for collection, yet aboard this resource-deprived vessel, acquiring such a net seemed unfeasible. Perhaps I could utilize the raincoat, although its directional function is also crucial. Collecting moisture with the raincoat overnight would yield little, and could lead to disorientation or drift us into perilous waters. Gazing at the fog, my heart raced with anxiety. However, when my eyes fell upon the arched sunshade, a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind. This sunshade, crafted from plastic, featured numerous orderly, protruding hemispherical bumps, reminiscent of a massage board. It was affixed to the hull with screws, and after a night of fog, it was damp, yet the moisture failed to coalesce. It resembled water sprayed upon the ground, looking moist but unable to quench our thirst. Yet, my excitement surged. These small hemispherical protrusions, perhaps intended for decorative purposes or some impractical function by the designer, now offered me a renewed chance at life. They resembled the backs of the Namib Desert-S fog beetles on Africa's west coast, which raise their backs to form a slope, capturing the moist air that blows in at night, allowing the fog to trickle into their mouths. I simply needed to unscrew one side of the sunshade's top, tilting it to enable those protrusions to collect vast amounts of fog water. Now, I faced the challenge of how to gather this moisture. Directly sliding it into the cabin would not suffice, as the plastic seats obstructed access, and any collected water would quickly dry on the cabin deck, risking contamination. Yet, this did not daunt me. That rescue box served as an excellent container for water collection. Tonight, I would empty its contents and utilize it for gathering the fog water. Of course, I would need to unscrew 3 corners of the sunshade's top, positioning the box at the lowest corner. In just one night, we could amass enough water for the 3 of us for a day. Furthermore, to enhance collection efficiency, I planned to smear the wax from the 2 candles within the rescue box onto the top cover, augmenting its hydrophobic properties. After sharing this brilliant idea with Catherine and Julia, their previously vacant gazes sparkled with renewed vigor. Winds from both hemispheres converge towards the tropics, and coupled with direct sunlight, vast amounts of seawater evaporate. As temperatures drop at night, the moist air cannot rise, resulting in fog instead of rain. Thus, on this expansive ocean, if one day the fog were to vanish, rain would inevitably follow. Therefore, before the rains arrived, we would have a steady supply of fresh water. Though it may not be abundant, it would suffice. We could potentially collect 1 to 2 liters overnight. Upon hearing my reliable plan, the women could hardly contain their excitement. Julia, in her exuberance, embraced me and planted a kiss on my cheek. Her soft form against my sturdy chest stirred a sensation within me, though my energy was limited, rendering me incapable of further action. Catherine, teary-eyed, gazed skyward, her hands clasped in gratitude towards the divine for this spark of survival. I am an atheist. Yet in dire circumstances, yearning for miracles is a form of self-deception that can also serve as motivation. Unlike atheists who suffer excruciatingly in despair, pondering the existence of a deity, I ponder the profound mysteries of human existence itself. The existence of gods, be they Western or Eastern, matters not. As long as they grant us life, I would not hesitate to offer silent prayers. Let us first endure today. My spirits were lifted, yet I remained cautious, reminding the 2 women to check on the grapes we had soaked overnight. Chapter 13. Assessing our harvest. Julia exhibited great enthusiasm as she ventured into the sunshade. Retrieving the bottle of grapes placed at the edge of the seat, I instructed her to pour its contents onto the life jacket, which was preferable to pouring directly onto the deck. Julia sat astride the reclined chair, the life jacket spread before her, and she squeezed the cap off, first pouring out the seawater, then carefully emptying the water-saturated raisins onto the life jacket. Catherine and I, eagerly, snatched a grape and savored it. The slight saltiness of the grape's exterior paled in comparison to the sweetness of the water-infused fruit within. With each bite, it was as if I had burst a sugar-filled orb. The aromatic sweetness of the grape instantaneously delighted my palate, eliciting a rush of saliva and quenching my thirst splendidly. Unlike saccharine substances that induce thirst, it was just the right amount of sweetness. I retrieved some gauze from the first aid kit, instructing the women to place the raisins on it to absorb the seawater clinging to their surfaces, avoiding any unnecessary intake. After drying the raisins, the 3 of us sat beneath the sunshade, joyfully dividing the fruit among ourselves. Naturally, my portion was the largest. The women expressed no dissent, fully aware that without my efforts, they would not have the opportunity to enjoy these water-rich raisins. These raisins became our breakfast. Upon tasting one, Julia was instantly moved to tears, exclaiming that she had never imagined raisins could be so delectable. Catherine mirrored her sentiment, her face aglow with bliss. Happiness had suddenly become so simple, and we each felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. After our meal, I placed the remaining raisins back into the bottle, refilling it with seawater to enjoy again by evening. As for the remaining water in the bottle, today we needed only 100 milliliters. Though we had devised a method to collect fresh water, until we achieved that goal, none of us dared to deplete the water in the bottle. We continued to strictly regulate our freshwater intake. After breakfast, we reclined half awake within the sunshade, striving to minimize our energy expenditure. As midday approached, the temperature peaked, and even in the sunshade, we felt the oppressive heat, with warm breezes brushing against us. The most unfortunate circumstance was our lack of clothing. Our exposed skin became sticky with sweat. To mitigate the loss of moisture and prevent heat stroke, we decided to plunge into the sea, grasping the ropes along the edge of the boat as we drifted. Although the air above the surface was sweltering, The cool embrace of the ocean water easily dissipated the sunlight as heat. We even submerged our heads, allowing ourselves to become thoroughly soaked. Immersed in the water, none of us wished to rise. It was simply too comfortable. This moment was one of the rare instances during the day that allowed us to forget our thirst. Everyone's spirits were notably elevated, likely due to the consumption of raisins. After all, we had replenished our sugar levels, ensuring that we would not succumb to dizziness from hypoglycemia. The woman's intimate injury from last night had healed, and soaking in the seawater posed no issue, particularly since the wound was not severe. I pondered whether there might be sharks around. After a while, both Catherine and Julia expressed their concerns and inquired about it. This area was likely part of the deep sea, where sharks typically dwell in shallower waters near coral reefs. However, there existed a species known as the hexankid shark, which prowls in all tropical seas. Yet, there was no need for alarm. It would swim close to the surface and would not leap up to bite from beneath us. Should it appear, we would have ample time to board the boat. I reassured them, and upon hearing my explanation, the two women relaxed and fully embraced the refreshing moment. After an hour of soaking, we planned to return to the boat to rest until the heat became unbearable once more, prompting us to leap back into the sea for relief. This continued until dusk. As we boarded the vessel, I seized the opportunity of the remaining twilight to dismantle 3 corners of the canopy, tilting the cover, and proceeded to apply a layer of wax to enhance its water-repellent properties as per our plan. Subsequently, I emptied the contents of the rescue box onto the cabin deck to free up the red plastic box, which I positioned at the lowest corner to collect fog water. We both harbored high hopes, but with the sunshade removed, the space below shrank considerably, compelling the 3 of us to huddle together for sleep. The evening temperature remained pleasantly cool, with mist enveloping us. Cuddled together, we felt no heat. However, the contact and friction of our bodies had an effect on my psyche, which the 2 women were acutely aware of. Understanding it was beyond our control. After all, our current state was significantly improved compared to when we had just escaped the medical ship, and such reactions were only natural. Catherine even expressed a desire to assist me. That night, much like the previous one, was devoid of tumultuous winds or waves. After consuming water and energy bars, we began to rest. The raisins had been soaked, yet we decided to save them for the following day, considering they were our only source of plant-based sustenance. If death awaited us in the coming days, we hoped to pass on with these raisins in our mouths. In the middle of the night, I awoke and reached out to touch the sunshade, which was damp, and I felt a wave of comfort before drifting back to sleep, eagerly anticipating the harvest of the next day. That night, I dreamt a delightful dream. We had landed on an island with an endless supply of sweet, clear spring water. The 3 of us joyfully bathed in the cool water and caught numerous large fish. However, upon waking, the boat continued to sway on the sea. The sky remained devoid of clouds, and no islands were in sight. I was not surprised, as this region is known for its scarcity of islands. All my hopes rested within that rescue box. I hurriedly rose to check how much fog water had been collected. Chapter 14. Coexistence of hope and despair on the morning sea. Visibility was less than 30 meters, and the temperature was refreshing. However, this pleasant environment lasted only for the hour after sunrise. I reached the location of the rescue box in just 2 strides, and when I saw the water shimmering at the bottom of the box, I could hardly contain my excitement and immediately crouched down to inspect the water level. I tilted the box and estimated the volume. It was definitely around 15 liters. I could not suppress my joy and shouted to Catherine and Julia with elation. "Hey, wake up. We collected water." My exuberant call startled the 2 women from their slumber. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and, upon seeing my thrilled expression, knew there must be good news. They quickly approached. Julia, with her parched lips, exclaimed, "Uncle, is there water?" "Yes, about 15 liters. As long as we continue to collect more fog water using this method, even without rain, we can survive," I replied excitedly, unable to resist reaching into the box to scoop out a mouthful of water, which I eagerly drank. The cool, sweet sensation coursed through me like electricity. Seeing this, Catherine and Julia were equally thrilled and mimicked my actions to drink the fog water. Our cracked lips, previously peeling, softened as they absorbed the water, becoming plump and rosy once more. I did not impose any limits on their water intake, for our bodies required recovery. The 3 of us consumed a total of 500 milliliters of water. While this amount was not excessive, we had all learned to exercise restraint and soon ceased our actions. I felt a sense of satisfaction. I entrusted the task of preparing the raisins to Julia, who executed it with greater skill this time. She swiftly drained the waterlogged raisins and used gauze to absorb the excess seawater, then thoughtfully divided the raisins into 3 portions. We sat on the front deck, cherishing each precious raisin as we savored them. We were reluctant to finish these jewel-like morsels too quickly. However, we needed the energy and sugar, and since they had already been soaked, they would surely spoil if left uneaten. Thus, we consumed them one by one, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Having previously lived in a bustling metropolis, we had never cultivated an appreciation for the food surrounding us. Even if we had, it had merely been a superficial educational endeavor devoid of profound awareness. These are delicious. I will forever remember the taste of these raisins, Gia remarked, licking her lips as if savoring a gourmet delicacy. Catherine swallowed with a sense of lingering satisfaction. We are determined to survive, for more delightful experiences await us. I encouraged the two women, and it was evident their spirits had lifted compared to before, as reflected in their resolute gazes. Today was much like yesterday, with the only difference being that we had begun to consume shark jerky. The nutrients and fibers contained in the energy bars were challenging to obtain from the sea, thus necessitating meticulous allocation of these bars, while substituting the staple with shark meat. Although the shark meat was somewhat salty, our freshwater supply was no longer critically low, making nutritional balance our primary concern. We continued to soak in the sea until noon, and by 4 in the afternoon, when the sun was less intense, I would fish. We were fortunate. We did not encounter any large fish or sharks, only some pomfret and snapper, which were plentiful and often found in schools. Whenever we encountered them, we could reliably catch 1 or 2, sufficient to produce ample fish jerky. And so, we drifted aimlessly on the sea for 5 days. Catherine and her companions were fortunate, not having to endure the severe hunger of the first 5 days, as they already had water and sufficient food. My body gradually regained its strength during these 5 days. Of course, there remained a significant gap from my normal state, yet I felt content, believing that the 3 of us could undoubtedly survive under these circumstances. However, on the 6th day, I compared the data from our navigational records. Such occurrences were not unexpected, given that we were situated in the central region of the South Equatorial Current, where the currents are not as distinctly defined as in the northern and southern regions, and can even shift due to changes in wind direction. What concerns me the most is whether the speedboat is spinning in the middle of the South Equatorial Current. If that is indeed the case, we may drift for months without escaping this vast ocean. From my observations over the past few days, it appears to be the reality. A sense of despair washes over me like the relentless waves, causing me great distress. Although we currently have an adequate supply of food and water, prolonged drifting at sea with a monotonous diet will inevitably lead to severe physical and psychological issues. Mr. DeLong, how are you? Catherine asked with concern upon noticing my silence. Chapter 15, Drifting, Day 7. Moments later, Catherine's worried expression transformed into determination as she looked at me and said, Mr. DeLong, please tell us. We can handle it. Nothing could be worse than being on a medical ship. Indeed, Uncle, Gia chimed in. No matter what the future holds, we must persist until the end. We will not give up until the last moment. Gia also sensed the grim outcome reflected on my somber face. Seeing their optimism and resilience deeply touched me. Yes. Nothing is more important than survival. In extreme conditions, losing faith equates to losing life itself. This is not a mere euphemism, but a fundamental truth of survival. A person can be metaphorically killed by their own psychological suggestions or can create miracles through them, much like the death row experiment conducted by psychologist Martin Gardner. He informed the condemned prisoner that they would undergo a bloodletting torture, then bound them to a rack, blindfolded them, and scraped ice across their wrists to simulate the sensation of a blade cutting through, as warm water was allowed to flow from their wrists. Mimicking the flow of blood into a container, the prisoner ultimately succumbed. This demonstrates how psychological suggestion can induce physiological responses. In reality, the harm is not limited to the psychological realm. The inmate, convinced they would die from blood loss, coupled with the warm water and the sound of dripping, continuously reinforced this suggestion, leading to extreme fear and exaggerated physiological reactions. This results in increased adrenaline secretion, which reduces blood supply to certain areas while ensuring that muscles receive adequate blood to enhance their efficacy, allowing ordinary individuals to exhibit extraordinary combat and survival abilities in life and death situations. However, such states are not sustainable. Yet, the condemned remained in this state, as blood supply diminished. The oxygen delivered by red blood cells also decreased. Once capillaries became oxygen deprived, plasma would seep into surrounding tissues, resulting in reduced blood flow and dangerously low blood pressure, ultimately impairing organ function and leading them toward death in a vicious cycle. The psyche directly influences the physiological state, an undeniable fact. Yes, we must strive with all our might to survive, and I firmly believe we can endure. Taking a deep breath, I fixed my gaze firmly upon them. In this environment, we continuously encouraged one another, and it indeed made a difference. So, Mr. DeLong, can you tell me what has happened? Catherine inquired. I candidly shared that we are likely adrift in the central region of the Indian Ocean, stranded with no nearby land in sight. If we are fortunate enough to drift westward, It may take about a year to reach Port Louis, while heading northwest could lead us to the British Indian Ocean territory, specifically the Chagos Archipelago. This is the optimistic scenario I presented. The weight of this news extinguished their optimism. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a dire outcome. Perhaps they had envisioned drifting for a month or two at most. With adequate food and water, the average person could indeed endure such a duration, approaching their limits. Misfortune seems to favor the unfortunate, and I now deeply resonate with this truth. Death's grip on our destinies will not relent easily. Do not lose heart. Perhaps we will encounter one or two small islands, one so tiny they are not marked on maps, yet could provide us with additional survival space. This time, it was my turn to console them. I realized that their resolve and optimism were naive. I should not have burdened them with this despairing news. Having overestimated their capacity to endure. Are such islands even visible to us? Jia asked anxiously. I nodded, assuring her that as long as we remain within 5 kilometers, there is a chance of spotting them. Furthermore, such small islands often host seabirds, presenting abundant food sources, though they also carry the risk of submersion. The lagoons on these islands primarily consist of seawater, but there is no need for excessive worry. Once we land, we may find ample opportunities to access fresh water. I painted a vivid picture of a vibrant future before them, akin to quenching thirst with the sight of plums. This renewed their confidence. In truth, only I understood how slim these chances were, akin to a leaf being swept onto a small rock in the middle of a river. Thus, we endured 2 more days anchored on the fragile hope of survival. By the 7th day of drifting at sea, our spirits had begun to wane. That night, the sky was not as clear, and, similar to the previous 2 days, it was filled with scattered clouds. Yet, the rain had yet to fall. Or perhaps it was merely occurring elsewhere, eluding us. After all, rain in tropical seas is commonplace. We had managed to collect a fair amount of water. And even without rain, our situation was not dire. Of course, a light rain would be preferable. What we dreaded most was a storm. Our speedboat could not withstand turbulent winds. Should it capsize, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to right it. At that point, we would be left clinging to the hull, exposed to the risk of sliding into the sea while enduring the searing sun. And we would be unable to collect fresh water. In that scenario, the path to paradise would be within reach. I could not believe that God would await us with bottles of spring water and a banquet along the way. Look, just as Catherine and I were languishing in boredom on the deck, Jia, who had been sitting at the edge, suddenly exclaimed, as if she had discovered something wondrous. Chapter 16, The Storm. It was nearly impossible to see any islands in the dead of night. However, Jia's excited shout roused us from our lethargy, prompting us to rise from the deck. Look, the sea is glowing. Everywhere. Jia pointed excitedly at the illuminated water surrounding the speedboat, exclaiming that the surface was filled with vast patches of blue bioluminescence. The glowing entities in the water were jellyfish. We must have entered a shallow sea area. And with the warm air signaling impending rain, these jellyfish had floated to the surface. Their light illuminated the otherwise dark waters, creating the breathtaking scene before us. Ignorance is bliss. This is indeed a truth I could not share with Juya's innocent enthusiasm. Yet, I was not entirely unmoved. Jellyfish exhibit behaviors of moving toward freshwater. If there are islands nearby, these jellyfish would swim toward land before the rain. This explains why large numbers of jellyfish are found along the shore after it rains. However, judging by the sky, this rain will not be heavy. These jellyfish may merely be floating to enjoy a light shower. I warned the 2 women not to dip their feet into the water to avoid being stung by the jellyfish. Simultaneously, I began to reinforce the tarp overhead to prevent strong winds from tearing away our makeshift shelter. In our present state, we find ourselves unable to bear even the slightest loss. We are as fragile as a fraying rope, teetering on the brink of rupture, with but a single thread remaining. Any external force could sever it entirely. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the heavens opened, and rain began to fall. The droplets, cool against our skin, offered an oddly delightful sensation of reality. We used our rescue box to collect the rainwater. As I had anticipated, it was merely a moderate downpour, and we managed to gather approximately 1 liter of rainwater by the time the rain ceased. Had I not retracted the awning, we might have harvested more. However, it was prudent to avoid that risk, as we had already stored a sufficient supply of freshwater through careful planning. No one dared to guarantee that this rain would not suddenly escalate into a storm, thus folding the awning was a reasonable precaution. After the rain, the sea was adorned with a greater number of jellyfish. Their luminescent blue glow imparted a dreamlike quality, reminiscent of a fairy tale. The women, having just emerged from the rain, appeared less frail than in previous days. Their spirits were lifted, and upon witnessing this spectacle, they radiated joy. Akin to those on the brink of salvation, their faces aglow with smiles. They continuously expressed gratitude to the divine. Perhaps, through these days of drifting, They had begun to believe in an unseen deity, interpreting this as a sign from the heavens. On the 8th day of our drift at noon, we consumed a few pieces of dried fish and an energy bar, in addition to the seaweed we had gathered from the shallows, which we dried and then soaked in fresh water, mashing it into a paste to chew. This seaweed was rich in vitamins and minerals such as calcium, iron, magnesium, selenium, and iodine. Moreover, it contained proteins, fiber, various amino acids, and polysaccharides, along with a wealth of chlorophyll, which aids in detoxifying the body and combating free radical damage. It can be said that this was one of the few food sources that allowed us to maintain a balanced diet during our time adrift at sea. Whenever we encountered seaweed, we were determined not to let it slip by unnoticed. To better capture the seaweed drifting in the ocean, I wove net-like structures from the ropes on either side of the boat and cast them into the sea. By the end of the day, we managed to collect some seaweed. Venturing into the shallows, I would even risk diving to gather more. As I chewed the briny seaweed, I stepped out from the shade of the awning onto the foredeck, where the fresh sea breeze from the west instilled a sense of unease within me. I gazed towards the western horizon, where a massive, ominous cumulus cloud loomed. This colossal cloud, resembling a splash of gray ink upon a blue canvas, dominated much of the sky ahead, leaving a profound impression on those who beheld it. The bottom of the cloud was pitch black, crackling with thunder and flashes of lightning. How could such weather manifest so suddenly? The conditions at sea are indeed unpredictable. The two women, witnessing this phenomenon, were equally astonished, hardly believing their eyes. Yet, I could not share in their wonder. Above us was a clear sky, and the brightness of the sun dulled our senses. Cursing under my breath, I swiftly retrieved the rope net from the sea, hastily untangling the knots to restore it to its former state. "What is happening?" Catherine and Julia asked in unison. "Quickly, bring in the water sail. There is an eye of the storm approaching us," I shouted, and it was then that they grasped the gravity of the situation. Julia hurriedly pulled in the water sail, while Catherine stowed supplies from the cabin into the storage area on the foredeck. I secured the disassembled ropes with a series of secure bowline knots, evenly distributing them along the starboard side. In total, I tied 5 knots, 3 of which I secured to my own body, fashioning a triangular safety knot around my waist and the tops of my legs. The bowline knot does not constrict under pressure, ensuring my safety regardless of the storm's ferocity. Simultaneously, I tied the remaining 2 ropes to Catherine and Julia, forming a single waist knot. Although not as secure as my triangular knot, it would still provide them with some protection. After all, we had a limited supply of rope, and I needed to prioritize my safety. If I survived, their chances would significantly improve. Conversely, if either of them survived, they could not save both of us. When the storm arrived, we had to concentrate our weight in the center of the boat. If the vessel capsized, we would need to swim out immediately. Clinging tightly to the ropes and avoiding being thrown off, while refraining from attempting to grasp the boat, as the tumultuous waves could capsize it repeatedly. If we got too close, we risked being struck unconscious by the hull. Do you understand? My sole task now was to remind them as best as I could. Once the storm struck, no amount of shouting would be heard. In the end, they would have to rely on themselves to face any challenges. Chapter 17. Survival in the storm. The waves grew increasingly fierce, causing our vessel to bob up and down like a capsule adrift on the surface. Seated under the awning, we clutched the handles on either side, our hearts racing with urgency. None of us felt seasick, perhaps due to our acclimatization to the boat's swaying or the tension that had allowed our bodies to overcome the dizziness. The wind that surged into the awning brought with it torrents of rain. The rain, mingled with the fierce wind, struck our cheeks like icy pellets, causing discomfort. I observed the colossal storm, the dark cumulonimbus resembling a massive tornado, and within its depths, it seemed to swirl an unknown dragon. Of course, such a colossal creature could not possibly exist. It was merely the eye of the storm. We resembled helpless bacteria clinging to flotsam, gazing at the oppressive darkness of the storm that enveloped the sky and sea. The waves crashed relentlessly, and the water surged over the bow, flooding into the cabin. In an instant, we were submerged. The boat did not sink. Once the wave passed, the incoming seawater drained from the awning's windows, and we emerged like gophers, gasping for air and bracing ourselves for the next onslaught of waves. Within moments, the cycle of torment repeated itself. We felt as though we were tiny figures trapped in a jar, overwhelmed by the giant's deluge. Before the water from the last wave could escape, another surged in. We clung desperately to the handles, stretching our necks towards the awning's peak, striving to catch a breath of air. Just as I inhaled, I sensed the vessel plummeting downward at an alarming speed. Indeed, it felt akin to falling off a waterfall. We understood that this was not a fall, but rather being at the trough of a colossal wave. With our experience, we knew another wave was imminent. So we braced ourselves mentally. We endured the storm's torment with a sense of fatalism, our sole wish being for the boat to remain afloat. If it sank, death would be but a breath away. Although I had secured 5 ropes on the starboard side, should the boat capsize, we might be able to right it using our ingenuity, but that would only be feasible after the storm passed. The question remained, could we endure until the storm subsided? At this moment, both our spirits and bodies were under immense strain. In the face of nature's caprice, we find ourselves utterly defenseless, akin to an ant desperately clinging to a fallen leaf, striving for survival amidst the tumultuous currents of a river, fervently praying for the tempest to pass. It is only through such supplication that we may endure. Yet, it appears that the divine has no intention of sparing us, the 3 wretched survivors. As if to test our resolve, after we have struggled for an hour, a colossal wave crashes upon us. This time, fortune does not favor us. The vessel is caught in the midst of the undulating waves, with the apex of the crest above us and the abyss of the trough below. Our fragile capsule is suddenly engulfed by the monstrous wave, and the entire craft is violently tossed into the depths of the sea, rolling like a barrel beneath the surface. Countless bubbles emerge, frothing around the hull, surging upward like toys tossed into a washing machine. While we inside the vessel feel as though we are spiraling in a dizzying haze, akin to passengers unbuckled in a car crash, flung from the cabin, with the sole awareness of striving to remain conscious. It takes a full 10 seconds for us to resurface from the ocean's depths. In that moment, my foggy mind is unable to contemplate anything. A deluge of seawater invades our nostrils. Our bodies feel as though they are being torn apart. I am convinced that our demise is imminent. My heart cries out, "Oh God, spare us. Let our suffering be lessened. We are willing to submit to you, to prostrate ourselves at your feet, to kiss your feet, to become your devout followers." Yet, it seems that the divine is not yet finished with us. As the vessel is thrust outwards, it pulls us from the water, nearly flinging us above the surface. We endure the torment of the waves. Were it not for the ropes binding us, no amount of desperate swimming could have brought us to the surface from the surging depths. It is the ropes that have saved our lives. Julia, struggling beside me, is choking on seawater, while Catherine, possessing better stamina and familiarity with the water, resurfaces and gasps for air. Seeing Julia laboring to keep afloat, I remove the only life jacket from my body and offer it to her. Originally, it was my sole possession salvaged from the medical ship. Had I withheld it, they would have had no grounds for complaint. I am not heartless. I simply refuse to be responsible for their lives. However, in this moment, I must assist Julia, allowing her to regain her strength. Clad in the life jacket I offered, her pained expression softens, her reddened eyes reflecting gratitude in the dim light. "Hold on, we will soon be cast from this storm." I grasp her hair, lifting her face towards me as I shout. The storm shows no sign of calming in response to our prayers, relentlessly tormenting us. We cling tightly together, united against the ocean's mercilessness. I curse again in my heart. "Damn you, God, we shall not submit to you, nor shall we become your devout followers. You are a mere hollow idol, a coward." Yet, the storm does not intensify nor abate due to our invectives. We are like dust accidentally fallen into the water, insignificant before the vastness of the sea. We lose track of how long we have resisted the tempest or how many times we have been choked. The sensation of breath becoming a luxury fills us with despair. Our strength has long since waned, and as the storm begins to subside, we muster our final reserves to grasp the edge of the capsized vessel, which now resembles a colossal gourd bobbing up and down in the sea. We remain in this state for an indeterminate period. Finally, as the gray clouds on the horizon are pierced by the rays of the setting sun, casting a holy light upon the turbulent, dark waters, we glimpse hope. We must right the ship, I declare, struggling to climb atop the hull before flipping it to the other side. Catherine and Julia follow suit. We position ourselves on the opposite side of the vessel, causing one side to sink as we lean and pull on the ropes like hoisting a sail. With the momentum of the waves, we exert ourselves simultaneously, and miraculously, the boat flips upright. Overcome with exhilaration, we expend our last ounce of strength to climb onto the damp deck. We collapse onto the aft deck, gasping deeply for this luxurious air. We are uncertain how long we rest, yet the fatigue enveloping us is insurmountable, and the vessel continues to rock, lulling us into a drowsy state. As we regain a modicum of energy, we discover that the very canopy we relied upon for survival has been swept away by the winds, leaving only 6 broken plastic supports, starkly standing on either side of the craft. Chapter 18. The Yearning for Death. I disregard my exhaustion and immediately scramble to the bow, where I find the small access door to the storage compartment intact, my heart finally easing slightly. The freshwater in the rescue box had been entirely consumed before the storm struck, thus freshwater now presents our greatest crisis. The water collected on the central deck is mostly seawater, undrinkable. Seizing the opportunity while it still rains, I hastily opened the storage compartment and retrieved the raincoat previously utilized as a water sail. I spread the raincoat and hang it on the broken supports, creating a makeshift canopy. Rainwater cascades onto the raincoat, gradually pooling in the center. The outer layer of this raincoat is waterproof, while the inner layer is made of durable canvas, which had sustained no damage when used as a water sail. However, the inner canvas is now covered in seaweed and barnacles, giving it the appearance of an old garment long submerged in the ocean. The two women gaze at the sky and weep. This time, I do not stop them from expressing their emotions. Surviving a disaster. Each of us is consumed by complex feelings. None of our faces reflect joy at surviving. The reason is that this survival is not truly life. We have merely escaped one calamity, and as long as we remain at sea, countless such misfortunes may await us. Ultimately, we will perish in the ocean. Negative emotions, like shadows of death, begin to envelop our souls. As evening falls, the rain ceases, and the storm recedes far behind us. I pour the collected rainwater back into the emptied rescue box. The two women, utterly drained, rest beneath the raincoat, their faces pale as corpses, their lips tinged with white creases. Their bare bodies, though they have not been directly exposed to the sun, have darkened from prolonged drifting at sea. I too am utterly fatigued, lacking the strength for any further actions, and lay down between the two women to rest. When I awaken, it is already midnight. Unable to discern the exact time, I awaken feeling unbearably thirsty, and I begin to distribute food and water. Without the canopy, our only means of collecting fog water is through the raincoat, yet it yields little. Moreover, without the water sail, our speed relies solely on the ocean currents, which is exceedingly slow. If we were to fashion the raincoat into a sail, its small area would offer little assistance. The cramped conditions plunge us into yet another predicament. Gazing at the now clear night sky, I am filled with a sense of helplessness. Contemplating these matters merely serves as a psychological defense mechanism, seeking solace in the thought of death, allowing the body to believe in a continued existence in another form. I gaze at the starry sky. For the first time, my thoughts break free from the mundane and the pressing survival crisis, soaring into this vast, tranquil universe, a peace I have never experienced before. It is a liberation. I am aware that this is an emotion released by the psychological self-defense mechanism, allowing one to no longer fear death before its arrival and even to begin yearning for it. Such thoughts can diminish our will to survive. Yet, who can prove that after death, one does not transition to another realm? If the law of energy conservation holds absolute truth, then humans, as energy entities, might remain indestructible after death, existing in another form of energy. Should we not find this perplexing? A human begins as a single cell and can develop into a complex organism within merely 10 months. Viewed from a microscopic perspective, the process of life development resembles a grand cosmic battle of evolution. With such a complex act of creation, does life truly hold no significance? Must one simply perish in this desolate sea? We must concentrate our efforts to confront the immediate crisis, rather than allowing such thoughts to drag us into the abyss from which we cannot rise again. I adjusted the raincoat's canopy, angling it at a 45-degree tilt to ensure that the fog collected at night would be retained in the lower area. The two women had just consumed some water and an energy bar. However, their spirits had not been lifted as before. They lay there motionless like two despondent fish, their eyes wide open, vacantly gazing at the night sky. I surmised that they were experiencing the same emotions I had felt earlier, perhaps even more intensely. They muttered incessantly about the existence of God or deities, claiming that the human world is hell, and that one can reach a blissful realm after death. After uttering these words, a sense of liberation and enlightenment washed over them. In the face of such harsh conditions, it is the psychological torment that proves fatal. The wind ceased, and the pitch-black sea lay still, devoid of any sound, even the crashing of waves or the whisper of the wind. I pondered that a normal person's dream should not be so void of substance. The lack of environmental feedback left our hearts brimming with a profound sense of loneliness and dread. An unreal, dreamlike sensation began to emerge within our minds. This feeling is terrifying, especially after drifting for so long. It led us to question whether we had perished long ago, and that our current existence was merely a soul adrift in the ocean. Whenever this sensation arose, I would touch the skin, lips, and features of the two women, feeling their breaths. These tangible sensations would send real information to my brain, prompting physiological responses that reassured me of my existence. At that moment, something collided with our vessel, producing a faint sound on the starboard side. It could not have been a fish. The sound was too distinct, not originating from the depths of the water, but rather from something floating. I immediately moved to the starboard side to investigate. Chapter 19, My Early Life. I located the source of the sound and, in the dim light, discerned a mass adorned with feathers floating in the water. This was certainly not seaweed or other debris. as such items would not produce noise upon impact. Instinctively, I thought of a bird's carcass. I reached down, grasping its soft feathers, and pulled it from the sea. What could it be? Julia and Catherine approached with curiosity, completely oblivious to their bare bodies pressing against my arms. I disregarded the pleasure derived from our close proximity and tossed the retrieved creature onto the deck, where it landed with a dull thud. Under the bright moonlight, we finally identified this being. It was a large bird. The prominent red throat pouch indicated that this creature, roughly the size of a wild chicken, was a male frigate bird. It is a bird. A seabird. Uncle, didn't you say that upon sighting a bird, we could find an island? Julia exclaimed excitedly. Catherine, too, appeared exhilarated. Her previously vacant gaze now alight with hope. Clearly, this bird had ignited a spark of optimism in them. I examined the frigate bird closely and found no wounds. My heart sank, for the worst outcome had indeed materialized. This was a frigate bird that had perished from exhaustion. Frigate birds possess remarkable flying abilities and typically inhabit areas near islands. Unlike other seabirds, they do not dive rapidly into the water to catch fish. Rather, they survive by stealing food from other seabirds' beaks and nests, earning them the moniker of pirates of the sea. This behavior stems from their feathers lacking oil. Once wet, they become nearly impossible to dry. Thus, I surmised two possibilities. The latter possibility suggested that the frigate bird had become completely lost after becoming separated from its flock. The former possibility, however, was more favorable, as it indicated the presence of islands nearby. If it were the latter, it would mean that there were no islands within at least 500 nautical miles. Yes, this proves that islands must exist nearby. I refrained from sharing the bleakest possibility with the two hopeful women, lest I extinguish their desire to survive. Excellent. Let us take turns on watch to avoid missing the island, Julia proposed. Catherine nodded in agreement. All right, then let the two of you take the first shift. Shall we? I knew they would not be able to sleep, so it was better to have them take the watch first. Catherine and Julia readily accepted. Such individuals often feel immense regret before death, akin to living as mere livestock. Yet, I do not harbor such regrets. For I have long since cast aside concerns of life and death. My life has been a series of narrow escapes from death, and each survival is a bonus bestowed by the Grim Reaper. Thus, like mercenaries on the battlefield, I celebrate each escape from war, living in a manner that leaves no room for regret. I am a mixed-race individual of Chinese and Mexican descent. When my mother was still a teenager, she clandestinely traveled northward on a train with her father to cross the border. However, upon her arrival, she became separated from a group of smugglers. This frightened girl found her way into a hotel frequented by Chinese merchants, one of whom was my father. My kind-hearted father could not abandon the girl and arranged for her to rent a basement in Houston, paying 6 months' rent and leaving her some living expenses. Of course, my father's kindness was met with the girl's fervent gratitude, which continued until she gave birth to me. At 18, I went to Russia for my studies. Due to youthful recklessness, I accidentally killed a bully in a fight. Between the ages of 19 and 23, I spent my time in a Russian prison. In hopes of an early release, I enlisted as a mercenary at 23, leveraging my robust physique to successfully join the Wagner mercenary group. Subsequently, I participated in 2 years of the Syrian War and 3 years of the Donbass conflict, remaining active in numerous countries, including the Central African Republic, Libya, Mali, and Venezuela, until I successfully reduced my sentence and retired. I was sent to a secret base for 6 months of training. Due to threats to my family's safety, I served them for a year until the politicians successfully assumed office. After that, they transported me to a medical ship. Reflecting on the past, my heart is restless. I miss my father, mother, and 2 younger sisters. It has been a full 13 years since we last met. My sisters should have graduated from university by now, and my parents undoubtedly worry about me constantly. The greatest regret of my life is tied to the incident of manslaughter in Lues, a tragic event that irrevocably altered my existence and that of my parents. I was meant to follow the conventional path of life, marrying and raising children, leading a life filled with happiness. Contemplating these thoughts, this man of iron found himself shedding tears of remorse. Chapter 20, Progressing Northward. The cool morning breeze swept across the tranquil sea, brushing against my face. The dawn light penetrated my eyelids, casting a blood-red glow before me. Instinctively, I shielded my eyes, then slowly opened them. The thirst left a bitter taste in my mouth. As I sat up, I noticed CHY lying beside me. KSLN sat on the aft deck, embracing the support beam of the awning, her weary gaze surveying the surrounding sea and sky. Let us have something to eat and then rest. I will go fishing, I said, patting KSLN on the shoulder. Upon seeing me awake, she smiled and nodded. We still had a pack of energy bars, 10 in total, along with the dried fish hidden in the storage room, which would suffice for about 10 days. The rainwater in the rescue box would also sustain us for nearly that long. In the tropical seas, The issue of rainwater is not overly concerning. We had simply been unfortunate in missing the rain zones in recent days. I divided an energy bar into 3 portions. It resembled a large piece of chocolate, each share measuring about the size of 2 joined fingers. Zhy was still resting, so I refrained from waking her. Sleep is the least demanding, and awakening her when hunger strikes would enhance her sense of satisfaction. I plucked the feathers from a booby, then sliced its flesh. Selecting a piece as bait, and commenced my fishing endeavors for the day. I stared vacantly at the fish bladder, maintaining my spirit and strength in this manner while also passing the time. At noon, Zhy awoke, and, upon seeing the several fish I had caught, cleaned, and hung up to dry, she offered to assist with other tasks. Before long, Ksln also roused, the heat becoming unbearable, as we had done before. We leapt into the sea, using ropes to tether ourselves to the boat, immersing ourselves in the cool water. Thus, 5 more days slipped by in this torment. We had adrift for 13 days, the longest span of our lives. Our bodies had grown gaunt, and the skin of the 2 women had turned a bronze hue. The elegance and grace that are innate to women had diminished significantly on their frames. We 3 appeared as disheveled as war refugees after trekking hundreds of kilometers. My stubble had grown half an inch long, my hair was wild, and my entire body was tanned from the sun. My hands, already rough from labor, now bore the cracked appearance of tree bark. Zhy leaned over the side of the boat, pointing northward, where the water surface erupted with frothy white splashes, resembling numerous small stones cascading from the sky onto the placid sea. Soon, those frothy splashes began to shift toward us, accompanied by a cacophony of splashing sounds. Only then did I realize that it was a school of flying fish. "Quickly, get on board," I shouted, scrambling up the boat and swiftly pulling Zhy and Ksln aboard. The flying fish were upon us in an instant, colliding with the hull, the raincoat, and the support beams like bullets. The sound of their impacts reverberated in our ears. We 3 huddled in the cabin, using the sides of the boat, elevated by 20 centimeters, as shields to evade this wave of assault. Just as the barrage subsided, a cacophony of bird calls filled the air above us. We looked up to see a flock of terns and frigate birds. These birds swooped over our heads, diving toward the water in droves, hunting the fish beneath the surface. The frigate birds, unable to plunge into the sea, launched attacks on the flying fish. The splashes we had seen earlier were caused by the flying fish leaping from the water and the terns diving in. The collective leap of the flying fish signified the presence of marine predators lurking below. Indeed, as I had surmised, orcas swiftly dashed across the visible sea surface, hot on the heels of the fleeing fish. "Goodness, are those seagulls?" Zhy and Ksln exclaimed in unison. "They are terns," I replied just as a group of orcas leaped out of the water, crashing back into the ocean. "Those are orcas." I recognized their white patches behind their eyes and on their bellies. Zhy exclaimed excitedly. Ksln also recognized the orcas. These members of the dolphin family are remarkably intelligent. Despite their modest size, they pose a challenge to blue whales and sharks alike. Their appearance thrilled me, not merely for the flying fish they provided, but because the presence of orcas and terns indicates proximity to coastal regions or islands. However, as it was early morning, we could not follow their path to seek land, which placed us at a disadvantage. Had it been evening, they would have headed directly towards the coast, and pursuing them would have significantly increased our chances of locating an island. During the day, while they had flown from the island, their course may have shifted numerous times. Thus, we must not blindly proceed against their direction in search of land, as it would squander our strength and opportunities. I conveyed this information to the 2 women, who exhibited even greater excitement than I. Their weakened bodies surged with renewed vitality. I promptly retrieved the sextant to measure the angle of the sun. Latitude, 22 degrees south. The storm had pushed us southward by 2 or 3 degrees. Unfortunately, without longitude, I could not ascertain our precise location. Even a time-accurate watch would allow me to calculate longitude, thus revealing the direction of the nearest land or island. Nevertheless, I remained undeterred. Regardless of the circumstances, I was determined to take a chance. I removed the emergency plastic or fix to the boat's interior edge and divided it with Ksln. Let us advance northward. Chapter 21. Instruments on the hilltop. The or must be reserved for critical moments, as our strength is woefully depleted. This is why I had refrained from using it until now. It was necessary to do so, for with dawn just breaking, the terns should not fly too far. Even if they veered off course, a mere 5 or 6 kilometers of rowing should bring us within sight of an island. I encouraged the 2 women as I vigorously rowed. The small boat wobbled as it progressed northward. I instructed Zhy to keep the compass steady, ensuring our course remained true, while also asking her to stand and survey the surrounding islands. As the sun gradually rose, our field of vision expanded. The outlines of islands became discernible to the naked eye, 5 to 6 kilometers away, which was advantageous for us. Uncle, I don't see any islands. Should we chase after the clouds in the sky to find land? Zhy asked anxiously. That will not work. It is morning, and the land is still quite cool. The sea breeze from last night has already blown the clouds away from the land. Observing the clouds will only be effective in the evening, I explained. Moreover, pay close attention to the darker edges on the horizon. Some islands are too low to be easily seen. While KZLN and I rowed, we kept a vigilant watch on our surroundings. Although we had only rowed for a few minutes, for us, the severely weakened survivors, it was an arduous task. Sweat poured from our bodies, and our limbs began to weaken. KZLN was in worse shape, her hands quickly losing strength. However, we did not surrender. Propelled by sheer willpower, we mechanically rowed the oars. Catherine was utterly exhausted and was replaced by Zhy, who continued to row. Zhy, with her slender arms and legs, unexpectedly unleashed an astonishing determination. After rowing for a few minutes, we switched back to Catherine. My stamina far exceeded theirs, and, having mastered the finesse of rowing, I persevered. After approximately 20 minutes, we finally spotted other flocks of birds. Following the direction of their movements, we eventually glimpsed a long, dark line floating on the surface of the sea. An island. It was indeed an island. We exclaimed in unison, and the sensation of being enveloped by the light of hope instantaneously surged our adrenaline, unleashing extraordinary strength within us. The island was roughly 5 kilometers away. We resolved to consume all our freshwater and food supplies, even though our bodies still digested the remnants. It felt as if we were brimming with vitality. We rowed tirelessly, oblivious to fatigue. Yet, our speed was not remarkable, merely a tad faster than an average human walking pace. To reach the island 5 kilometers away would take at least an hour. Fortunately, we did not discover the island at night. Had we failed to reach its vicinity before sunset, we would have helplessly watched our chances of survival slip away. Now, all we needed to do was fix our gaze on the island and row with all our might. Had we not been so eager to land, we could have leisurely paddled while resting, taking 2 or 3 hours to arrive. However, after 13 days of drifting, each of us yearned desperately for solid ground. Even when exhausted to the point of immobility, we commanded our numbed hands to row, unwilling to divert our eyes from the island's outline. Fearing it might vanish in the blink of an eye, excitement and hope intertwined, striking our battered minds and bodies, igniting an unimaginable will to survive. As we drew closer, we observed numerous birds flitting about in the azure sky. These birds, symbols of hope, appeared so familiar and beautiful, illuminating my soul, which had been ensnared in desolation. We disregarded the fatigue and numbness in our muscles, rowing fervently. The boat swayed as it moved toward our destination, toward my hope. In this outburst of survival instinct, a tenacious force of life illuminated the vast ocean. Even as small as an ant navigating a leaf, we would surely earn the favor of fortune and the gaze of the divine. Midway through, I handed the oar to Zhy and replenished our food and water supplies. With the land's outline becoming increasingly distinct, we no longer needed to conserve our provisions. After finishing my share of food, I resumed rowing. Although the numbness in my muscles and the pain in my palms lingered, they could not extinguish our determination to advance. With approximately 300 meters remaining to the island, we were utterly fatigued, yet gazing at the lush island forest and the golden sandy beach, along with the towering rocks along the coast, was beyond description. It felt as if a divine hand had reached out to pull us from the depths of hell. The island presented itself with a southern-facing topography, stretching about 3 kilometers in length. However, its backside remained a mystery. I discerned a ridge rising about 100 meters above sea level, shrouded in mist and enveloped in grayish hues, making it difficult to see clearly from afar. As we approached, I vaguely noticed an object resembling a radar on the peak of the ridge. From this distance, it appeared no larger than a fingernail, but its actual size must have been immense. It could not be a radar or a satellite antenna. It was likely a radio telescope. My first thought was that this could very well be a military base or an astronomical observatory. There were people on the island. We were saved. Zhy and Catherine also spotted the instrument, and Zhy excitedly pointed and shouted, "Hey, look, there must be people on the island." Chapter 22, Firing the Signal Flare. 50 meters to go. I estimated the distance and shouted in exhilaration. Our severely depleted bodies were already seeing stars, and we rowed forward with our last ounce of consciousness. We could clearly hear the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, the seemingly calm, sea-scent splashes soaring over 2 meters high as the undercurrents surged ferociously. I cautioned the 2 women not to leap from the boat until it had completely docked on the shore, lest the undercurrents sweep us away or we collide with submerged rocks. Any injury on this island, devoid of medical facilities, posed an incalculable risk. The 2 women nodded gravely, their faces radiating the joy of having survived, their once dull eyes now gleaming with hope. Finally, the boat, aided by the waves, collided with the sandy beach beside the rocks. We eagerly dragged our exhausted bodies from the bow and leapt onto the soft sand. Having been on the rocking boat for so long, we felt dizzy upon landing and collapsed onto the beach. Oh God, we were finally saved. The two women, after falling, attempted to stand again but fell back to the ground. I did not stifle their joy, allowing them to relish the ecstasy of survival. I too lay quietly on the damp sand, gasping for breath, my face pressed against the soft grains, eyes closed, arms outstretched to embrace the earth, savoring its solidity, greedily inhaling the scent of the sand. My hands dug into the grains, grasping and releasing repeatedly, relishing the earth's palpable reality. The moist sand clung to my hands, glimmering under the sunlight like unpolished diamonds, reflecting myriad colors. I had never realized how enchanting these sands could be. We were utterly exhausted, succumbing to sleep. When I awoke, it was already midday, and the scorching sun was burning my back. My strength had significantly returned, and I rose from the ground. Glancing at the two women, I found them still asleep on the beach, the tide lapping at their feet. The sand where they lay was saturated, thick and firm, providing a cool and comfortable resting place. I steadied myself against a nearby rock and secured the boat to a protruding stone. The survival supplies inside could also be utilized on the island, such as knives, ropes, chainsaws, flint, waterproof matches, signal flares, and a first aid kit containing potassium permanganate tablets, potassium permanganate solution, cotton swabs, gauze, antibiotics, water purification tablets, needles, and threads. I carried the box to the shade beneath a coconut tree and then glanced back at the dense forest behind me. The forest emitted a unique and refreshing scent. Yet I was aware that the tropical island's woods harbored dangers, not from animals, but from various venomous insects. At this moment, I was still unaware of the island's size. But I could be certain that as long as it was not as vast as Madagascar, the wildlife would be limited. Thus, if we intended to reside on the island long-term, our staple food would consist of dried fish, coconuts, and other seafood. I retrieved the signal flare and immediately fired one into the sky. With a loud bang, the flare exploded in the heavens. Under the combustion effect of the oxidizing agent barium nitrate, magnesium powder and aluminum powder emit a brilliant light, while strontium oxide releases a red glow at high temperatures. A small parachute unfurls, allowing the red light and smoke to descend gently from the sky. Two women awaken, startled by the sound of the signal flare, and excitedly approach me. "Uncle, will someone come to rescue us soon?" Zhuya, who had also observed the instruments atop the peak, approached with an expression of exhilaration. Catherine was equally joyful, exclaiming that there must be people on this island, as it is equipped with modern amenities. I resolved to procure some coconuts to nourish ourselves, ensuring we would have the strength to travel when rescue arrives. The mountain summit is not far from our location. I believe that if they see the signal flare, they will arrive within 3 hours. Hence, there is no need for us to construct a shelter. Building a shelter requires ample strength and spirit, which, evidently, we, the frail survivors, do not possess today. If rescue does not arrive, we can spend the night on the speedboat. As the tide rises, we can move it further ashore. This way, the boat will no longer sway, allowing us to sleep peacefully atop it. However, we must still guard against mosquitoes. So a campfire must be lit on the shore. I fetched the chainsaw and gazed at the abundant coconuts above, already famished and thirsty. Chapter 23, The Satisfying Coconut. After considerable effort with the chainsaw, I finally felled the coconut tree, and with a loud crack, the towering tree collapsed onto the beach, scattering clusters of coconuts across the sand. I drew my dagger and deftly pierced one coconut. Its shell was still soft, allowing for an easy puncture. I lifted it to my lips and drank deeply. The sweet coconut water was simply divine, invigorating me tenfold. The two women, already yearning, swallowed hard, their throats parched. Their greedy expressions made me smile. It is only when one reaches their limit that the significance of food becomes truly apparent. Nature's bounty is exquisite. It allows us to feel the gentle touch of Lady Luck. Life, at this moment, seems to have undergone an unprecedented elevation. A genuine sense of surviving a catastrophe washes over me, akin to a crystalline spring that sweetens the heart. This fervent attachment to life and yearning for beauty is the very essence that fortifies our will. In this instant, we come to realize just how fortunate we are. I revel in the wind, the sea, the sunshine, the splendid beach, and the lush forest. Surviving, even spotting an ant foraging fills me with profound emotion. This is the essence of life. I then handed the dagger to Catherine, advising her to use it with caution to avoid injuring herself. Now, we could merely wait to ascertain if there were others on this island. After satisfying our hunger and thirst on the beach, we sat beneath the shade of the coconut tree to regain our strength. With our bellies full, we began chatting, releasing the joy of our impending rescue. Many reporters would come to interview us, and numerous admirers would pursue us. She described it all vividly, as if she had already become a great author. Her triumphant demeanor elicited laughter from both Catherine and me. I inquired how she had come to be on the boat, and at that moment, she began to cry. She recounted that she had originally traveled to Thailand, but was deceived by a rogue taxi and taken to Myanmar, where she was forced into scams. However, as she could not deceive anyone, she was subjected to abuse. Eventually, they discovered her rare blood type, and she was sent to a medical ship, awaiting a suitable candidate to harvest organs. The recollection sent shivers down her spine, tormenting her like a nightmare. Thankfully, she was resilient. Otherwise, she would not have endured until now. Julia, this innocent and lovely girl, had suffered so much, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, after her tale, she quickly wiped away her tears, adopting a tense demeanor. Rest assured, I am like an indestructible cockroach. They cannot kill me. The merciless sea cannot vanquish me. I shall never be defeated. They are the darkest people in this world, mere rats that dwell in the sewers. While I am an upstanding university student with a bright future, they shall never destroy me. Julia, with tears glistening in her eyes, expressed this heartfelt sentiment with unwavering composure. She was encouraging us while also uplifting herself. Chapter 24. Entering the jungle. I reached out and gently patted Julia's head. This strong girl exudes an irresistible charm. Hearing my encouragement, her innocent face blossomed into a radiant smile. Thank you for the encouragement, Uncle. Aunt Catherine, you must win. Julia declared. We must win. With Mr. De Long's assistance, I will not lose, Catherine replied, casting a glance in my direction, evidently seeking my affirmation. I assured Catherine of my commitment, and she nodded, appearing reassured. As we chatted, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed, and our strength nearly restored, yet no sign of rescue appeared. This left us perplexed. Could it be that they did not witness my signal flare? However, that should not be the case, as they reside atop the mountain, which is not particularly high, merely about 100 meters. The sound of the flare and its red light should surely attract their attention. Yet, their absence left us bewildered. Uncle, could it be that there is no one on this island? Julia inquired, her worry evident. They had no objections, acknowledging that this was the only course of action. We could not all ascend the mountain together, lest no one be here when rescue arrives. They stood, embracing me warmly. Since they were not wearing clothes and our strength had largely returned, the close contact inevitably elicited a reaction from me. Both women smiled coyly, seemingly unperturbed. Mr. D, you must be careful, Catherine expressed her concern. Do not worry, nothing will happen. Generally, there are no fearsome creatures on such islands, just a few bothersome insects. I'll wear a raincoat and we'll be fine, I reassured them. They nodded, resembling 2 women from a primitive tribe, watching their brave warrior venture into the forest. Without shoes, I tread carefully upon the forest floor, wary of sharp protrusions or serpents and ants. I picked up a dry branch to use as a walking stick, which would help me drive away any hidden snakes or insects lurking in the underbrush. After walking about 100 meters into the forest, I felt pain beneath my feet. The uneven ground, littered with small stones and irregular branches, threatened to injure me. I had to pull a vine about the thickness of a finger and sit on a clean rock to weave a pair of footwear. Sitting there, crafting my vine shoes, I absorbed the essence of the surrounding primordial rainforest. Although the mosquitoes were numerous and the raincoat made me feel stifled, the freshness of the trees provided a comforting sense of safety, far superior to the instability of floating on the sea. Perhaps this is the reason humanity cherishes the feeling of solid ground beneath their feet. Chapter 25. Thoughts along the way. The tropical island is abundant with such vines, and many buttressed trees surround me, reminiscent of the jungles of Xishuangbanna. It appears quite untouched by civilization. I skillfully utilized vines to weave a pair of rattan sandals, and by adding a strap at the back, they transformed into rattan slippers. When I tried them on, the sensation, though not entirely comfortable, was certainly preferable to stepping directly on the uneven ground. I stood up once more and resumed my journey. The path was not particularly long. Yet as I ventured into the jungle, the mountain vanished from sight, completely obscured by the surrounding trees that shielded my view. I could only discern the direction and proceed toward a single destination. I was traversing a valley, flanked by hills, with a chaotic heap of moss-covered stones in the center. The continuous chirping of birds and their melodic calls created an illusion that I was a tourist, a hiker enjoying a delightful excursion, a feeling that was quite pleasant. I savored the tranquility of my trek. I had once envisioned a future where I would leave the organization behind, purchasing a woodland villa in some corner of the world, a place where no one could disturb me, allowing me to relish the remaining moments of life in serene solitude. After walking for 30 minutes, I decided to remove my raincoat, for the oppressive heat made it unbearable. I would rather endure the bites of mosquitoes than be drenched in a sticky, foul sweat. How I longed to wear the linen garments of a tropical fisherman. How comfortable that would be. Clutching my raincoat, I ambled through the forest like a primitive being, bare-skinned. I found myself at a loss for words, having never experienced a fortnight of nudity, let alone traversing the primordial jungle in such a state. Walking was exhausting, but fortunately, the coconuts I consumed by the seaside had provided ample sustenance. The anxiety of hunger I had previously felt had dissipated. Yet the prolonged deprivation conjured an illusion of food scarcity, prompting me to eye the wild fruits in the woods, yearning to reach out and pluck them. This reminded me of my grandfather's generation, who endured famine. Some from that era would stuff their mouths with food upon seeing it, refusing to cease until they could eat no more. My grandfather recounted how many perished from gluttony, consuming sweet potatoes and wheat. They were truly unfortunate souls. Now, I too could grasp the sensation of hunger, followed by an overwhelming desire to gorge when food was finally available. Reflecting on this stirred thoughts of my family. Since I joined the mercenary group in Russia for a swift release, it had been ages since I had seen my parents. During my time in Russia, my grandfather was still in good health, but now, over a decade later, I was uncertain of his fate. My circumstances had caused my family great distress and worry. At times, I regretted the impulsive decisions of my youth, yet regret served no purpose. I had become entangled in various struggles, far more despairing than mere confinement. Regardless of my family's current state, I felt compelled to see them again, and now I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, I harbored concerns that should the authorities in the United States discover we were still alive, they might resort to lethal measures. For we were privy to too many of their conspiracies. Particularly with a prominent politician like K.S.L.N. missing, her reappearance would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. With these thoughts in mind, I finally reached the foot of the mountain. Chapter 26, the secondary radar old base. The rattan sandals on my feet allowed me to traverse flat terrain effortlessly, yet scaling the mountain proved somewhat challenging. I had to clutch my toes tightly to maintain traction. Thus, I resorted to grasping the surrounding trees as I ascended. The heaviness of the raincoat drained my stamina, prompting me to hang it on a tree. Like a primitive individual, I climbed the mountain step by step, discovering that this area was exceedingly untouched. Even paths once trodden by humans were now overgrown with shrubs and weeds. Without careful discernment, one could hardly recognize the remnants of a trail. Following this former path, I struggled uphill for roughly 30 minutes until I finally beheld a broad, flat expanse at the mountain's summit. This flatland was not a natural formation, but rather the result of human excavation. It was evident that significant work had been undertaken here. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that it was a helicopter landing pad, surrounded by several dilapidated container houses. Before those container houses, indeed, there loomed a massive structure resembling a radio telescope, perched atop a steel framework. Beneath that structure, I noticed some markings indicating the abbreviation for secondary radar. The full English designation is. Secondary radar is a crucial component of the air traffic control system, providing information on an aircraft's altitude, speed, and position to assist controllers in monitoring and directing flights. However, it was evident that this facility had been abandoned. Typically, such abandoned secondary radar installations occur because the location is unsuitable or a more appropriate site exists. This implies that other islands nearby may be present. Furthermore, secondary radar is generally established at military bases or airports. Notably, the markings displayed English text, and the metal sign bore the American flag, suggesting that other nearby islands could also be U.S. bases. Given that K.S.L.N. and I are adversaries of the current politicians, being discovered could prove fatal. Luckily, the signal flare had gone unnoticed by anyone on the other islands. Otherwise, a speedboat would have surely approached. Regardless, caution was paramount. It was evident that this island was uninhabited. I approached the nearest metal structure, opened the dilapidated door, and found a variety of odds and ends inside. Within one of the container houses, I discovered a box of clothing, several sets of coveralls. Upon inspecting the production date, I was astonished to find they were dated 15 years prior. Nonetheless, these outfits were well preserved, wrapped in plastic. I hastily donned a large-sized one. Although the clothing was in good condition, it carried a strong, musty odor, reminiscent of garments retrieved from an ancient wardrobe. However, this was certainly preferable to being without clothing. After a fortnight of nudity, the sensation of wearing clothes for the first time inexplicably filled me with joy. I imagined that if two women were to don these outfits, they would undoubtedly share in the happiness. Although this location was quite appealing, the summit offered neither water nor food, unless supplies were delivered by helicopter. It would be impossible for survivors like us to reside here. The mere act of carrying water up the mountain would be unfeasible. Even if one were to cook at the base and ascend during the night, descending by day without engaging in any other tasks, the energy expended merely from climbing would consume all caloric intake, rendering nourishment solely a means to facilitate the climb. Furthermore, one would still need to seek food and attend to other tasks. No survivor would be foolish enough to reside atop this mountain. Chapter 27, A Stream. This mountain is not the highest peak on the island. I gazed northward and discovered even taller summits, and I could not see the island's edge. In favorable weather, the limit of visibility extends to the coastline 5 kilometers away, yet I could not even glimpse the surrounding shores. This prompted me to ponder the vastness of the island, which likely harbors indigenous people. As for the secondary radar military base, it should not be situated on this island. Firstly, they did not see my signal flare. Secondly, there would be no need to reconstruct the radar within a few kilometers. It must be at least 50 to 60 nautical miles away. I did not dwell on it further and continued to gather resources in this area. I discovered a plethora of everyday items used by the maintenance personnel who once resided here, including stainless steel plates, spoons, and water bottles, along with a few cans that date back 15 years, all of which have long since expired. Additionally, I stumbled upon a stainless steel entrenching tool. Beyond that, there was little of greater value. I also came across some polyethylene synthetic ropes, remarkably durable, still resilient after 15 years. On the other side of the mountain, I found a new path. With provisions prepared, I commenced my descent along this route, only to discover a dense bamboo grove below, accompanied by the melodious sound of flowing water. It was a stream. My heart raced with excitement. I hurriedly descended, laden with supplies, the clinking of my gear echoing through the forest. To an unsuspecting observer, I might have appeared as a scavenger in this remote wilderness. Upon traversing the bamboo thicket, I soon arrived at the stream's edge. The sound I had heard earlier emanated from a waterfall cascading into a pool, with water flowing from north to south, crystal clear and lively, rushing forth with vigor. The stream babbled, droplets dancing as they splashed against the rocks, soaking them thoroughly. Such a breathtaking place filled me with an overwhelming sense of serenity. I yearned to construct a shelter here and reside with 2 women indefinitely. Perhaps this secluded life was my true desire. Yet, I quickly regained my senses. A life cut off from the world was merely a fleeting fantasy. Our descendants would struggle to adapt to such isolation unless we were willing to endure decades of solitude. Clearly, no one could withstand the monotony of such an existence. As the specter of loneliness would relentlessly gnaw at the soul, I continued my journey along the stream toward the sea. Although the environment was indeed splendid, without a stable food source, we would need to settle by the coast until we could secure a more reliable supply. With my woven sandals, I walked directly through the stream, the pebbles beneath my feet causing no harm. Rather, the cool water provided an unprecedented relief for my weary soles. After approximately 40 minutes, I finally reached the coastline, where the stream met the sea amidst a vast expanse of rocky shore. The stream cleverly concealed itself among the stones, and ahead lay a beautiful rock pool, about a meter deep, with crystal clear water that beckoned me to dive in for a refreshing bath. I imagined the joy the 2 women would feel upon arriving here. Chapter 28, A Delightful View. I leaped to the edge of the rock pool, scooping up the clear water to splash on my face. The landing point was merely a couple of 100 meters away. Following the beach would lead me through a cove and around a headland. Their landing spot was just beyond that headland. If I sprinted along the fine sand, I would soon spot the 2 women eagerly awaiting my return. The beach here was still quite fine, prompting me to remove my sandals, allowing my sensitive feet to feel the softness of the sand. Walking upon it was sheer bliss. As I proceeded westward, dusk settled in. The sunset cast a golden hue upon the sea, transforming the world into a shimmering tapestry. The gentle waves caressed the shore, producing a crisp sound. Standing on the island, I felt the sea breeze brush against my weathered face, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of orange and red. In the distance, seabirds circled gracefully, their wings glinting in the sunset's glow. The scene before me resembled an exquisite painting. In this tranquil twilight hour, all worries and fatigue were cast aside, leaving only a sense of inner peace and gratitude for life. I had never perceived dusk as such a breathtaking phenomenon. Before long, I reached the rocky outcrop at the headland, where I spotted the 2 women beside a speedboat, bare-skinned like daughters of fishermen, crouching as they struck coconuts with stones. I should have left them the small knife. It would have spared their delicate fingers from roughness. I called to them from a distance. "Hey, ladies. Do you see who it is?" I shouted, my voice reminiscent of a vendor in a bustling marketplace. They turned to look at me, clad in a brown jumpsuit. I resembled an electrician come to fix the island's wiring. Had it not been for my familiar voice, they might have struggled to recognize me, given my disheveled hair and unkempt beard. Catherine's face lit up with excitement as she ran towards me, her bare form swaying, an unexpected yet enchanting sight in the twilight. Julia quickly joined me, her face alight with wonder. "Uncle, where did you get that outfit? Have you found anyone else?" she asked, astonished. Catherine also approached, and I informed them that I had not encountered anyone on the island. It was merely an abandoned radar base. However, there might be a new radar station nearby, a government facility. Given our unique status, if discovered, we would not be escorted back to civilization. Rather, we could face dire consequences. For now, we must remain discreet, at least until I could assess the situation further. Julia, although not directly involved, was inadvertently swept into this predicament, so she too must remain cautious. I advised them both. Julia appeared somewhat disheartened, but nodded in understanding. Do not be dismayed. Follow me, and I shall take you to a splendid place, I said with a smile. Knowing they rarely saw me express joy, which surely indicated something truly remarkable awaited them. Chapter 29, Future Plans. The two women trailed behind me, Julia examining the sandals I had woven, her expression one of pure curiosity, as if she had never encountered such primitive footwear. Her youthful sense of discovery and wonder remained unscathed by adversity, a rare and cherished innocence. I led them over the headland into the cove, soon arriving at a rocky beach where the sand was littered with pebbles, lacking the softness of the beach we had traversed earlier. Julia slipped on the sandals I had crafted, her small feet resembling a child's in oversized shoes. Catherine and I walked barefoot, carefully navigating the patches of sand free from stones, leaving distinct footprints behind. Uncle, where is this wonderful place you spoke of? Julia inquired playfully. Do you see the pile of rocks ahead? It lies just beyond that, I replied. Catherine and Julia gazed at me with anticipation, their expressions mirroring that of girls awaiting a surprise from their boyfriends. I quickened my pace, leading them to the rocky formation, and soon they could hear the soothing sound of flowing water. Behind a smooth rock standing about 1.5 meters high was the stone pit. Mere meters from the waves, during high tide, the sea would likely reach this spot, and it was already drawing near. Beside the stone pit lay the supplies I had transported from the mountaintop. As the two women arrived, they were instantly captivated by the sight of the stone pit. Uncle, is this the wonderful place you mentioned? Julia asked in surprise. It could serve as a natural bathtub. Indeed, you can bathe here. But it would be prudent to clear away the pebbles at the bottom to avoid any injuries, I advised them. Without hesitation, Julia squatted down into the water, the cool stream enveloping her youthful form, rising to her delicate neck. Their disheveled hair, laden with salt, could certainly use a good wash. Catherine was equally moved by the locale, casting a grateful glance in my direction. Mr. D, did you bring those supplies down from the mountaintop? Catherine inquired curiously. Yes. There is nothing else of use up there, although the few dilapidated shipping containers can serve as shelter. However, the food supply is insufficient for prolonged habitation on the summit. I explained. What will we do about food by the seaside? Catherine asked, a hint of concern in her voice. The seaside is undoubtedly superior to the mountainous terrain. This island harbors few animals, making survival difficult, but the ocean offers a bountiful array of resources. Given ample time, I will ensure we thrive here. Once we regain our strength, we can explore other options, I reassured her. Catherine nodded thoughtfully before asking, should we set up a distress signal here? I believe it unnecessary. Places with radar bases rarely see fishermen passing by, and any vessels delivering supplies to the radar base are likely government-owned. We must remain undetected for now. However, if we spot a supply ship, we can devise a plan to commandeer it, I stated. Catherine grasped my future intentions, understanding that, with my current physical condition, I was ill-equipped to seize a ship or scout the surroundings. Only through regaining our health could we foster greater hope. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. D. Catherine expressed with heartfelt gratitude. There is no need for thanks. Our predicament is interconnected. Now, let us all enjoy a bath before changing into those clothes over there, I replied, gesturing as I shed my own garments. Chapter 30. Cleansing the grime. Perhaps due to our time adrift at sea, we had grown accustomed to bareness, and the three of us submerged in the refreshing stream felt no embarrassment. Lacking soap, the cool waters sufficed to cleanse our bodies, although our backs remained unwashed. Relying on each other for assistance. With the amount of dirt accumulated, we spent nearly half an hour in the water, focusing on particularly troublesome areas. For them, it was relatively simple, but for us men, the task proved more challenging, especially in wrinkled skin and hidden areas. After my thorough scrubbing, the result bore little resemblance to its former state, resembling freshly washed sweet potatoes. The two women gazed at me, their eyes gleaming with interest as they lowered their heads. I offered no explanation, for there was nothing to clarify, and my intentions toward them were not improper. It was merely a physiological necessity. I donned my clothes and addressed them. Uncle, will we have something to eat tonight? Julia inquired, looking up at me with her youthful face. We have no other food. Do you still wish for coconuts? I asked. I would love to eat, but our jaws are quite fatigued. It's hard to chew. If only we had something else, Julia replied with anticipation. At this hour, coconut crabs might emerge to forage. If I could catch a couple during the night, we would be fortunate indeed. I promised not to let her hopes be dashed, indulging her enthusiasm. Julia gleefully cheered, her skin radiant and bright post-wash. Her hair damp and alluring. They required no heavy makeup. Their eyes and movements radiated a natural femininity and grace, an inherent charm. Catching coconut crabs was not a difficult task. Understanding their habits was key. I merely needed to strike when they were engrossed in their meal. Of course, these seafood delicacies could not serve as staples. To survive on this island with long-term plans, we must locate starchy staples. Otherwise, our bodies would struggle to adapt without carbohydrates, hindering recovery to a healthy state. Lacking a flashlight, I had to place these coconuts atop a stump. This way, when the coconut crabs climbed up to feast, I could see them in the dim moonlight. If I pinned them to the ground, even if I spotted them, they would quickly flee at the slightest disturbance. And without a flashlight, I could not pursue them. The situation changed atop the stump. After securing the stump, the two women approached, and I was ready to crack open the coconuts as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Clad in their garments, they appeared even more beautiful, perhaps due to the prolonged time I had seen them unclothed. Catherine, with her curvaceous figure, exuded a captivating allure, while Julia, though Korean, also possessed a physique that leaned toward Western aesthetics, perfectly aligning with my preferences. They draped their freshly washed hair over their shoulders, but it was not drying quickly, so they continuously fiddled with their ends to expedite the evaporation of moisture. Noticing me carrying coconuts and a stump into the woods, they offered to assist, and I willingly handed them several coconuts. I ventured into the forest, alongside the protruding rocks, where numerous uneven stones provided hiding spots for the coconut crabs. I knew I could not extract them easily, as the crevices beneath the stones were narrow, and the crabs could easily break branches and retreat deeper into their lairs. Once startled, they might not re-emerge for quite some time. I drove the stump into the ground beside the rocks until it stood firmly, then took a coconut and struck it forcefully against the top of the stump. The powerful impact shattered the coconut shell, but first, I had to remove some of the fibrous outer layer to expose the hard shell within. The coconut juice flowed down the stump, releasing a fragrant aroma that would waft into nearby crevices, enticing the crabs to emerge once darkness fell. The two women were intrigued by my method of capturing coconut crabs, having little understanding of the underlying principles until I explained it to them. Tonight, to efficiently catch coconut crabs, we should all set out together. Every catch is a small victory, allowing us to relish the pleasure of the hunt, I declared to the two women. They were filled with excitement about the adventure ahead. Partially, it was driven by the necessity of survival, but also by the tedium of drifting at sea for 13 days, making them eager to partake in any new and enjoyable experiences. I had no reservations about imparting this fascinating knowledge to them. They could become valuable contributors in this endeavor. Soon, 5 traps specifically designed for the coconut crab were completed. To call them traps may be misleading, as they do not actively attack, yet they possess the ability to capture the coconut crabs. As we emerged from the forest, the sun had fully descended beneath the horizon, and the sky was swiftly succumbing to the embrace of night. However, this transition between day and night was akin to a translucent jade. The moon and colorful clouds above transformed into exquisite patterns upon this jade, creating a breathtaking sight. The three of us were in high spirits throughout the day, reveling in the beauty of the scenery around us. Lying on the speedboat, gazing at the enchanting sky, slumber eluded us as we eagerly anticipated a delightful coconut crab dinner that evening. Beside me lay Catherine. After her bath, she emanated a potent aura of femininity, and her gaze upon me softened considerably, perhaps in hope that I might take the initiative. This could lead to something more pleasurable on this beautiful and memorable first day. Chapter 32. Innocence and Naivety. While I perceived Catherine's intentions, I refrained from acting upon them, knowing that her desires were purely physiological and devoid of deeper significance, and my stamina was insufficient to keep pace. The preceding 13 days adrift at sea had been a torment, both physically and mentally, compounded by my body's lack of adequate nourishment. Thus, I found little interest in such matters. Women, however, are different. As long as they feel happiness and security, they can effortlessly release themselves from any pressure, a trait rooted in their very genes. Certainly, had I been in my late teens or early 20s, my hormones would have been at their peak, leaving no room for hesitation. Now, at 32, both my physical and mental faculties pale in comparison to my youthful self. The only aspect I surpass my younger self in is the depth of my thoughts. In contrast, women over 30 often experience their bodies awakening to desire, their cravings for men surpassing those of their younger years. This phenomenon stems from ancient times, when older women sought to assert their value within their tribes, where the ability to bear children and contribute labor were paramount. Men tended to favor younger women, and if older women did not take the initiative, they risked losing their reproductive rights and the protection of men. In the interest of survival, hormones would stimulate women at this juncture, prompting them to become more proactive in securing higher value. Catherine seemed to believe I was oblivious to her intentions, her hand gently caressing my abdominal muscles while her red lips brushed against my ear. Her voluptuous form lay closely beside my strong arm, her long, rounded legs curled atop me. I sat up, consciously avoiding Catherine, yet I did not wish to wound her pride. "Uncle, may I join you?" Julia, unable to sleep, perked up at my words, clearly in a state of heightened excitement. "Then come along." I did not refuse and patted Catherine gently. "Catherine, would you like to accompany us to gather some firewood?" I inquired. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. Why don't you go ahead?" Catherine declined our invitation. However, I did not encourage Julia to venture too far in, as tropical islands often harbor poisonous creatures such as scorpions, toxic frogs, venomous snakes, poisonous spiders, and fire ants. These are quite common in tropical locales. Typically, the islands frequented by tourists are specially managed, thus differing significantly from true deserted islands. Without proper medical facilities, we must avoid contact with such hazardous creatures. We collected numerous dried coconut palm leaves along the beach, and I instructed Julia to stack them together. When we captured the coconut crabs, we would ignite a bonfire for roasting. Julia was brimming with excitement, as if we had come here not as castaways but as tourists, about to hold a bonfire party by the seaside. She danced joyfully on the sand. The innocence and exuberance of youth stirred my own emotions. For such purity belongs solely to children and young girls. For someone like me, a man of age, this remains an unattainable treasure, akin to the irretrievable joys of childhood. Thus, witnessing Julia's exuberance, even in her inactivity, deeply moved me. Chapter 33, Nostalgic Memories. At Julia's age, she ought to be living a carefree life. She reminded me of someone from my past. I once asked her if she knew I was a mercenary. She replied affirmatively. "Aren't you afraid I might wake up and kill you?" I inquired. She gazed at me with her large, beautiful eyes, and I could sense her fear. Yet she likely had never contemplated such an outcome. Her innocence revealed a radiant aspect of humanity. After a long pause, she expressed her desire for no one to die, wishing to return to her high school days, enjoying blissful moments with teachers and classmates. She asked me when the war would end and whether her younger brothers could grow up amidst the flames and bloodshed of conflict. Yet, I felt utterly powerless. After 2 months together, the war still raged on. Though I had healed, it was time for us to part ways. Before leaving, I gifted her $3,000, sufficient for their expenses for some time. Alina tearfully bid me farewell, asking if, when the war concluded, she could seek me out, expressing her wish to marry a man like me. I remain uncertain whether she and her 2 young, unfortunate brothers are still alive. Reflecting upon this, I find myself unsettled, fervently hoping they are safe in some aid-supported country. This is a profound anguish and emotion I have buried deep within. Perhaps it is due to a unique bond one share with Alina that I find solace in Julia. This explains why she often evokes emotions within me inexplicably. It is a common human experience. Each of us is inherently lonely and solitary. Many spend their lives seeking companionship, attempting to alleviate their solitude. I have long learned to coexist with my loneliness. Even stranded on a deserted island, I could sustain myself alone. Julia, unable to contain her excitement, implored me to see the coconut crabs. I told her that while the coconut crabs might have emerged, they were likely preoccupied with eating coconuts, and to disturb them now would be unwise. We should wait until they were engrossed in their feast before attempting to catch them, allowing them to transition from savoring delicacies to becoming a delicacy themselves. Julia settled on the beach, striving to suppress her curiosity, gazing at the sea and the brilliant starry sky as I sat beside her. Julia bombarded me with endless questions: why I became a mercenary, how I ended up working as a spy, and she mentioned her travels to Shagwa, praising its beauty and allure. She expressed a desire to settle there, believing it to be filled with hope, while lamenting that her own Korea had long been under the control of chaebols, leaving the common people unable to rise. Even officials were subject to the influence of these business magnates. Students like her faced 2 paths: to study diligently and become a cog in the chaebol machine, or to become entertainment stars, mere playthings for the wealthy. Attempting to start small businesses was futile. Her father had worked hard to attain Czech citizenship, so in a strict sense, she was now a Czech national. We engaged in delightful conversation for a while, and as I noticed the time was right, I quietly led Julia into the forest, preparing to capture the coconut crabs. The little girl's face radiated anticipation, reminiscent of my childhood when I first accompanied my father to my grandmother's countryside home, armed with a flashlight to catch frogs in the fields. Those moments were truly blissful. Even the cacophony of insects at night felt charming and exhilarating. The emotions tied to our harvest were indescribable, and even now, they remain vividly etched in my memory. Chapter 34, Capturing Coconut Crabs. We had no flashlight or torches, yet the moonlight tonight was particularly bright, piercing through the gaps in the trees and casting its glow upon the coconut grove. We moved stealthily, careful not to make a sound that might startle the coconut crabs feasting nearby. Jia wore the pair of woven rattan shoes I had crafted, while I went barefoot, armed with ropes made from coconut palm fibers instead of buckets or bags. These ropes were as resilient as straw twine. Once we caught a coconut crab, we could swiftly bind its pincers and tether it to a wooden stake, securing it alongside its food. Before long, we arrived at the first wooden stake. Unfortunately, it bore no coconut crabs, and Juya's initial excitement was significantly dampened, yet she remained undeterred. We proceeded to the second stake. Within minutes, we reached it, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a large, plump coconut crab diligently cracking open the coconut meat with its strong, sharp pincers to feed itself. Its clumsy demeanor was utterly endearing. Juya, nearly bursting with excitement, crept up quietly from behind. I had warned her to be cautious of its claws, for being pinched would be quite a predicament. Yet, Juya seemed unfazed, perhaps intoxicated by her enthusiasm or simply a naturally brave girl. To ensure everything went smoothly, I positioned myself nearby, ready to spring into action should the crab attempt to escape. I would not rob her of the joy of capturing the coconut crab. Like a stealthy little cat, she approached the crab from behind, unaware that it was soon to become someone else's delectable dish. With her hands outstretched and her gaze fixed intently on the crab, she moved cautiously, akin to a little leopard. At last, the moment arrived when she was certain her prey could not flee. She lunged forward, seizing the crab's hard shell. As she lifted it, the crab flailed its limbs like a giant spider, looking quite intimidating. "I've caught it! I've caught it!" Juya exclaimed in excitement. "Hush! If you scare away the coconut crabs at the other 3 stakes, there will be nothing left for you," I cautioned the exuberant girl. "Oh, uncle, please bind its pincers," Juya whispered eagerly. I had already prepared for this, swiftly fashioning a slipknot around one claw and pulling tight to secure it. I repeated the process for the other claw, then tied the main rope around its waist and firmly secured it to the stake. I lifted the stake from the ground, resting it on my shoulder. After completing this task, Juya and I exchanged gleeful smiles, and I too felt a childlike joy. We then ventured toward another hunting spot, now moving cautiously and observing our surroundings as we approached the next wooden stake, mindful of our strategy. Sure enough, the next stake also housed a coconut crab. In this unspoiled tropical island, coconut crabs were quite abundant. Juya, still brimming with excitement, employed the same method to catch this one, though it proved to be more cunning. Unbeknownst to it, I had blocked its escape route, and as I lunged forward, I pinned it down. Juya, too engrossed in the moment, nearly collided with me. But I dodged just in time, causing her to tumble into my arms. With one arm securing the crab, which was nearly as thick as Juya's thigh, I pushed her aside. She let out a yelp as she landed on the ground. Meanwhile, I held the coconut crab down firmly. "Come quickly and help me catch it," I reminded her like a caring father. Chapter 35. Our first cooked meal after landing on the island. Juya regained her composure and promptly assisted me in subduing the coconut crab. Using the same technique, we managed to catch another crab at the last 2 stakes. We had successfully harvested 3 crabs, as if fate had orchestrated this abundance for us. I retrieved the flint from the rescue box and began to ignite the gathered firewood. I placed a bit of tinder beneath the flint and vigorously scraped the flint blade, causing sparks to rain down onto the tinder, instantly igniting it. I carried the flame to the woodpile, fanning it gently until a lively bonfire erupted. We gathered around the fire, holding the skewered coconut crabs above the dancing flames. While charcoal would enhance the flavor, the exquisite ingredients required only simple cooking to satisfy our palates. Lacking any other seasonings, we roasted the crabs directly over the fire. I opened some coconuts, envisioning a delightful meal where we could sip fresh coconut water while relishing the succulent crab meat. This lifestyle was a dream come true for many urban dwellers. Although we found ourselves stranded on a deserted island, a shift in mindset allowed us to embrace the experience as that of vacationing travelers. We were about to savor the delicious meat of the coconut crab. Our first cooked meal since escaping the medical ship, the unforgettable sensation was beyond description. It reminded me of Robinson Crusoe, who, after 6 days on the island, finally enjoyed cooked food, a goat washed ashore by the waves. Unlike him, we had caught our meal through our own efforts rather than relying on nature's bounty. The feeling was even more delightful. Our faces were illuminated with uncontainable joy. Perhaps this was the essence of happiness. Emerging from despair to feast on delicious food was nothing short of miraculous. "Mr. D, thank you for the meal," Catherine expressed her gratitude with utmost politeness. I smiled and replied, "You should thank this little girl. She caught them all." Juya beamed with pride, eliciting smiles from both Catherine and me. "By the way, Mr. D, how large is this island?" Catherine inquired as she ate. "At present, it remains unclear, unless I scale the northern peak, which rises at least 300 to 400 meters. If I do, I should be able to gauge the island's dimensions, I responded. Once we establish a stable dwelling and fully recover our strength, I will continue my observations of the island. Previously, those stationed here must have left behind numerous hidden structures. Typically, personnel at such bases grow bored and often construct enclosures for raising pigs, sheep, and chickens. When they relocate, they often lack the time to take these animals with them, leading to their release into the wild to fend for themselves. If fortune favors us, it is conceivable that we may discover the descendants of these livestock on the island. Of course, this is merely conjecture. A field investigation will ultimately reveal the truth. My hypothesis is grounded in reason, as certain professions such as those in wastewater treatment plants, station soldiers, and park rangers often develop such habits due to their occupations. Chapter 36. The following day on the island. The ocean breeze, bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight, enveloped us as we gathered around the bonfire, having finally savored our first meal. The shells of the coconut crabs lay scattered on the ground, left unattended as we sat contentedly on the beach, gazing at the sky and relishing this tranquil and blissful moment. Reclining on the speedboat, the sensation of fullness in our bellies brought us immense comfort. Catherine, too, felt fatigued and soon succumbed to slumber. Conversely, Julia, overwhelmed by the day's joyful activities, clung to my arm and took a while to drift into sleep. That night, I experienced a delightful dream, envisioning a life on the island free from worries, far removed from the clamor of the city, political strife, and the brutality of war. I found solace in this isolation and began to contemplate relinquishing my desire for vengeance. However, such decisions are not solely mine to make. The powers that be would inevitably learn of our escape from the medical ship. Possessing damning information against him, he would not rest until he found us. And I suspected he had already dispatched individuals to scour the vast ocean for our whereabouts. Yet, the ocean is immense, making the search no simple task. He remains unaware of whether we have landed in Indonesia or are still marooned on an uninhabited island. Locating us would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, unless we unwittingly expose ourselves by locating a nearby radar station, which would promptly reveal our presence. Thus, our utmost caution must be exercised to avoid detection by the members of any radar bases unless we hold the advantage. I resolved to set aside such thoughts. For tomorrow we must again ponder our food supply. Our staple could be the countless coconuts on the island, as coconut water and flesh are rich in proteins, fructose, glucose, sucrose, fats, vitamins, potassium, calcium, and magnesium, with the flesh containing approximately 35% oil content, making it an adequate short-term food source. If time permits, I could also render some coconut oil from the flesh to salt the wild vegetables found near the riverbank, as inclement weather may sometimes hinder our ability to forage. The following morning, I took the women to gather coconuts. To ensure sustainable harvesting, I refrained from cutting down the coconut trees, instead fashioning a climbing harness to increase friction and ascend like a frog. Armed with a small knife affixed to a wooden stake, I climbed the coconut trees, harvesting clusters of coconuts. I instructed the women to gather as many coconuts as possible, cracking open the flesh to dry it into small pieces that we could readily consume or use for soup. Once we stockpiled a sufficient amount of food, we could devote time to constructing a comfortable shelter or perhaps search for a suitable cave like Robinson Crusoe. However, finding a cave is a matter of chance. I spent the morning harvesting coconuts, processing them by noon, and by afternoon we laid the prepared coconuts out on the rocky shore to dry. After a day of labor, we were thoroughly exhausted. Concerned that rain might descend the following day and spoil our dried coconuts, I fashioned a rain cover to protect them. Our speedboat now lacked a canopy, and it was imperative to shield our food from moisture while also safeguarding ourselves from the rain to avoid illness. Yet, time was short for constructing a shelter. After bathing, the two women emerged from the water, clad in clean attire, presenting a stark contrast to my rugged appearance. Evoking a sense of a wild man encountering modernity, I realized it was high time to tend to my beard. Chapter 37. The night's downpour. As evening approached, we relocated several times to capture coconut crabs. With Julia's ample experience, I refrained from direct involvement, allowing her and Catherine to take charge. I remained occupied, utilizing a screwdriver from the toolbox to disassemble the speedboat's ignition battery and front light. These items could serve as distress signals, particularly to passing cruise ships or fishing vessels. The light signal consists of 3 short flashes followed by 3 long ones, indicating a request to halt, while 3 short and 1 long conveys a need for assistance. Thus, this light could be of utility, contingent upon our fortune in encountering a fishing boat. The battery, not particularly large, approximately the size of a standard electric motorcycle battery, contained a safety switch, alleviating concerns regarding exposed terminals. For added safety, I burned some unnecessary plastic panels from the speedboat, sealing the terminals with the melted plastic to render them waterproof. By activating the safety switch, I could readily utilize the light. Given that the power source diminishes with each use, I intended to reserve it for critical moments. Lacking a watch, we were uncertain of the exact time as night fell. Sensing it was time, we ventured into the woods to capture coconut crabs. However, Julia and Catherine's placement of traps lacked finesse, resulting in an unsuccessful evening without a single crab caught. I advised them to position traps near large rocks in the forest, within 3 to 4 meters, or amongst piles of stones, as well as beneath coconut trees and coral reefs. "Uncle, what shall we do tomorrow? Shall we continue to harvest coconuts?" Julia inquired, her youthful voice bright and clear as she lay beside me, her lips nearly brushing against my cheek, allowing me to feel her warm breath. On the other side, Catherine also leaned closer, eager to know my plans for the next day. Sandwiched between the two women, I could distinctly sense their feminine fragrances. Not a true scent, but rather the hormonal signals they emitted to attract attention, akin to the courtship behaviors observed in nature. I explained that tropical islands are prone to rain. Our recent luck in avoiding it was merely a stroke of fortune. Once the rain begins, it may persist unrelentingly, leaving us without sufficient dry firewood, and should strong winds arise, our vessel could be swept back into the sea. The leafy canopy above us would hardly withstand such gusts. Thus, tomorrow we must contemplate constructing a shelter, a place to store firewood, maintaining dryness and coolness to enhance our quality of life. "Uncle, what shall we do about our boat?" Gia asked. I replied that since I had turned down Catherine's advances last night, she seemed weary today and did not exhibit the same eagerness as before. Otherwise, I would have been fatigued throughout the day. The night was particularly tranquil. But as the hours wore on, a sudden rain began to fall. Though light, the wind drove the rain into our cabin, causing the makeshift leafy canopy affixed to the speedboat to rustle ominously. We were all roused by the rain, cuddling closely in the section shielded from the rain. The two soft bodies pressed against me on either side as I wrapped my arms around them. In that moment, we resembled fledglings huddled together in a nest, drenched by the rain, seeking warmth against the cold. On a tropical island, although the nighttime temperature is not particularly low, the wind and rain can make one feel quite cold. Chapter 38, My First Love. Holding two women in my embrace. I was reminded of my days studying in Russia at the age of 18, particularly of a Moscow girl named Anna, who can be said to have altered the course of my destiny. Anna was my first love, embodying the sensuality and exuberance characteristic of many Moscow women. And she was an art student. Our paths crossed when I was in need of money, prompting me to apply for a position as a life model in an art class. This position was highly coveted, offering over 20,000 rubles per hour, equivalent to approximately 1,500 renminbi. After 5 hours of work, I had earned enough to cover my expenses for 2 months. It was quite rare for a person of Chinese descent to take on such a role as a nude model, but my strong physique and well-defined features made me an immediate choice. At that time, I was still somewhat reserved and had never even been in a romantic relationship, something that drew laughter from my fellow students in Russia. I took on this modeling job for financial reasons, and Anna was one of the art students in that class. She was exceptionally beautiful and often smiled at me, though I did not understand the reason behind her smiles. Some girls in the class provocatively exposed their fair skin to tease me, which resulted in my unintentional reactions as I sat there modeling. I vividly recall how the art students mocked me, yet I had no choice but to persist for the sake of money. I was in a rebellious phase, having had a falling out with my family, and I was reluctant to rely on my father's finances. This decision ultimately led to the severe consequences I later faced. Anna was bold. During a break, she approached me, and in the restroom, we engaged in an unforgettable encounter. I had never imagined that a girl could be so audacious, and she left an indelible mark on my life. Anna informed me that the boys in the class were not mocking me out of disdain, but out of jealousy for my strength. While the girls admired me and wished to befriend me, this may be an experience of first love that a man carries with him throughout his life. My first love was undoubtedly beautiful. However, one day, I encountered a school bully who sought to assert his dominance by attempting to take Anna away in front of me. They assumed we would not dare to act as courageously as the Koreans, believing we would merely seek to avoid conflict. Unbeknownst to them, this provoked my national pride, and I issued a challenge. Drawing upon my years of learning martial arts and my exceptional physical condition, I struck him with a fatal blow. This incident led to the bully's father taking me to court. My parents visited me during that time, but Anna never appeared again after that event. I often wonder if she still remembers me. I paid a heavy price for my impulsive actions. Later, I discovered from classmates that Anna's father forbade her from seeing me. 13 years have passed, and I am now a man in my 30s. Perhaps Anna is now a married woman. Yet, she remains unaware of the myriad experiences I endured as a result of that incident, which shaped the person I am today. Life is unpredictable. As I ponder these memories, my eyes remain perpetually damp. Julia touches the tears on my face, mistaking them for raindrops. She quietly rests against my chest, and I hold her tightly in my embrace, reminiscent of how I once held Anna in my youth. Chapter 39. A day of hard labor. The light rain persisted until dawn, only ceasing as the sun began to rise above the horizon. The three of us huddled together through the night, our bonds having grown stronger through shared hardships, becoming spiritual anchors for one another. Thus, upon waking, there was no awkwardness, only the warmth of having slept together. The rain's persistence heightened our urgency to find a sanctuary, for it was clear we could not continue living on the speedboat indefinitely. If another storm were to arise, the boat would not withstand it, leaving us as pitiful survivors, displaced by the tempest. Catherine chose to stay behind, while Julia and I followed the stream upstream. After 20 minutes, we arrived at a bamboo grove, distinct from the one near the pond at the foot of the mountain, which was still a 10-minute walk away. The terrain here was relatively flat, making it suitable for constructing a shelter. Utilizing bamboo for this purpose would be quite manageable. If I were to use a small knife, I would scarcely make any progress in a day, and my hands would bear the brunt of the effort. Thankfully, we had a resilient and sharp rope saw, compact enough to fit in my pocket, yet remarkably effective. I first selected a clear area, cleaned the ground, and mapped out the dimensions and type of shelter we would build. With these plans in place, I calculated the necessary bamboo sizes, allowing me to work more efficiently without needing to measure repeatedly. After determining the required bamboo lengths and sizes, I began to cut down the bamboo in earnest. Initially, using the rope saw was quite smooth, but as the workload increased, my fingers began to strain painfully. At that moment, I wished fervently for an axe or a lumberjack's hook knife to alleviate the toil. Julia was equally industrious. She picked up a flat stone, and, as I cut down each bamboo stalk, she would use it to knock off the branches, leaving the bamboo bare. When hunger struck, we would munch on pieces of coconut flesh from our pockets, and when thirsty, we drank the coconut water stored in our bottles. After a morning's labor, we were drenched in sweat, yet Julia did not complain about the exertion. She wiped the sweat from her face and forehead, revealing a cheerful, flushed visage. "Uncle, do you think there are fish in this stream?" we asked as we rested on the rocks by the water, chewing on coconut chunks. Julia's bright, sparkling eyes were fixed on the flowing stream. I replied with a smile that this pristine stream was certainly home to fish, though observing the water flow, I surmised they were likely small, no larger than my little toe. During our break, I fashioned numerous splints, which would prove invaluable when constructing our shelter. Additionally, I gathered some small vines to weave into rudimentary footwear. Although these would not last long, they would suffice until I could collect enough fibrous plants and dry them. Alongside the stream, I gathered a considerable amount of fibrous plants, which, once dried or roasted, could be used to create the necessary materials for crafting ropes. However, my intention was not to make ropes, but to fashion a few suitable pairs of grass shoes to protect our feet. By midday, Julia and I scoured the area for more fibrous plants, laying them out on the rocks to dry, and planning to roast them by the fire that evening, being careful not to burn them. After gathering a substantial amount of fibrous plants, Julia was bitten by caterpillars and mosquitoes, causing her skin to break out in welts. Therefore, in the afternoon, I decided she should stay behind with Catherine at the rocky beach while I continued to cut bamboo. It was clear that I would not be able to finish constructing the shelter today. Merely cutting and preparing the necessary bamboo consumed all my time. Chapter 40. Julia's thoughts. Due to the loss of blood, my physical strength has significantly diminished. After a day of labor, I felt utterly exhausted, my vision dimming, compounded by a lack of nourishment. Weakly, I waved at them, indicating that I was going to bathe, and made my way to the rocky water pool. Shedding my one-piece work uniform to reveal my sinewy physique, marred by numerous scars from battle, Julia neatly folded a clean work uniform and placed it on a pristine rock beside me, holding a piece of fabric she had cut from somewhere. She stood by the pool, saying, "Uncle, let me scrub your back." I had no objections, as I was too fatigued to wash my own back. Thus, I acquiesced. To avoid getting her clothes wet, Julia removed her own clean uniform, revealing her smooth skin, which glistened with youthful vitality. It was evident she had bathed while I was working. She leapt into the pool, gently scrubbing my back with the small piece of cloth. Fully aware of my past and the origins of my scars, she refrained from asking questions and attentively tended to my wounds, as if deciphering the stories behind them. Occasionally, she would curiously inquire, "Aren't you afraid when you go to the battlefield?" I explained that the children in those Middle Eastern countries live in constant fear of artillery, while their adults endure a hellish existence of war and bloodshed. They have no choice, nor do I. Fear is inevitable, yet with time, it transforms into helplessness and anger. After finishing with my back, Julia proceeded to scrub my sturdy arms, even attending to other sensitive areas without my consent. I grasped her delicate white hand in the water. Julia's cheeks flushed crimson, and I refrained from scolding her. I glanced at her, submerged in the water. Her exquisite face ablaze with color, her eyes shyly glistening. I realized she was being intentional. This little girl harbored some secret thoughts. Perhaps it was a subtle competition between two women. In truth, Catherine would never regard Julia as a rival, for as a female politician, she understood that someone like me would not be ensnared by so-called love. Julia, in her innocence, believed that if she won my favor, I would become her boyfriend or something more. In this isolated environment, her mindset was not surprising, yet she remained oblivious to the complexities of the adult world, which was far from her simplistic imagination. She might think I could only choose between her and Catherine, but in reality, I would choose neither. Our current relationship sufficed without devolving into entangled complications. Catherine had already secured the coconut meat within her raincoat. Observing us in the water, she smiled and remarked, "Xiaoya, you've bathed twice. Be careful not to catch a chill." At that moment, I had finished bathing, stood up, and seated myself on the clean rock nearby, allowing the droplets on my body to fall before donning the fresh work uniform Julia had prepared for me. Both women could not help but gaze at me, their minds wandering to matters of affection as the days grew somewhat stable. Yet, I remained tense, my body still weak, and our living conditions remained poor. Presently, with no illness or storm, we appeared relatively content. They lacked any sense of security or foresight for the future. I needed to hasten the construction of our shelter, prepare ample food and firewood, and strategize for long-term survival, while also taking the time to scout the island's environment. Chapter 41 was truly tantalizing. During the day, I toiled in the bamboo forest, while the two women busied themselves gathering enough firewood and dry leaves to pile on the beach. They awaited the night to catch a coconut crab or two to satisfy their cravings. Ever since yesterday's meal, they had been incessantly yearning for another. This desire was entirely natural, for we had not had a proper meal in over 2 weeks, and our taste buds were starved. Merely thinking of any delectable food made our mouths water uncontrollably. Even a single egg, a bowl of wonton noodles, a freshly baked loaf of bread, a bowl of meat soup, or porridge could keep us awake with hunger all night. Indeed, I too longed to enhance our culinary situation. Yet, time constraints limited my strength and opportunity to produce salt, catch fresh fish for soup, or construct a stove. Catherine and Julia had eagerly entered the coconut grove, meticulously selecting prime locations for traps. I refrained from interfering, as I was already fatigued from the day, and some tasks necessitated collaboration to avoid overwhelming any one person. Seizing the opportunity before darkness fell, I climbed a tall reef to the west. The sea breeze tousled my damp hair, aiding in evaporating the moisture, which was one of my reasons for ascending this height. I procured some bird eggs while also observing another stretch of beach behind the reef. This beach was longer than ours, and I deemed it necessary to investigate it at night. Perhaps it would yield unexpected rewards. "Uncle, what are you holding?" Julia's voice preceded her arrival, her bright laughter and youthful tone always lifting my spirits. Perhaps this is a common trait among Korean girls, regardless of its prevalence. Her chirpy presence, akin to a little bird, instilled in me a sense of comfort that is difficult to articulate, a feeling reminiscent of the warmth of humanity. I revealed the bird eggs I held, and Julia's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth and leaped with joy. "Bird eggs? How wonderful! We can finally change our diet." I smiled at her exuberance, and my heart swelled with inexplicable joy as I placed the dozen pale blue seabird eggs into her delicate hands. Her face radiated happiness and surprise, resembling the expression of someone receiving a gift from a beloved. "What kind of eggs are these?" Julia inquired. "They are likely seagull eggs, for only seagulls prefer to build their nests on these rocky outcrops. The shearwaters, in contrast, prefer to lay their eggs in burrows they excavate in the sand." "Much like the clever sea turtles," I replied. "Uncle, you are truly remarkable. How did I not think of that?" Although it had rained the previous night, the firewood the women had gathered during the day had dried under the sun. Catherine was pleased as well, though not as lively as Julia. "Mr. D, how do we prepare these bird eggs?" Catherine asked. "We can boil them in a stainless steel dish filled with water for hard-boiled eggs, or make egg soup. Though without salt, the soup may not be very flavorful," I explained. "How about we make some salt tomorrow?" Catherine's enthusiasm was evidently rekindled, likely influenced by Julia's optimism. She no longer maintained the poise and seriousness typical of a politician. "That sounds good. Tomorrow, you can join me in the bamboo grove to gather some bamboo tubes for filtering seawater. Then we can boil the salt in the dish," I suggested. Recognizing that while I lacked the time to undertake these tasks myself, it was certainly feasible for the two women to accomplish them. "All right, I shall take on this task," Catherine said with a smile. The beautiful flames leaped up, igniting the logs arranged beneath. Catherine went to fetch a plate and brought back water. Meanwhile, I sat on the beach, contemplating our plan to visit the western shore later that evening. Chapter 42, Morning Actions. The dozen or so pale blue bird eggs floated in a stainless steel plate, bobbing to the surface like little diving ducklings peeking their heads out. I fashioned a rudimentary stove using 2 stones, and Juya placed the stainless steel plate atop it. I then added 2 burning dry branches to the stove to heat it up. Juya leaned forward, extending her tiny finger and earnestly counting the floating bird eggs. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 17. 7 for Uncle, and 5 each for Aunt Catherine and me. At this moment, Juya had taken on the role of a fair little distributor. I chuckled softly but said nothing. This stainless steel plate, military style and rectangular, was not only quite deep but also made of thick material, allowing it to function as a pot. It wasn't long before the water boiled, and the bird eggs quickly cooked. I used chopsticks made from bushes to retrieve them and place them into their respective plates. We soaked the steaming hot bird eggs in cool water, making it easy to peel off the shells. Each bite was reminiscent of quail eggs, brimming with a delightful protein-rich aroma. Juya and Catherine were beaming with joy. Juya remarked, while eating, that she would check again tomorrow to see if there were more bird eggs, for they were simply delectable. My body was in dire need of nourishment, and these bird eggs were precisely what I required, though lacking in fibrous vegetable matter, which might make them less digestible. A few hours later, a woman ventured into the woods to inspect the traps they had set, hoping to catch some coconut crabs. However, the result was still a barren one. I encouraged them not to lose heart and suggested that come dawn, before the sun had risen, they join me on a visit to the western beach, where perhaps other delightful treasures awaited. Thus, we snacked on some dried coconut before settling down for sleep. I had originally intended to rise in the middle of the night to check the western beach, but fatigue overwhelmed me, and I remained still. It was not until dawn approached that I roused the 2 women, urging them to stealthily accompany me westward, like stowaways along the shore. We climbed atop the massive coral rock. Uncle, did you bring us here so early to collect bird eggs? Juya whispered inquisitively. No, gathering bird eggs is hardly worth such an early rise. Besides, they cannot fly, I replied with a smile. Then why are we here? Juya asked, her curiosity piqued. While Catherine wore a look of confusion, I instructed them to crouch on the rocks and peer toward the western beach in the moonlight. At that moment, the eastern horizon began to show a hint of light, heralding the dawn. On the western beach, dark figures were making their way toward the sea. As we focused closely, we discerned that they were turtles. Those must be sea turtles, right? Juya inquired. Indeed, I affirmed. Are we going to catch them for food? Catherine asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. No, their eggs are far more delectable than their aged meat, I chuckled, explaining further that these turtles had crawled ashore under the cover of darkness, using their clumsy forelimbs to dig holes in the sand elevated several feet above the water, to lay their eggs, sometimes depositing hundreds of ping-pong-sized turtle eggs at a time. Upon hearing my words, the 2 women perked up. So many eggs could provide a substantial food supply. Uncle, how did you know they would be here? Juya asked, her astonishment evident. Catherine shared in her wonder. Chapter 43, Urgent Preparations. I wasn't entirely certain. I simply hadn't anticipated our good fortune. Typically, wherever the frigate birds appear, there is a possibility of sea turtles nesting nearby, I explained. I elaborated on the reasoning, noting that these frigate birds had long been eyeing the sea turtles, often lingering for 3 months in the vicinity of turtle nests, waiting for the hatchlings to emerge from the sand, only to swoop down and feast upon them. Those slow-moving baby turtles would merely become snacks for the frigate birds. Hundreds, even thousands, of sea turtles undergo this natural selection process, for those that survive. Growing up remains a daunting challenge, as the ocean harbors its own dangers. Thus, they produce an abundance of eggs to ensure the survival of their species. Upon hearing my account, Juya's initial excitement diminished. She felt pity for the little sea turtles. Do not worry. We do not intend to take all their eggs at once. Around 30 from each nest should suffice, I reassured her. Upon hearing this, Juya brightened, for I had no intention of depleting them entirely. After all, we could not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs, lest our presence disrupt the ecological balance of this place. Furthermore, we were uncertain how long we would remain on this island. Scaring off the local wildlife would jeopardize our ability to sustainably utilize its resources. We could easily excavate the soft sand above the nest, as it had only recently been disturbed by the sea turtles. Soon, we uncovered a nest of eggs. Forgive us, turtle mother, but we too must eat. With no food available, we must resort to your offspring, Juya murmured. Catherine and I exchanged a knowing smile, for the girl had endured much hardship yet retained her innocence and kindness, an admirable feat indeed. Perhaps this innocence is one of the most beautiful gifts bestowed upon humanity by the divine, yet we lose it as we grow. By this time, the sun had risen. I wove 3 baskets. These turtle eggs were round like ping-pong balls and would be vital for our nutritional needs in the coming fortnight. After a morning of hard work, gazing at our bounty of turtle eggs, we were all adorned with smiles of happiness. I instructed the two women to start a fire and prepare some turtle eggs for breakfast, as we urgently needed to replenish our nutrients to restore our health. Once we were satiated, we would embark on another day of labor. Today, Jia would oversee the drying of coconut meat, while Catherine and I ventured into the bamboo grove. We then secured the bamboo onto a wooden post, with Catherine only needing to pour seawater into the upper bamboo tube to filter out the cleaner seawater. This seawater would be utilized for salt production. Although we would not achieve a particularly exquisite salt, it would suffice for our current needs. When we made our egg soup, a sprinkle of salt would surely delight our taste buds. I spent 20 minutes assisting Catherine with these filters, fastening them to a wooden stake, instructing her to carry it out and fill it with filtering sand, charcoal, and gravel. We were in desperate need of a secure shelter, as sleeping on the dinghy meant worrying not only about rain, but also about numerous mosquitoes. Thankfully, we had our coveralls. Otherwise, the bites would have been unbearable. The shelter I designed could accommodate 3 people comfortably and included a storage space for provisions. Additionally, we required a wood storage area to keep our dry firewood, as rain could disrupt our lives every few days. From my previous observations using a sextant, I had determined our latitude, suggesting we were on a subtropical island in the southern hemisphere. It was now May, and in a month, winter would arrive. Though winter here would not be excessively cold, the rain could be quite chilling. Therefore, once our shelter was constructed, we needed to stockpile ample food for the winter, as well as procure warm clothing for ourselves. We had already begun to feel the temperature drop noticeably in recent days, especially during the rain, which left us shivering. Chapter 44. Anticipating our new home. I selected several straight bamboo shoots and laid them out flat on the cleared ground, then fetched 2 slender bamboo sticks. My intention was to bind these numerous bamboo pieces into a bamboo raft, not for use as a vessel upon the sea, but rather as the flooring for a shelter. This task was not particularly challenging. I merely needed to secure the 2 elongated bamboo sticks at each end of the raft with strips of rattan. Thus, even when we lay directly upon it, we would not feel discomfort against our backs. I managed to lift the completed bamboo raft and set it aside. Next, I would utilize a spade to excavate a series of channels, each 3 meters long and 40 centimeters deep, in this open area. However, these were not genuine water channels. They were intended for underfloor heating. At one end of the channel, I would also dig a smokeless stove, beneath which I would kindle a fire. The heat would then flow through the channels and emerge from the other side. This way, even if we could not find adequate materials for warmth, this underfloor heating system would provide us with sufficient warmth to prevent illness during the winter months. Digging in the earth consumed considerable time and energy, as I had to clear away the stubborn bamboo roots. Though it appeared to be a minor task, wielding a spade barefoot and laboriously digging out those roots proved to be excessively strenuous. How I wished for a hoe. Simply excavating this channel took nearly 2 hours and drained much of my strength, compelling me to sit down and rest while I casually consumed a few turtle eggs and some coconut flesh to replenish my energy. However, merely completing the channel was insufficient. I needed to weave a tightly knit fence to cover it. Then, like laying a trap, replace the excavated soil atop it. Once I accomplished this and placed the bamboo raft above, the underfloor heating and the shelter's flooring would be half complete, alongside the smokeless stove providing warmth. Currently, I certainly lacked the strength to dig further, and it was not immediately necessary. Thus, I set about raising the 4 corner posts of the shelter. Using these posts for support, I stacked bamboo poles one by one, securing them to form the bamboo walls. I could taste the salt in the turtle egg soup, indicating that KSLN had not been idle outside, and had even managed to create a delicious salt. I had anticipated finishing the entire shelter before nightfall. But to my surprise, I had only completed the 4 walls and fashioned an entrance. These bamboo walls and the raft were of the same style, and due to being securely bound with rattan strips, there were inevitably small gaps between the bamboo poles. However, these gaps were minimal, just enough to allow rattan to extend through, preventing mosquitoes from entering. After tidying up, I dragged my weary body outside. It was not far to the rocky beach. Once familiar, it was merely a 10-minute walk. Upon reaching the rocky beach, I found KSLN and ZHY busy gathering and drying coconut flesh. They had bathed early, and their hair was still damp. Their love for cleanliness was remarkable. Had I not labored and broken a sweat, I would have had no desire to bathe. The weather was cool, and they were submerged in the icy creek water, making it easy for them to catch a cold. I had to remind them that daily bathing was unnecessary. Like yesterday, I shed my clothes and plunged into the frigid pool, handing my dirty garments directly to KSLN, while ZHY brought over fresh clothes for me to change into. ZHY even wanted to come down and scrub my back, but I declined, cautioning her that it could easily lead to her catching a chill. Upon realizing that I was not rejecting her out of disdain, but rather out of concern, her disappointed expression quickly transformed into a smile. "Mr. D, how is the construction of the shelter progressing?" KSLN inquired as she crouched beside me. There remains only the roof and a door to be completed. By tomorrow afternoon, we should be able to move in, and afterwards, we can build a wood storage room. Upon hearing this, both KSLN and ZHY were filled with joy and anticipation for the new home I was constructing for them. Chapter 45. ZHY falls ill. During these days stranded on the deserted island, everyone has worked diligently, and we now enjoy delicious cooked meals daily, no longer suffering from hunger. After enduring the hardships of drifting at sea, this life of rising with the sun and resting at sunset has not seemed arduous to the two urban ladies. Rather, it has imbued them with a sense of blissful contentment. Under normal circumstances, placing any individual accustomed to urban life onto a deserted island would be a terrifying ordeal, akin to descending into hell. However, for us, who have endured far greater suffering, this place feels like paradise. In the evening, the two women continued their pursuit of coconut crabs, carrying several wooden stakes and coconuts to the western shore, where the coconuts remained untouched. A virgin territory yet to be exploited. They were brimming with confidence this time. I too hoped they would not return disappointed, especially since KSLN had already prepared a small bowl of salt. A sprinkle of this salt would undoubtedly enhance the flavor of our seafood. The salt was stored in a bamboo tube, which I conveniently sealed with a wooden plug to prevent it from becoming wet in the rain. ZHY appeared to be challenging me to a bet. I smiled and nodded, signaling my belief in her. Her youthful face beamed with pride as she animatedly described how she had wisely chosen the location for the traps. KSLN listened with delight to her words. I noticed a significant change in KSLN compared to her former self. Previously, she had shared my serious demeanor, perhaps due to her political career, which necessitated a constant air of gravity. This had become an integral part of her existence. Now, however, she too would occasionally break into laughter, amused by ZHY's cheerful spirit. Indeed, after surviving our ordeal, why should we not embrace a joyful life? That night, KSLN confided in me about her political career and aspirations. She expressed her disdain for the current hegemony of her nation, favoring the political principles of my homeland, which prioritize harmony and collaborative prosperity while eschewing unilateralism. Only in this manner could our global village thrive in peace and prosperity. Yet, her political inclinations conflicted with her nation's interests and contradicted their predatory culture, leading to her marginalization and even threats against her life. I refrained from discussing political ideologies with her. However, I understood that my homeland's policies were undoubtedly correct, and humanity must inevitably strive for peace. Otherwise, we would surely bring about our own destruction. As ordinary citizens, no one desires war. It is only those elevated politicians who, driven by self-interest, disregard the plight of others. Meanwhile, soldiers, as cogs in the political machinery, have no control over their destinies. When the first gear turns, all subsequent gears must follow suit. This exemplifies humanity's selfishness and greed. ZHY lay nestled in my embrace, silent. I could not discern whether she was attentively listening or merely asleep until I reached out to touch her forehead, only to discover she was running a high fever. This foolish girl, suffering from a fever without uttering a word. Had I not noticed, she might have endured the entire night in discomfort. I quickly laid her down, took the cloth she had used to wipe my back, soaked it in water, and placed it on her forehead. Then, I opened the lamp I had disassembled days earlier, utilizing its light to rummage through the first aid kit. Within the kit, I found cephalexin, erythromycin, and chloramphenicol. I inquired whether ZHY had been eating anything unusual, to which she obediently shook her head, indicating it was likely a chill. Uncle, the coconut crabs should be out to eat coconuts now. ZHY's voice was somewhat hoarse, suggestive of a throat infection, clearly a bacterial issue. I administered a dose of cephalexin to her. If she did not improve by tomorrow, we would have to endure it slowly, as our medical supplies offered no better alternatives. Most medications merely serve as auxiliary aids, supporting the body in its battle against viruses and bacteria. Ultimately, it is the immune system that plays the predominant role. Fever is but a symptom, not a disease. It manifests as a result of white blood cells combating pathogens. The individual succumbs to illness, and in that moment, Catherine tenderly takes the feverish hand of Julia, cradling it within her own. Chapter 46. A Bountiful Harvest. Uncle, I have caused trouble for everyone. Julia expresses her sincere apologies to Catherine and me. While you are unwell, refrain from speaking too much. Focus on resting. Once you recover, we shall prepare delicious meals together. I gently reassure her, stroking her hair. Julia nods in agreement. Uncle, I am afraid I might infect everyone. Perhaps I should sleep on the other side tonight, she suggests. If transmission were a concern, it would have likely occurred by now. Each person's resistance varies. Do not worry about anything else. Simply rest well, I comfort her. But Mr. D, do you know the way? Catherine inquires with concern. Just tell me, and I shall navigate carefully. It will be quite easy to locate, I respond. Catherine reluctantly nods, but I cannot bear to leave Juya alone. Fearing for her safety, Catherine informs me of the locations of the traps she has set, and I take the rope and set off. The cool sea breeze caresses my face as the rhythmic sound of waves crashes against the shore. The moon hangs high in the sky, resembling a jade disk. Alone, with a battery-powered lantern in hand, I traverse the moonlit beach, akin to a fisherman at night. Crossing a rocky outcrop resembling a small hill, I arrive at the western beach. Upon entering the woods, I don my vine shoes and shine my flashlight into the forest. Guided by Catherine's description, I swiftly locate the first wooden stake, positioned before a large rock. Indeed, atop it rests a coconut crab, savoring the delectable coconut flesh. Blissfully unaware that the beam of light is not the rising sun, but rather the tool of its pursuer. Under the lantern's glow, it remains oblivious to danger. I gently place the lantern on the rock and reach out to capture the coconut crab, which resembles a giant spider. With a firm grip, I pin it against the wooden stake and swiftly secure it with a well-made knot, binding it tightly. No wonder this little girl is so confident. Her discovery is indeed remarkable. I smile with satisfaction. I proceed to search for additional wooden stakes and successfully catch 2 more coconut crabs, though neither is as large as the first. Carrying 3 wooden stakes, I feel like a fisherman returning home with a bountiful catch. Eager to share the good news with Juya and the others. Upon seeing my successful haul, Catherine immediately relays the news to Juya, who is resting on the speedboat. Juya's condition has improved significantly, and she sits up. You need not rise. I do not plan to cook just yet. I will dig a hole to keep a few coconuts alive for you to enjoy tomorrow when you feel better, I inform her. Juya relaxes, like a child relieved of worry. I head over to the rocky beach to retrieve my shovel and find a sturdy patch of earth at the juncture of the beach and the forest. There, I dig a pit 50 centimeters deep. Although the coconut crab possesses strong pincers, it does not dig. Thus, I place them in the pit, covering the top with stones to prevent their escape. Contemplating this delightful life fills my heart with joy. I venture into the forest with a small knife to gather some shrubs, fashioning them into a fence to cover the pit. Juya feels a bit chilly, prompting Catherine to hold her close. As I approach, Catherine invites Juya to nestle in my embrace. The girl's temperature has slightly dropped, her condition frail and spiritless, resembling a slumbering rabbit. We shall see how she fares by tomorrow. Chapter 47. Settling into the new abode. During illness, a person's willpower wanes significantly, making empathy from others particularly vital, especially for a young girl like Juya. On this deserted island, we each experience solitude. Mutual care fosters emotional bonds and the confidence to persevere, enabling us to face future challenges with renewed vigor. As Juya feels cold, I keep her nestled in my arms, while Catherine supports her from the other side. Our combined warmth is sufficient to comfort her. In the middle of the night, I awaken and gently touch Juya's forehead. Relieved to find her fever has subsided, I, too, feel a sense of ease. The next morning, Catherine prepares a turtle egg soup, adding a pinch of salt, which transforms the broth into a delightful treat. She brings it to Juya, awakening her from slumber. Juya's spirits have noticeably improved, though she still appears somewhat dazed. It is essential to replenish her nutrients, strengthening her weakened body to enhance her immunity and combat the illness. With no time to linger, I finish breakfast and check on the 3 coconut crabs in the pit. They have nearly devoured the coconuts. I recover the pit, take my shovel and rope saw, bid farewell to the 2 women, and head towards the shelter. Today's task is to complete the roofing. Upon reaching the shelter site, I select the largest bamboo for construction, using a knife to create openings and splitting the bamboo with a flat river stone. This yields 2 pieces. I remove the inner bamboo membrane, allowing them to function like shingles for rain protection. I arrange the bamboo pieces, interlocking them precisely as one would with tiles. Several dozen interlocked bamboo pieces create a waterproof roof. The next step is to secure them into a cohesive structure, like constructing a bamboo raft. I clamp the roof at both ends with slender bamboo poles, binding them tightly with strips. Once completed, I lift the roof and carefully position it atop the shelter, pushing it inward until it fully covers the interior. The back wall of the shelter must be higher than the front to allow rainwater to flow forward, necessitating a trench at the front to direct the water to the creek. Next, I craft a simple bamboo door, using a dozen bamboo poles slightly taller than the door frame to create a bamboo raft. I fashion a strap-like latch at the back, with a horizontal pole serving as a bolt, securing it against the bamboo walls on either side. By the time I finish, it is already noon. I crawl inside, lying in the spacious bamboo shelter I have just constructed, inhaling the fresh scent of bamboo, feeling as though I have retreated to a hidden paradise. As I rest with my eyes closed, I hear Catherine and Juya's voices outside. Mr. D, I have brought you lunch. Catherine's melodious voice resonates through the bamboo grove. I open the door and step outside, where the two are walking along the creek. I wave to them. Here I am. Hey, come and see our new home. I call out excitedly. They quicken their pace, eager to see the shelter. Soon, they arrive at the bamboo grove and behold the completed refuge. Uncle, you are truly amazing. We will no longer need to sleep on the speedboat. Julia exclaims with joy, rushing into the shelter to experience the delight it brings. How wonderful. We finally have a place to stay. Aunt Catherine, come inside and see. It is so spacious. Julia exclaims excitedly. Catherine hands me the lunch she has prepared. I perched upon a rock by the brook, indulging in my meal. It struck me that a few tables and chairs would enhance this place. Moreover, I contemplated disassembling the starting motor from the speedboat. This motor, connected to the propeller, could be placed in the more turbulent section of the stream to generate electricity, especially since we had a battery on hand. When the power was depleted, we could utilize it for electricity generation. Even during the night, our shelter could be illuminated. After finishing my lunch, I washed my dishes in the stream and set them atop a pile of bamboo. At that moment, I realized that in the days to come, various pieces of furniture would need to be added. Once I had arranged the facilities surrounding the shelter and accumulated a sufficient food supply, the task of exploring the island could commence. Chapter 48, Commencing Construction. The two women thoroughly examined their new home. Although it could not compare to their grand villa, it was quite commendable for a deserted island. After all, we were leading a primitive existence. Thank you, Mr. D, Catherine said, gazing at me with heartfelt gratitude. I waved my hand dismissively. We could only strive to improve our living conditions temporarily, ensuring that our bodies were not subjected to the torment of illness. Residing in such a shelter should not feel like a grievance, I lamented. I was acutely aware that both Catherine and Julia hailed from high society, having never experienced such a rudimentary dwelling akin to that of primitive people. Uncle, how could we possibly feel aggrieved? If it weren't for you, we might have perished on the medical ship. Besides, this shelter is quite beautiful. If it were up to us, we could never have constructed such an aesthetically pleasing and practical refuge, Julia replied earnestly. I reached out and gently touched her forehead. Like a child, she obediently leaned in, seeking my touch. Uncle, I am nearly recovered from my illness, Julia said with a cheerful smile. Let us venture out and return here to rest tonight. Acclimating ourselves and assessing what improvements may be necessary, I suggested. They nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Thus, we tidied up the bamboo debris surrounding the shelter and departed down the stream. Upon hearing my novel idea, their eyes lit up. They had not anticipated that we could harness electricity on this deserted island. I mentioned that when I had the time, I would create a gear mechanism by the stream, utilizing the water's current to drive the propeller and motor, allowing us a continuous source of electricity. Moreover, there were two headlights on the speedboat. I planned to dismantle one, while the other could be suspended around the shelter in the future. Naturally, the necessary wiring would have to be salvaged from the speedboat, and the length and placement of the electricity would depend entirely on the wiring available. The edge of the speedboat was equipped with warning lights, and the wiring there encircled the entire vessel, likely comprising the longest wire aboard. Given the limited tools at my disposal, I could not dismantle more intricate components. Simply removing the starting motor and propeller was a considerable challenge. Additionally, I wove a larger basket from vines, collecting all the coconut crabs from the pit, with Catherine assisting me in transporting them. The remaining time required organizing the shelter, building a bonfire, and constructing a toilet. We could not simply discharge waste directly into the stream, as it would inevitably pollute the downstream waters. Upon returning to the shelter, I instructed Catherine to learn how to use a rope saw to cut some bamboo for Julia to repair branches, as there were many areas requiring bamboo. I then picked up a spade and sought out a patch of soft earth to begin digging. I needed to excavate 3 septic tanks, a monumental task given my limited tools. However, I had no choice. A toilet was of paramount importance. Without one, the wilderness would become littered with our waste. A harsh reality. Furthermore, venturing out at night for such necessities posed significant risks. In ancient times, countless ancestors perished due to the absence of toilets. It took generations to invent this essential facility, which should not be deemed unrefined. These are the fruits of human ingenuity. Of course, digging 3 septic tanks would take several days, during which we would need to rely on a temporary toilet. This temporary solution would be situated near a large rock on a slope, where the two women could squat and discreetly relieve themselves. Chapter 49, The Dawn of Authority. We still had many surrounding facilities to complete, such as the toilet, firewood storage, a smokeless stove, granary, and dining tables and chairs. Rome was not built in a day, and I was not in a hurry. This was a perfect opportunity to restore our health. The provisions I had prepared would last us at least 7 days. During this time, we would also seek additional food to ensure our basic dietary needs were met. However, this supply would be woefully insufficient for winter storage. So I needed to expedite the construction of essential infrastructure, while less critical additions could be made later in the spare moments. Dining tables and chairs were not urgent, nor was the smokeless stove. For now, we were adequately utilizing a simple stone stove. The afternoon hours swiftly passed, and evening arrived. Time on the deserted island flew when one was occupied. Idleness was not an option, as each unproductive day brought new dangers. It was not difficult to imagine our ancestors, if not for their communal efforts, would have had no time to forage for food amidst their labor and would have perished from starvation. Cooperation is wisdom, the foundation of communal labor and authority. Now, the three of us constituted the most primitive society, with me as the one holding the highest authority. My labor and intellect were paramount, and the two women could not accomplish these tasks effectively on their own. It is not an exaggeration to say that I could dictate their reproductive rights. I was, in essence, the king of this island. However, I was not enamored with such power. After our dinner, we proceeded to the stone pool to bathe. After a day of labor, I was drenched in sweat and found bathing essential, though the two women did not require it as urgently. I allowed them a brief rinse, as the stream was particularly invigorating, and their bodies had not fully recovered. Daily cold baths could risk their health anew. I did not install windows, not out of necessity, but because it was a cumbersome task. The bamboo piled together provided ample gaps, ensuring we did not feel stifled even during the day. We lay directly on the bamboo planks, the uneven surface providing little comfort, forcing us to use some extra clothing as makeshift pillows. Nevertheless, nestled within, we felt a sense of security. The night forest outside was alive with the sounds of insects. Yet, these sounds did not disturb our slumber. Rather, they offered a soothing ambience to those of us accustomed to urban life. The aroma of bamboo filled our nostrils, akin to resting in nature's embrace, greatly aiding our sleep. Jia lay to my left, and Catherine to my right. The fragrance and softness of their bodies, combined with the day's fatigue, swiftly lulled me into slumber. My body had regained strength compared to the past few days. The blood I had lost had replenished within just a few days. The primary issue had been a lack of nourishment, compounded by hunger and thirst at sea, which had hindered my full recovery. The following morning, I awoke to a sensation of profound muscle soreness throughout my body, compelling me to refrain from continuing the task of digging the latrine. Instead, I resolved to embark on an exploration of the surrounding environment. However, prior to setting out, it was imperative that I craft a bamboo bow and arrows, for the presence of potential dangers on this island was uncertain. Initially, I had intended to complete the construction of the shelter before venturing forth, but I had overestimated my current physical condition and muscular endurance, rendering me unable to labor further. Nonetheless, idleness was not an option. Thus, I must explore the island. Chapter 50, Exploring the Island. The two women who arose in the morning appeared somewhat fatigued as well. Upon inspecting their once tender palms, I noticed the formation of several thick calluses, a clear indication of their laborious efforts in sawing bamboo and whittling branches the previous day without proper tools. I suggested to them that they take a day to rest, relieving them of the necessity to toil any further. The women expressed their delight, akin to a sense of liberation. They proceeded to fetch stainless steel plates to prepare turtle egg soup for breakfast, incorporating several substantial chunks of coconut meat, creating a dish that was both fragrant and sweet. This has become our daily staple, nutritious and palatable. Yet, I recognized that such ingredients would eventually become monotonous, necessitating the introduction of new food sources. Thus, I set out to explore the island further. After relishing the delightful breakfast, I began crafting a bamboo bow. The task was not particularly challenging, as the bamboo was both thick and resilient. All that was required was to carve 5 bamboo strips to specific dimensions for the bow limbs, and then weave a bowstring using fishing line. The primary bow limb was fashioned from a thick piece of bamboo, with 3 additional strips layered at the inner curve, securely bound with fishing line to enhance the bow's elasticity. I also fashioned 7 or 8 bamboo arrows. There was no need to affix hard stones or metal to the arrowheads, as I had no intention of hunting robust animals. These arrows were solely for self-defense or to shoot a few seabirds. I merely charred the tips of the bamboo arrows over fire to render them sufficiently hardened. "Uncle, are you going hunting?" Julia inquired. It seemed that the girl was eager to accompany me. However, given her recent illness, I had no intention of allowing her to join. Once the bow and arrows were complete, I took dried hemp stalks and skillfully braided the fibers together, creating ropes reminiscent of the dreadlocks often worn by African girls. Utilizing these hemp ropes, I swiftly wove a pair of grass sandals, perfectly suitable for traversing the wilderness. Julia and Catherine expressed a desire for such fashionable grass sandals as well. However, I could not afford to delay for too long. I needed to explore the vicinity of the shelter and set off promptly, as I could only manage to scout approximately 3 kilometers in a day. Beyond that distance, my stamina would be significantly depleted and my observations would not be thorough. With the two women bidding me farewell, I proceeded northward. For there was a peak rising approximately 200 to 300 meters in elevation. Should I reach its summit, I would be able to behold the entirety of the island. On clear days, it was entirely feasible to discern land contours several kilometers away, unless this island exceeded the scale of 10 kilometers. If it were indeed that vast, it was probable that other inhabitants resided here, at the very least, indigenous people, which would not bode well for us. Unless they had established extensive contact with the civilized world and possessed a sense of law and humanity, our presence as mere castaways would likely provoke undesirable actions. Not to mention, even civilized individuals discovering two women stranded on this deserted island might harbor ill intentions, as committing heinous acts here would likely go undetected. The malevolence of human nature is not as simplistic as we might presume. As I continued my journey northward, I was serenaded by the calls of numerous tropical birds, including parrots, thrushes, and kingfishers, along with others whose names eluded me. Following the gentle current of the stream, I traversed a waterfall and a pool, discovering that both banks were adorned with expansive patches of grass and reeds. To my astonishment, I stumbled upon a path created by animals. Chapter 51, The Island's Appearance. Upon closer inspection, I discerned hoofprints along this narrow path, likely left by goats. An exhilarating thrill surged within me. The presence of goats indicated that this island was relatively expansive, and their pelts could be fashioned into warm garments for the winter months. However, considering my current bow and arrows, the prospect of hunting a goat appeared challenging, as the arrowheads would scarcely penetrate their thick hides. It would be impractical to craft more arrows at this juncture, but knowing they frequented this area to quench their thirst, I could devise a trap to potentially capture them. If they did not arrive, I would follow their tracks once I had properly fashioned arrowheads. Continuing northward for another half hour, I came across a steep slope at the stream's edge, formed by rain-induced erosion, revealing layers of clay. This clay is a vital component for pottery. This discovery was indeed significant. Venturing further, the stream diminished in size, with the previously loose soil transforming into piles of assorted rocks, blanketed in moss beneath the towering trees. The forest was remarkably pristine, adorned with various climbing plants, and I spotted a flock of pigeons chirping amidst the branches. I steadied my aim on one of the pigeons and released an arrow, which struck true, causing the bird to plummet from the tree, while the others took flight in alarm. The fallen pigeon was a gray specimen, its plump feathers perfect for crafting fletching for my arrows. I bound its feet with grass rope and secured it to my waist before proceeding. Before long, I arrived at the base of a sheer cliff. Upon lifting my gaze, I beheld the magnificent precipice, shimmering in the morning sunlight like a dazzling mirror. This was the eastern side of the peak, rising 200 to 300 meters high, displaying a remarkably intact rock face. The incline from the base to the midsection was approximately 45 degrees, leading upward to a near-vertical cliff. To my astonishment, I spotted several goats scaling the cliffside. Typically, goats ascend such heights either to evade predators or to lick the salt from the rocks. I harbored no delusions of fearsome beasts inhabiting this island, so the latter seemed most plausible. In fact, when I first encountered the hoofprints of the goats, I had speculated that they might frequent the coastal cliffs for salt. Thus, I could follow the coastline in search of them. However, I had not anticipated the existence of a cliff in this area. The breathtaking cliff obstructed my ambition to ascend the mountain from this side. I paused to take a sip of water and then headed westward, traversing dense foliage to reach the southern base of the mountain. Here, the trees were flourishing, and as I ascended, they became increasingly sparse, likely due to the rocky nature of the mountain. After a time, weariness overtook me, and I rested upon a massive, smooth boulder, taking in the scenic views of the forest. Eventually, I relieved myself before continuing my ascent. By midday, I successfully reached the summit, but the path was arduous. My clothing was drenched in sweat, and numerous thorny plants had ensnared my trousers, causing my skin to itch. I would need to patiently and meticulously remove them when I had a moment to spare. I ascended to the summit of the highest rock on the mountain, where I gazed out over the entire island. The expanse of the island unfolded before me like a grand tapestry, reminiscent of an ear. With my position situated precisely at the lobe, to the east rose the arching contours of the outer ear, and at its terminus, a vast expanse of dense forest seemed to beckon. Yet, due to the considerable distance of over 20 kilometers, the details of that distant realm eluded my vision, obscured by the morning mist that hung above the treetops. Chapter 52, Discovery of the Speedboat. As I marveled at the island's grandeur, I lamented the missed opportunity of establishing a radar base here. Perhaps there were reasons unbeknownst to me. I mentally cataloged the valleys and ridges of the island, a prudent measure for future explorations. Deciding to rest for a moment, I took out a packet of sun-dried coconut meat and a bottle of cool water. I savored the desiccated coconut, relishing the mountain breeze and the scenic beauty surrounding me, akin to an outdoor enthusiast reveling in the triumph of reaching the peak. However, my attention was soon drawn to a speedboat approaching the shoreline where I had landed, though it was still several hundred meters away, rendering the occupants indistinct. A surge of anxiety coursed through me, for the island's proximity to the nearest nation suggested that the speedboat was beyond the ordinary range of such vessels. Its presence here could only indicate that it belonged to the island's inhabitants. It could not be the indigenous people, who typically relied on hand-carved wooden boats. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that soldiers stationed on the island had spotted our moored vessel, heightening my unease. I swiftly gathered my belongings and hastened toward the shore where our speedboat was docked, my descent proving far quicker than my ascent, as my legs propelled me downward with a will of their own. I soon reached the base of the mountain and resolved to sprint towards the coastline. Aware that they might not linger long or could already be searching for signs of our presence, I dashed through the underbrush, my speed akin to that of a soldier in a battlefield, fully engaged in the urgency of the moment. The stings of branches against my skin and the potential threats of venomous snakes or ants were of little concern. My route was calculated and deliberate. Rather than pursuing a straight line, which, though the shortest, posed risks of tripping over unseen stones or roots, I navigated by leaping along the bases of towering trees. Their expansive canopies blocked the sun's rays, hindering the growth of lower vegetation, thus creating a relatively clear path beneath. My focus was on evading the vines to maintain my speed, while keeping the terrain within my line of sight, minimizing the risk of stumbling. In a mere 30 minutes, I found myself amidst the coconut grove along the shore. Here, I slowed my pace, crouching cautiously as I approached the landing point of the speedboat, my bow drawn in readiness for any sudden adversaries. The rapid exertion had drained my strength, and I was drenched in perspiration, reminiscent of my days training with Wagner, where daily long-distance marches forged my endurance. Yet, my physical condition had not fully recuperated. Otherwise, the 5 to 6 kilometers of wilderness would have posed no challenge. I closed my mouth and breathed deeply through my nose, striving to calm my racing heart. Before long, I stealthily approached the rear of a nearby bromeliad, affording me a clear view of the speedboat docked beside our own. It was a standard vessel for two, and the individuals aboard were tending to our former campfire, gathering the remaining firewood to ignite. Their attire bore the markings of U.S. military camouflage, yet I was certain they were not American forces. Their unkempt appearance, long hair and beards, suggested neglect, perhaps due to a lack of time or resources for grooming. Armed with AK-47s, their weapons of choice were not favored by the U.S. military, which preferred rifles like the M4 carbine or M16. The AK-47 is typically associated with Middle Eastern soldiers or insurgent forces, known for its durability, low cost, and ease of production, suited for soldiers stationed far from bases. They wore sunglasses and berets, casually conversing while cradling their firearms. If they were indeed here for rescue, their demeanor would be markedly different. Instead, they appeared to be awaiting the return of prey, assessing us as mere survivors from a shipwreck, likely unprepared for any confrontation. Their overconfidence would surely lead them to a grave miscalculation. Chapter 53, Awaiting the Perfect Moment. I could not allow these two individuals to leave alive. Yet, I found myself unable to approach them directly, for the open stretch of land between the forest and the beach provided no cover. To eliminate them, I had two options. 1. Lure them into the forest, or 2. Stealthily maneuver to the rear of their speedboat to sabotage their engine or drain its fuel, preventing their escape while they were preoccupied with repairs. I needed to select the more prudent strategy. The first option was fraught with uncertainty. They might be seasoned mercenaries, and making a sound could alert them or bring reinforcements. I could not risk that. Thus, I was left with the second option, though it bore greater risk. It also promised a higher chance of success. I could swim underwater for approximately 130 meters, but given my current physical state, I would estimate my effective range at around 80 meters, while the distance to the speedboat was approximately 240 meters. Surfacing would significantly increase the likelihood of detection, and should they notice me, they would quickly comprehend my intentions, firing upon me from the shore. In desperation, I scavenged for ferns, selecting the thickest stalk to fashion a rudimentary underwater breathing apparatus. I carefully shaped one end with my knife, testing it repeatedly to ensure its efficacy before stealthily submerging myself in the water. I swam to a point over 20 meters from the shore before directing my course toward the speedboat. This approach served to acclimate me to the sensation of swimming underwater while avoiding proximity to the shoreline, which could result in injury from submerged rocks. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 70 to 80 meters, I discreetly removed the tube, expelling any water within before taking a deep breath, ready to proceed. I need not worry about the visibility of the fern tube, as its slender form blended seamlessly with the debris along the shoreline. However, If they were vigilant and monitoring the surface closely, the situation could be different. It was evident, however, that they were not in such a state of readiness. Before long, I finally reached the rear of the speedboat. I cautiously peeked out, making no sound beyond the lapping waves. I found the fuel line and extracted it, pouring the gasoline onto the deck of the yacht. The transparent liquid quickly spread, releasing a potent aroma into the air. However, the two mercenaries by the bonfire remained oblivious, their senses dulled by the scent of burning coconut fronds. Chapter 54, The Golden Secret. I patiently crouched there, waiting. If only I had a firearm in hand. Those two fellows would not be leisurely roasting seabirds and smoking cigars. I then took out a small spool of fishing line and tightly wound it around the ends of my arrows, securing the feathers in place. With the fletching in place, it was imperative to modify the arrowheads as well. Having previously hardened them over fire, they required finer sharpening, which I had neglected due to time constraints on my journey. Now, I meticulously took each arrow and honed the tips with my knife. The bamboo arrows, crafted from the thickest sections of the Jeju, were straight, sturdy, and possessed a certain heft. Their shafts were now smooth and rounded. At a distance of 30 meters, striking a human would pose no challenge. My rationale for first releasing the gasoline from the speedboat was my concern that, before I could eliminate the second mercenary, they might fire upon my position in the jungle and escape on the boat. This type of speedboat operates without a key. One can simply hop on and drive away. Quite convenient. I spent 5 minutes perfecting 2 arrows, placing them on the bowstring, drawing and releasing repeatedly to ensure their readiness. Still, I refrained from action, waiting for them to catch a whiff of the gasoline. Eventually, one of them stood up, his cigar extinguished, and the scent of gasoline immediately filled his nostrils. He muttered a curse and turned toward the speedboat, evidently intent on investigating. An opportunity arose. I swiftly drew the bowstring taut, aiming at the neck of the mercenary seated on the beach. It was not my intention to shoot his neck. Rather, his side profile presented itself to me. With his firearm resting awkwardly on his thigh, an arrow striking the side of his body might ricochet off the gun, and the area is not significantly larger than his neck, further obstructed by the resilience of his clothing. In contrast, targeting his exposed neck seemed the most prudent choice. The bow creaked under my tension, resembling a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow zipped through the air, effortlessly piercing the soldier's neck. He had yet to comprehend his predicament. As he touched his neck, the severity of his injury dawned upon him, followed by a surge of pain. He attempted to stand and shout, but the damage to his throat rendered him only capable of producing strangled sounds. Meanwhile, I had already knocked a second arrow and dashed from the jungle. Before he could fully grasp the danger, I struck him in the lower back with my arrow. Other areas of his body were shielded by bone and ribcage, limiting the lethality of my bamboo arrow. Unless it had precisely threaded through a gap in the ribs, I would not leave my fate to chance. After the arrow struck, I reached the bonfire and kicked the writhing mercenary over. I seized his rifle and aimed at the head of the other mercenary by the speedboat, pulling the trigger. The mercenary, struck in the lower back, experienced muscle spasms that rendered him incapable of standing upright, his intent to shoot at me thwarted. Thus, he stared wide-eyed, succumbing before me. The wounded mercenary on the ground would not perish immediately. I thrust his hand into the fire, the searing pain jolting him awake, eliciting a scream. From his cries, it was evident that the muscles in his neck had relaxed, blood beginning to seep from his wound, and he gazed at me in terror. Fool! It is now my turn to interrogate you, not the other way around. I declared. Are you an agent from the Federal Reserve investigating the gold? I possess gold that you could spend a lifetime without exhausting. The mercenary, in a desperate bid for survival, divulged his secrets. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Crisis. Where are you stationed, and how many of you are there? I pressed, as he began to choke on his own blood, evidently having blood seep into his lungs. Take me to the east, and you will understand. I do not wish to die. The man grasped my pant leg, his face betraying a profound fear of death. His panic intensified, but he refrained from uttering any further irrelevant remarks. 3,636 individuals. Who are they? We are mercenaries, guarding the gold on the island, he spluttered, expelling another mouthful of blood, his anxiety escalating as he looked at me with pleading eyes. You just mentioned that the gold from the Federal Reserve is on this island? I was astounded, filled with questions. When was the gold from the Federal Reserve stolen? I could hardly believe it. This was the Federal Reserve Bank in Manhattan, New York, which holds the most gold in the world and is the safest bank. How could its gold be stolen without any news coverage? This occurred many years ago. We have been gradually selling off the gold. However, agents have been closely monitoring gold mines worldwide, and we have not been able to sell any gold for over a year, fearing they would discover this island. The mercenary coughed blood as he spoke. I had never anticipated stumbling upon such a grand conspiracy. The disappearance of the Federal Reserve's gold would be a global scandal. If the news leaked, Countries would hastily divest their national bonds, causing the dollar to plummet and the economy to collapse overnight. The entire nation would shatter amidst a beautiful illusion. If this were true, the gold in the Federal Reserve might all be counterfeit, and those in the know could be rapidly divesting their national bonds. Naturally, these were not my concerns. What I should worry about is that if American agents arrive here, this island will become a hellish nightmare. While the military would be unlikely to come, as they operate covertly, a significant influx of mercenaries and agents would undoubtedly descend upon the island. Whether they be natives or mercenaries, or even we few wanderers, would face certain death. Just as I was about to inquire further, the man choked on his blood, his eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Damn it, I cursed, realizing I must dispose of these two boats. Otherwise, a new patrol would discover us still on the island. Only by sinking these two vessels could they remain unaware of the situation. Of course, their disappearance would heighten their vigilance. Not only would the surrounding waters be monitored, but they might even plan to transport the gold. The prospect of transporting the gold was not as frightening as the possibility of them sending more people to search the island. I hoisted the two mercenaries onto their speedboat and contemplated for several minutes before deciding to sink these two boats. However, I could not do so in this vicinity, as it was too close to our refuge. I needed to eliminate all traces from the beach and relocate the two speedboats to another location, puncturing their hulls so they would drift away with the current and sink elsewhere. Ocean currents flow westward, and as long as I navigate 100 meters out with the speedboat, I shall not be swept ashore. My greatest concern now is the presence of a second patrol team encircling the island. Encountering them would spell trouble. Chapter 56. Ambush. The mercenary speedboat still contains a modicum of gasoline in its tank, making a 100-meter journey entirely feasible. I gathered several heavy stones and placed them atop two lifeless bodies, which lay on separate boats. Then, using bullets, I pierced the speedboat with several holes. As water began to seep onto the deck, I felt a sense of relief. After igniting the speedboat, I secured the throttle with the stones. The vessel roared to life, carrying the two naked corpses and our battered craft away from the shore. When the speedboat was about 70 to 80 meters from me, I lifted the .47 slung around my neck, setting it to single-shot mode. I fired several rounds at the engine propelling the speedboat. The gasoline was instantly ignited by the sparks, and the flames engulfed the two bodies within. A loud explosion followed. The hull of the towing speedboat was blasted open, and under the weight of the corpses and stones, it began to drift and sink, ultimately vanishing beneath the calm sea approximately 300 meters away. Having dealt with this, I commenced erasing any traces on the beach. After an hour of meticulous work, I gathered the neatly bundled American camouflage uniforms and made my way toward the makeshift shelter. To avoid leaving footprints in the sand, I traversed through the coconut grove. Along the way, I appropriated a pair of Salomon high-top military boots from the mercenaries. The fitting footwear and comfortable socks alleviated the fatigue in my weary feet, allowing me to walk swiftly and steadily. Simultaneously, I discovered two Swiss daggers, an iron box of cigars, a Cartier palladium lighter, a Rolex watch, and two walkie-talkies on the two soldiers. The other items were superfluous. It was the walkie-talkies that piqued my interest, as they could provide me with valuable intelligence on the mercenaries. Of course, I kept these two devices turned off, as being operational would render me easily locatable. I was uncertain whether the walkie-talkies possessed a tracking module or if the enemy had radio direction finding equipment. I felt fortunate that they had not spotted the signal flares when I first landed on the island, for during daylight, signal flares are visible only up to 10 miles, and they were already beyond that range. My physical stamina was significantly depleted, and my muscles had not acclimated to such intense exertion in a short span. My legs felt as though they were being bitten by ants, causing considerable discomfort. Carrying two rifles and two fully loaded magazines was rather burdensome. However, I did not approach the shelter to meet the two women immediately. Instead, I cautiously rested atop a small hill, observing the shelter's position. I remained uncertain whether other agents or mercenaries were on the island, vying for the gold. After all, no one could remain composed in the face of such wealth. It was entirely plausible for someone to have covertly positioned themselves on the island, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Should other agents or mercenaries be stationed at a higher vantage point, they would certainly spot me. Thus, I could not afford to take risks. I decided to don the mercenaries' camouflage uniform and their camouflaged beanie, lying low among the dense foliage of the hill, rendering myself even less conspicuous. In the face of potential danger, I exhibited remarkable patience. If the enemy wished to ambush me, they would have to remain hidden until dusk. They could easily abduct the two stunning women for their own amusement and return the following day to lay in wait for me, unless the adversary was exceedingly cautious. Capable of lying in wait until dark without any movement, their military prowess would be on par with my own, making them a considerable threat. Chapter 57. Profound Understanding. I lay on the hill for about an hour, familiarizing myself with the scent of the grass, yet I still had not detected any lurking adversaries. After finishing their lunch, the two women began washing their clothes. They had fashioned a makeshift drying rack from bamboo, laughing and chatting like two rural women, seemingly content with their current circumstances. I quietly sipped some water and continued my surveillance. Such prolonged ambush missions were not unfamiliar to me. Time often drained the enemy's stamina and willpower. As time elapsed, they would likely succumb to self-doubt, questioning their observations and strategies, wondering if they had misjudged the target's position. Once the enemy reached a breaking point psychologically, they could not remain in one place for too long, fearing that their time would be squandered in a futile endeavor. This would prompt them to alter their tactics. Only those who possess unwavering confidence in their strategies and experiences can persist unflinchingly. Fortunately, I remained undisturbed until dusk, with neither agents nor mercenaries appearing to abduct the two women. Once night fully descended, one of the women, frightened of the dark and mosquitoes, retreated into the shelter. The clearing in front of the shelter had been meticulously tidied by the women, with the drying rack prominently positioned. I called out to the shelter, and soon after, I heard the sound of the door latch being undone. The bamboo door swung open, and Julia peeked out, in the dim light. I could neither see her nor she me, yet I sensed her joy. Julia stepped out, followed closely by Catherine. "Go inside. I will take a shower and join you shortly," I instructed the two women. Julia, however, moved to the left side of the shelter to illuminate a battery-operated lamp, allowing her to finally see my appearance. "Uncle, why are you dressed like this? And how did you acquire those guns?" Julia's eyes widened in astonishment. Catherine was equally taken aback, though her expression bore a greater hint of fear, for she understood precisely what I was about. At that moment, wielding two rifles and dressed differently, there was no denying the implication of having taken lives. Though Julia was aware of my profession, she did not grasp its full significance, merely perceiving it as an unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar term. For instance, without anyone in her vicinity embodying the notion of a special forces soldier, the term would not evoke thoughts of its profound implications, but rather superficial portrayals from film and television, thus overlooking the gravity of the profession. Therefore, her surprise was tinged with delight, as she could not fathom the terrifying events that had transpired to render me in such attire, armed as I was. From the unfortunate souls, I acquired their belongings. I advise you not to ignite any fires during the day. I shall construct a smoke-free stove tomorrow, I said, leaning my gear against the bamboo wall. Why? Julia inquired, perplexed. There are other mercenaries on this island engaged in illicit activities. Should they discover our presence, they will surely leave no survivors. That was all I could divulge. I refrained from mentioning any further details. It seemed Julia had come to a realization, glancing at the two rifles. Now she comprehended why I possessed such items, and my mention of not being discovered confirmed her fears. That indicated the two men were indeed dead. She finally grasped that the person with whom she often joked could so calmly take two lives, and then act as if nothing had occurred. The psychological impact of this realization was evident on her youthful face. "Uncle, did you kill someone?" Julia asked, still uncertain. At that moment, Julia's face no longer bore the expression of surprise. Instead, it was marked by a profound bewilderment. In contrast, Catherine remained unchanged, exhibiting an air of accustomed familiarity. I had neither the time nor the inclination to elaborate on matters with them. Sweating profusely, I felt an urgent need to cleanse myself with a shower and then indulge in a restful slumber to swiftly restore my physical and mental vigor. Preparing myself to confront the challenges ahead, I certainly wished to avoid any confrontations with those individuals. However, if such an encounter were unavoidable, we must not become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 58, The Hidden Killers. I sat upon the rocks by the stream, soaking my discarded jumpsuit in the water before wringing it into a makeshift towel. Currently, I was bare-chested, rolling about in the snow. The physical torment of such training was far more bearable than the psychological degradation it imposed. Prior to our first battle, our instructor had the veteran soldiers secretly capture prisoners of war, training us to kill using various weapons, feeling the hot blood of the captive splatter across my face, experiencing the sensation of a blade slicing through flesh, and the jarring impact of a gunshot to an enemy's head. Engaging in combat evoked an exhilarating surge of adrenaline within me. During that time, I did not perceive myself as a human, but rather as a machine of war. Many could not endure this, and some withdrew, often motivated by monetary gain, while we, the criminals, participated in hopes of reduced sentences. There was no turning back. These experiences rendered the act of killing the two mercenaries devoid of any heightened heartbeat. Moving their bodies felt akin to lifting two lifeless dogs, my inner self remaining utterly undisturbed. Yet for Julia, who was innocent, pure, and kind-hearted, such occurrences were unfathomable. Each individual exists within a unique context. and one should not attempt to compel others to understand or cooperate. Thus, I refrained from explaining anything to Julia, uncertain of how to articulate my thoughts or whether I even should. Such matters were as commonplace to me as eating. No sane person would willingly explain to others why they needed to eat. After finishing my shower, I donned a fresh set of clean work attire, leaving the mercenaries' clothing and my own jumpsuit on the stones by the stream for Catherine and Julia to assist in cleaning. Naturally, I would not waste the shorts worn by the mercenaries. After washing them, I could dry them in the sun tomorrow and wear them again, as it would be inconvenient for me not to. As for the women, they were indifferent. Sometimes, they found it more comfortable not to wear anything at all. Fatigued beyond measure, I exchanged only a few words with the two women before succumbing to a deep slumber. This island was vast, and locating the two missing members would not be an easy task, especially since they numbered only 36, and with 2 deceased, only 34 remained. It was improbable that they would search the island without reinforcements. The most likely scenario would involve circling the island a couple of times on a speedboat. If they found nothing, they would have no recourse. My concern lay in the possibility that other underground forces, having heard of the gold, would come here. Additionally, some greedy and self-serving national agents, if they caught wind of this lead, might not inform the federal government, instead leveraging their connections to gather others with similar dreams of gold, thus descending upon the island. This could inevitably entangle us, as those engaged in such dealings would surely eliminate all witnesses to prevent leaks, for what is wealth without life to spend it? Chapter 59, Cherished Memories. That night, I dreamt of Anna, my memories of her rooted in our school days. Not only because I had not seen her since my imprisonment, but also because she occupied my entire adolescence, every man's fantasies of women and desire. I recall her as the most beautiful girl from the art class in Moscow, tall and statuesque, possessing a playful beauty tinged with a hint of noble disdain. She often adorned herself with smoky eyeliner, wearing crop tops and ultra-short skirts. I vividly remember her in a pink denim miniskirt paired with a pink cropped cartoon top. Her long legs and exquisitely sculpted waist fulfilling every man's dream. Among a group of girls, she always stood out like a proud swan, possessing her own insights, thoughts, and opinions, yet she was not entirely happy. She never divulged why she often felt a tinge of melancholy. She seemed to crave excitement, believing that only such experiences could bring her joy. She enjoyed our rendezvous in public spaces, like bustling squares, lifting her skirt to invite me to lie on the grass, and relished our time on the Ferris wheel and motorcycles. Now, within the confines of the girls' dormitory, I had lost count of the many reckless escapades we shared. At the time, I was indeed frightened, yet I could not appear cowardly before her. If my youth had not been marked by madness, it would not have been youth at all. That fateful misstep that led to my imprisonment was not Anna's fault. It stemmed from my own lack of self-awareness and control over the situation. It was not merely a matter of bad luck. Had my punch not landed on his heart, had I not exerted all my strength, had that fellow's heart been healthy, none of this would have transpired. Perhaps it is precisely because of such regrets that life becomes worthwhile. Had I continued my romance with Anna, we might not have ended up married and having children. For I did not truly know her. I merely reveled in the sensation of being with her. Marriage and love are not the same. Marriage tends to become mundane and devoid of passion, much like many couples who fall in love during their student years only to find their fervor diminished by time. This was something Anna could not accept. A night of silence passed. The following morning, I arose early. I donned my Salomon tactical boots and carefully inspected the area around the shelter to ascertain if anyone had visited. I found no evidence of any presence. The two women also stirred awake. I urged them not to rush to prepare breakfast, suggesting we first consume some coconut meat while I dug the smokeless stove. Thus, I picked up the shovel and commenced excavating at the designated spot. Julia and Catherine noticed that the pants of the jumpsuit I had worn yesterday were laden with burrs, so they gingerly removed them, painstakingly cleaning each one. Today, my muscles were still sore, necessitating a delay in the reconnaissance mission. Moreover, to ensure the safety of the shelter, I needed to establish warning traps, which was an urgent task. Otherwise, we risked being shot in our sleep. Chapter 60, The Second Transport of Supplies. Setting up warning traps was an urgent necessity. However, my tools were exceedingly limited, restricting the types of traps I could construct. It was impossible to target a vast area for pursuit. I could only aim to injure those in front or a few unfortunate souls conducting wide searches, utilizing their screams as a warning signal. This would grant us precious time to escape and respond, which was all that was required. Although I did not believe that the 34 mercenaries would search this area, I had to prepare adequately, taking precautions against any unforeseen circumstances. Creating this smokeless stove involved digging a large pit in an open space at one end of the shelter, then carefully chiseling out a flue-shaped stove opening. The upper opening would serve as an inlet for firewood, while the lower opening would allow for ventilation. ensuring the fire burned efficiently and minimizing smoke production. Above the stove, there exists a circular opening designed for the placement of pots. This aperture is not particularly large, accommodating only an iron pot. At the summit base, there is indeed an iron pot, but at the time, I was encumbered with too many items and deemed it unnecessary to carry it down. Now that we have a refuge, we can transport more valuable supplies down the mountain. Alongside the iron pot, there are also some tin buckets and pots, which, while originally made of plastic, have become brittle over time and shatter easily upon contact. To be candid, I am not fond of these metallic utensils, despite their numerous advantages. They possess a singular drawback that I find intolerable: their tendency to produce loud sounds during use. The smokeless stove channels smoke through the heating duct. Behind the duct, I excavated a three-pronged chimney to divert the gases flowing through it, thus achieving a completely smokeless environment. The excavation consumed my entire morning, after which I ascended the mountain to retrieve supplies. Given the substantial amount I intended to carry, I was accompanied by 2 women. The mountain peak lies to our northwest. We followed the stream upwards until we reached a pool of water, then continued up the eastern slope. Before long, the 2 women arrived at the summit. Breathless yet astonished to discover that this site had once been inhabited, I instructed them to search for necessary living supplies, and they gathered several buckets, plates, ladles, and military-grade aluminum water bottles. The tin buckets, equipped with rims, were wrapped in cloth to muffle the sound when placed down. They began experimenting with the iron pot to prepare soup, while I busied myself observing the surroundings to identify suitable locations for constructing warning traps. I also contemplated the types of traps to employ and their optimal placements, as well as potential retreat routes and the locations of secondary shelters. The sharp bamboo stakes were designated for pit traps, whereby I would excavate a depression approximately 40 centimeters deep at anticipated footfalls, securing these pointed stakes around the pit's perimeter, angled downwards like the entrance of a fish trap. Thus, should someone step into the pit, the sharp stakes would impale their lower legs, causing severe lacerations from the calf to the ankle. Such traps would inflict considerable distress upon the enemy, even if they did not instinctively lift their foot from the pit. Extricating themselves would consume precious time. However, this trap has its flaws. Firstly, it must be placed in easily accessible areas. Otherwise, it risks being ineffective. This requires a high degree of experiential judgment and a multitude of such traps to enhance the likelihood of success. Secondly, if the adversary has tucked their camouflage pants into high-top tactical boots, the trap is less likely to breach their clothing. Should they lift their legs swiftly, the tips of the bamboo stakes might slide to the boot's opening, potentially causing minor injuries, albeit not severe. To effectively incapacitate the enemy, we must employ more sophisticated traps, such as those triggered by elastic stakes. This entails bending a resilient wooden stake and concealing it in an inconspicuous spot with a triggering mechanism set along the target's path. Once triggered, the stake would spring forth, impaling the adversary in the abdomen. Such traps necessitate durable ropes to secure the elastic stakes, with fishing lines serving as an adequate substitute for the triggering mechanism. While crafting these traps is challenging, the underlying principles are straightforward. Once one comprehends the construction of the trigger, the process becomes manageable. The art of trap placement lies in obscuring them from enemy detection. Naturally, I must also remember their locations to avoid harming myself. For me, this poses no issue, as I invest considerable time in crafting each trap, enabling me to remember them easily. However, it is not as simple for the 2 women, thus I must bring them along to assist and help memorize the positions. Besides these concealed traps, we also require more conspicuous ones. For instance, suspending a stone from a rope at a height such that the target, upon triggering a mechanism, is struck by the stone swinging down like a pendulum from a nearby tree. These traps, while easily spotted, can still ensnare the careless. Even if the target detects one trap, they may not anticipate a subsequent one lurking nearby. Most individuals do not consider that another trap could be positioned in close proximity. Even if they are aware, the discovery of one trap might lead them to mock the adversary's foolishness, resulting in a lapse of caution. Additionally, there are traps designed to pique curiosity, such as a wooden sign with faintly written words suspended from a fishing line placed just out of reach. Should the target, driven by curiosity, leap to grasp the line, they would unwittingly trigger a lethal trap. Were it not for time and tool constraints, I could transform the surrounding forest into a human exclusion zone. Julia, please twist all the hemp rope you previously dried into fibers. I wish to ascertain how much we can produce, I instructed. Uncle, are you making shoes for me? Julia inquired excitedly. You may wear the straw sandals I wove earlier. This hemp rope serves another purpose, I replied. Julia responded with an O, casting envious glances at the high-top tactical boots worn by Catherine. I discerned her unspoken thoughts. Her feet are too small, and she lacks spare footwear. Not due to favoritism on my part. Chapter 62. Future Work Arrangements. Wear those for now. If an opportunity arises to acquire new boots, you may have them, I said, gently patting Zhuya's head. Initially, she appeared pleased, but the realization that this might involve taking lives dampened her spirits, leaving her expression somewhat perplexed. Uncle, why are there no shoes at the mountain base? Zhuya asked. I shook my head, speculating. The shoes were likely taken by the workers. Consider this. If the radar base were fully operational, it would not resemble this. It appears that only a radar was hastily constructed before being shut down for unknown reasons. Moreover, these supplies show no signs of prior use. The concentrated barracks were inhabited by workers. Ah, that makes sense, she acknowledged, intrigued. But why didn't they take the radar? Such an expensive item? Zhuya queried. I shook my head again, admitting my ignorance. Uncle, what are you doing with these sharpened bamboo stakes? Zhuya inquired curiously about my current task, and I explained that they were intended for traps. Moreover, in the coming days, I also needed to construct a hammock in the trees. I could not sleep alongside them. Should someone discover our location, it would lead to disaster. Fortunately, we have sufficient hemp rope, so I required the 2 women to assist in gathering more hemp stalks. These stalks are not rare. They can be found in sun-drenched clearings and along riverbanks, and on this primitive island, they grow tall and robust, making excellent materials. However, drying them necessitates time. Preparatory work will take at least 3 days. Our food supply dwindles day by day, and it is imperative that we devise a plan to hunt a goat tomorrow. This endeavor will not only provide us with fresh goat meat and soup, but also allow us to create jerky from the meat. Moreover, the fat from the goat can be transformed into soap, which not only cleanses but also possesses antibacterial properties, thereby reducing the likelihood of illness. The intestines of the goat can be utilized to make sausages. The quantity of meat from one goat, if processed into sausages and accompanied by other provisions, could sustain us for nearly half a month. Additionally, we require more coconut flesh, as it serves as our staple food. As for vegetables, wild greens can often be found by the creek, and the forest yields fungi such as wood-ear mushrooms and various other types. Furthermore, the coastal coconut groves are abundant with guavas and other subtropical fruits. Bananas can also be discovered within the woods. However, these foraging activities demand considerable time, and, unprepared as we are, we cannot indulge in such luxuries at present. In the afternoon, I busied myself with preparations for traps. By evening, Catherine selected one of the 3 coconut crabs we had raised, chopped it, and placed it in a pot to make soup, adding some coconut flesh and wild greens. The delightful aroma soon had my mouth watering, and I swallowed in anticipation. To be able to enjoy such delicacies in this pristine forest of the deserted island truly feels like a divine blessing. Jia had already taken her place by the stove, resembling an eager puppy, nearly drooling. Catherine, witnessing our enthusiasm, felt a sense of accomplishment. A proud politician, unexpectedly deriving fulfillment from her culinary skills, found this sensation quite satisfying. Mr. D, come and taste this. Catherine ladled a bowl of delectable coconut crab soup for me, and the mere scent was enough to make my mouth water. If life could continue in this manner, it would indeed be splendid. Chapter 63. The Dark Plan. The orange-hued crab soup contained a robust, plump claw, whose cooking released astaxanthin, rendering the vibrant orange hue particularly enticing. Merely gazing at it stirred one's appetite. Catherine and Zhuya shared the other claw. Lacking spoons, I gently blew upon the surface of the broth, causing the floating coconut oil and crab fat froth to ripple. Once sufficiently cooled, I took a sip of the delicious, steaming broth. The flavor was truly unforgettable. Compared to the crab soup I had enjoyed at an Indonesian restaurant, this was far more captivating, not solely because it was superior in taste, but because savoring such exquisite fare in this primitive setting elevated the experience to a soulful level. Mr. D, how does it taste? Catherine inquired, somewhat anxiously. Delicious. The flavor is just right. You both should partake as well. I nodded, picking up my chopsticks to sample the wild greens on the stainless steel plate. Enhanced by the broth, these bitter greens proved remarkably palatable. The 2 women eagerly joined in. We first sipped the broth before taking up the claw to crack open with my Swiss knife, revealing the steaming crab meat, ample enough for a hearty meal. I sliced some crab meat with the knife and savored it slowly, relishing the tender texture and distinctive flavor. This was far superior to the previously roasted version. If only I had some soy sauce, chili, or mustard at that moment, the experience would have been unparalleled. However, we ought not to yearn for too much. Present circumstances are already quite sufficient. Those who desire excessively will never appreciate the beauty before them, perpetually fixating on what is yet unattained, or even entirely unattainable. Such individuals are pitiable, mislabeling their discontent as ambition. In truth, without the requisite drive and knowledge to support one's ambitions, one only invites greater suffering and despair, rendering even the best of moments invisible beneath a shroud of negativity. just as I currently lack soy sauce. Fixating on this unattainable condiment would inevitably taint my enjoyment of the crab meat. I refused to allow that. Otherwise, the delightful food in my mouth would lose its charm. "Uncle, there's crab fat too," Julia exclaimed, using bamboo chopsticks to extract a large, orange-yellow lump of crab fat from the crab's head. The girl was as joyful as if it were a festive occasion. She quickly retrieved 3 bamboo spoons she had carved and eagerly offered me a generous scoop. "Uncle, you go first." These women were quite considerate, ensuring that I received the best of the crab meat. Spending time with them brought me increasing joy, and deep within, I grew increasingly reluctant to see this life disrupted. I must expedite our defensive preparations and scout the enemy's movements. I needed to ascertain the location of the gold. If I could seize some gold and commandeer their ship, we would no longer have to remain on this island. I surmised that in a month's time, a large vessel would arrive bearing new winter supplies. If I were adequately prepared then, seizing the ship and escaping with the gold might not be an impossibility. The crucial prerequisite was to execute the reconnaissance mission effectively. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Of course, this plan was still in its infancy, and I could not disclose it to the 2 women. If they were captured, they might inadvertently reveal my intentions to the enemy, thereby amplifying my risks. Chapter 64. 5 days consumed. We relished this delightful dinner, feeling sated, with expressions of happiness and contentment adorning our faces. After clearing away the firewood, we made our way to the creek to rinse our mouths and wash our faces, always maintaining an air of femininity and refinement. Since we had not engaged in particularly strenuous labor that day, we had not sweated much and thus did not bathe. We merely used a cloth to cleanse our faces, necks, and hands. After spending approximately 2 hours outside, I finally retreated into the shelter. The 2 women had yet to fall asleep, and as I entered, they instinctively made room for me between them. We lay with our feet towards the entrance and our heads towards the interior. The space was sufficiently ample, allowing for easy movement. Naturally, if the women needed to relieve themselves during the night, they would not venture to the rocky area but instead resolve their needs at the creek. As the rocks were designated for larger matters and lay at a considerable distance from the shelter, navigating such a distance at night would be perilous. Hence, I typically encouraged them to address their larger needs during the day. If they truly could not hold it at night, I would accompany them. As I lay down, the 2 women nestled against me, a comfort to which I had long grown accustomed, and I savored the tenderness they offered. On the following morning, we commenced laying traps. Setting traps is both a physically demanding and technical task, particularly when constructing pit traps, which require me to wield a spade to dig numerous holes. A significant challenge lies in securing the bamboo stakes within the walls of these pits. Simply inserting the stakes into the soil will not suffice. Such an arrangement lacks lethality. Unlike those stakes embedded at the pit's base, which would pose no threat to mercenaries clad in high-quality tactical boots. To secure these bamboo stakes, we must first bind 3 stakes to a short wooden post, creating a half-non shape, with the 3 stakes inclined at a 45-degree angle downward. A single pit trap necessitates 3 of these half-non configurations, which we will anchor with stones to ensure the wooden posts are tightly pressed against the inner walls of the pit. This trap will resemble a washing machine drum bristling with spikes, akin to the maw of a giant insect adorned with fangs. We will also cover it with surrounding underbrush, camouflaging it to blend seamlessly with the environment. Thus, once a foot steps inside, it becomes impossible to lift it up unscathed. Traps like these can only be set in limited numbers, at most 10 in a morning, making the selection of trap locations particularly crucial. 2 women accompanied me in this endeavor, and by the end of the day, we had managed approximately 18 or 19 traps, which was quite manageable for their memories. Given the limited quantity, for 3 consecutive days, we focused on setting these traps, and as we grew more familiar with the process, our actions became swifter. Over the span of 3 days, we successfully established 67 traps, which instilled a profound sense of security. During these days, we also gathered a significant amount of hemp rope, enabling us to construct the elastic spike traps on the 4th day. The mere creation of this trap does not consume excessive time. However, selecting suitable tree trunks to serve as elastic stakes requires a bit more effort. The placement of these traps is typically around large trees, in the direction of enemy advance. Once triggered, they launch towards the enemy's abdomen, with the spikes affixed to the elastic stakes penetrating deeply. We spent another 2 days setting these traps. Our remaining food supplies would only last for 2 days, after which we would be left with nothing. Furthermore, the incessant drizzle during these 2 days rendered much of our firewood damp, forcing us to gnaw on coconut meat. It was only last night that I hastily constructed a firewood shelter to prevent the remaining supplies from being thoroughly soaked by the heavy rain, as this would complicate even the task of boiling water. With our food supply dwindling and the weather growing colder, anxiety gripped Julia once again regarding our food scarcity. And Catherine felt similarly. Perhaps it would rain again tomorrow. However, we could not afford to wait any longer. I suggested going hunting. Recalling that I had spotted some goats last time, if fortune favored us, we might soon have goat meat to eat. I reassured them. Chapter 65, Tracking Prey. In recent days, we had encountered no threats, confirming that they were not conducting island searches. Nevertheless, caution was still warranted when venturing out to hunt. I resolved to embark on a hunting expedition the following morning. The sound of gunfire would not travel far in the dense jungle, only a few hundred meters. Therefore, I needed to remain concealed for about half an hour nearby after shooting a goat to ensure no one was drawn to the sound. Otherwise, I would be unable to hunt the goats with a bow and arrow. Upon hearing my plan, Julia and Catherine felt considerably more at ease. In a deserted island where food scarcity prevails, anxiety can easily ensue, given the unpredictable nature of food sources. The instinct to prepare for the future is deeply ingrained in humanity, reminiscent of a time before fishing nets were invented when humans would merely spear fish, relying on daily catches. During storms, they would go hungry for days, sometimes even resulting in death, until the invention of fishing nets allowed for the storage of surplus dried fish, alleviating the fear of starvation. Surplus could then be exchanged for other necessities, thus giving rise to trade. Now, we found ourselves amidst such anxiety regarding our food scarcity, and we needed to devise a means to acquire and preserve more sustenance to enhance our chances of survival. The following morning, I equipped myself with food and water, took my .47 rifle, and bid farewell to the two women before setting off alone to the north, disappearing into the hazy rain. Given the persistent drizzle over the past few days, the goats should have had their fill. It was uncertain whether they would appear near the cliffs. Should they be hiding on the cliffs, they would likely seek refuge in open areas, trees, bushes, caves, or grasslands by the lake when not foraging. I needed to meticulously search every possible location, as it pertained to our future sustenance and warmth. Upon reaching the cliffs I had visited previously, I found no goats licking the rock faces, which, though expected, filled me with a sense of profound desolation. I had to spend more time searching the surrounding area. However, hunting in the rain is not overly challenging, as the wet ground reveals fresh tracks, allowing me to trace their activity or hiding spots. This task requires great patience, a quality I possess, essential for a sniper. I previously served as a sniper in a mercenary airborne assault team. These airborne units are specialized soldiers who penetrate enemy lines, often entrusted with perilous missions. Parachuting poses significant risks. We frequently jumped from heights of 100 meters, and the impact upon landing is considerable, necessitating mastery of numerous techniques. Yet, my focus here is not on parachuting, but rather on the reconnaissance tasks that follow, which demand the ability to identify enemy movements, traps, and deployments. As a sniper, my responsibilities far exceed those of ordinary team members. I must reach high ground ahead of others, anticipating various dangers while providing reconnaissance for my comrades. Snipers are invariably the first to arrive and the last to depart. Once combat ensues, our tasks become even more arduous. If initial preparations are inadequate, we may find ourselves in dire straits. In situations where the unit's helicopter is unable to execute a recovery, or if my escape route proves less than ideal, my life could very well be forfeited to the enemy. Chapter 66, The Patient Hunter. In the airborne assault teams, while being a sniper is fraught with danger, it also comes with substantial rewards. However, passing the sniper assessment is no easy feat. It requires high levels of physical fitness, tactical acumen, and bravery. Merely hiding with a rifle and aiming at the enemy is insufficient. One must scout potential enemy positions and make judgments, a task laden with immense workloads and inherent risks. As mercenaries, we remain unprotected by international law, and even if we were, it would not deter them. Hatred is deeply ingrained in their nature. Capturing an enemy soldier would lead to inevitable consequences. A bullet to the head would be considered their greatest mercy. While sniping is indeed perilous, there are moments of safety, such as when my team engages the enemy while I remain concealed at a distance, providing cover. Aside from the threat of mortars, ordinary rifles and rocket launchers pose little risk. We can easily pick off enemies from high vantage points, as effortlessly as writing names in the book of life and death. However, if the enemy possesses skilled snipers, caution becomes paramount. Pondering these thoughts, I finally discovered goat tracks in the forest, and not just from one goat, but several. This revelation sparked a sense of excitement within me. I crouched down to examine the tracks closely, discerning their freshness from the softness of the surrounding soil and the moisture at the base of the prints, allowing me to estimate when they were left. Following these tracks, I also came across goat droppings, whose freshness provided further insight into their recent movements. At that moment, I felt akin to a seasoned hunter, rifle in hand, cautiously tracking the goat's trail. However, after an hour of pursuit, the tracks and scents faded as I reached the northern coast. The northern coastline is entirely composed of rocky cliffs, a habitat undoubtedly favored by goats. Above these cliffs, lush patches of grass thrive, and the cliffs themselves offer the opportunity to savor delectable salt. However, recent rains have likely washed away much of the salt from the rocks. Only after days of sun can the sea breeze leave behind the vapor of seawater. It is only then that the goats will venture onto these steep rock faces. Presently, the goats are likely resting beneath some dry tree in the vicinity. I continue my meticulous search around this area, convinced that my prey must be close at hand. I must exercise the patience akin to that of a suitor enticing a young maiden to a hotel, restraining my primal instincts to avoid startling the prey that is nearly within my grasp. Soon, I come across a thicket where I spot animal droppings. I poke my pinky into the warm, granular feces and my excitement surges. They must have been here within the last 10 minutes. I mentally calculate my next moves. Given the rocky terrain scattered with stones, soft ground is scarce, making the detection of hoofprints a challenge. Nevertheless, I am resolute. I must secure a plump goat today. Chapter 67. The barking of dogs in the woods. I crouch low, gripping my rifle, and cautiously search the rocky ridges of the northern coastline. After nearly 30 minutes, I discover my quarry in a clearing beneath a large tree. To my dismay, it is not a goat, but rather 3 robust wild boars, comfortably lounging among the tree roots. I ponder the possibility that the goats may have been driven away by these creatures, as this may well be their territory. Ironically, I had set out for goat meat, only to find myself facing the prospect of pork. Amused by the turn of events, I realize that after hours of tracking, I have ended up on the trail of wild boars instead. These boars possess quick reflexes. Unless I recklessly switch to a fully automatic mode and unleash a barrage of bullets, a single shot will send the others fleeing into the dense underbrush, making them nearly impossible to track down. These boars travel in familial units, and it hardly seems ethical to eliminate 2 of their primary providers. I must leave at least one to care for the young. I take aim at one of the dominant males, a sturdy boar, while the other female is not as robust, and the remaining one is still too small for slaughter, unless I were to build a pen to raise them. However, capturing them alive would demand considerable time to set up traps, and we are on the brink of running out of supplies. I cannot afford to wait that long. Thank you. I silently express gratitude to the heavens for this provision. Amen. Like a merciful butcher, I recite a hypocritical prayer of thanks before pulling the trigger. Bang! The shot echoes, and the formidable male boar merely twitches before falling silent. Nature's design of thick skin and robust bones is no match for humanity's firearms. The other 2 boars bolt in panic, disregarding their fallen kin. I swiftly approach, securing the boar with rope, and I make a decisive incision to sever its carotid artery. The boar's blood spills forth, and I quickly find a vantage point to conceal myself, lest someone be drawn to the sound of the shot. About half an hour later, just as I begin to feel secure, I hear the unmistakable sound of barking dogs, instantly heightening my alertness. Could it be that the mercenaries have hunting dogs? Are they scouring the forest for me? I deem this possibility unlikely, though not entirely impossible. I remain still, clutching my rifle, waiting as the barking draws nearer. Finally, I see that it is not mercenaries, but a local native approaching. Why would a native coexist peacefully with these mercenaries? This perplexes me. The native, a middle-aged man with dark skin and painted features, appears simple and earnest, resembling a humble farmer. Yet, he has intruded upon my lethal domain. Chapter 68. Destroying the evidence. Upon seeing the boar hanging, the native exhibits profound excitement, completely unaware of the dark muzzle of my weapon aimed at him. Typically, indigenous people from islands prefer not to hunt, as the bounty of the sea far outweighs that of the land. Otherwise, the wildlife on the island would have long been depleted. Thus, his presence indicates he is not here to hunt. It is highly likely that the mercenaries have employed him to search the island with his dog, offering him meager compensation. Or perhaps they have simply coerced him, binding his freedom and holding his boat captive, leaving him trapped in a cycle of poverty and despair. They cannot resist the mercenaries armed with firearms and must passively accept their tragic fate. My heart aches for them, yet no one will sympathize with us. Regrettably, he is simply out of luck. I offer no mercy. Killing has become second nature to me. With a sharp crack, the bullet pierces his forehead. I am acutely aware that even if I spared him, the mercenaries would ensure no native leaves this island alive. For our safety, I cannot allow misguided compassion to release an enemy. His dog does not flee but instead approaches its fallen master, drawn by the scent of blood. I deem it prudent to keep this dog, as an adult dog tethered in the woods could serve as an early warning system. Emerging from my hiding place, the dog sees me and begins to bark, perhaps sensing fear from its master's demise and hesitating to approach, instead barking incessantly. I stride forward, and the dog remains, its eyes filled with terror, baring its teeth in an attempt to intimidate me, the uninvited guest. I raise the rifle butt and strike its nose, rendering it unconscious. I retrieve rope, binding its limbs and muzzling its bleeding mouth before hanging it from a tree. I can afford to let it endure a night of thirst. It will not suffer long. For precaution, when it awakens, I will offer it some coagulated blood from the boar. I drag the native's body to the cliff's edge and dispose of it. As I complete this task, the dog regains consciousness. I lower it from the tree and remove the muzzle, tossing it into the pile of blood. Initially, the dog barks defiantly, but soon it is lured by the scent of blood, eagerly consuming the offerings on the ground. Once it has feasted sufficiently, I reapply the muzzle. It dares not attack me, likely recognizing my uniform, akin to those mercenaries in the camp. To avoid another trip tomorrow, I make a quick decision to bind it to the bamboo behind the boar, saving rope in the process. After quenching my thirst and replenishing my energy with coconut meat, I promptly dragged the boar through the woods. The dog obediently followed me. Chapter 69, Exhaustion. The heavy wild boar on the bamboo pole bore down on my shoulders, half of its weight pressing against me. As I descended the slope, the task was not too arduous, certainly more manageable than carrying it directly on my back. At this moment, I was nearly spent, my clothes thoroughly soaked with sweat. The muscles in my shoulders ached under the strain. The mountain path was treacherous, especially since the two women accompanying me were rather frail. I placed the wild boar and the dog above the waterfall of the brook, then cupped some cool water in my hands to wash my face, alleviating a fraction of my fatigue. I noticed Juya and Castaway boiling water nearby, and there were no signs of danger in the vicinity. This prudent habit could very well save my life in a critical moment. I approached them and called out, "Juya, Castaway, come here for a moment." Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing me approach from the north. They paused their task and walked towards me. As they were not clad in form-fitting attire, their alluring figures inevitably attracted the gaze of men. Juya reached me first. "Uncle, did you catch a goat?" she exclaimed, nearly drooling with surprise and desire. Castaway looked at me with equal anticipation. I wiped the sweat from my brow and replied, "They are astonished at the presence of a dog in such a place." Castaway was incredulous. "This dog belongs to the search team. They pushed me off the cliff and left it behind." There were certain matters that they need not know, nor could they comprehend why I acted thus. "Have they discovered us?" Castaway asked, her voice laced with concern. "No, the search party is sparse. Even if they reach this place, we have traps to alert us, and now we have an additional dog." I spoke as I continued northward, the two women following closely behind. Soon, we arrived above the brook's waterfall. They spotted the large yellow dog, which, upon seeing the two women, recoiled in fear, attempting to evade them, restrained only by its leash. It is still quite skittish. It would be wise not to provoke it. I have muzzled it for now, but eventually, I shall release its mouth, I warned them sternly. I wanted to prevent them from naively believing it to be harmless and approaching it recklessly, as a bite could lead to grievous wounds that are difficult to heal and potentially infected. The two women nodded gravely. "The wild boar is quite good too. Its meat is delicious, and the fat can be rendered into soap, though we cannot obtain any warm pelts from its hide," I stated. "Regardless, we shall soon feast on wild boar, and it has been ages since I've savored lean meat broth. It will surely be delightful," Juya exclaimed cheerfully. It seemed she was gradually acclimating to our current existence, particularly the reality that I must resort to killing for the sake of survival. Chapter 70, The Independent Individual. "Juya, are you not afraid of me taking a life?" I reached out to ruffle her hair. Juya smiled reassuringly. "I am not afraid because you are certainly a good person. I know it," she affirmed with remarkable conviction. Her words momentarily stunned me, for it had been a long time since anyone had called me a good person. The term felt strangely foreign. Yet, it bore a certain enchantment, soothing to the heart, akin to the highest compliment one could receive. Regardless of one's thoughts, the ability to calm the soul is paramount. I chuckled softly. Whether I am a good person is of little consequence. I shall not be defined by any label. Just because you regard me as good does not obligate me to conform to such a standard. This is a psychological phenomenon known as labeling effect. Such an effect can significantly influence one's decisions. For instance, when a new colleague is consistently told that they are kind, diligent, and well-mannered, they may find it challenging to behave otherwise. This positive label serves as a psychological reward, and failing to live up to it could lead to the loss of such an appraisal. Even if one is unwilling to act a certain way, they may find themselves beyond their own control, and in severe cases, this could lead to depression. As an entity with an independent character, personality, morality, and worldview, I refuse to be easily defined. However, most ordinary individuals are quite susceptible to such definitions. Their experiences and reflections are often limited, leading them to overestimate their own independence. Otherwise, there would not be so many university students falling prey to so-called pyramid schemes or various deceptions. Thus, I do not concur with Juya's assessment of me. Should circumstances demand that I abandon or harm them, I would do so without hesitation. No one shall sway my judgment or decisions. The two women, breathless and flushed with exertion, were indeed endearing in their understanding. Castaway shared a similar sentiment. Very well, I leave it to you. I have already drained the pig's blood. First, scald it with boiling water, then use a dagger to scrape off its bristles, starting from its jaw and continuing to the back to remove the entrails. Lest it spoil, I instructed them, picking up a small bamboo stick to guide them. This was certainly their first experience with butchering a pig. In truth, most people have never slaughtered a pig. I have done so only once, having killed more humans than pigs. However, the principles of dissection remain consistent and should not prove overly difficult. I hope to enjoy delectable pork broth before sunset, while the remainder of the meat would be opened up and hung to dry. Chapter 71. The Hardworking Women. They liberated the wild boar from the bamboo pole, and together they carefully carried a pot of boiling water, gently pouring it over the wild boar. Once doused, the coarse bristles softened. I reminded them to hasten in scraping the bristles off, lest the boar's skin cool and the hair harden. Thus, Castaway and Julia diligently began scraping with their daggers. The bristles of the wild boar were exceedingly dense, unlike those of domesticated pigs, and the two women struggled for a prolonged period without managing to clean it entirely. Thankfully, the daggers were remarkably sharp. Otherwise, the task would have been laborious. After nearly 50 minutes, they finally stripped the bristles away, revealing the grayish-white skin beneath. They then poured the freshly boiled water over it again for cleaning. It appeared presentable. This is exhausting. Butchering a pig is no easy feat, Julia lamented, wiping the sweat from her brow. Castaway wore a weary smile. It was indeed a rare sight to behold a beautiful politician engaged in such labor. I glanced at the Rolex watch I had taken from the mercenary, noting that darkness would soon fall. They should have sufficient time to clean the pig's entrails. I was utterly fatigued and did not feel inclined to assist. Instead, settling on a clean rock, I produced a gleaming Cartier palladium lighter and a cigar. I am not a habitual smoker, yet I indulge occasionally to alleviate fatigue and pass the time. I placed the cigar beneath my nose, inhaling deeply as I enjoyed the alluring aroma of the Cuban tobacco, a fragrance unique and distinctly masculine. However, it is quite expensive. This exquisite high-quality cigar in my hand costs over $60 for just one. These mercenaries, if they were to rely solely on their rations, would likely find indulging in such cigars rather challenging. Yet, as they guard the gold here, their income must surpass mine at WGN by countless multiples, rendering the luxury of cigars less burdensome. I took puffs while observing the two women busily at work. The intricate aroma of the cigar enveloped me, and I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Each inhalation was sweet, a true rarity. In my days with the WGN paratroopers, those fellows, unlike me who enlisted to escape sentencing, earned significantly higher wages and often flaunted such luxuries before others. When one of them passed away, the first act of his comrades was to relieve him of his prized possession. I had smoked in the military, but never with my own purchase. My wages were siphoned away by those above me, leaving only a meager allowance for basic necessities, rendering me powerless. Power and freedom resided in their hands, and in such moments, one could only submit humbly. I took several robust puffs, feeling slightly lightheaded, yet it was not unpleasant. The women exerted great effort and finally managed to open the belly of the wild boar. They were no longer the elegant ladies of before, resembling the hard-working, unkempt women of a slaughterhouse, disregarding the foul odor and visceral shock, resolutely extracting the entrails with their hands. I instructed them not to spill the bile, to preserve the edible organs, and to clean the intestines well, as I would be responsible for butchering the meat. Butchering was a laborious task, one they could not undertake. They could assist me by skewering the meat with bamboo sticks for hanging, while they handled the wild boar's entrails. I began to fashion some bamboo skewers and constructed a drying rack resembling a clothesline. I also created a large fence woven from thick reeds to place the butchered meat atop. All the meat must be processed today. The cool weather was suitable for drying, but the breeze around the refuge was too gentle. We would need to move to the coconut grove near the coast. However, placing it there would inevitably attract seabirds. Thus, a secure drying rack was imperative. This endeavor involved a substantial amount of labor. I only hoped to have ample time and energy to scout enemy movements before the large ship arrived with supplies, lest I miss crucial intelligence. Chapter 72. A Night on the Beach. We spent a full 3 hours completing the butchering of the wild boar, separating the bones from the meat, leaving a mere skeleton and head behind. The meat was skewered by the two women, and I tied the skewers into knots, hanging them piece by piece on bamboo poles. 3-meter-long poles were entirely filled. It was already quite late, and the two women were not idle. They took some of the lean meat to make soup. I was utterly exhausted, yet the task was not complete. I had to carry the hanging wild boar meat to the seaside to dry. A night of exposure would allow a protective layer of fat to form on the surface, preventing spoilage and oxidation, which is vital for preserving dried meat. I washed the grime and grease from my hands in the stream. There was no time to make soap today, as the boar's fat lay on the fence. After eating some lean meat soup and meat, I regained some strength. The three of us then lifted the meat, pole by pole, to the shore, with ZHY leading the way with a battery-operated lamp. By the time we transported all the wild boar meat to the seaside, we were too tired to move, collapsing onto the sand. The cooler weather had driven the mosquitoes away, and there was no risk of mercenaries patrolling at night, so we had no cause for concern. The sea breeze rustled, caressing our hard-earned fruits and our weary faces. As we had not constructed a drying rack, we needed to leave one person to keep watch. And since the two women lacked the courage to remain outside alone, that responsibility fell to me. I glanced at my watch. It was past 11 in the evening. The two women had not yet rested well and lay beside me on the beach, so I refrained from urging them further. Instead, I took out a cigar and began to smoke leisurely. A few puffs during such fatigue felt remarkably different. Kay is L and lay to my right. Reaching out to take a puff, I obliged. Seeing this, ZHY also yearned to try, curious about the flavor. Unexpectedly, she inhaled too forcefully, nearly coughing up her lungs. Both Kay is L and I could not help but laugh. This boar would sustain us for quite some time. Kay is L remarked, gazing at the meat. I replied that there was no need to prepare so much food. My plan was to seize their supply transport ship, and we would only need enough sustenance until mid-next month. Of course, preparing this much food was also a precaution in case the ship seizure failed, ensuring we had a means of survival on the island. There was no need to share these plans with the two women. They could not assist, and knowing would bring no benefit. When we awoke, the sun had already risen in the east. I rubbed my eyes and called the two women to rise. Chapter 73, A Day of Satisfaction. The sea breeze continued to howl, and the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. The sun had lifted half its face above the horizon, casting its light on the morning sea, creating a breathtaking view. Yet, we had no time to admire it. We carefully navigated around the traps we had set. The wild boar meat, having dried overnight, was now coated in a thick layer of fat, alleviating any concerns of spoilage. The pig intestines we meticulously cleaned last night had also dried into casings. Yet they were not fully ready and required several more days. Unfortunately, we could not produce sausages as we lacked fresh meat and enough salt for curing. Looking at the dried wild boar meat filled me with a profound sense of accomplishment. ZHY exclaimed with excitement at the sight of the meat. Not just her, but Kay is L and I also felt a great sense of achievement, marking the beginning of a delightful day. Reflecting on yesterday's toil, it was all worth it. We cut a piece of meat for soup, preparing it as breakfast. The delectable wild boar soup, combined with some sweet wild vegetables, created a delightful meal. We decided to take a day off, treating ourselves to a respite. After eating, the two women tidied up the area around the wooden shelter, while I prepared to make soap, for we had not bathed the previous night and still carried the scent of boar. If I succeeded in making soap, the two women would surely be very pleased. The soap-making process was quite simple. First, I created lye from wood ash, filtering out the residue with cloth. Next, I melted the pig fat, then poured the lye into the fat, stirring thoroughly to induce saponification. A pinch of salt was added to ensure sufficient hardness during solidification. Otherwise, the soap would be too soft and easily used up. I poured the saponified soap mixture into several bamboo tubes, and it would be ready for use by evening after cooling. K is L N and ZHY also felt sore from the previous day's labor. After finishing breakfast, they changed their clothes and washed their bodies in the stream. Under the morning sun, the two women sat on the clean stones by the stream, the water flowing from the fabric cascading over their fair, delicate forms. I felt a sense of shame in refraining from bathing, especially since they had cleansed their bodies so thoroughly while I was still enveloped in the pungent odor of pork. Such a state would surely taint the refuge and their freshly washed skin. Thus, I discarded my soiled garments and joined them. The two women cast their ardent gazes upon my robust physique, and I discerned that, in this moment of food security and satisfaction from labor, their minds and bodies were increasingly inclined towards the freedom of desire, a primal instinct inherited from our ancestors. It is only in circumstances of safety and abundance that such thoughts arise among women. The saying "a full stomach breeds desire" encapsulates this sentiment perfectly. In Chapter 74, Training the Local Dog, the two women gently scrubbed my back while I tended to my hair, beard, and the front of my body. The morning stream was rather cool, so I refrained from suggesting they linger too long in the water, and their hair, having been neatly tied with bamboo last night, had remained untainted. After their bathing, an exquisite fragrance emanated from their bodies, intoxicating me. As we planned to take a day of rest, we found ourselves rather bored, yet in high spirits. When the two women embraced me for warmth, their soft breaths caressed my ears. Through the bamboo slats of the shelter, I glimpsed Catherine's alluring lips, so close to me, her emerald eyes sparkling like tranquil lake waters. In the tender embrace of the two women, time seemed to slip away until I awoke to find it was already noon. The women remained in a deep slumber, their garments only partially fastened, their alabaster skin peeking through like pearls hidden among straw, exuding an air of mystery and allure. As I rose, they sensed my movement and opened their eyes. "Mr. D, where are you off to?" Catherine inquired, her tone as gentle as it had been hours earlier. "Nothing much. Let us just enjoy this rest for a couple of days. I'll find time to gather coconuts later," I replied. Jia also stirred awake. "Uncle, aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? Are you hungry? I can prepare lunch for you," she said, embodying the caring demeanor of a dutiful wife. Having eaten well in the morning and expended little energy, I did not feel particularly hungry. "You girls should rest a little longer. I imagine you didn't sleep well on the beach last night," I remarked as I reached over to adjust the collar of Jia's garment. Stepping out of the shelter, I took out a cigar and lit it by the stones. As I smoked, I glanced at the fruits of our labor from yesterday, noticing a few insects drawn by the scent. They could have been smoked, but without the ability to produce smoke, it was futile. The local dog, starved and pitiful, gazed at me with longing. I held a piece of pork to its nose, and upon seeing it nearly salivate, I untied the rope binding its mouth. It made no sound, instead devouring the piece of pork from my hand. I offered it another piece, but did not fill it up. I merely wished for it to savor the taste, a strategy to facilitate better training. Dogs are remarkably intelligent creatures, while they may not forget their previous owners. This does not hinder their ability to recognize new ones. I sliced the pork into smaller pieces and gestured for it to sit. If it did not comprehend my signal, I would withhold the morsels. After numerous attempts, it finally crouched down, and I promptly rewarded it with a piece of pork, employing this reward mechanism until it grasped that only by complying with my hand gesture and remaining silent would it receive a reward. This afternoon, my training focused solely on this single action. The local dog adapted swiftly, and tomorrow I would continue to train it in other behaviors until it could serve my purposes. In Chapter 75, Leisure Time, training a dog is a straightforward endeavor, provided one effectively utilizes the reward system. Food should only be given when the correct action is performed. Under the temptation of food, the dog is likely to remember what it is instructed to do, starting with the simplest commands, such as sitting, then progressing to fetching, and eventually lying down. All must be accompanied by the trainer's movements. Over time, the dog will develop muscle memory, instinctively responding to its owner's gestures. Of course, more complex tasks, such as those required of guide dogs in navigating routes and understanding traffic rules or hazards, demand significantly more time, often 1 to 2 years of training. My current focus is merely on the basics, not even venturing into training for aggression. I intend to invest only a limited amount of time teaching a dog to attack. It suffices that it learns to remain calm and obey my commands, particularly in reconnaissance, where it can assist me. Dogs possess the ability to detect scents that elude human senses. I must train it to track enemies by scent, a task that, while requiring time, is not overly complex as it involves a singular action. Julia and Catherine soon awoke, curious to see my training of the local dog. Their eyes widened in excitement upon witnessing the results of my efforts. They had never encountered such knowledge before, finding it a novel experience. I encouraged them to train the dog according to my methods, ensuring that even in my absence, they could maintain control over it. It is crucial not to feed the dog indiscriminately. Doing so complicates training. It must experience hunger, and if it steals food, it must be reprimanded until it learns to refrain from such behavior. I conveyed this to the two women, acknowledging the harshness, yet recognizing it as the most effective method of training. As noon approached, the two women went to prepare lunch while I carried the skeleton of the wild boar. With the meat stripped from the ribs lacking nutritional value, I chose not to expend energy on it, knowing that broth would not be as flavorful as meat stew. Furthermore, there was no need for a fully grown dog to chew on it, as leaving it would attract flies and other pests, so I disposed of it. After lunch, I entrusted the training to the women, who seemed to enjoy playing with the dog. In my leisure, I fashioned a few finely crafted arrows with feather fletching, creating toothbrushes from pig bristles and sturdy bamboo strips. These small tasks required little effort and did not interfere with my rest. Though I possessed a firearm, ammunition was limited, and firing would attract attention, compromising our safety. To gather intelligence, I would have to venture out at night. Using a bow and arrow to eliminate enemies under the cover of darkness was the element of surprise. However, nighttime visibility would be a challenge. Thus, I would need to be close to my targets to strike effectively. I presented the two women with the completed pig bristle toothbrushes. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that pig bristles could be fashioned into such tools. "Uncle, I had no idea pig bristles could be made into a toothbrush," Jia exclaimed, eager to try it out. "Be gentle while brushing. The bristles are quite stiff, and we wouldn't want to draw blood," I cautioned her. Catherine too was keen to try, having gone over 20 days without proper dental care, relying on her fingers or charcoal instead. I advised both women to mix charcoal powder with salt to use as toothpaste. Observing their joyous expressions, I was reminded of the tender moments from last night when they reciprocated my kindness. Women can, at times, derive satisfaction and happiness with remarkable ease. Tomorrow evening, I should conduct a reconnaissance to ascertain the circumstances along the eastern coastline. Chapter 76. Memories are always beautiful. For dinner, we once again indulged in a stew of wild boar lean meat and wild vegetables. Although it did not bring the same level of satisfaction as the previous evening, it remained exceedingly delicious. Few can comprehend the immense joy we derive from such a simple broth. Perhaps this is the delight that arises from the fruits of labor. Akin to a child who, after 3 months of nurturing, finally harvests sweet strawberries, a joy far surpassing that of purchasing them from a supermarket. After dinner, I pondered whether we should conserve some for the final day. I yearned to gather coconuts tonight, yet I must depart for the east tomorrow afternoon and did not wish to expend energy on this endeavor. Consuming meat broth and a few chunks of meat daily is quite satisfactory. This dietary approach allows us to forego drinking water, and the broth itself is quite filling. Uncle, Aunt K is LN. The soap has solidified. At this moment, ZHY went to check the state of the soap. We had crafted a considerable amount of soap, utilizing bamboo tubes measuring only 5 centimeters deep and 12 to 13 centimeters wide as molds, resulting in thick, round discs of soap. K is LN, and I approached to gently tap the soap out. Each piece was quite presentable. The two women eagerly rushed to the stream to test it, washing their hands with the slippery substance. What a delightful experience it was. We finally had soap. ZHY cupped her hands and blew bubbles, while K is LN joined in the merriment. With the sun still high in the sky, they decided to take a bath with the soap. Although they had not perspired today and could have foregone washing, the mere presence of soap compelled them to cleanse themselves. I had no objections, yet I refrained from joining them. After all, it was easy to lose control in their presence, given that both were exceptionally beautiful with remarkable figures. Had there been no pressing tasks in recent days, indulgence might have been permissible, but not now. Moreover, they even brushed their teeth again. Their clean teeth and alluring lips stirring desire in any man's heart. Although they had not applied lip gloss, their lips still radiated a lustrous sheen. Noticing my covetous gaze at her fragrant presence, ZHY boldly leaned in and planted a kiss on my cheek, her face flushing with mischief as she laughed. K is LN also smiled and exchanged a tender glance with me. I was acutely aware that on this deserted island, moments of idleness often breed loneliness and solitude. Devoid of genuine emotional connections, I could not ascertain whether this was love. Among the women I had encountered, the one who lingered most vividly in my memory was still NN. She seemed an indispensable part of my soul. The more I yearned, the heavier this memory became. If I could safely depart from this place, I would wish to journey to MSK. I longed to find NN and discover whether she still remembered me, whether she cherished the love we once shared. Chapter 77. A Nighttime Ambush. That evening, we continued to rest in the refuge with the two women. This was partly due to the cool weather and partly because my hammock in the trees had yet to be properly hung. The previously crafted hemp ropes were simply insufficient. Thus, the matter was delayed. Fortunately, no one had yet searched this area. Of course, my reliance was not solely on luck, as I had set numerous traps in the vicinity. Otherwise, we would not have been able to sleep peacefully at night. If an enemy were to lie in wait nearby during the day, they would surely choose to act once we had entered the refuge, for we would have no means of escape within. A single gun pointed at the entrance could easily capture us. That night, I sat against a rock, refraining from lighting a cigar to pass the time, for the glow of the ember would be too conspicuous in the darkness. I sat there in boredom for 2 hours. The women in the refuge should have been asleep, and as I prepared to enter for rest, I suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream emanating from the direction of the stream. Instantly, like a startled lone wolf, every hair on my body stood on end. Had someone truly discovered this place? I swiftly donned my bow and arrow and rifle, crouching in the moonlight as I stealthily made my way toward the sound. I pondered that the only clue allowing an enemy to reach this location might be the coconut grove by the shore. During our landing, we had cut down a coconut tree there, and we had stripped this stretch of coastline of its coconuts, leaving behind only the underdeveloped ones. If a patrol team were observant enough, they would notice these discrepancies. Subsequently, a thorough search of the coastline would reveal the remnants of our wild boar hunt. Substances such as grease and pig hair washed into the rocky pools, accumulating and emitting a pungent odor. These scents would typically dissipate with the sea breeze and would be challenging to detect from a distance. However, the critical condition remains that they must not discover the coconut issue along this beach. After all, this ear-shaped island is quite vast, stretching over 30 kilometers in length, which means the coastline exceeds 80 kilometers. The small area from which we had harvested coconuts would generally be difficult to detect. There are more than one fallen coconut trees along the shore. Should they scrutinize the cut marks closely, I would be powerless. While I should not nurse a sense of false hope, these clues are beyond my management, which is why I had contemplated setting traps. It seems those traps may have borne fruit. From the direction of the scream, I could ascertain the precise location. I was thoroughly familiar with each trap, so I could not be mistaken. The scream echoed only briefly before it faded, indicating that the individual had likely stifled their voice while desperately attempting to extricate themselves from the trap. The adversary must have fallen into a pit trap, otherwise, a spring-loaded spike would not have elicited such a sound. After 5 minutes, I finally arrived at the trigger point of the trap. There were 2 individuals. These 2 were not mercenaries, but rather natives. One of them had fallen into the pit trap, having just exerted considerable effort to lift their injured foot from the pit. The native wore grass sandals, faded shorts, and a cheap shirt, creating a rather incongruous appearance. They resembled the indigenous people of eastern Indonesia rather than the true tropical natives found in the Brazilian rainforest. Indonesia had once been a Dutch colony centuries ago, subjected to oppression and revolution. Although the main events did not transpire on these deserted islands, over the centuries, the natives residing here must have been influenced by external cultures, evolving into modern individuals. The injured native had a gash on his calf, inflicted by the sharp bamboo spikes. Without effective treatment, he would surely face infection and death. Yet, they did not retreat. Instead, they hastily bandaged the wound and pressed on, which astonished me. Were they unafraid of death? Chapter 78. The Burdened Individuals. I did not immediately shoot at the 2 natives. Normally, if there were only 2 team members and one had sustained injuries, they would certainly retreat. However, the current situation did not align with military principles. Thus, there are 2 possibilities. Either they were not here to scout, but were instead fleeing, unaware that this was an enemy encampment and pursued by others, or there were additional hidden team members. Both possibilities were highly plausible. Therefore, I refrained from firing and instead chose to quietly observe as the 2 injured indigenous individuals proceeded toward the refuge. I crouched beneath a tall tree, anticipating that any pursuers from behind would soon arrive, given that these 2 had already lingered here for 7 or 8 minutes. Indeed, as the 2 indigenous people moved slowly for several more meters, I finally discerned a shadow following their path. It was evident that this was not a pursuer, but someone utilizing the indigenous individuals as guides to navigate the traps ahead. This indicated that they had indeed discovered this location and were aware of the traps present. However, I found it curious that, given their knowledge of this intelligence, only a single mercenary accompanied by 2 indigenous individuals had come. Surely, they ought to have sent at least 5 or 6 individuals for safety, especially since I had already killed 2 of their team members. Yet, I could not detect any other mercenaries stealthily approaching in the darkness. Initially, I contemplated shooting this individual with an arrow, but I realized he likely was not a member of the mercenary group, which seemed illogical. If he were not one of them, he must possess crucial intelligence. Thus, I sheathed my bow and quietly drew my dagger, stealthily trailing behind him. His attention was focused on the 2 indigenous individuals ahead, as he was also cautious of his footing, allowing me to follow him unnoticed. My movements synchronized with his, the only difference being that my strides were longer. When he paused, I halted as well, making it difficult for him to perceive my presence. Soon, I found myself directly behind him. In the moonlight, I observed that this individual clad in camouflage was not particularly tall, and he bore a sniper rifle on his back. From its shape, it was evident that it was a Macmillan .50, a long-range anti-material sniper rifle. This revelation surprised me further. If he intended to kill me, there would be no need for such a cumbersome weapon, particularly in the forest where a simpler rifle would be more practical. Momentarily, I was at a loss regarding his intentions. Regardless of his motives, his approach warranted preparation for capture. I immediately pressed my rifle against his back and spoke in a low voice, hoping he would recognize that my silent approach indicated my confidence in eliminating him. Should he dare to make a move, it would only lead to his demise. He was instructed to discard his weapon, place his hands behind his head, interlocking his fingers, and kneel on the ground. I conveyed my intent with a tone that was both stern and clear. If he failed to grasp the calmness in my voice, realizing that I was no novice who had merely circled behind him, he would surely comply, else even divine intervention would not save him. Chapter 79. Overly clever. Hey mate, don't be hasty. I come in peace, seeking collaboration. Otherwise, I would have revealed your position to the other mercenaries long ago. The man slowly complied with my commands, interlocking his fingers behind his head and kneeling on the ground. His speech bore a London accent, suggesting he was British rather than an agent from my country. Of course, this was not definitive. He could also be a member of a foreign mercenary group. I swiftly fashioned a noose from the rope I carried, binding his legs and then pressing him down, securing his arms with the same rope, forcing his limbs to draw back. resembling a wild boar strung up on a bamboo pole, albeit with his limbs inverted. This position left him with his abdomen pressed against the ground, hands and feet skyward, making it exceedingly difficult for him to escape or bring his limbs closer to his body. "Hey, good mate, you can't treat me this way. I'm genuinely here to collaborate," he protested, discomfort evident in his voice due to my binding method, yet he had no recourse but to resort to verbal persuasion. I stripped him of all his weapons and then pursued the two indigenous individuals in front of me. Though they were innocent, so too was I, and releasing them could potentially jeopardize our safety. Thus, when I caught up to the two indigenous individuals, I raised my weapon and fired 2 shots, swiftly ending their lives. "You killed them?" the mercenary asked, surprised. "Do you think I shouldn't have?" I retorted. Well, they would have died sooner or later. "Hey mate, I recognize your skill in dealing with those 2 patrolmen, but you lack knowledge about their camp's intelligence. I possess that knowledge and can collaborate with you," he continued. His cleverness was apparent as he used the term "you," indicating that if I had other teammates, I wouldn't need to control him to pursue and eliminate those 2 indigenous individuals. His words seemed intended to portray him as less astute, aiming to lower my guard and coax me into deceit, suggesting he had other companions or was attempting to extract information from me. Furthermore, his feigned sympathy for the 2 indigenous individuals aimed to paint him as a good person among the evildoers. If he were truly benevolent, he would not have led the 2 to their deaths, fully aware of the high probability of danger they faced. Such cunning might work on the average person, but it was laughable in my presence. He struck me as not particularly imposing, yet exceedingly sly. This individual could be of use, but his life must not be spared. If he knew that his cleverness had incited murderous thoughts within me, he would never have acted as he did. "Very well, we can collaborate. But you must divulge the intelligence regarding your camp. I require specifics," I demanded, idly toying with a Glock handgun I had retrieved from him. The metallic clink was melodious, yet it posed a significant threat to the man on the ground. "All right, since we are to become collaborators, could you loosen my bindings a bit? I can't escape faster than a bullet, can I? This is truly uncomfortable," he continued to plead. "All right, I will loosen them," I replied, but instead, I struck him forcefully with the butt of my gun, hitting his front teeth. "Are your front teeth loose now?" I inquired. Chapter 80. The devout believer. I yanked off his beanie, revealing his golden hair, and his distinctly European features became starkly visible in the moonlight. The blow to his mouth had left him bloodied and grimacing in pain, silencing his attempts at persuasion. As a sniper, he should have recognized that this was the moment to offer something valuable for his survival, or else his life would surely be forfeit. "Oh, my brother, please don't kill me. I genuinely seek to collaborate with you. There is much gold hidden over there. It's not as simple as you think. Without my assistance, you won't access that gold. Trust me," he implored, anguish evident in his voice. "How can I trust you? Can I trust someone who came in the night to ambush me?" I mocked. "Ask your God if there exists a brother so kind and honest." I apologize for our initial encounter. My intention was merely to seize the upper hand, not to offend. "I swear by my great and omnipotent God," he asserted. "So, you consider yourself a devout believer?" I scoffed, inquiring further. "Indeed, I am a deeply devout believer, and I would never jest about my God. You can see the cross hanging from my chest." As he spoke, I glanced at his hands tied behind his back, where his right index and middle fingers were forming a cross gesture resembling a cross. This demonstrated that he was indeed a sincere believer. However, it also indicated that part of his earlier statement was false. A true believer would never make false promises before God. Hence the necessity of that gesture to signify that he was merely acting and that God would forgive him. "Oh, you are exceedingly honest. I ought to loosen your restraints a bit," I remarked, striking him with the butt of my gun against his mouth. This time, the pain nearly caused him to faint. "Damn it, my good brother, can you please strike me somewhere else? I might lose a perfectly good tooth." The man cried in agony. "Then you should be more sincere," I replied. "Bind me if you must. Just provide me with some food each day. I know you want to let me go, but please do not kill me. I swear I am merely greedy, but I am certainly not a bad person." At this moment, his hands were no longer making the cross gesture. Yet, this did not imply that he was not lying. Only when swearing false oaths before God would he feel the need to perform such an action. "I have no surplus provisions to spare you. Dead men waste food," I stated. "No, I am still of use to you. The gold is not in the east. Only a few know its true location, and this is merely a fade. I have been here for a year, conducting serious reconnaissance," he asserted. "So your purpose in seeking me is truly for collaboration?" I inquired. "Not quite. I merely wish to utilize you to help me venture to a certain location to ascertain whether gold exists there," he replied. This statement held a degree of credibility. Of course, I did not need to compel him to swear an oath to God each time, as he would surely perceive my intentions. In that moment, in order to save his life, he could forego the cross gesture. "How do you intend to threaten me into doing this?" I asked. "During the day?" I came near this area and spotted those two women with you. I believe capturing the women would make you comply. I am not deceiving you. When I approached, I almost fell victim to one of your traps, which is why I did not get closer to the shelter, he explained. His words carried an underlying message. He had already discovered our presence and could have easily eliminated us. By revealing this, he aimed to express his sincere desire to collaborate with me. His current behavior was quite astute. He was not being deceitful. He understood that further trickery would result in my losing patience and ultimately killing him. Moreover, he recognized my exceptional survival skills and that I could be of service to him if he sought me out for such a perilous task. It was clear that the location he mentioned was fraught with danger. Where exactly is this place you speak of? Chapter 81, The Puppet of Power. My good brother, I cannot divulge that information. I had intended to use you only to reveal it, but now that we are collaborators, I can only tell you once we have accomplished our objective together, he declared decisively. If he were to reveal it now, I would kill him and find my way to that place myself. After all, I was not obligated to collaborate with him. This man was evidently intent on safeguarding his own life, which was his primary concern. However, I lacked sufficient reason to set him free. He presumed that I desired that batch of gold as well, which is why he believed I would not kill him. Humans are inherently greedy. No one desires to be without gold. Yet, I yearned more for a vessel to transport the supplies and escape this place. For that was far superior to any amount of gold. I could deliberate on the gold matter later. How often do you deliver supplies? I inquired, softening my tone to obscure my true intentions for collaboration, thus ensuring he would not lie about trivial matters. Every 3 months. So, once a quarter. When is the next supply delivery scheduled? I asked. In 30 days, he replied, and what he said aligned closely with my expectations. How many mercenaries do you have in total? I continued. Originally, there were 36, he answered. To which organization do you belong? I pressed on. What organization do you think could steal over 8,000 tons of gold from the Federal Reserve Bank in Manhattan? He replied with a hint of mockery, or perhaps pride. In truth, I found it hard to believe that anyone could extract such a vast quantity of gold from that fortress. Even if the doors were thrown open, it would require 133 heavy trucks, and the labor needed to load the gold would have to be mechanized. Otherwise, it would be impossible for mere mortals to accomplish such a feat. Moreover, the bank boasted an exceptionally tight security system. Even the most brilliant minds in the world would struggle to devise a method for smuggling the gold out. However, all these individuals were stationed here, and considering the mercenary I had previously killed, they would have no reason to provide false information. Thus, what exactly was amiss? To be honest, I do not believe the gold has been transported out, I stated candidly. The man laughed. I do not believe it either, but it is indeed true. They spent a year emptying the vault, transporting it bit by bit to various hideouts, he claimed. So this island is not the only storage site for the gold? I asked. That is a certainty, he affirmed. You still haven't told me which organization you belong to that possesses such capabilities. I reiterated. Though he spoke convincingly, I remained skeptical. After all, without witnessing it firsthand, I could not be convinced. How could a vault safeguarded by national power be emptied? We are merely puppets controlled by those at the pinnacle of power. If you knew who the true owners of that gold are, you would understand that moving the gold from the vault is no issue at all. There would be no obstacles whatsoever, he asserted with utmost confidence. His words led me to suspect a certain possibility. This was no theft. It was an audacious transfer. You see it now, don't you? He chuckled upon noticing the look of realization on my face. Yes, I understand who orchestrated this. But I still do not grasp how they managed to transfer the gold without a whisper of suspicion. What method did they employ? I queried with great curiosity. Chapter 82, The Gold Transport Scheme. The man, hearing my question, smiled with a hint of pride, as if he were part of the operation himself. Now that you have guessed the identity of the gold's owners, you should realize that those so-called security systems have become utterly ineffective. When they are in power, a simple command can relocate the gold to another secure location, designated as a military secret, and all 3 parties involved in security would comply simultaneously. To meet the condition of secrecy, they would ensure that the gold is not transported through the front entrance. He paused before continuing. Since the vault is on the 5th floor, over 20 meters underground, below sea level, they directly employed machines at the Freeport side to drill from underwater at a precise 45-degree angle into the vault. This would result in seawater flooding directly into the vault. I interjected. Indeed, prior to drilling, they emptied the seawater from the operational area using a method akin to constructing a bridge pier, just as one would invert a bucket over a port. The drilling apparatus operated within this pier, successfully breaching the vault. He finished, laughing once more. They installed a golden conveyor belt within the bridge pier, where the gold is mechanically transported from the vault and poured into a passage, allowing the ingots to slide down to the free port located 500 meters away. At this point, All they need to do is anchor a transport ship outside and wait for the conveyor belt to deliver the gold. A process so simple that it requires merely the press of a button to activate the conveyor. Upon hearing this, I found myself at a loss for words. The previous regime could indeed issue such a command. After all, they had transported gold to Kentucky through a similar order. The difference lay in the transparency of that operation, which had employed considerable military force, whereas this one was shrouded in secrecy. Thus, they circumvented all security systems and did not even need to bribe anyone, directly utilizing those loyal soldiers. The bank's 3 security personnel would also cooperate splendidly in the transportation. The gold is transported in hundreds of batches, and the operational latitude at sea is vast. For instance, one identical ship could transport counterfeit gold to the destination, while another ship carries the real gold to different hiding spots. This operation remained undisclosed due to military encryption, leaving no one else aware of it. Once they vacate their positions, as long as nothing is uncovered, everyone will continue to believe that the gold is safely stored in the new secret vault. If the upper echelons of their own country were to engage in such activities, it would indeed constitute a national scandal. The current authorities are dispatching agents worldwide in search of the gold, and one can imagine the extent of their embarrassment and fury. Meanwhile, the former power holders remain unscathed, as this matter lacks evidence, and coupled with the official reluctance to escalate issues, they are unable to take action against him. The former leaders must have had a contingency plan to act so boldly, otherwise, they would not still be active in politics. They might imprison him under different charges and conduct a slow investigation, but their legal team is formidable. To this day, they have made no progress against him. They can only watch him seethe, even contemplating running for election again, mocking this band of hypocritical politicians. After listening to the man, my initial shock had dissipated, as this operation was entirely feasible, the entire process devoid of any complexities. Who would have thought that this old fellow would engage in such actions? The man directed a question at me. Chapter 83, The Outsider. I understood that as a cautious sniper, he would not recklessly approach me without a plan for collaboration. Should our cooperation fail, he would undoubtedly have an escape route. It was merely that I had not yet cornered him into a desperate situation, and he still spoke in a negotiating tone. Thus, I surmised that he had more than one companion in the eastern camp. This contradicted my initial intent to eliminate him, as I had aimed to prevent such a scenario. If sparing his life could avert this situation, then I would indeed refrain from killing him. He had withheld this information initially, partly out of fear that I would react violently and eliminate him, subsequently fleeing. To me, it would merely be an additional burden. Therefore, seeking collaboration was his primary objective, rather than resorting to threats. How many partners do we have? I inquired cautiously. Good brother, with such a splendid opportunity, we certainly need several partners. For example, we need ships to transport the gold, do we not? After transporting the gold, we must also locate new hiding spots and sales channels, correct? So how many are there? 5, and with you, that makes 6. There are 2 of our people on the supply ship, and they can acquire the ship and the excavator for transporting the gold. While we must eliminate everyone in that location, not here, the man replied. By this reckoning, aside from myself, he had 3 companions on the island, 2 of whom were in the camp. He was a clever man. Such threats need not be voiced openly. If I failed to grasp this, I would not deserve to survive in this setting. Why do you carry this gun? I asked, puzzled, for carrying such a weapon served little purpose in stealth, given its weight of over 20 pounds. This is for you. I intended for you to assist me in dealing with the people at that location, as your 47 would surely not suffice, the man explained. But is this really necessary? I furrowed my brow in inquiry. After all, this was an anti-material sniper rifle. Using it for killing was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Hey, that place is perilous. Tell me the specifics, he insisted. We have a gold cache that has been discovered by agents. Those agents have contacted an African warlord, intent on seizing the gold there. So entering that place is like stepping into a den of dragons and tigers. The man elaborated dramatically. Damn it, we might as well seize the gold here. I retorted. No, we must not touch the gold here. If we do, we will forfeit our ability to enjoy the world. If I could have taken it, I would have done so already. Do you think these mercenaries lack self-interest? They do not dare to act. The man replied helplessly. As for how to go about it, I remained unaware. Interrogating him would be pointless. This was of little concern to me, as I was an outsider. Should I become embroiled in their threats, I might never find peace. This was also the life that mercenaries despised the most. I swear to God, not a word of what you say is false, I finally declared. Without hesitation, he swore an oath, making no gestures of the cross. Brother, we need someone like you, an outsider, to act. This way, we all have alibis and will not attract trouble. Honestly, we genuinely require a skilled and clever brother like you. The man stated earnestly. I tossed a dagger onto the ground. Brother, at least help me cut this. He called after me as I turned to leave. However, I paid him no heed and departed directly. Our position had been compromised, and regardless, I had to establish a second refuge, leaving the women behind while I sought another hideout. If anything were to happen to the women, I would know that this man had betrayed our agreement. Chapter 84. Catherine's Means of Self-Preservation. Mr. D, what exactly has transpired? Catherine inquired of me. Julia, enveloped in darkness, gazed at me with a puzzled expression, her eyes reflecting a faint glimmer in the low light. I informed them that 2 natives had attempted to ambush us at midnight, but had fallen into a trap I set, and were killed. Uncle, have we exposed our location? Julia asked warily, her focus now diverted from the 2 deceased natives. Do not worry, no one has leaked this information. This place remains safe. You may rest assured. If you are afraid, we can sleep in the dilapidated shelter on the mountaintop tomorrow night, I assured them. In truth, I said this merely to comfort them, for they would still need to operate here during the day. If the enemy approached during daylight, they could just as easily be sniped. Pursuing them in daylight would undoubtedly be safer than at night. Those who come at night usually possess intentions similar to that of the earlier assailant. Uncle, shall we stay at the mountaintop tomorrow night? Gia asked. Catherine shared the same sentiment. They lacked the acute observation and analytical skills to realize that the enemy's purpose in attacking the shelter at night was futile as long as the living environment remained unchanged. If they recognized this, they would understand that it mattered little where they slept at night. That can be arranged, I replied. However, Catherine remained silent, instead using the excuse of needing me to accompany her to the restroom. Given the distance to the restroom, I did not refuse. Gia, you stay in the shelter. If anything happens, just call out. There is nothing to worry about, I reassured the frightened Gia. She nodded in response. Catherine and I proceeded towards the restroom. Suddenly, she halted. Mr. D, I am aware that there are things you hesitate to share with us, but I cannot perish here. You must protect me, for I possess a reason that compels your intervention. Catherine, astute as she is, discerned the concealment in my earlier words and the potential for deception. The intellect of politicians is not comparable to that of a naive girl, Gia. She saw through my intentions, but offered no reproach, instead seeking my protection. Please, articulate your reason, I inquired with an air of indifference. Mr. D, you sustained grave injuries in Ukraine, recuperating for 2 months in a young girl's basement. At this juncture, I cast a glance at her, astonished that she was privy to this information. Yet, to mask my shock, I remained silent. What do you wish to convey? The mention of Alina stirred turmoil within me, prompting an irritable query. Alina and the others are alive. I rescued them with the intention of using them to coerce you into becoming a double agent, but I never had the opportunity to approach you. My eyes now reddened. Met Catherine's. You are not deceiving me, are you? I am not lying. This is the truth. If anything happens to me, the 3 siblings are living in my old house in the countryside with my mother, Catherine replied. A myriad of emotions surged within me, leaving me at a loss for words. Nonetheless, I felt a sense of relief that Alina was still alive. She bore no threat. I soon realized her intentions were to have me prioritize saving her over Julia when faced with a life and death decision. This was the value she sought in exchange. Very well. I owe you that much. I shall know how to proceed. Alina is a beautiful and kind girl. She saved you. And it is thanks to you that she can continue to live. You owe her nothing, Catherine conceded, falling silent. Chapter 85. A Night with the Weapon. I had initially contemplated allowing them to remain to ascertain whether that man betrayed his agreement, but with Catherine's intervention, I abandoned this notion. Keeping them with me posed minimal danger, as the adversary wouldn't easily resort to shooting these 2 women before confirming my presence. For such an act would reveal their own vulnerability. However, the risk was not entirely absent. If numerous mercenaries approached, the 2 women would undoubtedly face inhumane torment. Upon returning to the shelter, I did not seek rest, but rather examined the sniper rifle under the glow of the battery-powered lamp. It was pristine, evidently seldom used, and well-maintained, offering a reassuring heft in my hands. My rough fingers traced the cold, hard barrel, its glossy black finish glimmering under the light, seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure that captivated the hearts of countless men. The magazine capacity was 5 rounds, and the man had brought an additional box of 20 bullets, sufficient for my needs. It was equipped with a 16x scope. The trigger mechanism followed the Remington style, requiring a pull of 35 pounds. The barrel's surface featured grooves to reduce weight, and the muzzle was fitted with a high-efficiency muzzle brake to mitigate the powerful recoil. The stock was crafted from Macmillan fiberglass reinforced plastic, with a specially designed rubber recoil pad at the rear and a bipod at the front, lacking mechanical sights. As I was not the previous user of this rifle, I was unaware of its point of impact parameters. Tomorrow, I plan to ascend Radar Mountain and target the northern hill, approximately 200 to 300 meters away, to calibrate the point of impact. I secured the firearm and lit a cigar. That fellow would undoubtedly contact me again, aware that I possessed a walkie-talkie. Its limited power offered effective reception within a kilometer in the jungle. If he wished to reach me, he would return, though not tonight. When he did contact me, it would signal the time for action. If I were not attacked tomorrow, then that cunning individual would be worthy of trust. Albeit this trust was contingent upon my ability to assist him. As I smoked the cigar, I contemplated whether to participate in the golden operation. My original aim was merely to seize the supply ship. However, commandeering the vessel without timely assistance upon reaching shore was futile, for we would be 3 unaccounted individuals operating a supply ship belonging to an organization. This would lead them to assume I intended to leak secrets, prompting a maritime manhunt. At that juncture, escape would be impossible, and I would risk death at sea. Such a risk was untenable. After careful consideration, I resolved to engage in this collaboration. Shelving the plan to commandeer the ship, I would assess his specific plans later. If they proved disadvantageous, I would adapt my strategy accordingly. Thus, I clutched the rifle and slept until dawn. As the first rays of morning sunlight kissed my face, illuminating my eyelids, I was roused from slumber. I peered over the rocks, surveying the expansive beach, finding no speedboats or conspicuous footprints. I could not ascertain whether he resented my failure to assist him in unbinding himself, leaving him to roll on the grassy bank for half the night in search of a dagger. Chapter 86. Adjusting the point of impact. I longed to bury them, yet hesitated to expend excessive energy. Instead, I dragged the bodies to a hollow in the woods and covered them with some underbrush. The 2 women awakened early, their condition less than favorable. It was evident that their sleep had been troubled, likely due to my absence from the shelter, which diminished their sense of security. "Uncle, where did you go last night?" Jia inquired anxiously, her large, round eyes filled with concern, whether for my safety or fear that I might abandon them. "I rested by the sea last night. There is no need for alarm. As long as nothing occurs in these days, we shall be fine. Now, prepare breakfast," I replied, preparing to ascend Radar Mountain. The morning breeze was gentle and the temperature moderate, ideal for testing the point of impact parameters, which were crucial as baseline data. "Mr. D, is there anything I can assist you with?" Catherine asked upon noticing my intent to busy myself. I reached the summit, climbed atop the container house, and positioned the sniper rifle in front of me, lying on the container's roof like a lizard. Once settled, I peered through the scope, observing the rocky summit of the northern hill. The northern hill appeared to be approximately 3 kilometers away. I opted for a closer target to test the point of impact parameters, as this distance was excessive, exceeding the standard effective range of 1,000 meters. Although it could hit such distant targets, it held little significance for me unless necessary. I merely required a moderate distance, ideally 1,500 meters. The so-called point of impact parameters refer to the intersection of the bullet's trajectory and the extended line of the scope. Many novices fail to understand why the scope is positioned so high above the muzzle, yet can hit precisely where aimed. The reason lies here. The muzzle is slightly elevated, while the scope is linear. Upon exiting the barrel, the bullet follows a parabolic trajectory. I needed to adjust the vertical and horizontal angles of the scope to ensure that the bullet intersects at the designated distance of 1,500 meters. By establishing this standard distance based on the characteristics of this rifle, I could operate effectively, as the weapon's power allows for nearly a straight trajectory within 800 meters. Thus, with 1,500 meters as my baseline, I could engage targets within 2,000 meters without needing to readjust the scope. I selected a cluster of trees on a distant hill as my target, then stood and extended my right arm, raising my thumb. I utilized the disparity in perspective between my left and right eyes to gauge the target distance. This distance measuring method is remarkably straightforward. If one raises their right arm, the right eye aligned with the thumb observing the target, then closes the right eye, using the left eye to align with the thumb S position. The distance between these 2 points, multiplied by 10, reveals the distance from the observer to the target. The essential training involves conditioning the brain to remember the size of objects at a distance, such as the height of a person or the length of a small car. With this concept firmly grasped, one can easily estimate the distance between 2 targets observed by the left and right eyes. This is most easily accomplished in urban settings, whereas it becomes considerably more challenging in mountainous terrains. Additionally, a marksman may rely on the scale of a reticle to calculate distance by experience. Although it is preferable for the observed target to possess clear dimensions, such as buildings or people, for convenience, I simply have a habit of initially gauging with my eyes, to avoid excessive reliance on the scope, though it is of limited utility. Once I have identified the target, I proceed to make adjustments before firing my first shot. After observing the bullet's impact point, I make ballistic corrections, having to fire 5 rounds to achieve complete accuracy. With this baseline parameter established, I need only account for factors affecting the trajectory at any given moment, adjust the muzzle, and utilize the ballistic compensation scale on the reticle for calibration. I then descend the mountain with my firearm, I planned to depart for reconnaissance in the east in the afternoon. As the intelligence provided by that man may not be entirely reliable, I must personally observe the eastern region. Chapter 87. Departure for reconnaissance. I hefted the heavy sniper rifle, descending the mountain like a bear, calculating the time it would take to hike to the east, given that the distance exceeds 28 kilometers. At a brisk pace of approximately 10 kilometers per hour, allowing for over 2 hours of rest, I figured I would set out around noon and arrive by evening. However, the reality may consume more time, as I traverse through tropical rainforests, where many areas are completely wild, with rugged paths and dense foliage. 2 women, akin to devoted wives, prepared a delectable breakfast for me. Although I had not finished the previous sea turtle eggs, our dietary standards had improved, and I no longer felt the gnawing hunger that had previously invaded my subconscious. Hunger had transformed into a fear, and simply having food brought immense happiness and satisfaction. Now, when the sea turtle eggs were cracked into the pan, the fishy odor threatened to spoil the flavor of the wild boar meat. Thus, the 2 women refrained from breaking the eggs into the meat, instead opting to boil the whole sea turtle egg in the soup, preventing contamination of the broth. These sea turtle eggs were not meant for our consumption, but were designated for feeding the local dog. Such concerns were inevitable, even when I assured them I would not abandon them. "Uncle, I heard you fired 5 shots from the mountaintop. Were you hunting up there?" Julia asked curiously. "No, I was merely adjusting my ballistic parameters." I settled onto a stone before the shelter, where Catherine brought me a bowl of soup, which I placed on the ground. Both Julia and Catherine appeared somewhat anxious. "They wouldn't really come, would they?" Catherine inquired. "They won't come. I only mentioned it as a precaution," I reassured them. The 2 women nodded but remained unconvinced. As long as there was even a slight chance of being ambushed by mercenaries, they would never feel completely at ease. This is human nature. If you are genuinely concerned, you may stay in the container house atop the mountain tonight. Though it requires tidying up, and there is no food or water, you would need to bring your provisions, I informed them. After contemplating, Catherine shook her head. "Let us stay here. I trust you," she asserted with newfound determination in her gaze. Julia had no other thoughts. Wherever Catherine was, she would be. And thus she nodded in agreement. There are numerous traps surrounding us. If mercenaries were to approach in the dead of night or during the afternoon, they would not escape unscathed. Upon hearing cries, "Make your way towards the source of the creek. The mountaintop is not safe," I candidly expressed. Catherine and Julia nodded in understanding. After breakfast, I roasted a few strips of lean pork, placing them in my lunchbox, along with the remaining coconut meat. This constituted my provisions for the ensuing march. Nearing noon, we had another meal before I commenced my departure. Having surveyed the entire island, I knew that following the coastline would be swifter and safer. Although the coast might be farther, it posed fewer obstacles and allowed for vigilance against approaching speedboats. Should any vessels approach, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. With the worried gazes of the 2 women upon me, I vanished into the jungle, armed with my sniper rifle, handgun, dagger, and bow. Chapter 88. The cave along the way. Relying solely on the intelligence I received from the sniper was rather one-dimensional. Since others had already set their sights on various hidden treasure spots, it signified that the information regarding those locations had likely circulated within a limited scope, leading to an influx of operatives and various factions converging upon those sites. Given that the sniper had not disclosed the location of the treasure to me, I had reason to suspect it was situated not far from this island. Other factions might also discover their way here. The outcome of such multifaceted competition was uncertain. My primary objective was to safeguard our own space for survival, free from any encroachment or exploitation. Certainly, the sniper and any other potential factions on the island would share this mindset. Each individual, in pursuit of maximizing their own interests, would undoubtedly exert themselves to conceal and clandestinely gather more intelligence on this deserted island. Therefore, as I journeyed eastward, I needed to remain vigilant against traps set by others in the jungle, as well as potential sniper fire. I made my way eastward through the coconut grove, constantly attuned to changes in the surrounding environment. Signs of human activity were often easily discernible, particularly near water sources. An hour later, I entered a mangrove swamp. While swamps might not contain traps, they were fraught with natural hazards, and crocodiles or snakes could lurk within. Presently, it was still too early for snakes to hibernate, and they might be at the peak of their hunting season. Swamps are rich in food sources, thus their activity levels would undoubtedly be high. Should I accidentally encounter such creatures, I could only resign myself to misfortune. The swamp teemed with seabirds, and my arrival startled some, causing them to take flight towards the coast, blending with the predatory frigate birds, rendering it difficult to distinguish the species. I was compelled to veer northward around this perilous mangrove swamp. After another half hour, I had exhausted much of my stamina and needed to find a place to rest for half an hour before continuing. Otherwise, I risked being at a disadvantage in combat should I encounter an enemy due to fatigue. I discovered a large rock in the forest. Leaning against a hill about 10 meters high, I intended to rest against the stone and eat a little. But I noticed a slope beneath it leading to the base of the rock. From above, I could not see below, but I sensed that there might be a crevice-shaped cave beneath. Caves are rare treasures. I excitedly circled around the rock, pushing aside the surrounding brush, and indeed discovered an entrance to a crevice measuring approximately 80 centimeters in height. A massive rock above presses down on a large stone below. Yet due to protruding stones on either side, it has created a suspended void in the middle, resembling a stone hearth. I felt a surge of excitement, but refrained from immediately entering, as the depth of the crevice remained obscured, raising concerns about the presence of other creatures within. While the island may not sustain large predators, serpents can thrive without issue. What if it were a snake den? Should I venture in, I might find myself in grave danger. This location is neither too distant nor too close to the eastern camp, and if there were a water source nearby, establishing a base here would greatly facilitate my subsequent reconnaissance efforts. Hence, my exhilaration. Chapter 89, Peril Outside the Cave. Before the entrance of this cave, measuring 2 meters in length and 80 centimeters in height, lay numerous fine grains of sand, remnants of rainwater that had washed down the soil from above. By observing the evenly distributed mud and sand, one could discern traces of animal movement, indicating whether creatures had traversed the cave or if humans had visited. Upon meticulous inspection, I discovered no signs of human presence. However, in a corner, I stumbled upon a shed skin, unmistakably from a python. I picked it up, noting its diameter of 12 centimeters, a substantial size for a serpent. Cursed be, although pythons are non-venomous, their constricting strength is formidable, and they can easily infiltrate any opening. Unless the cave were entirely sealed, we risked being invaded during the night. Once ensnared, our human bones could scarcely withstand such immense pressure, leading to suffocation and death. That creature could very well be resting inside at this very moment. With this thought, I instinctively drew my dagger while simultaneously illuminating the cave with my flashlight. The beam illuminated the cavern's spacious and profound interior, revealing a far larger expanse than the entrance suggested. Yet, one must crawl to navigate within. I secured the flashlight with my shoulder and began to venture deeper. As I entered, a wave of dampness assaulted my senses. The walls were adorned with moss, and the stone floor felt slick beneath my feet, as though the entire cave had been saturated with moisture. After a few steps, the cave widened, reaching a height of approximately 2 meters. The moss diminished, replaced by unusual stalactites, some resembling bamboo shoots, others like stone pillars or even swords, each formation evoking awe at nature's artistry. Continuing forward, the cavern grew even more expansive, reaching a height of roughly 3 meters. The stalactites multiplied, their shapes becoming increasingly fantastical. Some appeared like waterfalls, others like terraced fields, and some reminiscent of grand palaces, transporting one into a realm of mystery. Deep within the cave, there existed a vast cavern, approximately 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. The stalactites within were even more breathtaking, resembling mountains, trees, and animals, leaving one spellbound. The air in this chamber was exceptionally fresh, akin to being in a natural oxygen haven. Exiting the cavern, the cave's interior narrowed once more, the height decreasing to about 1 meter. The stalactites diminished, giving way to small stalagmites. At the end of the cave, I discovered a vertical fissure, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways, leading out to a hillside brimming with shrubs. It was truly magnificent. The space was so vast, with 2 exits. If organized properly, it could serve as a natural, concealed dwelling. My heart raced with excitement. I had not anticipated such a discovery. In the midst of my exhilaration, I suddenly noticed a python lurking beneath the shrubs before me, its gaze fixed intently upon me. This serpent was both thick and long, akin to a massive rope, its skin adorned with beautiful yet ominous patterns. Its small, round eyes radiated a piercing light, as if it had already assessed the situation. I surmised it was waiting for me to emerge from the cave, contemplating whether I might be a suitable meal or if I posed any threat. Cursed be, that creature had not wandered far. Alarm surged through me. I had initially considered using my firearm against it, yet the camp lay 11 or 12 kilometers away, and there was no telling if patrols roamed the vicinity. Thus, I abandoned that notion and opted for my dagger. Chapter 90, An Unexpected Encounter in the Woods. Like a vigilant warrior, I grasped my dagger, eyes keenly alert, advancing towards the python, which regarded me with equal caution, unaware of the lethal potential of my gleaming weapon. Truth be told, I had no desire to engage in combat. However, this cave was now mine. I needed to assert my claim. With my right hand gripping the sharp dagger, I stealthily seized a hefty stone with my left and hurled it at the serpent's head with the force of a baseball pitch. The impact was considerable, and with only 5 meters separating us, the stone struck true, startling it. The bewildered expression on its face mirrored that of a monkey witnessing a stone being thrown. The cave was refreshingly cool, and I had scarcely had the opportunity to examine it closely. My primary concern had been assessing any potential dangers. Now, I crawled further into the cave. The stone fissure's exit was approximately 1.5 meters deep, allowing me to squeeze through, and I soon found myself in an expansive cavern. Although it was a cave, the flat stone surface at the corner of the exit provided ample space for constructing or laying down a bed. When the time came, I and the 2 women could indulge in our desires here. Furthermore, the airflow was excellent, ensuring that our cured meats would remain preserved. I would not even need to devise traps in the vicinity. Merely disguising the cave's entrance would suffice. Should anyone discover it, we could retreat through another exit. I felt immensely satisfied with this cavern. Returning to the initial entrance, I realized the presence of moss was due to a spring emerging from the stone wall, forming a small pool of clear water roughly the size of a basin. The excess flowed through the fissures below, explaining the dryness of the path I had traversed. That serpent was indeed fortunate, for it could hibernate in such a haven. The area with a foul odor marked where it had previously rested. If habitation were to occur here, a thorough cleaning would be necessary. I began to devise a plan, envisioning this place as a second refuge. The first shelter had already been compromised. Although the sniper had not yet sent anyone to confront me, there was no guarantee this would remain the case. Relationships between foes and allies can shift unpredictably. There are no eternal enemies, nor everlasting friends. I must be prepared for any eventuality. After resting sufficiently, I resumed my journey, slowing my pace considerably due to the dense foliage surrounding me, filled with banyan trees and various shrubs. After walking an additional 5 to 6 kilometers, I was suddenly captivated by a flock of birds as they congregated around a notably peculiar tree. The ground within a 20-meter radius was barren, littered with countless decaying fruits, while the canopy was home to a group of crow-like birds adorned with black feathers. These were the splendid lyrebirds. To my astonishment, this tree was the infamous bloodwood. Such trees are common in Australia, yet I had not expected to find one on this island. I prepared to extract some tree sap from my arrows. I suddenly noticed someone approaching. There were 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman, all of Caucasian descent. Unlike the jungle camouflage worn by the previous operatives from the east, these 6 donned digital camouflage attire. Furthermore, apart from the woman carrying a .24 sniper rifle, the others were equipped with powerful elite crossbows, a remarkable weapon manufactured by the national company. Weighing 3 kilograms and measuring 52 centimeters in length, it could fire 5 arrows in quick succession, with a maximum effective range of 150 meters. This weapon reigns supreme in close-quarters combat within the jungle. Once a target is identified, escape from its arrows is nearly impossible. My heart began to race violently. Although I was unaware of their origins, their gear indicated that they were a highly trained mercenary assault team. I was currently hidden behind a banyan tree, a mere 25 meters away from them. I dared not make a sound. If they detected me, my demise would be certain. At the same time, I quietly drew my handgun from my waist, careful not to produce even the slightest noise. At this distance, discovery meant certain death. I never anticipated such misfortune would lead me to encounter this professional killer squad. Despite the speed of my handgun, I could not gamble on their reaction time. Their physique, equipment, and vigilant movements indicated that they were undoubtedly my equals, if not superior. They might well have spotted me the moment I stepped out from behind the tree. The firing rate of assassins is exceedingly high. From drawing the gun to firing, they could eliminate 2 to 3 targets in less than a second. Of course, distance could play a role, yet I dared not wager against their speed. I was grateful I had not shot that python earlier. Had I done so, I would have surely attracted their attention. I couldn't even dare to peek at them, fearing their watchful gazes would detect me. Yet, I could imagine they were here to poison the tips of their arrows. The power of those crossbows was already formidable. Once they struck a target, survival was virtually impossible. Their insistence on applying poison to the arrows demonstrated their extreme vigilance. It seemed they were after the gold on this island. The 34 mercenaries and a group of indigenous people at the camp would likely pale in comparison to these 6 individuals. This group excelled in assassination, while the 34 mercenaries were adept in warfare. These 2 specialties differ fundamentally. Assassins are more sensitive, possess sharper observational skills, and exhibit livelier thinking. This distinction is why, after retiring from Wagner, I was required to undergo 6 months of clandestine training in the national service. Assassins and soldiers of war belong to entirely different realms. I stood frozen, straining to hear their conversation. Did the mercenary reveal anything last night? He was quite tight-lipped, but did divulge that the gold was buried somewhere on the island. Although he did not know the exact location since those who hid the gold had vanished, and they were merely stationed here afterward. That guy came from the western side of the island last night, but the camp is to the east. What was he doing in the west? Moreover, apart from a dagger, he had nothing on him, which hardly suggested he was an insider. Can his words be trusted? They should be reliable. He did share intelligence that the hidden gold site was only 50 nautical miles away, located on a small island to the northwest. Those greedy operatives had contacted a warlord from a certain African nation, intending to divide that gold among themselves. But it seems the warlord had yet to transport it, likely due to the heightened scrutiny from outside. Could he be contemplating that batch of gold as well? Indeed, he claimed to have found partners for collaboration. There were 4 of them in total, 2 at the camp and 1 aboard a supply vessel. Upon hearing this, I suddenly understood. Life and death were uncertain. The only certainty was that he had not betrayed me. Chapter 92, The Plan for Self-Rescue. Given our proximity to the seaside, I surmised their vessel must be anchored along this coast, alongside the speedboat of the mercenary from last night. That guy had been interrogated for an entire night and likely had little life left in him. If he could not persuade this group as he had persuaded me, then his 2 companions at the camp would undoubtedly send someone to search my refuge. This was a prearranged plan. Damn it, this indirectly endangered Juya and Catherine. His decision not to expose me was not out of kindness, but because revealing me would serve him no benefit. If his 2 companions led a force to my refuge, I could potentially escape, but Juya and Catherine would suffer dire consequences. To rescue the 2 women from his companions, I would have to save him. Otherwise, this guy's cunning plan would backfire, and despite being interrogated, he still managed to devise such a deep self-rescue strategy. I could only hope that Juya and Catherine would respond promptly. Should they sense enemies approaching, they must flee to the northern coast. Perhaps they could evade disaster. However, if 2 beautiful women fell into the hands of these mercenaries, they would undoubtedly endure extreme torment. Juya and Catherine had already waded into a mire of humanity. Should they plunge in again, it would be difficult to ensure their mental well-being. Catherine, being a rational politician, might withstand it, but Juya was merely an ordinary girl. If she fell into the darkness of humanity again, she might never escape. If possible, I would do everything to prevent harm from befalling them. With these thoughts in mind, I had to devise a way to rescue that guy. I did not even know his name. If he died, dragging Juya and Catherine down with him, his God would never forgive him. While I pondered these matters, 4 of them walked toward the seaside, leaving 1 man and 1 woman behind. Once the 4 departed, the man and woman approached my direction. I was unaware of what transpired, but I could hear their footsteps. Soon, they reached just 2 meters behind my banyan tree. I heard their rapid breathing. It quickly became clear to me. This man and woman were likely a couple, taking advantage of their teammates' absence to indulge under the banyan tree. I heard the clatter of their gear dropping to the ground. Then came the sound of the woman's breathy rhythm. Oblivious to the imminent specter of death lurking just beyond the tree, they were completely lost in their pleasure. What a way to go. Dying in the midst of ecstasy would not be a wasted life. Hella, once we acquire the gold, we will wash our hands of this business. It will suffice for a lifetime of enjoyment. The man exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 93, Old Adversaries. But the Tianlang organization will not easily let us go. That gold may not even end up in our hands. The woman replied, breathless. Thus, we must have our own plans. Jack and the others surely have theirs as well. We cannot foolishly assist others in risking their lives to seize the gold while receiving no benefit. The man's voice was filled with determination, as if he were gritting his teeth. I never expected them to be renowned assassins from the Tianlang organization. I have encountered them before. They are a notorious group of assassins from Western Europe, infamous for their brutality. Previously, may have utilized her connections to enlist 3 of their elite members to assassinate my employer. However, I uncovered the assassination plot, and a multitude of security personnel pursued the trio within the estate, forcing them to flee into the Zion National Park. Amidst the ancient broadleaf forest, my security team and I conducted a thorough search for the 3 assailants. To my astonishment, they did not escape. Instead, they lured the security personnel into a valley, where they unleashed a massacre with their sniper rifles. Yet, they underestimated my anticipation of the sniper's arrogance, unwilling to flee like a cornered animal. Thus, I lay in ambush on another hill. As they recklessly gunned down the security personnel, I pinpointed their sniper's location and neutralized 2 of them. The 3rd sniper, under such circumstances, remarkably discerned my position and shot at me. Fortunately, I instinctively ducked, and the bullet struck a rock before me. Typically, I would change my position after firing a single shot, but this time I fired twice before relocating, as the distance between the 2 snipers I had eliminated was too close. Had I fled after 1 shot, 2 snipers would have remained, and they would have overwhelmed me, significantly diminishing my chances of survival. Upon receiving my message, the remaining security personnel swiftly ascended the hill. I remained hidden until darkness fell. allowing me to move only when the security team had searched the opposite hill. I believed he was filled with patience, waiting for me to rise so he could shoot, as he was astute enough to realize that someone was searching the hill and might assume he would flee. However, I did not share this belief. Given his audacity in executing our security personnel, he was likely willing to take greater risks in anticipation of my exposure, even with the security personnel encroaching upon his vicinity. Ultimately, I disappointed him. He escaped. Yet now, I suspect that the fleeing sniper is the woman named. If she were to see me, she would undoubtedly recognize me. Listening intently, I prepared to strike from their left flank and swiftly eliminate both of them. The gunfire would inevitably draw attention from the outside, so I needed to vacate the area expeditiously. Just as I was about to emerge, another voice rang out. "Hey, are you having fun over there? Trying to tempt us?" Cursed a man named. Damn it. I could sense the frustration in that sudden interruption, as the woman named also unleashed a torrent of curses. "Damn it, you did that on purpose. Next time, I won't hesitate to aim my gun at your bald head from afar," she exclaimed. The man named chuckled heartily. "Please don't. I'd rather your husband point his gun at me. Hey, I'm here to tell you not to waste your energy. Hurry up and build a shelter. You can do whatever you want tonight, but we can't have the four of us doing the heavy lifting while you enjoy yourselves," said with ill intent. I could easily imagine that lecherous bald man casting furtive glances at the alluring, provoking her anger. They should consider themselves fortunate. Had it not been for that bald's arrival, they would have become two lifeless corpses. I found myself envious of the crossbows in their possession, as they far surpassed the worn bow I carried on my back. If I were to engage them with my dilapidated bow, it would be akin to a primitive man battling a modern one, utterly hopeless and laughably absurd. After their inevitable triumph over me, they would surely mock my lifeless body, chastising me for overestimating my abilities. I listened to their retreating voices and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 94. The Disappearing Speedboat. Rescuing that individual from these astute characters would undoubtedly prove challenging, potentially costing me my life. Therefore, I must exercise utmost caution to avoid plunging into an endless quagmire of slaughter. Tracking them to the seaside is still perilous, as these individuals are no amateurs. Even the slightest rustle of a leaf could draw their attention. Moreover, the coconut grove by the sea lacks dense underbrush and towering trees for concealment. After they departed, I sat upon the roots of a tree, refraining from immediate action. I had severed the joyous moment shared between, and I imagined that any future attempts at pleasure would be shadowed by this interruption. However, as darkness fell, I heard no gunfire. Now, two possibilities remained. Either they had circumvented the northern shore, or they had not yet departed. For the sake of, and I could only assume they had been captured. Under the cover of night, I first coated my arrows with the deadly sap of a tree, then cautiously made my way toward the seaside. If they had constructed a shelter in the coconut grove, they would likely have ignited a fire. Even if they exercised extreme caution, encircling the flames to minimize their visibility, I could still estimate their location by the scent of burning wood. Each step I took was deliberate. I was not concerned about traps, but rather about not startling any nearby animals, which could betray my presence. These 6 individuals had spent too little time on the island, and they would surely leave by morning, making it unlikely for them to set traps here. After half an hour of careful navigation, I finally arrived at the coconut grove. I could hear the sound of crashing waves. Yet I saw no sign of their shelter nor caught a whiff of smoke. This realization heightened my anxiety. I pondered that if I could locate their speedboat, perhaps I could discover their whereabouts. I was convinced that their vessel did not come directly from the nearest coastal nation, but rather from a mother ship. This suggested that reinforcements might still be on the way. They likely sent these 6 individuals to scout ahead before deploying further forces. Absent any intelligence, the disappearance of their 6 skilled operatives would deter them from landing on the island. Utilizing the moonlight, I stealthily moved through the coconut grove like a leopard cat, keeping a vigilant watch on the coastline. Yet, I failed to spot any speedboats, ordinarily. It would not be easy for those 2 vessels to remain completely concealed along the shore. They would either have to navigate into the mangroves or venture into a river. However, no significant rivers could exist on this island, leaving only the mangroves as a possibility. Yet, I quickly dismissed this notion upon hearing an unexpected sound. Chapter 95. Natural Barrier. Beneath the shroud of darkness and moonlight, I cautiously approached a rocky outcrop by the sea and was taken aback to discover a saltwater river. The river flowed northeast to southwest, resembling a strait, but saltwater river is more fitting, as its width barely spans 30 meters. With seawater flooding in to divide the island into 2 parts, I had not seen this saltwater river from the northern hill, as the mangroves along its banks were too dense. Furthermore, the river wound its way through the island like a giant python concealed within the forest. The island itself resembled an ear, with its elongated landmass forming the outer ear and the inner bay resembling a lagoon, through which the saltwater river allowed the sea to flow into the northern lagoon, subsequently draining back into the ocean. This natural ecosystem is remarkably conducive to the growth of bay crocodiles. In the mangroves, within this brackish river and that vast lagoon, countless famished bay crocodiles undoubtedly lie in ambush. During the day, one would scarcely dare to enter the river, let alone at night. This river effectively divides the island into eastern and western halves, making it impossible to traverse on foot, unless one is willing to take the fatal plunge into the brackish waters, possessing unwavering confidence in outswimming the crocodiles, and then manage to reach the opposite shore. Furthermore, the other side is also mangrove territory, not a conventional riverbank. There lies a substantial expanse of marshland. If one includes the marsh areas on both sides in the measurement of the river's width, it spans at least 60 to 70 meters. In the intricate marsh environment of the mangroves, a person cannot walk normally, and the murky underwater surroundings are fraught with peril. This is, without a doubt, a natural barrier dividing the two parts of the island. Damn it, I cursed inwardly. Had I been part of that 6-member group, I would have piloted the speedboat directly into the brackish river, seeking a docking point devoid of mangrove marshes. However, I would never consider erecting a shelter by the riverbank, unless I wished to awaken to a crocodile ambush. Therefore, I should search for their refuge further away from the marshy riverbank. Their refuge could not possibly be situated on the opposite side, for that 6-member group would also think to utilize the river as a natural barrier, preventing the camp's mercenaries from conducting midnight searches. Briefly concealing themselves along this riverbank would be absolutely safe. I felt a sense of helplessness, pondering how that unfortunate soul had fallen into the clutches of that 6-member group. Could it be that his boat had also ventured into the river? If so, the eastern camp must be relatively close, precisely along the eastern shore of the lagoon. Crossing this brackish river and proceeding north within the lagoon would lead me there. I sincerely wished for a small wooden canoe, so I could stealthily glide down the river under the cover of night, locating where they docked their speedboat and thereby pinpointing their position. As it stands, I must search from the dense forest far removed from the riverbank marshes. This is a lengthy and exceedingly perilous endeavor. I cannot illuminate my flashlight, relying solely on the moonlight to navigate the dark woods. The light within the dense foliage is insufficient, and advancing in complete darkness would be agonizingly slow. Thus, I resolved to cover the flashlight with fabric, crouching low and positioning it near the ground. This method of advancement is relatively reliable, offering a swifter and safer alternative to fumbling in the dark. The dim, soft light emanating from the fabric, I cautiously and patiently groped my way north along the marsh's edge. They should not be too far from here, at most a half-hour's journey. After all, they cannot be too distant from the location of the blood-sealing tree. Otherwise, they could not have discovered that tree so shortly after landing on the island. This must be the result of their reconnaissance yesterday. Chapter 96, A Heart-Pounding Search. In the pitch-black forest, the air was saturated with dampness and the stench of mud. This odor emanated from the marsh beneath the mangroves, a haven for seabirds, where decaying leaves mingled with animal corpses, excrement, and urine. The low-lying forest area was still, with no wind to disperse the smells, making it difficult to imagine how unbearable it would be to step into the marsh. I was at least 50 to 60 meters away from the marsh area, standing on solid ground, which provided some semblance of safety. However, the pervasive odors made it challenging to discern the scent of firewood. Moreover, the dense underbrush obstructed my view of any potential flames, unless I was within 20 to 30 meters of them. Otherwise, I could not detect their position. I continued to advance cautiously and laboriously, praying that the unfortunate soul had not succumbed to torment, allowing me the opportunity to rescue him. After nearly half an hour of slow progress, I stumbled upon animal hoofprints on the ground. They were likely left by goats, possibly driven to this area by wild boars. Animals rarely venture into marshes, possessing an innate ability to recognize danger. Thus, their presence here might indicate they were licking the salt frost from the tree trunks exposed above the water. Following their tracks toward the brackish river might lead to a cleaner riverbank. I crept along the hoofprints, maintaining a crouched posture and keeping the flashlight below my knees. Such a position, of course, was more exhausting than standing. However, I had no choice. I even had to bend my body to shield the faint glow of the flashlight from being detected by any snipers perched in the trees. Minutes later, I reached the riverbank. Here, indeed, was a solid patch of land serving as the riverbank, rather than the muddy marshes teeming with seawater. At last, I discovered 2 speedboats docked by the riverbank. One of them must belong to that unfortunate soul, while the other belonged to the 6-member group. My heart raced with excitement and anxiety. I immediately extinguished the flashlight and ceased my approach toward the riverbank. There was no point in approaching the riverbank. Those 2 speedboats were not suitable for resting. They could not possibly be on the boats. They must be nearby. They might have constructed a shelter in a convenient spot for gathering materials, or perhaps in the low hollows of some hills. Such locations would be exceedingly difficult to detect, especially if they camouflaged the top with vegetation. As a temporary shelter, they could utilize very simple materials. Given their preparedness, they likely possessed basic rainforest sleeping bags, which could even fit in a pocket. Thus, they could create a camouflaged canopy, clear away debris from the hollow, lie down, and cover themselves with a mesh net for a sound sleep, or hang a hammock in the dense branches above, securing their weapons for a restful night. Meanwhile, from below, it would be impossible for me to see if anyone was lurking in the dark canopy above. Therefore, my sole purpose in this endeavor is to rescue the individual, avoiding confrontation. If I locate him, I will rescue him without alarming these ferocious beasts. Even if I were to discover one or two of them and eliminate them in their slumber, their companions would surely avenge them. Where are you, unfortunate soul? I silently lamented. Chapter 97. Suspended among the trees. In the subtropical island forest of late autumn, the sounds of insects were scarce, and in the pitch-black jungle, I could only glimpse a sliver of moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting shadows on the ground. I listened intently, but heard no snoring or any unusual sounds. Everything was eerily quiet, yet I felt profoundly uneasy, as if this tranquility heralded an impending storm. I moved with utmost caution, for the hour was still early, and they were likely not yet asleep. However, in the absence of entertainment, one easily succumbs to drowsiness. Unless they were barbecuing, they should have drifted into slumber by now. Suddenly, I heard a cough. The sound emanated from the riverbank, startling me. They should not be residing there, as it was foul-smelling, and despite the weather, mosquitoes were still prevalent. Cautiously following the direction of the cough, I stealthily crept closer, moving like a stealthy feline. As I gently parted the underbrush, I discovered a naked man, tightly bound and suspended from a tree. The cough originated from him. Although the dim light in the jungle did not allow me to discern his identity, his fair skin and slender physique were unmistakably recognizable. He was the unfortunate soul I had been searching for. This man had been subjected to relentless torment and was barely clinging to life. His body dangled in midair, face down, with his hands and feet bound behind him. A slight cough would cause his body to rotate gently with the ropes. I crouched there for a while, with no one appearing in the vicinity. I scrutinized his surroundings, noting that the ground beneath him was neither dry nor marshy, but rather the edge of a swamp, thick with muck. His body hung approximately 1.5 meters above the ground, and should a large crocodile leap up, it could easily sever an arm, or even his head. This must have been their method of interrogation. The fact that he was still alive indicated that the group of 6 had not yet acquired all the information they sought, or perhaps he was being used as bait. Until I located the position of that group, I dared not risk my life to free him. Thus, I quietly began to circle the area. Eventually, I discovered a small hill about 50 meters from the unfortunate man, where I found some severed shrubs. I realized these were used to cover a makeshift shelter. They must be hiding in a ditch behind the hill, a spot perfect for concealment. If any enemies approached, their comrades in other directions would surely notice. I suspected that 1 or 2 of them lay in ambush atop a tree near the ditch. As I crept behind the tree from which the unfortunate man was suspended, I could see the rope binding him above me. If I simply released it, he would plummet to the ground. However, I feared he might make a sound. So, I stealthily approached him, covering his mouth with my hand. The half-dead man instantly widened his fearful eyes. While he could not clearly see my face, he would certainly recognize my disheveled hair and unkempt beard. I made a gesture for silence, and he nodded in understanding. Yet, I could see the tension etched on his face. Should my rescue fail, he would undoubtedly perish. I was his last hope. He likely never anticipated my swift arrival. Chapter 98. Wounded by poisoned arrows. As soon as the rope snapped, his body fell downward. Thankfully, I held onto the rope tightly, and his weight suddenly transferred to my hands, stretching my arms straight. The branch at the top of the rope acted as a pulley, and I slowly moved forward, lowering him to the ground before descending from the tree. I swiftly cut the ropes binding him and helped him to his feet. We had barely moved 30 meters when the voice of the bald man echoed behind us. "That guy has been rescued," he shouted, rousing the others immediately. However, no one seemed to turn on their flashlights. "Hurry, they have night vision equipment." I intended to hide immediately, knowing they would not dare chase us recklessly without knowing how many of us there were. Yet, to my surprise, the man's words startled me. In this situation, we could only escape desperately. Although night vision equipment cannot see through solid objects as portrayed in films, the dense underbrush of the jungle cannot obscure the infrared radiation emitted by our bodies. I supported the man, moving swiftly toward the surrounding trees, attempting to use their thick trunks for cover. However, quick movements inevitably produced noise, the branches and shrubs rustling against us. "There!" the bald man shouted, and I quickened my pace. I felt his provocation as he boldly pursued us, emboldened by his night vision equipment. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air as an arrow shot from behind, striking the thick foliage and sending leaves flying. It whizzed past the man's arm. With a thud, the arrow struck the tree trunk ahead, producing a heavy sound. The force was terrifying. We only focused on running forward, while arrows continued to rain down behind us. The thermal imaging had a brief delay, and since they were over 30 meters away, with many bushes in between, they could not hit us. However, we dared not stop. Soon, the other assassins would join the chase, and there would be no escaping. Before long, the bald man Jack exhausted his 5 arrows. He then drew his pistol and fired at us. "Are you injured by the arrows?" I asked, supporting him. "My arms just grazed. It's not serious," he replied, but I internally cursed. I had come to rescue him, only to find he was gravely wounded. That arrow had been dipped in the sap of the bloodstopper tree. I turned his injured arm to shine my flashlight on the wound. It was horrifically lacerated. "Damn it. You're going to die," I muttered, dragging him onward. The man struggled to accept this grim reality, but under the strain of our exertions, he soon began to feel dizzy, nauseous, and weak. "Brother, I don't want to die." "Shut up. There's no hope. If you have any last words, say them," I replied helplessly. "My name is Bayer." Before he could finish, gunfire erupted behind us. However, the bullets did not find their mark, as we had swiftly taken cover behind a large banyan tree, using the hill as a barrier. That shot was merely intended to intimidate us, forcing us to flee like frightened mice, exposing us once more to his line of sight. Chapter 99. An Invisible Cage. Damn it. That man had no intention of giving up the chase. Hearing the loud gunfire, I cursed inwardly. His companions would soon arrive, and I could not linger here for long. However, if I stood up to shoot him, I needed to know his precise location and fire before he noticed me. Otherwise, I would surely perish. We found ourselves in a precarious situation. Bayer remained silent, as speaking now could easily attract attention, especially with the enemy drawing closer. "Brother, our code is 131,236. Just utter this code, and they will release you and acknowledge you," Bayer urged. "Give me the gun." Upon hearing this, I understood his intentions and did not resist. Handing him the pistol, "Aim carefully," Bayer instructed. I positioned myself to the side of the tree, ready to eliminate the enemy the moment he fired at Bayer. With his hands still bound and not completely recovered, Bayer gripped the pistol tightly, struggling to stand, and staggered forward while firing backward. He fired 2 shots wildly. Jack quickly spotted him, but being a cautious man, he did not shoot at the lone figure, instead loosing an arrow. In that fleeting moment, he had prepared his shot. Bayer was struck, the arrow piercing through him, and he collapsed to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Despite the agony, Bayer continued to fire madly. I understood his actions. He was not losing his mind, but rather attempting to provoke his assailant, hoping to receive another arrow to quiet him and buy us more time. Clearly, Jack was not fooled in the least. At this moment, he must be mocking our folly, daring to imagine that a half-dead life could be exchanged for his own. Bayer soon choked on his own blood, emitting sharp gasps indicative of impending death, a scene I have witnessed far too often. Like most mercenaries, he would leave nothing behind but a name upon his demise. He must have sensed that escape was futile, which is why he revealed his name to me at the outset. Someone must remember him, if only to affirm that he once graced this world. Otherwise, his existence would be as insignificant as dust. That man is exceedingly cunning. I know he is approaching my direction at this very moment, for Bayer had walked out from here. My position has been compromised, and Bald Jack and his companions are swiftly closing in. I can devise no further strategies. I can only await my demise. His gaze is entirely fixed upon this tree I hide behind, and I can only crawl forward. However, the blind spot in front of the large tree is minimal. I would be shot the moment I crawled 1 or 2 meters. At this moment, I feel trapped in an invisible cage, desperate to escape, but unable to do so. I cannot perish here, for I have yet to see Anna. I must have a formal conclusion between us. If I were to die anonymously here, it would be as if I had never existed in her world. And then there are my parents and my sister in college, who remain unaware of my fate. I must provide them with answers. I cannot die. My mind races at high speed, striving to conceive a flawless plan to elude these cunning assassins. Chapter 100. A Perilous Counterattack. I retrieved a lighter and a cigar. Igniting it immediately, I took a deep drag, exhaling the aroma before resting the cigar on the small shrub before me. The scent of the cigar swiftly permeated the forest. The man was approximately 30 to 40 meters away from me, with several shrubs in between. As long as he wasn't running, his distance covered would not exceed 20 meters. He knows that the closer he approaches me, the more likely I am to hear his footsteps, thus prompting me to retaliate with gunfire. Of course, he is unaware that I possess no automatic rifle. The purpose of lighting the cigar was to deceive him, leading him to believe I had surrendered and was waiting behind the tree for my execution. However, I carefully grasped the low-hanging branches above and cautiously ascended the tree. Yet, I could not climb too high, as the upper part of the tree was filled with sprawling limbs, and the main trunk could just conceal my body. Any slight movement would reveal my position. Therefore, I could not ascend significantly. Even the slightest action could expose me. I stood on a branch about 3 meters above the ground, straining to listen for sounds around me. I surmised he would not approach from my right, as there were no obstacles there, only a few shrubs, making it easy for him to expose himself while shooting. If he failed to kill me with a single shot, he would be in danger. The left side was a different matter. The left was thick with underbrush, obstructing my view, but not his. It was entirely plausible for him to circumvent from that side and shoot at me. Even if his first shot failed to eliminate me, he could follow with another, while I would be unable to retaliate accurately due to the foliage obstructing my line of sight. Thus, I took the risk of stealthily shifting my body against the tree trunk towards the right. This action was perilously hazardous. Should I guess wrong, it would immediately lead to an arrow piercing through me, as I would be exceedingly exposed above. Yet, I had no choice but to proceed. However, I was not merely relying on luck and conjecture. I had utilized the cigar to draw his attention towards the base of the tree rather than the 3 meters above. Had I neglected this step, the likelihood of him noticing me atop the tree would have been significant. After all, Bald Jack had clearly demonstrated himself to be a cautious and daring predator. Yet, a proud predator, having just outwitted me and killed Bayer, could easily overlook me for a moment under the cigar's ruse, thus granting me a chance for counterattack. Indeed, I had wagered correctly. No arrows came flying towards me. I struggled to regulate my wildly racing heart as my body continued inching to the right. He must be circling to my left, his attention fixated on the base. I did not need him to fire. In the dim moonlight, I could perceive the silhouette of his movement. Time was of the essence for me. While Bald Jack remained utterly untroubled, confident of his victory, and aware that his companions were hastening to his aid, I had to act swiftly. The heightened tension caused my adrenaline to surge. Fortunately, I had undergone rigorous training. Otherwise, my limbs would tremble, and my reactions would be exaggerated under such conditions. A faint crack of a twig snapped to my left, just 5 meters from my previous position. He immediately raised his .50 caliber sniper rifle, slowly emerging into view. I glimpsed his silhouette. He wielded his crossbow, advancing step by step, poised to observe my prior location. Yet, I offered him no opportunity. Bang! The deafening shot from the .50 caliber bullet instantly pierced his torso, the immense force tearing apart half his body, blood and flesh scattering. The man who had been so certain of his triumph just a moment ago now lay lifeless amidst the underbrush. I hastily descended from the tree and rushed towards him, swiftly transferring his weapons to my own possession and donning his night vision helmet. At this moment, I knew his companions would not arrive immediately. This was partly due to Bayer firing several shots, leading them to believe a gunfight was underway here, and my own gunfire informed them of more than one presence. They were oblivious to the equipment I possessed. Secondly, Bayer had lost all value to them. There was no need to risk themselves for the sake of one Bayer. If Jack could eliminate me, he would have done so. If not, they would wait to ambush until dawn or relocate, as their objective was gold. Chapter 101, Resting in the Cave. This crossbow was no lightweight. It weighed over 5 pounds. I inspected the quiver, which contained 20 arrows, with 4 still in the chamber. This weapon thrilled me. It was far more exhilarating than acquiring a large sniper rifle. After all, the latter is cumbersome, while close combat in the jungle necessitates agility. I also discovered a Swiss dagger, a Glock pistol, 3 bars of Dove chocolate, a tin box containing 20 mini cigars, several pieces of gum, a lighter, and other small items from Bald Jack. Carrying excessive weight for long-distance travel was detrimental to me and hindered my armed pursuit. Thus, I opted to abandon them. I approached Bayer's lifeless body, which lay in the underbrush without dignity, completely exposed. Although I had witnessed death many times, witnessing Bayer's fate forced me to confront my own potential demise. I was, in essence, akin to him. Bayer was intelligent, possessed exceptional military skills, yet suffered from a slight misfortune. Nevertheless, he still perished, and in a manner devoid of dignity. I am well aware that Lady Luck does not favor me eternally. Despite my wishes that such a fate would not befall me one day, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Once we become ensnared in the mire of hell, it is challenging to extricate ourselves. Much like the majority of mercenaries, assassins, and agents, they seek the hidden treasures, driven by a desire for freedom and an escape from control. Yet all of this necessitates financial resources. Without money, establishing oneself in other secure nations becomes an arduous task. During the day, clutching a bamboo bough, I felt a profound sense of anxiety. The bamboo arrows barely left a scratch on the creature's leather armor, akin to mere tickling. Though provoking it might serve a purpose. I ventured inside the cave to assess the situation, but found no sign of the python. I approached the narrow exit on the opposite side and wedged the bamboo bough there. Should the pythons venture in at night, they would inevitably dislodge the bow, causing it to spring back with sufficient force to rouse me from slumber. I gathered a few stones weighing 3 to 4 pounds and placed them on the sloping entrance of the cave. Whether it be pythons or other creatures, they would be unable to avoid knocking down the stones, the sound of which would surely awaken me. After making these preparations, I finally took out some food to replenish my energy. Once I had eaten, I cleared away the debris from a flat stone surface within the cave and curled up like a solitary wolf to rest. I remained quite concerned about the two women. If they had escaped their pursuers, they surely were no longer in the shelter, likely resting in the crevices of some rocks along the northern coast. They must be hungry and fearful, their thoughts lingering on me. I sighed, realizing that I, too, had begun to think of them. Chapter 102, A Lonely Night. I lay on the hard, flat stone surface, gradually unwinding from my exhaustion. Within the pitch-black cavern, the only sensations were the chill and the earthy aroma of moss mingled with a faint hint of mildew. A sense of loneliness perpetually enveloped me during my moments of idleness, like an encroaching darkness. Since my arrival in Luos, I had believed that breaking free from my father's grasp would herald the dawn of freedom. 13 years had passed, and due to my circumstances, I had yet to forge a genuine friendship, devoid of camaraderie, love, or familial bonds, leaving only an unending solitude. The stern discipline of my father and the gentle affection of my mother were akin to a fine wine, growing richer with time. All my emotions had been suspended 13 years ago, and the suffering I endured later stemmed from my own obstinacy, an element of self-inflicted punishment. It was precisely this realization that led me to find in the two women a precious emotional connection. It served as nourishment, planting a seed of love in the soil of my heart. I thought of my aging father, my troubled mother, and my innocent sister. I longed for my homeland, my roots, which provided me with a profound sense of belonging. Such nights, steeped in nostalgia and solitude, invariably tormented me like a lingering ailment, particularly after moments of violence and regret. I could not ascertain whether the stones had frightened it away or if it had abandoned this place for another. The night passed in silence. As the sun rose gently above the horizon, I awoke and gazed towards the cave entrance, where the morning light poured in softly. My stomach growled in hunger. I opened a packet of chocolate to serve as breakfast. The silky texture of the chocolate melted instantly on my tongue, releasing a rich cocoa flavor intertwined with hints of nuts and spices. These ordinarily accessible industrial products appeared exceedingly precious on this deserted island. Unlike in the past, when I would hastily devour my meals before battle, I now savored each bite of the chocolate, relishing the feast for my taste buds. Enjoying life does not necessitate extravagance. They would surely be delighted by this too. However, I needed to scout the camp, hoping they were absent from that location. Chapter 103, The Shiny Object. Shortly after departing the cave, I arrived near the winding saltwater river. Due to the abundance of mangroves lining the banks and the marshlands dominating much of the river's edge, I sought a narrow, non-marshy area to cross. Additionally, I needed to construct a raft or bamboo float to traverse the river. Yet, reality seldom aligns with imagination. I searched the riverbank for quite some time, finding no suitable crossing. The landscape was dominated by mangrove swamps. I surmised that they had likely crossed the river the previous night, as resting here would not guarantee my safety from an ambush. Thus, for their own security, the 5 of them must have crossed under the cover of darkness. Of course, this was merely speculation. The actual situation would only be revealed through observation. I did not need to approach the riverbank to check if the speedboat remained. Doing so would easily expose me to their ambush. By carefully observing the vicinity around Guangzhou, I might uncover traces of their presence. I climbed to a slope north of Guangzhou's body, cautiously peering out to survey the area. I found no signs of an ambush, yet I remained uneasy, for they were not ordinary adversaries. I lay concealed on the slope, waiting until 10 in the morning, an hour in total. They had tasks to fulfill and could not afford to wait with my level of patience. Once assured of safety, I hastily approached the area surrounding Guangzhou. Upon closer inspection, I found no evidence of their presence. Evidently, they had not returned for Guangzhou, who lay there like a stray dog without an owner. I proceeded toward the riverbank, reaching the tree where the bell had hung the previous night. From this vantage point, I could see the riverbank, and to my astonishment, I discovered a speedboat docked there. It was a weathered fishing boat, likely belonging to Bayer. Could fortune be smiling upon me, or had they deliberately left the speedboat for Guangzhou to use in crossing? The latter seemed improbable. This realization struck me. The speedboat was likely a trap, with them lying in wait across the river, anticipating my approach to commandeer the vessel. Nonetheless, I felt compelled to cross the river and secure that speedboat. At worst, I could engage in a war of attrition with them. I refused to believe they could maintain their ambush all day across the river. However, my provisions on hand would be depleted by noon. I searched the vicinity and discovered that they had indeed rested in a small gully the previous night. To my astonishment, I also found a backpack. It must belong to Guangtou Jia. Why would they leave Guangtou Jia's backpack behind upon retreat? As a team, they surely possessed an understanding. Leaving behind a comrade's belongings during their withdrawal was inconceivable. If Guangtou Jia had not perished, he would have contacted them through the earpiece and subsequently retreated to join them. If he were dead, the device would be of no use. Thus, leaving that backpack served no purpose. I approached to seize the backpack for inspection. But just as I extended my hand, I halted, for I noticed that the backpack was not leaning against a tree or lying flat in the gully. It was standing upright. Given Guangtou Jia's character, he would never have placed it so neatly. The most probable scenario was that he had carelessly tossed it aside or used it as a makeshift pillow. As I contemplated this, my gaze was drawn to a shiny object reflecting sunlight in the grass nearby. Chapter 104, The Sound of Engines. Damn it, that was a grenade pull ring. A chill ran down my spine. They must have approached Guangtou Jia's corpse, yet, in their caution, left no traces for me to uncover. They were aware that I had taken all of Guangtou Jia's supplies. I speculate based on the following reasoning. If they perceived me to be a mercenary from the Bayerindi, I would undoubtedly be well provisioned. However, I have taken all of Jack's chocolate, gum, and cigarettes. Therefore, they must be aware of my condition. My insatiable greed. If they did not possess this certainty, they would never waste a precious grenade. Only someone like me, deprived of resources, would seize a mercenary's backpack without a moment's thought, driven by sheer excitement. Fortunately, they did not lie in ambush nearby. Perhaps they had exhausted their patience and had just departed. Otherwise, I would already be a lifeless corpse. The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. Thankfully, I had concealed myself for an hour before inspecting Jack's body. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Engaging in a struggle against these insidious demons requires utmost caution and vigilance. I grasped the pull ring and crouched down to observe the grenade beneath the backpack. The grenade lay in a small pit, its spring-loaded lever facing the ground. The moment the backpack was removed, or even slightly disturbed, it would detonate instantly. I reached underneath, touched the grenade's surface, pressed down on it with my finger, and swiftly pushed the backpack aside. The grenade was now revealed before me. I gently excavated the dirt beside the grenade with my knife, inserted my fingers to secure the base of the spring lever, and then lifted the grenade. At that moment, I finally exhaled in relief. I carefully stowed the grenade into my pocket. Then, cautiously, I unzipped the backpack to investigate its contents, only to find a stone inside. In one of the small pockets, I discovered a rainforest sleeping bag and a waterproof bag containing a change of clothes. Those were the only two items in the entire backpack. Jack, the bald man, must not have utilized the sleeping bag last night, as he likely slept in a hammock suspended from a tree. As an observer, he would have noticed Bayer missing from the tree and descended to investigate, ultimately leading to his demise. This backpack is unproblematic. I placed the food container I carried into a compression pouch within the backpack and found Bayer's clothes and shoes nearby. I added his shoes and clothes into the backpack as well. The shoes were not overly large. For Jia, they might only be 2 sizes too big, and with a little stuffing, they could be worn. However, Jack's shoes were excessively large for Jia. Moreover, I had not carried a backpack last night, which was impractical. Now, with the gear packed, it would not significantly impede my march. Taking them along is acceptable. I shouldered the backpack and made my way towards the riverbank, determined to investigate why that boat remained. Since they had set a trap on the backpack, they would undoubtedly not replicate the same on the speedboat. They understood that discovering the backpack without being blown up would render the same trap ineffective against me. I arrived beneath a tree at the riverbank. I scrutinized the opposite shore, where the trees were excessively dense. If a sniper were hidden amongst them, I would be utterly oblivious to their presence. Moreover, there were not just one, but several boats. If they spotted me, I would be doomed. Chapter 105, External Aid to the Camp. I swiftly retreated from the riverbank, but did not completely depart, as I needed to gather intelligence about these individuals. Without such intelligence, I would be entirely at their mercy. Thus, I quickly climbed a banyan tree situated about 50 meters from the riverbank. Its lush foliage provided an excellent vantage point. Ascending high enough, I could observe the speedboat at the riverbank, where the engine noise had ceased and a group was disembarking on the shore. Upon glancing, I realized they were a band of black men. Each wielded an AK-47, clad in brown or beige cotton linen garments, wearing shorts, some in flip-flops, and others barefoot, while a few donned water shoes and work boots. Some had their heads wrapped in scarves, while others wore caps designed to shield against sunlight and rain, or various types of baseball caps. This was a group of pirates. Having arrived from the lagoon, they could not have directly bypassed the camp to reach here. The camp's defenses were formidable, and these rogues would never dare confront the mercenaries. The only plausible explanation is that these pirates were likely hired at great expense by the camp to eliminate external forces on the island. Given that Bayer and other mercenaries had vanished from the island over the past 2 days, they must have suspected the presence of rival factions on the island, yet were unwilling to take risks themselves. Thus, enlisting these fierce and reckless pirates would be the optimal solution, as a mere sum of money sufficed. After all, for them, money was no object. My conjecture was soon validated as I spotted 2 mercenaries in camouflage uniforms among them, conversing with a black man bearing a scarred face. I surmised they were discussing the boat, which belonged to their comrade Bayer, instructing them to search in this area. Was this why the mercenaries were unafraid of being discovered by the pirates? Should they become aware, they would be forced to divide the spoils of gold, or else conflict would undoubtedly ensue. This group of pirates was evidently unaware of the gold's existence on this island. They only knew that these mercenaries had enlisted their aid to scour the island for lucrative rewards. Moreover, it appeared this was not their first collaboration. The 2 mercenaries were exchanging pleasantries with the scarred black man, indicating a deep rapport. The pirates who had approached the riverbank began searching the vicinity. I estimated there were over 40 pirates. Their speedboat could not have traversed from Africa to this location without a mother ship, which must be docked along the northern coast. There might be even more pirates aboard. Pirate mother ships are typically converted fishing vessels, capable of accommodating dozens to hundreds of crew members, with a tonnage of at least 1,000 tons. They would be crowded in the cramped quarters of the mother ship, scouring the sea for targets. Upon spotting a target, they would deploy speedboats, and a swarm of pirates would surge across the tumultuous waves like locusts. I descended from the tree, resolved to head towards the lagoon to observe. If the pirates' mother ship was indeed located there and not heavily guarded, I would seize the opportunity to commandeer their vessel. Just as they barbarously commandeered fishing boats from other companies, I, too, would not hesitate to eliminate them. Although they may have turned to piracy out of poverty, this does not evoke my sympathy. Should I fall into their hands, I would face a far more brutal fate. Chapter 106. Vessels outside the lagoon. I proceeded towards the northern lagoon, leaving those pirates far behind. If they were aware of my intentions to infiltrate their lair, they would surely be in a frenzy. Of course, if they knew I was venturing solo, they might mock me as a fool or a madman. After all, no rational person would undertake such a task. A lone soldier challenging a group of armed individuals is inherently implausible. Mercenaries, too, prefer to operate in coordinated units. Opportunities for solitary actions like mine are rare. This is a result of my 6 months of training in a secret base. In essence, mercenary groups function as a war factory, with mercenaries akin to products on an assembly line, all designed to operate cohesively on the battlefield. Most of the time, mercenaries adhere to a certain level of discipline, yet they do not entirely resemble conventional soldiers. The individuals who enlist in foreign legions are a diverse mix, while a significant portion comprises retired special forces from various nations. Many are merely war enthusiasts or criminals on the run. One should not harbor expectations of high moral standards among these individuals. Acts of murder and pillaging are commonplace, though they are concealed from the public eye to avoid tarnishing the reputation of their mercenary groups in international media. Otherwise, they would face repercussions. Consequently, the outside world remains largely unaware of the deeds committed by mercenaries on the lands of Africa and the Middle East. Occasionally, a few heinous incidents involving mercenaries surface, but these are merely the tip of the iceberg. The airborne assault unit to which I belong is relatively disciplined, not due to any noble moral compass, but because we often lack the opportunity to ravage the battlefield. Our operations are typically swift strikes, retreating to allow larger forces to seize the initiative. Most who penetrate enemy camps, unwilling to deal with prisoners of war, resort to killing anyone they encounter. Additionally, we mercenaries are devoid of any legal protections. We do not squander time entangled in such messy affairs that could provoke unnecessary trouble. During our rest periods at local camps, some mercenaries seek companionship with local women, often targeting young girls, some of whom may not even qualify as such. After their encounters, those mercenaries with a semblance of kindness might offer them a sum of money, while the more malevolent might leave them empty-handed, threatening that any trouble they cause would result in harm to their families. To what depths can the darkness of human nature plunge when unshackled? No one knows. Perhaps humanity itself embodies the essence of malevolence. After walking for about an hour, I arrived at the southern shore of the lagoon, which, like the other side, offered no beautiful beaches, merely the stench of muddy banks. Only a portion on the western side presented a clean beach and clearer waters, at least from my vantage point. The lagoon is vast. An oval shape with a long diameter of approximately 17 to 18 kilometers and a short diameter of merely 4 to 5 kilometers. The entrance to the sea is located at the west end, a mouth several hundred meters wide through which seawater flows. Here, mangroves thrive in the gray, muddy shore, and countless small crabs scuttle about when the tide recedes. The local crocodiles lounged languidly at the muddy edges, basking in the afternoon sun. I sought a relatively dry patch of forest and gazed eastward across the lagoon. A clean beach lay about 7 or 8 kilometers away, where I could discern smoke. Though the details remained unclear, I resorted to using my scope for better observation. Indeed, I spotted a large vessel on the sea outside the lagoon. The ship appeared weathered, with numerous ropes for attaching small boats hanging from its edges, and its deck was in disarray, giving off an impression of chaos and filth. The vessel was not as large as I had anticipated. The marked waterline indicated it had a displacement of merely 500 tons. Having been converted from a deep-sea fishing boat, 2 anchor chains extended from the chain mouth down to the seabed, and the visible portions of the chains were rusted, their protective paint long worn away. Clearly, these pirates would not spend a single penny on vessel maintenance. If it breaks down, they simply seize another. Moreover, ships are not so easily rendered inoperable. They can even continue functioning until retirement. I am convinced that the mercenary camp is positioned nearby. Otherwise, the pirate ship would not be docked there, but rather at one of the lagoon's entrances for quicker access to the brackish river. The dilemma before me remains the river crossing. Chapter 107. Jumping into the Crocodile River. Several 100-kilogram crocodiles rested on the muddy riverbank, their massive forms sending shivers down my spine. These adult crocodiles would grow far larger than those before me, yet they take 15 years to reach maturity, growing slowly, and many are hunted or captured before reaching adulthood. Those that survive to maturity are typically found in zoos. Additionally, I spotted several smaller female crocodiles, weighing tens of kilograms, lying in ambush in the shallow waters by the riverbank, their earthy gray scales easily mistaken for old tree bark. It was akin to a crocodile pit. The critical issue is that the blood from a slain crocodile would incite agitation among the nearby crocodiles, drawing them upstream and leaving me with very limited time to cross the river. Soon, I found a suitable crossing point on a riverbank just over 50 meters from the lagoon's exit. Both sides of the muddy bank were lined with mud, but some rocks jutted out, and the river spanned about 20 meters, with a small island in the center resembling a stationary wooden boat, complete with a few mangrove trees. A handful of small female crocodiles rested there, totaling no more than 5, significantly fewer than those at the lagoon's mouth. I drew my crossbow, aiming at the head of one of the larger crocodiles on the island. With a swift release, the arrow flew forth, piercing its thick skin and skull, obliterating its brain. The creature thrashed a few times in a reflexive struggle before going still. It is a ruler of nature, yet against human weaponry, it stands no chance. Unable to fathom why it suddenly met its demise, the surrounding crocodiles, too, would not comprehend why their companion had unexpectedly perished. The crocodile I shot fell from the island into the river, its blood and commotion swiftly attracting the attention of nearby crocodiles. These creatures may have poor vision, but their hearing and sense of smell are exceptionally acute, allowing them to easily detect disturbances. Without regard for whether the victim is one of their own, they swam towards the scent of blood, seizing the injured crocodile and engaging in a frenzy of death rolls. The surface of the river was instantly stained red. I knew the moment had arrived. They were preoccupied with feasting on the fallen crocodile and would not notice my movements. However, I could not pass downstream, for the blood would flow with the current, and the crocodiles below would soon converge. Thus, I quickly leaped into the river, positioning myself 10 meters upstream from their feeding frenzy, and swam swiftly towards the opposite bank. The river, 30 meters wide, did not seem particularly wide. Yet in a crocodile-infested river, the sensation was wholly different. Just as I was about to reach the riverbank, a massive crocodile burst forth from the thicket, appearing as if awakened from a dream. This creature was extraordinarily large, easily weighing over 300 kilograms. My scalp prickled with dread. Emerging onto the bank would undoubtedly invite endless trouble, for I could never outrun a 4-legged crocodile on the muddy bank. Furthermore, my gear felt exceptionally heavy as I emerged from the water. Damn it! I cursed my misfortune, remaining utterly still in the river. For that beast was likely drawn by the sounds of the crocodile struggle, not by my presence. Chapter 108. A Perilous Escape. As I watched the enormous crocodile charge towards me, I knew I could not remain passive. I gripped my sharp dagger in a reverse hold, with the blade poised just above the web of my thumb, a position advantageous for thrusting into its chest to reach the heart when grappling with it. My heart raced with anxiety, pumping adrenaline through my body, heightening my alertness. I stood at the river's edge, my legs firmly planted on the muddy riverbed. If I stood up, the water would barely reach my navel. However, I dared not rise to flee for my life, merely exposing myself above the shoulders. My feet were ensnared in the murky depths, making movement exceedingly cumbersome. Even raising my legs proved to be a formidable challenge. Should my adversary charge at me, evasion would be utterly impossible. The crocodile swiftly approached, closing in to within 5 meters of me. My breath and heartbeat reached their zenith. The beast showed no signs of veering off course, instead racing directly towards me. Damn it! Whether it had previously feasted on humans, I could not ascertain. But upon spotting me, it exhibited no hesitation, disregarding the violent thrashing nearby, and lunged into the water with alarming speed. Its massive jaws gaped wide enough to devour 2 basketballs in one bite. My legs, deeply entrenched in the sludge, rendered any lateral movement impossible, and its strike was as swift as lightning. At that moment, my mind went blank, leaving only primal instinct. I thrust my hands upward, bracing its lower jaw, while its formidable maw nearly clamped down upon my face. Yet, as it lunged, the entirety of its weight and inertia bore down upon my hands, causing my body to topple backward, plunging me beneath the water. In anticipation of this very scenario, my mind had already concocted countless contingency plans. Thus, the murky water did not choke me, but I found myself utterly unable to open my eyes. At that moment, I was akin to a blind man. I dared not release my grip on the crocodile, clutching its belly tightly. Its head, propelled by my effort, passed over mine, while my body remained beneath its midsection. The crocodile began to roll, attempting to dislodge me from its belly. The churning, murky water, along with the mud, was violently expelled from my body as my feet, ensnared in the mire, were wrenched from the riverbed. I scarcely had time to breathe before I was again forced underwater. It felt as though someone had seized my head and relentlessly pushed it down. The sensation of suffocation was overwhelming. I yearned for air, but inhaling would draw the muddy water into my lungs. In such a scenario, I would be unable to manage my own breath, let alone retain my grip on the massive crocodile. Should I let go, I would plummet like a bullfighter cast from the back of a bull, instantly losing all advantage. And only death and dismemberment would await me. No matter how robust humanity may be, we cannot contend with the ferocity of nature's beasts. Their skills are honed for the hunt, serving as lethal instruments for survival, while our human muscles, no matter how strong, remain inadequate against them. I endeavored to maintain my composure, striving to hold my breath. It rolled for a full 30 seconds. I lost count of how many times I was flipped. Yet an ordinary person would certainly have succumbed to dizziness. However, I was trained and managed to remain alert, though my head spun with disorientation. I sensed that it was growing weary, or perhaps it felt it had rolled enough. The instant it ceased its thrashing, I swiftly freed my right hand and plunged my dagger into its ivory belly. Its flesh, no matter how tough, could not withstand human weaponry. This was humanity's weapon, the power of intellect. The sharp blade fully penetrated, and I was aware that the robust heart lay within this region. Yet, for safety's sake, after driving it in, I swiftly twisted. The crocodile still attempted to struggle, but without blood flow to its muscles and brain, it rolled a few times before losing all strength. At that moment, I was like a figure made of clay, struggling to keep my eyes open, yet I dared not delay for even a moment. Pressing my face beneath the water to cleanse myself swiftly before hastening towards the shore. My mind was in a whirl, my feet sinking into the muddy riverbank. Each step felt akin to treading through syrup. Had I been even a moment slower, I would have become a meal for that pack of crocodiles. I fled the riverbank, gasping for air. Damn it, this is no place for humans. Chapter 109, Depleting the Waters. The fierce battle had left my sniper rifle caked in mud, necessitating prompt cleaning. Fortunately, I had stored my night vision helmet in my pack. This backpack is an official issue from the U.S. military, specifically designed for the Marine Corps, though it lacks waterproofing unless covered with a rain shield. However, it contains a separate waterproof bag, and during my river crossing, I had securely wrapped the helmet within it. Thus, I had no concern about damage to the contents. I ventured into the forest, seeking a safe, dry spot to pour out the water that had seeped into my bag and shoes. I retrieved Jack's attire from the waterproof bag. My camouflage uniform, now reeking of mud and bacteria, could not be worn for long, as it posed a risk of skin infection. After shedding my clothes, I wiped my body with a towel from my bag to dry off before donning the digital camouflage outfit. The wet garments were placed in a separate waterproof bag and returned to the backpack. I examined the crossbow. It had been folded and stored in the bag without waterproofing, yet remained unaffected. Once I had attended to my needs, I donned my backpack and firearms once more and set forth. I had faith that a stream must exist near the campsite, as so many inhabitants would require water that mere deliveries by boat would be insufficient. Moreover, the indigenous people residing on this island would not dwell far from a water source. Thus, I made my way towards the valleys, where I believed I could find water. The rainforest often experiences rain, leading to the formation of streams between the valleys, which is not unusual. After searching just 2 valleys, I discovered a stream. Ferns flourished on either side, and by pushing aside these plants, I beheld the babbling waters, the stones polished and gleaming from the current, with moss adorning the edges. The sounds of birds filled the air, enveloping me in an aura of primal vitality. I stepped onto the stones by the stream, set down my backpack, and waded into the waters, gathering stones to construct a small pool, facilitating the washing of my soiled clothes, shoes, hair, and beard. After dedicating half an hour to cleansing everything, I hung the wet camouflage to dry. I had no intention of continuing towards the campsite. It lay at least 5 kilometers away. Although I could reach it before nightfall, I was already quite famished, and my bag contained no food. Venturing forth to scout the campsite under these conditions was not prudent. Should a conflict arise, my stamina would falter. Hence, I resolved to rest by the riverside for the afternoon and set out again in the morning. If Juya and Kaisi Lin had been captured yesterday, they would have already endured considerable torment. A day's delay would make little difference. What mattered most was ensuring I was adequately prepared for combat. After devouring the remaining strips of roasted meat, I consumed the leftover coconut flesh, barely sustaining me until evening. A short distance downstream from the stream, the water surface widened considerably. I stacked stones to divert the stream, thereby depleting one side, allowing me to catch fish within the stream. This method of depleting the waters enables me to procure food in the most efficient manner, the only cost being the physical exertion required to stack the stones. I had ample time this afternoon and felt no urgency regarding a shelter for the night, for I possessed a complete rainforest sleeping bag, which was also equipped with infrared detection resistance. The 5 assassins had overlooked this item, partly due to considering it superfluous, and partly believing I would either be killed in the explosion or too intimidated to touch the bag. It was certainly not left specifically for me, otherwise, the food and medicine within would have remained. The depletion of resources was visible. Those hiding in the grasses below the stream suddenly leaped forth. The crabs hidden beneath the stones scurried in a panic to seek refuge under larger rocks. I constructed a small fish pond by stacking stones in one of the creek's waterholes, and like a fisherman, I endeavored to capture the fish and crabs, tossing them directly into the pond. I managed to catch 7 or 8 2-finger-thick lay-long fish and 6 or 7 creek crabs. This bounty would suffice for a hearty meal. Surely the flavor would not disappoint. I pondered the fates of the 2 women, Juya and Catherine. If they had not been captured, they were likely somewhere on the northern coast, gnawing on coconut flesh like 2 desperate mice. Poor souls. As I gathered firewood, I suddenly noticed a flock of birds startled from the bamboo grove downstream, taking to the skies. Instinctively, I became alert. Chapter 110, Gunfire at Midnight. This occurrence could mean either someone was approaching from below the bamboo grove, or a snake was hunting the birds, causing the commotion. I could not afford to gamble. I needed to ascertain the situation. The disturbance from my earlier stone stacking might have muddied the creek's waters, and if anyone were within 100 meters downstream, they might discover the disturbance and follow the creek upstream. I concealed my backpack in a nearby thicket, slung my firearm and crossbow over my shoulder, and took cover on a small hill about 30 meters from the creek. The location where the birds had been startled was approximately 50 meters downstream, and my vantage point was slightly elevated. If there were indeed adversaries, they should soon be in this vicinity as well. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, no further sounds emerged. Was it merely a false alarm? I felt a twinge of doubt, but dared not lower my guard. If my potential foes were equally cautious, the disturbance might have prompted them to abandon their search entirely, possibly choosing to wait until nightfall to resume their efforts. Prolonged inactivity could confuse the target, leading me to believe there was no one present, or perhaps enticing the target to enter their line of sight. Either scenario posed considerable disadvantage for me. I resolved against further searching. After 2 hours of concealment, if there were no discoveries, I would pack up and leave. 2 hours elapsed without a single sound. I disregarded the possibility of it being a false alarm and proceeded to gather the lay-long fish and creek crabs into a container. I filled my water bottle with creek water to prepare a fish and crab soup, and once adequately prepared, I swiftly departed. I sought out a rocky ravine where I cleared a depression in the ground, deciding to rest there for the night. Additionally, I constructed a semi-circular stone stove, planning to simmer the fish and crab soup after darkness fell. Moreover, the boat was hardly comfortable for camping on the island. With so many people crammed aboard, one could only sleep side by side, surviving on nothing more than dry bread. Life on the island, however, was different. They could even hunt crocodiles for a wild feast, which was far more fulfilling than the meager offerings aboard the vessel. Furthermore, the 5 assassins might attempt to scout the camp tonight. I needed to avoid crossing paths with them, lest I become a target myself. I hoped to let the 2 factions clash, allowing me to reap the benefits while remaining uninvolved, especially since it was uncertain whether other forces might also be present on the island. Each faction was eyeing the mercenaries at the camp with great intensity. Acting as a lone wolf would be tantamount to courting disaster. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I ignited a fire, then opened my container to find the lay-long fish and creek crabs had succumbed after simmering all afternoon. I poured water from my bottle into the container and placed it on the stone stove to cook. Lacking salt, the flavor would be rather bland. However, my growling stomach left little room for finickiness. I snapped off 2 branches, stripped the bark, and fashioned them into makeshift chopsticks, devouring the tender flesh of the cooked lay-long fish. After consuming several, I felt satisfied, and then I tossed the meatless creek crabs into my mouth, savoring their delightful taste, even if the meat was minimal. I crunched the shells and flesh into a paste before swallowing. Finally, I drank the fish soup to the last drop. Though faint in flavor, it was essential to replenish my body's fluids, especially as my water bottle contained only half a supply of creek water reserved for tomorrow. After finishing the soup, I poured the remaining creek water from my bottle into the container to boil and sterilize. Once I had completed these tasks, I prepared to enjoy a restful sleep. Intending to take action the following morning, I extinguished the fire. Though the nights on the island were quite chilly, I had a sleeping bag to shield me from the cold. My only concern was the possibility of wild beasts or serpents approaching. Such threats were difficult to guard against. I could only cover my head with a net provided with the sleeping bag and keep a handgun at my waist. Midnight arrived. The sound of gunfire erupted through the forest, jolting me awake. Damn, why was there gunfire? I quickly emerged from my sleeping bag, donned my helmet, and activated my night vision goggles to survey the surroundings. Everything seemed calm. Sensing no immediate danger, I promptly gathered my sleeping bag and gear. The sounds emanated from the northeast, suggesting they were 200 or 300 meters away and closing in. It appeared a group was engaged in a gunfight, and unfortunately, the losing side was retreating in my direction, putting me at risk. I glanced at my watch. It was only 11 o'clock at night. I had slept for 3 hours, which had somewhat restored my spirit and strength. Chapter 111, A Dilemma. In the pitch-black, frigid jungle, the heat signatures were easily discernible through my night vision goggles. Utilizing their advantages, I swiftly ascended a nearby hill, fixated on the direction from which the gunfire originated, much like a Komodo dragon poised for a hunt. Soon, the flashes of gunfire and numerous figures came into view. They had not activated any flashlights, relying instead on the faint glow of the moonlight and the illumination from their gunfire to engage one another. Their firepower was intense, and their numbers were substantial, indicating they were a formidable force. Moreover, they appeared to be coming from the direction of the camp, leading me to wonder if the pirates had uncovered the secret of the gold and were clashing with these mercenaries. Though the pirates were not as strong as the mercenaries, an ambush at this hour would surely result in significant losses for the latter. This was inviting trouble into one's own home. Yet, I felt a sense of relief. For while they fought in the woods, the camp must be left vulnerable. If I did not seize the opportunity to infiltrate now, when would I? I swiftly concealed my crossbow and circled around the back of the hill, avoiding a chaotic battle in the rainforest. As they fought, they would inevitably exhaust their ammunition and retreat. I aimed to seize their boat during their withdrawal. With the aid of my night vision goggles, I dashed through the jungle, burdened by heavy gear, like a wild stallion galloping through the underbrush. I considered that the 5 assassins might have already reached the camp. Their objective was the gold. If they had obtained the coordinates from Bayer, they would not head to the camp, for their target was the gold itself, not a confrontation with the mercenaries. After acquiring the coordinates, a single satellite phone call would summon their mothership anchored offshore. The mothership would carry their most formidable forces. Once on the island, they would undoubtedly annihilate every mercenary and pirate present. Thus, the individuals engaged in this battle might not necessarily be pirates. They could also be the 5 assassins summoning their powerful reinforcements from the mothership. Regardless of the circumstances, tonight presents the most opportune moment for me to commandeer a ship. Should I miss this chance, it may never present itself again. Thus, I dare not pause for even a moment, marching tirelessly for 5 or 6 kilometers in one breath, totaling no more than 30 minutes. I have arrived at the northeastern coast, where the cliffs resemble those along the northern coast of the refuge. However, as I move along the shoreline toward the lagoon, these cliffs gradually diminish in height until I reach the eastern coast of the lagoon. At last, I catch sight of the pirate ship anchored in the sea beneath the veil of night. Yet, no other vessels are in sight. Clearly, this is not a large force summoned by the 5 assassins. Otherwise, their mothership would be present. Of course, it is also plausible that these 5 assassins do not have a large contingent at all, perhaps merely a privately organized team seeking the coordinates of hidden treasures, capable of selling the information to various warlords. I currently find myself concealed behind a rock atop a cliff, enjoying a wide view. From here, I can see numerous grass huts and long-term military tents in the open area to the east of the lagoon. Several campfires flicker, yet no figures are visible nearby. Have they all ventured into the woods, or are they resting in their tents? I carefully observe through my scope and notice that only one speedboat is present by the shore, while the others remain unaccounted for. However, this single speedboat is evidently significant. I then turn my gaze to the deck of the pirate ship. The cold night wind sweeps across it, and though there are no people on the deck, the swaying light bulb illuminates the area, leaving the conditions inside the cabin unknown to me. Before me lie two paths to consider. One option is to storm the camp, eliminating any potential natives or mercenaries inside, and then board the speedboat to seize the pirate ship. The other option is to lay in wait here, observing until those in hiding emerge, albeit risking the loss of the opportunity to commandeer the ship. However, the former choice might provoke hidden enemies to take aim at me. The moment I board the speedboat, a bullet could easily find its way into my back or skull. In that instant, I find myself in a predicament. The sea wind howls as I crouch atop the overhanging cliff. Despite having just traversed 6 kilometers of rugged terrain, I feel no chill. Yet, the scantily clad pirates must be shivering in the biting breeze. Especially those in the forest, who, lacking sufficient tents and warm clothing, must be suffering immensely from the cold. Earlier at noon, I could not ascertain whether their speedboats carried adequate supplies. If they lacked provisions, they may have already been preparing to confront the mercenaries, though the latter remained unaware. No one would embark on a prolonged search on the island without ample supplies. If this is indeed the case, the gunfight I pursued through the woods must undoubtedly have been between the pirates and the mercenaries. Thus, to ambush the mercenaries in the camp, the speedboat would naturally not be moored by the shore, but rather at the eastern edge of the lagoon, closest to the camp. Were it not for the mercenaries' vigilance, they would have surely fallen prey to this band of mediocre, greedy pirates. The absence of bodies along the shore indicates that the pirates' ambush has failed, and the mercenaries are on guard against them. After much contemplation, I arrive at a difficult decision. I shall swim directly to the pirate ship, approximately 200 meters offshore. First, I will eliminate any pirates that may be aboard, and then, armed with my sniper rifle, I will become an impenetrable fortress upon the ship. Yet, plunging into the frigid sea and swimming 200 meters will render my body numb. Should I be discovered by hidden assassins on the ship or the shore, I would become a floating target, utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, this approach seems more prudent than the previous two options. Thus, I resolve to take action immediately. I search along the cliff for a safe descent to the shore, ensuring that the moonlight does not betray my silhouette against the cliff. I crouch low, moving in tandem with the surrounding foliage. The cliffs here rise to over 20 meters at their highest, while the lowest stands about 13 or 14 meters tall. Moreover, the area below is primarily rocky shore rather than soft sand. A fall from such heights could lead to severe injury or death. After a considerable search, I find no suitable descent. The entire eastern coast presents such sheer cliffs. Given more time, I could methodically seek a safe route down, but I am pressed for time. Therefore, I must swiftly choose a location to descend or leap. The dark, tumultuous waters below are now at high tide, obscuring the positions of underwater rocks and the water's depth. Jumping blindly from a height of over 20 meters is akin to a death wish. The erosion appears more severe in this area compared to others, leading me to deduce that underwater obstacles must be fewer or at greater depths. Otherwise, during low tide, the rocks would obstruct the waves, preventing them from crashing against the cliff, naturally resulting in less erosion than cliffs devoid of hidden reefs. With this reasoning in mind, I do not leap immediately, but instead quickly assess the projections and footholds along the cliff. I understand that I cannot complete the entire descent. However, if I can reduce the height of my jump to about 10 meters, the risk will significantly lessen. Those who climb know that descending is far more challenging than ascending. Ascending allows for clear visibility of all climbing points, illuminating the path ahead, while descending relies entirely on memory and intuition. Without adequate preparation before descending, one's eyes affixed to the rock wall cannot offer any assistance. I cannot hesitate any longer. This opportunity is fleeting. I grasp the edge of the cliff, leaning my body down, and find my first foothold. My body clings to the cliff like a gecko, as the sea wind howls and the waves crash relentlessly below. Testing my resolve as a climber, I remain composed, striving to maintain balance as I inch downward. The smooth rock face stands perpendicular to the sea, with limited protrusions above. I stretch my arms to their limits, resembling an eagle with its wings spread wide, yet lacking the luxury of feathers. I can only cling desperately to a protrusion barely 2 centimeters in height with my fingertips, unable to see the position of my feet. Only one toe finds purchase on the projection. After much wavering, my other foot finally connects with a horizontal ridge of rock. I draw my legs inward, applying pressure as if embracing the cliff, stabilizing my body. This is an exhausting endeavor, but I have no choice. I must continue inching downward. With my body pressed against the wall, I crouch lower, gradually shifting my center of gravity downward. Due to the weight of my backpack, my center of gravity easily pulls backward, risking a fall. Truly, the fear of danger becomes reality. Just as I crouch down 30 centimeters, my body loses its balance. Falling from here could lead to severe injury or even death, with the possibility of many sharp rocks below. Cursed fate. Just as I feel myself tipping backward, I take a gamble, releasing my grip and allowing my body to slide down the cliff wall. My fingers cling tightly as I slide, nearly scraping my skin raw. After dropping more than a meter, I manage to grasp the horizontal crack my right foot had previously touched. My body swings precariously above. I exhale in relief. I had considered tossing my backpack down, but I refrain, believing it's safer to keep it on. In the event of a fall, I could curl into a ball, back facing downwards, allowing the backpack to absorb the impact with the water's surface. If there are hidden reefs below, the backpack will first help me buffer. Upon reaching this point, I observed the surroundings by the moonlight and noticed a protruding ledge on the left, boasting a gripping surface of a full 10 centimeters. I swayed my body and leaned to the left. At the apex of my arc, I released my hands, and in the next moment, they firmly grasped the jutting ledge. My body descended once more by over 2 meters. Yet, the distance to the surface of the sea remained considerable. I intended to continue my careful descent. Just a few more meters would significantly reduce the danger. By controlling the area of my plunge, I could prevent my body from plummeting into the water like a stone, sinking 2 or 3 meters deep. However, at that moment, the searchlight on the pirate ship suddenly illuminated. It was directed towards the coast. I was startled by this sight. There were indeed people aboard the pirate ship, and they were observing the shoreline. My dark figure against the moonlit white cliff was exceedingly conspicuous. Should they cast even a glance this way, I would surely be discovered. I took a deep breath, and while the crew on the deck was focused on the campsite, I curled my legs in, resembling a goat with its limbs drawn together. Then with a simultaneous push, launched myself. I propelled away from the cliff by more than 2 meters, curling my body midair to face downwards. With a resounding splash, I crashed into the surface of the sea. Plunging over a meter deep, my backpack collided with the rocks, shielded by my stainless steel plate, producing a crisp metallic sound beneath the water. The impact was not severe, but had it struck my spine directly, it would have been catastrophic. Had I discarded the backpack earlier or not descended a few meters, the outcome would have been entirely different. I surfaced, gasping for air, and swam towards the ocean without a moment's hesitation. I no longer feared being spotted by those on the deck. However, the crew's act of scanning the coast with the searchlight was undoubtedly not spontaneous. Someone had alerted them via radio. This indicated that the pirates in the forest were preparing to emerge. They were instructed to illuminate the coastline. Thus, my time was critically limited. The icy sea water enveloped me, causing immense discomfort. Had I not undergone cold resistance training as a mercenary with Wagner, having endured extreme cold environments, my body would have been ill-equipped to cope. The sensation of my body heat being relentlessly siphoned away was destructive to one's willpower. Trained to withstand the cold, my body possessed a built-in mechanism to adapt to frigid conditions. However, mentally enduring the discomfort required experience. I employed various strategies to distract myself, such as imagining passionate encounters with women or picturing myself in a sauna or hot spring. This mental deception indeed proved effective, with the extent of success relying heavily on personal experience, serving as a form of psychological suggestion. I swam desperately towards the pirate ship in the pitch-black, frigid waters, confident that no one would notice my small figure amidst the vast, dark expanse. I did not swim at full speed, conserving my strength, and it took me approximately 3 minutes to reach the vicinity beneath the pirate ship. The searchlight on the deck continued to scan the shore. I noticed shadows emerging from the jungle, indistinguishable figures, but undoubtedly detrimental to my situation. They could potentially board a speedboat and approach immediately. I had to board the ship at once. Otherwise, even if I remained undetected, prolonged exposure in the water would be a torment to my body and spirit. Damn it. More and more individuals emerged from the beach, evidently heading towards the speedboat. The distance from the shore to the pirate ship was merely 200 meters, and it would take mere seconds to launch the speedboat. I had not anticipated such urgency. However, climbing aboard was impossible due to the ship's low draft. It was currently unladen, and its height above the water was over 3 meters. I could only watch helplessly as tires and ropes dangled from the upper edge. The situation was clearly hopeless. Time was running out. I could only hope that the sailors on the deck would throw down the boarding net. Due to the current, the ship's bow faced the coast, making it uncertain where they would drop the net. Otherwise, swimming to the other side would take even longer. And just as I made the crossing, the speedboat might arrive. At that point, I would resemble a sea lion ensnared in a net, utterly unable to escape. They would ruthlessly torture me to death. Anxiety consumed me as I gazed towards the shore. Those individuals were preparing to board the speedboat. Yet the sailors did not throw the net my way. Truly, fate seems to favor the unfortunate. I could not have predicted such misfortune. I immediately swam desperately around the bow of the ship, trying to reach the other side. At this moment, I dared not glance at the shore, fearing that even a second's delay could seal my fate. I reached the underbelly of this side, and, to my relief, discovered that the boarding net had indeed been thrown down. However, I could already hear the roar of engines approaching. My heart raced, yet I had to remain calm. I lifted my head to check if any sailors were observing from above or if they were focused on the approaching speedboat. At this point, the speedboat had reached the midpoint. If I attempted to climb up now, they would undoubtedly see me and might open fire. Yet, I had no choice left. My life would be determined in mere seconds. I seized the boarding net with both hands and pulled myself upwards. My heavy, cold body broke the surface with a splash, and my numbed hands swiftly alternated as I climbed the swaying net. I even naively prayed that they hadn't noticed me in the dark. However, fate was unkind, and the devil did not avert its gaze. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The sound came from above the cliff, not from the coastal direction beside me. Yet, I could not dwell on it. I had to ascend quickly and scathed. Grasping the rough rope, I scrambled onto the deck within seconds. The 3 sailors on the deck were distracted by the gunfire from the cliff, adjusting the searchlight to illuminate the source of the noise, their attention entirely focused there. By the time they heard my footsteps on the deck, it was far too late. I drew my handgun and fired 3 shots, swiftly eliminating the 3 sailors stationed at the lookout. The searchlight, pulled upward by the falling bodies, cast a brilliant beam into the sky. After firing, I immediately pressed myself against the wall of the control room to avoid being shot by anyone emerging from within. Simultaneously, I shot out the overhead chandelier. The deck was instantly plunged into darkness, and the light from the searchlight illuminating the sky did little to brighten the deck. Thud! A dull thump echoed as the speedboat collided with the ship's bow on the starboard side. I quickly leaned out to fire at the figures on the speedboat. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots rang out, and the individuals still staggering on the speedboat were swiftly dispatched. To my astonishment, I realized that the speedboat's driver had been shot by a sniper atop the cliff. This revelation sent a chill down my spine, because the position from which he fired was near where I had previously laid in ambush. He might have discovered my presence long before, but chose not to act against me. At this moment, he intervened to assist me, indicating a clear intent for collaboration. Moreover, he waited until the speedboat was in motion before discharging his weapon, demonstrating his ample confidence in sniping as well as his strategic acumen. Had he shot them while still on the shore, the other pirates could have continued using the speedboat, with some pursuing him on land while others headed toward the large ship. His single shot resolved countless troubles, proving that he was no ordinary individual. Upon witnessing this, the other pirates immediately took refuge in the forest, possibly retreating to the lagoon to retrieve additional speedboats. Before they could return, I had to eliminate the remaining enemies within the cabin. Otherwise, I would find myself besieged from both sides. I hastily dove into the cabin, which was elevated above the first deck and consisted of 2 levels, the control room on the upper level, topped with a lookout station. At present, I was situated below the control room, on the first level of this cabin, which housed the kitchen and the captain's quarters. Originally intended as a crew's resting area, it had been converted into a spacious captain's lounge. I descended the spiral staircase towards the lower cabin. The lower cabin of the fishing vessel served as a cold storage area. To maximize crew capacity, every space beneath the deck was designated as cold storage, except for the engine room. However, it had now been transformed into a communal sleeping area for the crew. The vessel was over 60 meters long and 8 meters wide. Inside, 2 rows of bunks were welded to either side of the cabin, the chaotic living quarters exuding the stench of the pirates, with garbage strewn everywhere. As I descended, I did not simply walk down. Instead, I illuminated my flashlight and threw it inside. The pirates hiding within would likely panic and open fire upon seeing the light. However, there was no gunfire, prompting me to enter the cabin. The flashlight landed on the second deck, revealing 7 or 8 young women, scantily clad and huddled together, their eyes filled with terror. Among them were young women and innocent girls of various ethnicities. They were not all women abducted by pirates. Some had been rented from the red light district on shore. These women, living in squalor aboard the filthy ship, likely harbored numerous viruses. Nevertheless, I did not impose any hardship upon them. Instead, I approached and inquired whether there were any other pirates aboard, promising that if they identified them, I would spare their lives. I spoke in French, as most African nations were once French colonies, and therefore, French was commonly spoken. My knowledge of French stemmed from my time with the Wagner Group, where many French soldiers and instructors communicated in their native tongue, often resorting to French in private conversations. Consequently, I learned the language for convenience. The women shook their heads. One bold young white woman stepped forward, indicating a black woman who appeared somewhat better dressed. This black woman exhibited a look of sheer terror, ostracized by the others. She closed her eyes, awaiting my gunfire. Her physique and demeanor were comparatively better than those of the other black women, leading me to believe she genuinely was the pirate captain's wife. However, I refrained from shooting her immediately. After all, she might possess vital secrets and could instill a sense of caution in the pirate leader regarding the ship's seizure. Provided the leader held affection for her, I asked, "Where are the weapons?" The black woman finally opened her eyes. "In a small room on the first deck," she replied. I recalled seeing a locked small cabin during my descent. "Are there any weapons among you?" I inquired. The black woman shook her head. "All of you, come with me," I commanded, making my way toward the outer ladder. The scantily clad women had no choice but to follow me. On the deck, the sea breeze made them shiver, and I instructed them to ascend the lookout tower via the outer wall ladder and dispose of the 3 pirates I had slain into the sea. Simultaneously, I promptly reeled in the side nets. Without these nets, they would be unable to board the ship unless they employed grappling hooks or similar tools to grasp the edges. Pirates indeed possessed such implements, typically found on their speedboats for boarding larger vessels. Therefore, time was of the essence. I needed to set anchor and depart swiftly. "Can you raise the anchor?" I asked the black woman. She nodded, having lived on the ship for quite some time and likely possessing the knowledge to do so. However, she alone could not manage the 2 anchor chains. At least 3 people were required. One person would steer the vessel upstream slowly while the anchor winch was activated once the chains were vertical in the water. This process had to be meticulously synchronized with the ship's speed to avoid severe consequences, necessitating the control of an experienced sailor. Unfortunately, I had no means to find an experienced sailor at the moment. "You teach 2 women to operate the anchor winch while I steer. Can you manage that?" I inquired. The black woman nodded. "Excellent. Select 2 individuals from among them to assist you," I directed, simultaneously issuing a stern warning to the 7 women that they must cooperate with the black woman's instructions. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to end their lives with a single shot. My threat proved effective. The white woman who had earlier identified the pirate's wife appeared confused, likely believing I had come to rescue them, only to realize that I seemed to be cut from the same cloth as the pirates, causing her face to pale. The black woman did not dwell on the white woman's confusion. She selected her along with another slightly plump black woman. They began learning at the anchor winch while I patrolled around the ship's body, calculating that the pirates would take at least 20 more minutes to emerge from the lagoon. First, they would need time to reach the lake's edge and navigate around the lagoon's outlet. Thus, I was not concerned about the pirates arriving imminently. Rather, I feared the presence of other snipers on shore. The sniper who had aided me might also be an adversary. So I remained concealed at one side of the cabin while retrieving my earpiece, attempting to intercept signals from the surroundings. If the sniper on shore were one of the 5 assassins, the signal light would be the original signal, which would not change. If it were a sniper among the mercenaries, I could also pick up signals using the walkie-talkie previously employed by Bayer. The individual who assisted me might have mistaken me for an ally, or perhaps had ulterior motives. Regardless, I had to establish contact with him. In other words, he would be just as anxious to reach me, for otherwise, his act of saving me would be rendered meaningless. A man's voice came through the walkie-talkie, his accent reminiscent of Bayer's, imbued with a distinct London flavor. They were likely well acquainted, being fellow compatriots. "I will first state the code, 131,236. I declared directly, refraining from any circumlocution. "Indeed." A somewhat excited voice responded from the other end. "What do you mean by indeed?" I feigned ignorance, eager to discern how he deduced that I was the person he sought. "I saw Bayer's corpse, along with the bald assassin who was shot dead by Bayer's .50 caliber, the man revealed, and I immediately comprehended that he was the individual who had been seen earlier alongside the pirates at the riverbank. "So you now know who I am?" I inquired. And the man chuckled softly, stating, "Although I am unaware of your name, your audacity in risking your life to rescue BIR has undoubtedly demonstrated your reliability. Though you were unable to succeed, I believe BIR must feel grateful to you." I was not surprised by his words. As an exceptional marksman, it was entirely within his capabilities to deduce the entire situation from the circumstances at hand. Otherwise, that group of mercenaries would have met their demise at the hands of the pirates on the beach. I apologize for not being able to save BIR. "Did you manage to reach my shelter?" I asked, eager to ascertain whether the 2 women were in their custody. "Yes, we did go there. But your trap injured both my brothers," he replied. "Well, you were the ones who attempted to intrude," I scoffed. However, I refrained from directly inquiring whether the 2 women had fallen into his hands, for I knew that such a question would reveal my vulnerabilities. Moreover, he might not have captured the women, and by posing the question, he could exploit my lack of information to mislead me into believing he had. "Buddy, my name is PN. Listen, I didn't capture anyone at the shelter, but I need your cooperation. I saved your life, and you owe me a debt of gratitude," he stated with a directness that suggested he understood he could not deceive me. "What sort of cooperation do you seek?" I queried. Brother, there lies a fortune in the Sheen River. They have dumped over 40 tons of gold into it. The pirates cannot hope to pan for gold in peace. Our brothers have not been entirely exterminated, and should they attempt to mine, we will surely ambush them. PN asserted. This statement contained another implication. They had not contacted the outside world or were unable to do so. Otherwise, regardless of whether they intended to ambush the pirates or not, word would have reached the outside, and mercenaries would have been dispatched to reclaim the island. Why do you not call for reinforcements? I probed. I cannot. Setting aside the fact that I lack a satellite phone, even if I had one, it would be futile, as there are jammers installed on the island. Aside from walkie-talkies and other short-range communication devices, no other means of communication functions here, PN explained. I remained silent. And PN continued. However, if a supply ship arrives, information will inevitably be relayed from the island. His words clarified my understanding of my safety on the island. Should a supply ship come and relay information, mercenaries would soon arrive to cleanse the island. PN would likely be unscathed, while both the pirates and I would face retribution. What kind of cooperation do you propose? Assist you in slaying the pirates? I inquired. Buddy, I know what you were thinking. You are not merely assisting me in killing the pirates. Those pirates should not be so bold. My current concern is that they are collaborating with some warlords from Africa. BIR should have mentioned another hidden stash of gold, controlled by those warlords. It will not be long before this place meets the same fate. So what? I replied. To survive on this island, we must collaborate. PN stated. Then why not board the ship and leave together? Are you unwilling to part with the gold? I asked. Such a pity, but these matters do not concern me. I wish only to leave this island of turmoil as soon as possible. I had been crouching against the wall of the cabin, hoping to avoid being shot by PN should he perceive my reluctance to cooperate. For someone as astute as he, feigning compliance would be futile. It was better to outright refuse. Chapter 118, Negotiation. A gunshot rang out from the cliff, striking the anchor winch at the bow of the ship, producing a shower of sparks that startled the women, causing them to crouch on the deck. Listen, buddy, you cannot act so heartlessly. Otherwise, you will not escape. PN's furious voice echoed through the radio. Yet, I donned my thermal imaging helmet and crouched in the corner, observing the fiery muzzle flash from the cliff. Indeed, you saved my life, and now you threaten me. I could easily shoot you dead, yet I have spared you, which should put us on equal footing. If you believe I cannot see you, you may wish to reconsider. I had no desire to kill him. After all, he bore me no ill will and had indeed saved me once. If he had not intervened, my current predicament would be dire. However, that did not mean I was obliged to follow his orders, for his motives in saving me were not entirely altruistic. It was simply a transaction, and his anger at the prospect of failing to reach a deal was evident. Had he rescued me purely out of kindness, I might have been inclined to assist him. This arrangement was exceedingly unprofitable for me, not only due to its lengthy duration, but also the considerable risks involved. When his reinforcements arrived, I would have little chance to escape. I could not gamble on his potential benevolence in deceiving his own forces to allow me to flee. After all, I was now aware of the gold's location. That was over 40 tons of gold. Merely selling this information to a warlord in Africa could yield substantial profits. Of course, extracting payment from a warlord was no simple task. It required a certain level of skill. But that was a matter for another day. Presently, I needed to leave this place directly. The sniper on the cliff lacked BIR's cunning. Yet he was fortunate, for without BIR, he would struggle to make an impact. Buddy, are you truly so confident? PN queried, still visibly irate. I know you have another sniper who has yet to fire. Do you believe that before I can shoot you, your ally will take me down? I maneuvered while keeping an eye on the other sniper on the cliff. Simultaneously, I worried about the pirate's arrival, for then I would have to contend with 3 factions, which would be detrimental to me. Even if he could not kill me, he could indeed delay me, forcing me to engage with the troublesome pirates, leaving me little room to maneuver. You are quite astute. PN acknowledged. I have many people on this ship. If I select anyone to fire simultaneously with me, do you truly believe your companion can kill me? Brother, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but if I do, I will be trapped myself. If you insist on a fight to the death, I assure you, neither of you will survive. I replied calmly. If I choose to eliminate them, they will indeed have no escape. I had made my intentions clear. If they remained obstinate, I would have no choice but to send them to their demise. After my words, they fell into a prolonged silence. I took a step back and said, I understand that if I am killed by the pirates, they will board the ship and acquire heavy weaponry. They will also not escape. A single rocket launcher aimed at their location would suffice. Thus, their bluster was merely a fade, as they lacked the courage to truly fire upon me, especially since I could retaliate. If they could not solve such a simple mathematical problem, they would not have survived this long. Damn it. We are running low on manpower. If the warlords arrive, we will not live. PN cursed. Buddy, your proposal is quite reasonable. We have considered such an option. However, if we do so, we will lose our rightful share of the gold. What if we eliminate the pirates, find a way to gather some gold, and then leave? That would not delay us at all. My dear companion, PN, sensing his lack of advantage, softened his tone. Do you know when those warlords backing the pirates will arrive? Furthermore, we lack any salvaging equipment. You are seeking riches at the cost of your life. I mocked. Chapter 119. Ultimately, there is no escape. In response to my derision, they did not express resentment, but rather sought to find better justifications to persuade me. My friend, we mercenaries either live for wealth or for freedom. We must seize one of these two. Moreover, we require your pirate ship to transport gold. We shall navigate the grand vessel into the salty river, then lie in wait for the warlords at both ends. Once we detect their presence, we can make our escape in advance. At this moment, Pawnee spoke again, appearing as a man ensnared by the allure of wealth, earnestly persuading me. After all, if I were to commandeer the grand ship, his plan would be thwarted. He would have to wait a month for the main force to receive intelligence and return to this location to re-establish their base. Even if your plan is feasible, there are 5 known assassins on the island. Are you certain we are not merely offering them free labor? After we toil to retrieve some of the gold, they could ambush us from behind, leaving us as mere fodder for crocodiles. Were it not for the fact that he saved my life, I would not entertain this conversation. You two seem quite engrossed. Dylan, you ought to heed his advice. Just then, a third voice emerged from our dialogue, a woman's voice. I recognized it immediately. It was Hella, one of the 5 assassins. She called out my name. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over me. Who are you? What have you done to Wade? Pawnee exclaimed, clearly startled, as this communication device must belong to his companion Wade, now in Hella's possession. Fear not. Your dear brother is having a delightful chat with benevolent God, Hella replied, prompting a curse from Pawnee. He realized with horror that Wade had likely been killed. They possess night vision. Your brother should have been detected by them, I remarked. Dylan, you ought to be more concerned about your 2 lovely ladies. If you wish for their survival, you should follow Pawnee's instructions. Let us transport the gold together, and we can share the spoils. Hella proposed. When she called out my name earlier, I surmised that Julia and Catherine were indeed in their custody. Otherwise, she would have had no way of knowing who I was. Damn it. You are Dylan, the number 0 assassin of the Tsanglong organization. Pawnee exclaimed, utterly astonished. Clearly, he had not anticipated encountering me here. While I do have a modest reputation in the world of assassins, such notoriety serves only as shackles that bind my soul, rendering it futile. To be an unknown pawn is to revel in greater freedom. Have you harmed them? I gritted my teeth and asked. No, we treat them like royalty. As long as you obediently comply and steer the ship into the salty river, we can cooperate amicably, as we are all in pursuit of wealth, Hella chuckled. Very well. I will navigate the ship in, but come dawn, I demand to see them, I declared. At this juncture, I had no choice but to consider long-term strategies. No problem, Hella replied, falling silent thereafter. Pawnee had nothing more to say. I had acquiesced to their demands. Just then, the sound of a speedboat's engine roared to life. They had not turned on their lights, rendering their positions obscured to me. The night vision could only discern 200 or 300 meters ahead. Yet the thunderous engines could be heard several kilometers away. They were approaching. You all, hurry to the lookout and direct the searchlight towards the western sea. I shouted to the women. The black woman was the most proactive, rushing to assist as if vying for recognition. The others followed suit. And soon the beam of light sliced through the darkness like a sword, illuminating 7 speedboats racing towards us. Their hulls reflected white light, appearing as pearls upon the surface of the sea from our vantage point. Clearly, they intended to storm aboard. However, they were unaware that I possessed a high-caliber sniper rifle. No matter how swiftly they approached, evading a top-tier marksman would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, their weaponry had likely been considerably depleted in the jungle, and they lacked heavy artillery. I needed them to come within 2 kilometers before taking aim. Firing too early would result in a miss, while waiting too late would allow 1 or 2 of their boats to reach the vicinity of the grand ship, where they could fire at me to create distractions. This situation demanded precise timing from the sniper. Chapter 120, Assault on the Ship. My motives were not to protect them, but to ensure that the women did not interfere with my combat or even attempt to ambush me. For the women, the pirates outnumbered them, increasing their chances of victory. They might resort to harming me to curry favor with the pirates. Additionally, based on the psychological phenomenon known as Stockholm Syndrome, prolonged torment could lead them to develop an unhealthy attachment to their captors. This would further incite them to act against me. During combat, I could not afford to be distracted by them. The decision to keep the black woman with me served 2 purposes. Firstly, to ascertain her loyalty, which would determine her fate later on. Secondly, she had likely endured the fewest humiliations among the women, possessing sufficient courage to avoid succumbing to Stockholm Syndrome. Even if she momentarily considered turning against me, I would be more than capable of countering her. My current position was one not visible from any spot on land. Despite reaching a consensus with them, I remained vigilant, wary of these assassins who thrived in the murky depths. Their inner worlds were beyond our comprehension. My survival thus far, while significantly attributed to luck, was undeniably bolstered by my caution and skills. Luck is a gift from the divine, beyond human control, yet I can master my abilities to evade unnecessary dangers and mitigate adverse occurrences. A killer who has escaped death countless times would never attribute survival solely to exceptional skills and psychological acuity, as this breeds complacency and a lack of gratitude. As the 7 speedboats approached within 3 kilometers, they swiftly scattered, forming a fan-like formation to assault the grand ship. Clearly, some among them were astute, realizing that even if I were to unleash a rocket attack upon their boats, 4 or 5 would inevitably reach the grand vessel. Once they neared, they would cast grappling hooks from all directions, and I would be utterly overwhelmed. I must admit, this truly placed me in a precarious situation. The assassins on shore might lend assistance, but I could not rely on them. Thus, my strategy must ensure my escape without their intervention. Soon, 6 of the 7 speedboats slipped beyond the reach of the searchlight, leaving only one illuminated by the beam controlled by the black woman. Rapidly, that illuminated speedboat entered my shooting range, within 2 kilometers. This distance was still too far. Shooting accuracy would be compromised. However, I could not allow it to draw closer, as this would grant the other boats additional time. Traveling at approximately 50 nautical miles per hour, it would take 12 minutes to reach this point. Factoring in wind direction and speed, my mind raced as I calculated, adjusting the trajectory based on experience. 8 seconds after the illuminated speedboat entered range, I fired. The sound of the shot echoed. A flame erupted from my .50 caliber rifle, the bullet swiftly slicing through the night, colliding with the speeding vessel. Under the searchlight, I clearly saw the bullet pierce the driver, tearing through his body while simultaneously striking the engine. The speedboat, propelled by momentum, did not halt. It continued to surge forward. To the other speedboat, I shouted, though the black woman did not comprehend why I had ceased firing at the illuminated boat. She responded to my command after a moment of hesitation, redirecting the light towards the second vessel. At that moment, I swiftly ejected the spent cartridge and chambered a new round. Another vessel, approximately 1,600 meters away, was rapidly closing the distance. Bang! Another shot rang out. This shot, like the previous one, proved equally effective. The bullet, due to its optimal angle, penetrated a target's body and subsequently damaged the engine of their speedboat. The third boat, I shouted once more, and the female African swiftly reacted. After I had reloaded, she had already tracked the next speedboat, which was positioned at the stern of the ship. To prevent it from entering the blind spot at the rear, I crouched down and assumed a standard crouched aiming position. At this moment, I was entirely immersed in combat mode, my attention sharply focused, as if everything around me had slowed down. This was the result of my extensive training, embodying the sniper's flow state. Bang! The third shot was fired. This time, it directly detonated that speedboat, presumably due to someone aboard smoking a cigar. The bullet shattered the fuel tank, igniting the spilled gasoline in a fiery reaction. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 speedboats had entered a 1-kilometer range. They commenced firing at the large ship, attempting to use blind fire to eliminate me. Bullets struck the lookout tower, creating a metallic clanging sound that startled the female African, causing her to crouch down. The searchlight was soon extinguished by the barrage of bullets. The vast sea was plunged into darkness, illuminated only by a faint moon hanging above the pitch-black waters. I refrained from firing again. If I shot now, the muzzle flash would betray my position, prompting them to suppress me with concentrated fire. I shouted loudly, and the female African, shaken from her fear, climbed down the ladder beside the lookout tower. Upon her entering the cabin, I did not follow, as I was uncertain whether the pirates still possessed grenades or smoke bombs. If I ventured in, I would find myself entirely at a disadvantage. I shot open the iron lock of the weapons cache. This was a 6-square-meter armory, though not vast. It was filled with inexpensive weaponry. I had little interest in those, as I already possessed 2 handguns, which would afford me greater agility in the dark. My gaze fell upon the grenades within the box. I rapidly grabbed 4 or 5 grenades, along with the sole smoke bomb available, and secured them to myself. I also tucked a flare gun into my waistband. Just then, the hull of the ship was struck by the speedboats. I realized they had reached both sides of the large vessel. They must have people peering up at the deck. If anyone dared to poke their head out, the moonlight would expose me, and they would immediately open fire. I was certainly unable to risk exposing myself to shoot. They began tossing grappling hooks over the sides of the ship, more than 10 at once, and I quickly deduced their positions from the dense cluster of hooks. Simultaneously, I bit down on 2 pull rings, activating 2 grenades. I hurled them to either side. Boom. Two explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Cries of agony and splashes of water ensued. Yet pirates from other directions quickly ascended. However, I did not remain idle. While throwing the grenades, I had already tossed the soul smoke bomb onto the deck. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed into the control room, retrieved a gas mask from the fire extinguisher, and swiftly emerged, crouching low. The group of pirates boarded the ship, their flashlights illuminating nothing. I immediately raised both guns and fired at them. Bang, bang, bang. Several fell to my bullets before they cleverly extinguished their flashlights. Yet they were unaware that I possessed night vision goggles. Their figures were clearly visible through the lenses, and I felt no sympathy as I continued to fire. Each shot targeting their torsos, one after another collapsing. Some began firing in my direction, but I had already rolled away to another position. As they unleashed their fire, chaos erupted among them, leading to mutual shooting. They had no idea who their enemies were. As a result, many leapt into the sea amidst a cacophony of screams and shouts. However, I offered them no chance to escape back to their speedboats, immediately tossing grenades into the water on both sides and ahead. 3 grenades detonated successively in the water. Those pirates who had not managed to board their boats met their demise amidst their cries. The grenades exploded underwater, though the shrapnel's damage was nullified. The immense shockwave generated pressure that would rupture their lungs, inflict internal injuries, and lead to fatal bleeding. Nonetheless, some pirates still sought to escape. I promptly discharged a round from the flare gun into the sky. The bright flare illuminated several kilometers around. At that moment, the snipers Pawnee and Hella, stationed on the cliff, finally took action, using the flare's light to swiftly eliminate the fleeing pirates. These individuals were merely savages who had learned to wield human weapons. Faced with our elite assassins, they stood no chance of retaliation, as they had not undergone any professional military training. Relying solely on their possession of lethal weapons, they had acted with impunity, yet had never encountered true terror. At this juncture, I also discerned Hella's position. She was not on the cliff, but rather perched in a tree by the shore. Their decision to fire now also expressed their trust in me. Previously, they had hesitated to shoot, fearing that I might take advantage of their gunfire to eliminate them. Now they could engage in sniping without restraint. These pirates were destined to perish in the very waters they cherished, paying the price for their greed. Chapter 122. Setting sail. None of the speedboats surrounding the large ship had successfully started. Anyone daring to approach the helm would immediately be targeted by snipers. The pirates desperately swam toward the shore. Yet their actions appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of top snipers like Hella and Pawnee. Struggling in terror and panic, the pirates flailed like demons plunged into boiling oil. Their struggles and screams gradually subsided, leaving the dark sea littered with corpses. If it were daytime, the bloodstains on the water would be strikingly vivid. Their ignorance had cost them the chance for survival. When the gunfire erupted from the cliff, they should have realized the danger of approaching the large ship and instead hidden within the jungle, like startled mice, refraining from emerging. It was their excessive overconfidence that led to their demise. Typically, they encountered only ordinary civilians, and their arrogance and brutality prevented them from objectively recognizing their limitations, sowing the seeds of their ignorance and eventual demise. Well done. I praised them without reservation. Ha ha ha, a bunch of clueless pirates. Pawnee exclaimed with glee, while Hella remained silent. Truly, the Zero Killer of the Tsanglong organization, I had been quite worried for you. Thinking you might perish aboard the pirate ship, Pawnee said excitedly. It was merely luck. I replied and continued. We cannot ascertain how many pirates we have eliminated. There may still be others lurking in the forest, posing a potential threat for the future. There is nothing we can do about it. It is pitch dark, and we cannot count the bodies, Pawnee said. I too felt helpless. Some were shot, others blown up by grenades, while others perished in the explosions of speedboats, making it impossible to tally accurately. I will navigate the boat into the lagoon when dawn breaks. I will take the vessel into the Saline River. We will regroup on the ship tomorrow, I stated. I called the female African and the 2 women I had trained to weigh anchor. I instructed the female African to take the helm. Navigating a vessel is not a formidable task, especially for the African woman who follows the captain daily. For her, it is a rather simple affair. I am currently hesitant to appear in the control room, as it faces the shore, and I remain uncertain about the presence of other snipers along the coast. I direct 2 women managing the anchor chains, instructing them to synchronize their actions with the ship's speed in order to raise the anchor effectively. It is imperative that their movements align. Should the ship's velocity exceed a certain threshold, it may hinder the anchoring process, potentially damaging the anchor winch and chain. In severe cases, the chain could become entangled in the propeller, rendering the vessel completely inoperable. Once the ship is underway, reducing speed or coming to a halt is not as straightforward as it is with a car. In the event of an accident, one can only watch helplessly as the ship collides with obstacles. Under my command, The two anchor chains are gradually retrieved amidst the cacophony of the clanking chains and the roaring engines. Once the chains are secured, I immediately instruct the African woman to reverse the propeller, as the distance ahead is insufficient for the ship to turn around without the risk of running aground. I command her to execute a full left rudder, steering the vessel until its stern shifts left, aligning the hull parallel to the shore. At this juncture, we can set course westward. My anxious heart finally finds some solace, knowing the ship must still traverse 8 nautical miles to reach the lagoon's entrance. Upon arrival, we will need to turn the ship again, and I remain uncertain whether the lagoon can accommodate such a large vessel. If the water is too shallow or the reefs too numerous, my actions could prove perilously reckless. Should the ship run aground within, our collaborative dynamic would undoubtedly shift. Chapter 123, Life on Board. Having departed from the coast, I engage in brief conversation with the African woman, who introduces herself as Sandy. Once a French fashion model, she has found herself on this pirate ship due to unfortunate circumstances for 3 years. These women consider themselves the wives of pirates, as they are under the protection of the pirate captain, sparing them from the torment of other men. I inquire about her silence when I had previously held a gun to her, and she explains that she believed her words would not be believed, and that life felt devoid of hope. At times, she even thought that death might be preferable. I understand her mindset. I can tell she is not fabricating her feelings. Moreover, her demeanor reveals her to be an educated and wise African woman. Otherwise, she would not possess the knowledge to navigate a ship and operate the anchor winch. Other women have been aboard for 6 months, yet remain ignorant, enduring daily torment at the hands of men, living a life worse than death. Some women afflicted with illness are cast into the sea to feed the fish. The captain has long recognized that women infected with disease are not permitted on board. Thus, even if male crew members contract infectious diseases, they are not executed, but rather expelled from the pirate ship, forever losing this lucrative occupation. This revelation surprises me, as most pirates historically have been plagued by ailments, reckless in their pursuits. However, according to Sandy, a humanitarian doctor who once treated women in Africa was captured and brought aboard, leading to improvements in the ship's sanitary conditions. Tragically, that doctor succumbed to illness. It was only then that the captain became aware of the need for such measures, lest wealth becomes meaningless without life. In the control room, I discover an abundance of safety supplies for both men and women, indicating that these women could indeed be free of pathogens, largely due to the humanitarian doctor's efforts. Although she sacrificed her life, she provided a measure of safety for the women aboard. The ship sails westward in waters approximately 300 meters from the coast, yet I remain apprehensive about the risk of grounding, as coastal waters are frequently littered with reefs. The only source of reassurance is the ship's light load. If it were fully laden, the likelihood of running aground would be significantly heightened. We soon approach the lagoon's entrance, but due to the unclear conditions of the waters, I decide against entering the lagoon at night, opting instead to drop anchor. Observing that the women remain awake, awaiting my announcement regarding their fate, I realize that, despite their confinement to the cabin, they are not naive. They understand that I have dealt with all attempts by pirates to board the ship. They perceive me as one of the mercenaries, aware that their future may still entail control or death. After all, should they lose their value, being killed in these lawless waters is a commonplace occurrence. I regard them with a serious expression. All I require is for you to obey my commands without question, otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate any hindrances. Do you understand? I ask coldly. The 8 women nod in agreement. I see no need to extend kindness. Such gestures could incite resistance. Resistance does not solely arise from confrontation. It emerges when one feels capable of contesting you in a non-threatening environment. Akin to how the benevolent are often unjustly victimized. While these situations are not directly comparable, they share fundamental principles. Therefore, maintaining an image of authority is crucial, as they have previously been subjugated by the pirates' tyranny. In this context, they have been tamed. I do not need to instill in them a longing for freedom. I only require compliance, and in return, they will be spared from further abuse, behaving as obedient slaves. I state coldly. They nod in acknowledgement before beginning to clean. I instruct Sandy to join me on the main deck to clear away the bodies and blood. I caution her not to touch any weapons on the corpses, warning that I will end her life the moment she reaches for one. I also inform her that our delay in departing is due to the need to bring others aboard from the island. Once we complete certain tasks on land, I will grant her freedom. Sandy nods, refraining from further comment. Women like Sandy possess wisdom, insight, and a modicum more courage than the others. I must provide her with a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, she may act foolishly, believing that defeating me will allow her to commandeer the ship. I prefer to avoid contact with the corpses to minimize the risk of infection. Although Sandy claims they harbor no pathogens, it remains uncertain. Some bacteria may have been overcome by their body's immunity, while I, as a new crew member, lack such defenses. After cleaning the deck, I instruct Sandy and the other women to wash both the main and upper decks, ultimately disinfecting with alcohol. Once the two decks are immaculate, the women are utterly exhausted. After a cold shower, they each wrap themselves in tattered clothing and crawl under thin blankets, as the pirates had not anticipated a prolonged stay on the island. Consequently, there are few warm blankets available, and Sandy can only find 4 spare quilts for them. My heavens, I observe that the pirates are dressed inadequately, evidently not planning to remain on the island for long. Otherwise, they would have procured ample warm supplies prior to departure, though winter has yet to arrive. The nights are decidedly chilly. Only now do I remove my damp clothing and step into the captain's private bathroom for a soothing hot shower. Afterward, donning a clean camouflage uniform and reclining on the captain's bed. This chamber is far cleaner than the communal sleeping quarters. Sandy likely spends her time attending to the captain here, and I cannot afford to be excessively concerned. Resting in this space is undoubtedly more comfortable than in a makeshift shelter on the island. I cannot help but ponder whether the two women, Kaisi Lin and Juya, would find some solace in the hands of their captors. Alas, the dawn will bring clarity to this uncertain predicament. Chapter 124, Entering the Saltwater River. Since departing from the medical ship, I have never experienced such a restful reprieve as I did today. I indulged in a warm bath and reclined upon a soft, pristine bed. Such simple comforts have profoundly moved me in this moment. I can only imagine that if Juya and Kaisi Lin could also lay here, they would find immense joy. Yet, they remain ensnared by their captors. Their ability to sleep soundly and avoid the biting cold remains uncertain, and their lives may hang in the balance. Those assassins are certainly not benign, while they may refrain from inflicting harm upon them due to my presence. The situation could drastically change should they attempt to flee. Exhaustion soon enveloped me, and I quickly succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, no one disturbed the door to the cockpit, nor did anyone knock on my cabin door. I found comfort in this solitude, yet I cannot allow myself to become complacent. I cannot abandon the two women. Should I sail away, they would surely meet a gruesome fate. The thought of their helplessness and expectation of me in their final moments, along with their past kindness towards me, renders me incapable of leaving them behind. After arming myself, I completed my morning routine and exited the lounge. I descended to glance at the weary women from the previous night, their bodies entwined beneath a blanket. Their exposed faces were furrowed with worry, revealing that even in sleep they could not find peace. A few of the younger black women appeared relatively calm, perhaps finding more happiness aboard the ship than on land, where many citizens in pirate-infested coastal African nations struggle for mere sustenance. On board, they enjoyed daily meals, the only price being to entertain the men. In the face of hunger, they likely do not perceive this as a loss of dignity. Conversely, the few white women, some as young as 21, resemble ignorant university students visiting Africa. Daily tormented by the black men, they might yearn for death, yet death requires its own courage. The morning sea breeze, warmed by the sun, remained somewhat cool, yet it was infinitely more comfortable than the previous night. I gazed at the lagoon, its shores resembling an earring, merely 5 to 10 meters thick and only slightly elevated above sea level. A single wave could easily wash into the lagoon. However, it was adorned with lush greenery, adding both color and resilience. If a sniper were to lie in ambush along the shore, they would need to remain prone on this narrow earring throughout the night. Other positions would be too far away to take aim. Yet lying there all night presents an almost certain risk of crocodile attacks. Thus, it would be unwise for a sniper to position themselves there, alleviating my concerns about such an ambush. My greater apprehension lies in what awaits as the ship sails within. Even the most seasoned captain would hesitate to navigate such treacherous waters. However, I need not fret excessively, for the ship transporting gold has already ventured forth, paving the way for my empty vessel to follow with a high degree of safety. Though we head northwest, the gold-laden ship most likely approached from the southeast, and they would never enter the saltwater river from that direction. The current flows downstream, and the river's width is insufficient for a vessel to turn around. Should a ship anchor within, the current would surely push it off course, trapping it in the river forever. Hence, the gold-transporting vessel must navigate upstream from this side. I stood upon the observation deck, scrutinizing the lagoon's entrance. The morning's crystalline waters allowed me to discern the underwater depth and the distribution of rocks. I also instructed Sandy to prepare breakfast for everyone. Sandy appeared to be accustomed to this task aboard the ship, skillfully locating the necessary eggs and other ingredients. As a model of considerable height and beauty, her chocolate-hued skin accentuated the brilliance of her white teeth and the brightness of her eyes. She kindly prepared my first breakfast, fried rice with eggs. I watched her intently, untroubled by concerns of poisoning, for such dangers are unlikely aboard this ship. Although the pirates exhibit arrogance, they possess a fundamental understanding of safety. Should the ship's provisions become compromised, they would likely face dire consequences in this confined space. Moreover, the women had never left the ship, making it improbable for them to encounter poison. However, the pirates did possess a fair amount of marijuana, which they used for recreation. Stored in the supply room, rolled into cigarette-like shapes. During their leisure, the pirates would smoke it, and the women were sometimes compelled to partake as well, perhaps having become addicted. Such substances are to be avoided, as they can severely impair one's emotions, memory, cognition, and immune system. Many mercenaries with poor self-control may fall prey to them. I, however, would not indulge in such vices, for doing so would dull my reactions and thoughts, leaving me vulnerable in a dangerous situation. Therefore, I seized the opportunity while Sandy prepared breakfast to dispose of those substances into the sea. Beyond these items, the pirates engaged in various pastimes during their lengthy maritime existence, such as smoking cigars, cigarettes, chewing gum, playing cards, and video games. The women were merely one of their many options. After breakfast, we weighed anchor once more, and the grand vessel gradually advanced into the lagoon. Within minutes, we entered the saltwater river. The temperature plummeted several degrees, and flocks of seabirds took flight from the lush mangroves lining the banks. Our ship resembled a colossal steel beast navigating through a primordial jungle. I promptly instructed Sandy to reverse the propeller to slow our approach, then began to drop anchor, this time deploying both anchors to ensure the vessel remained stable in the river's center rather than drifting toward the banks. Now, we awaited the arrival of Pawnee and Hyla. Chapter 125. Ignoring the greatest variable. We have taken our positions. Where do you find yourselves? I retrieved Bald Jack's earpiece and, seated on the bridge, leaned against the wall to call Hyla. My current position is exceedingly exposed, with other mercenaries still lurking in the jungle, not yet eliminated by the pirates. Should they discover my ship anchored here, they would stealthily approach the vicinity like assassins, poised to fire upon us from the ship. Thus, I remain exceedingly cautious, reluctant to rise and expose myself at the window. Simultaneously, I instructed the 8 women to ascend to the deck for observation along both shores. Although the women would likely be unable to detect the mercenaries' disguises, their presence may inadvertently attract fire. Should anyone open fire, I could respond in kind towards that direction. The remains of the pirates and their speedboats may not have entirely washed away from the shore. Some corpses are sure to remain. At that moment, they would comprehend the ferocity of the previous night's battle. The remaining mercenaries would undoubtedly continue their reconnaissance in the jungle. Discovering the ship is merely a matter of time, unless Pawnee deceives them into believing that he single-handedly drove off the pirates. In doing so, he could temporarily obscure the truth from the mercenaries, allowing them to rest comfortably in their tents, awaiting the arrival of supply ships rather than scouring the jungle. The mercenaries would be inclined to trust Pawnee's word. Had it not been for Pawnee's timely warning for them to escape, they would have been slaughtered by the pirates by now. Thus, I opted to use Captain Jack's earpiece instead of a walkie-talkie, as the latter could easily alert nearby mercenaries to our plans for gold mining. If that were to happen, some of those mercenaries would certainly be aware of our intentions, lying in wait around the ship. Should they ambush us, it would undoubtedly be a significant triumph for them. This is precisely the possibility I am guarding against. Moreover, Hela and her companions must have met with Pawnee last night to discuss strategies for dealing with the remaining mercenaries. I wonder how their deliberations unfolded. Utilizing a walkie-talkie would not directly summon Pawnee. Instead, it would be imperative to lure out the mercenaries nearby to eliminate them before we could proceed further. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, Hela's voice finally came through the earpiece. Dylan, the plan may have changed. This was the last thing I wished to hear, and I immediately inquired, what has happened? My mind raced with potential changes, but Hela's subsequent words revealed a crucial oversight. Catherine convinced them and left the island last night. Heading for the mothership we arrived on, Hela expressed with some resentment. What do you mean? Are they bringing most of your people over? I asked, puzzled. We hardly have a large force. We merely paid handsomely to rent a fishing boat waiting for us on the eastern coast. Hela's words clarified my understanding. They were indeed a group of killers banding together to seize the gold. Of course, their primary aim was reconnaissance. Once they confirmed the island indeed harbored treasure, they would either retreat or summon others to claim the gold or sell the information for profit. However, if Catherine could offer a more lucrative alternative, those avaricious killers would undoubtedly follow her lead. Furthermore, Catherine had previously collaborated with them. Damn it, I cursed inwardly, realizing I had underestimated Catherine, that eloquent and cunning politician. She had attached herself to me because I was her only support at the time. Now, being with those killers, whom she had worked with before, she would surely be more inclined to exploit them. I had truly underestimated this woman. Is the little girl with you? I asked urgently, as I was deeply concerned for Jia's safety. The complexity of Catherine's emotional world made it difficult to ascertain whether she harbored any affection for Jia. No, I left her behind. That's precisely how I learned this information. Hella replied. That shouldn't be. What about your boyfriend, Billy? I probed, still skeptical of her claims. How do you know of his existence? Hella responded, somewhat taken aback. I observed everything near the arrow poison tree quite clearly, I stated directly. Hella must have felt quite awkward at that moment. When Captain Jack barged in and spotted her with Billy, he hadn't realized I was also present and understood I had an opportunity to eliminate them. He is dead. Those bastards killed him, Hella said, her anger palpable. Upon hearing this, I finally comprehended why Hella's tone had been so grave. Why would they kill him? I asked, astonished. Such a scenario should not have occurred. After all, they were allies, and Catherine had persuaded them. Hella and Billy could have easily departed with them. Thus, there was no need to kill a comrade. Moreover, if Billy was dead, Jia would surely not escape unscathed. I must take the blame for this. Hella seemed to harbor some unspoken burden. I was determined to uncover what transpired between them and what machinations were at play. Chapter 126, Hella's Tears. Someone is approaching. At that moment, Sandy shouted from the lookout. From which direction? I inquired hastily. Upon hearing Sandy say it was from the east, I cautiously leaned out to glimpse the eastern riverbank. 2 women, bearing camouflage backpacks and leading a dog, were making their way toward us. Those 2 were none other than Juya and Hella. Hella had spotted the large ship anchored in the middle of the river. I see you. Did you encounter any pursuers? I inquired again through the earpiece. None detected. Hella responded. I was somewhat concerned that Hella might be lying, as I was an outsider to them. If those 5 killers conspired against me, it would not be impossible for them to deceive me into revealing my position and then take me down. Let Jia speak to me, I instructed Hella. She did not refuse and promptly placed the earpiece to Jia's ear. Since the earpiece was connected to a power source and receiver, which were both on Hella's person, she could not walk away to speak with me privately. Jia, is Billy dead? I asked directly, knowing that Jia had been with those killers for an entire day and should know whom I was referring to. Yes, he was killed by them, Jia replied, tears streaming down her face. What was Billy like? I pressed on, especially considering how devastating it must be for her to witness someone who had helped her perish before her eyes. Uncle Billy was a good person. He took great care of me, Jia said, her voice tinged with sorrow. I could tell she was genuinely heartbroken and frightened. All right, please return the earpiece to Hella, I said, and Jia complied. Hella, being astute, understood the significance of our brief exchange. Now do you believe me? Hella asked, somewhat irritated. I felt helpless. I was up against killers more cunning than a fox and had to tread carefully. This is merely a routine inquiry. I sympathize with your plight. But we are all unfortunate souls, and we cannot afford to gamble with our lives. I will cover your crossing, I stated, retrieving an AK-47 from the armory. This weapon's muzzle velocity is not particularly high, and the bullets can penetrate over a meter underwater. Had it been a sniper rifle, the bullets would have shattered upon hitting the water's surface. In high-speed assaults, the greater the speed, the harder it is for bullets to penetrate underwater. Using a crossbow would also render it impossible to quickly attack multiple targets. All right, let us not become crocodile bait. Hella quipped. I stepped out of the cabin, instructing the women to lower the side net. Simultaneously, I found a bundle of rope on the ship and forcefully tossed it over to the riverbank. More than 10 meters away, tie your backpacks to the rope, I commanded. Jia and Hella swiftly secured their backpacks. The 2 women leaped into the river, splashing as they swam toward the large ship, with the dog following Jia into the water. Jia, being weaker, struggled to keep pace with Hella, who had already started climbing the side net, reaching the midpoint between the ship and the riverbank. Soon, the commotion startled the crocodiles lurking by the riverbank. They began to swim toward Jia, who was causing ripples in the water. I immediately opened fire on those oblivious crocodiles with my AK-47, causing Jia to nearly submerge in panic. Jia, hurry, I shouted, continuing to shoot, and amidst the clamor of gunfire, Jia overcame her fear and finally swam over, grasping the side net with her delicate fingers and pulling her damp body up. Exhausted, she struggled painfully once on the deck. I instructed the women to pull the dog up, retract the side net, and then led Jia and Hella into the captain's lounge. There were spare clothes and hot water available. Quickly change out of your wet clothes and take a shower to avoid catching a cold, I advised Jia and Hella, and I were formally meeting for the first time, despite having crossed paths previously. She had never engaged with me directly before. It was evident that she harbored some preconceived notions about me, a robust Asian man, which were not entirely aligned with reality, as reflected in her gaze. Jia, you should go take a shower first. I will join you shortly, said to Jia, who was shivering like a drenched chicken. Jia nodded and promptly entered the bathroom. Dressed in a wet camouflage, extended her hand, requesting a cigar. I lit it for her. She was clearly engulfed in sorrow and anger. Unable to come to terms with the death of Billy, her eyes reddened with grief. I will not let those beasts go unpunished, she declared, taking a deep drag from the cigar, her stunning eyes brimming with hatred. Why did they kill Billy and spare Julia? I still find it incomprehensible, I inquired. As spoke. She clenched her jaw in distress. What was their plan? Why did Billy refuse? It was my fault. I had promised Billy that after this job, we would retire. And I was carrying his child, which made him unwilling to continue working with them. However, Catherine's plan held a fatal allure for the three of them. At this point, touched her abdomen. I fell silent. For a couple of assassins wishing to retire, the prospect of freedom and familial bliss was tantalizingly close. They would indeed be unwilling to take further risks. I could sense his pain. A woman on the verge of motherhood would yearn to complete her final task swiftly and then relish her remaining days in a tranquil land with her beloved. Yet, such a wish was thwarted at a crucial moment. They had personally obliterated its retirement plan and future. I was at a loss for words to comfort her. Thus I remained silent while she quietly shed tears. Chapter 127, New Plan. Perhaps a female assassin-like becomes more sentimental only after embracing motherhood. I did not know how she had embarked on the path of an assassin, but I could discern the conflict in her eyes, an urge for vengeance clashing with a desire to retire. Does Pawnee know about your situation? I asked. Shook her head. He stayed behind, gathering the remaining mercenaries by the seaside. He is responsible for deceiving them into believing the pirates have been driven away, which gives us over 20 days to mine for gold. In that case, we should seize this opportunity to leave. We must escape this place of turmoil. You need to give birth to Billy's child. Otherwise, there will be no legacy of your love, no witness to it, I said too. Upon hearing my words, her emotions became even more unstable, and the tears she had been holding back began to flow. I reached out and took the cigar from her hand. As a killer, displayed her vulnerability before me, revealing that she was no longer willing to maintain her emotional facade. Did Billy die in vain? She gritted her teeth, clearly still unwilling to accept it. What is Catherine's plan? I shifted the topic. They ensured Julia did not overhear. Otherwise, she would not have survived, replied. So, how far is the other hidden gold site that Pawnee knows about? I asked. Approximately 50 nautical miles, she answered. Another question. Those pirates were hired by the mercenaries. But Pawnee mentioned that satellite phones cannot be used on this island. How were the pirates notified? I inquired. Since I'd already met with Pawnee, she certainly would not overlook this question. They can use satellite phones once they move the speedboat out of a certain area, and they have collaborated with those pirates numerous times. Everything has gone smoothly until now, but this time, I don't know how they discovered the island's secret and attempted to eliminate the mercenaries to seize the gold for themselves, explained. Her words filled me with foreboding. Normally, these pirates would not act this way. If they had connections to a warlord, it meant someone had sold the island's secret to that warlord, who then sent the pirates to investigate. This would allow them to obtain the needed intelligence at minimal cost. After all, a warlord's actions could easily be detected by other military spies, so employing pirates for such operations ensured greater confidentiality. The warlords would undoubtedly come here. Just as they were transporting gold from another hidden site 50 nautical miles away, they would soon turn their attention to this location. A hidden site contained over 40 tons of gold, and there were approximately 200 such gold caches worldwide. These warlords would not simply give up. Should they succeed? Based on her character, she would undoubtedly cut ties to eliminate any future threats. At that point, time would be of the essence for these warlords, as they would need to hasten the transportation of the gold. Following this line of reasoning, it was likely that the warlords would dispatch troops to the island in the coming days. There could not possibly be over 20 days to mine for gold. The 20 days were merely Pawnee's assumption since the supply ship would not arrive until then. For the warlords, after the pirates' incident, their time would be severely limited. Therefore, if they could not establish contact with the pirates within the designated time frame, they would immediately depart for the island. I shared this reasoning with. Upon hearing this, she found it quite plausible. If we were to leave, we must do so now, for it might soon be too late. As for Pawnee, he was a greedy man and would certainly be unwilling to leave at this moment. Thus, I did not intend to inform Pawnee about this matter. We would quietly depart under the cover of darkness. If he and the mercenaries remained on the island, they would have to face the wrath of the warlords. DeLong, I trust your judgment. Although we could not acquire the gold and lost Billy's life, there is an ancient Chinese saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood, stated, her resolve strengthening. We can only depart at night. It is broad daylight now, and Pawnee will undoubtedly notice. That man is a thoroughgoing miser. If we attempt to escape during the day, he might very well retaliate fiercely. I explained to. Indeed, that is a possibility. I sensed it when I interacted with him last night, nodded in agreement with my assessment. Alone, Pawnee certainly could not pose a significant threat to us. But if he saw us leaving, it would shatter his dreams of wealth. He would likely inform the larger group that someone had stolen the gold with a pirate ship. At that point, numerous warships might scour the Indian Ocean, and ports in coastal nations would be sealed off. We would find it nearly impossible to land nearby. If we were to head to Africa, we would swiftly be detected by their satellites, and in the central Indian Ocean, we would be completely intercepted. Last night, his claim of no satellite phone was clearly a deception. Otherwise, how would the pirates have been informed? Although he may not be as clever as Bell, he certainly has his own survival strategy, and engaging in a desperate struggle with him would not be prudent. Understood this as well. Pawnee had informed her of the means to notify the pirates, so he was not afraid of me discovering that he possessed a satellite phone. His intention was to warn me and not to run off with the gold on our own. Otherwise, he would ensure that regular troops would pursue us. However, he remained unaware that the plans had changed. Thus, under the cover of night, we quietly set sail, hoping that by the time he discovered our absence, we would have already made landfall. At that moment, Julia emerged from her bath, having forgotten to fetch a change of clothes, and stepped out in her bare form. The youthful elegance of her figure, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, was enchanting. "Uncle, do you have any clothes I can wear?" Julia asked, looking at me with a pitiable expression, her arms crossed over her chest. I retrieved a set of camouflage attire from the wardrobe for her, while it was somewhat ill-fitting. It was certainly preferable to remaining unclothed. "Hyla, you should also take a bath. You are pregnant and must not catch a chill. I will fetch you some clothes," I said to Hyla. She nodded appreciatively at my concern and proceeded directly to the bathroom. Chapter 128, Deeper Issues. Julia sat aboard the ship, drying her damp hair with a clean towel, while I indulged in a cigar left unfinished by Hyla. Upon reflection, Catherine's departure was indeed comprehensible. Had she remained, she would likely have faced capture, leading to her total defeat. With the former reigning king deposed, there was no regular military force available for deployment. If this island were to be seized by rival factions, it would likely result in a massacre or, at best, mercenaries revealing the location of hidden treasures to ensure their survival. Agents scattered across the globe would swiftly mobilize regular troops to seal off the area upon receiving such intelligence. These regular forces were what Pawnee referred to as the large contingent, distinct from the mercenary groups. The former king could not possibly sustain a vast army of mercenaries poised for conflict, particularly when they remained largely inactive. Unlike certain mercenary companies whose operatives were consistently engaged in service around the world, receiving regular pay from sponsors, I surmised that only a few islands hosted stationed mercenaries, with other regions devoid of such presence. The reasons for the limited number of islands with mercenary garrisons were likely beyond my understanding, as political machinations are typically devised by think tanks, far removed from the insights of a mere mercenary like myself. Yet one day, this incident of stolen gold would ignite a far more significant political upheaval, at which point all would be revealed. It was evident why a former national leader would instigate such an event upon taking office, with its timing coinciding precisely with his ousting. The colossal conspiracy concealed within this scenario was surely beyond my humble comprehension. I chose not to linger in the lounge and stepped out onto the deck. Julia followed suit. The sight of crocodiles shot in the salty river below had attracted the attention of more crocodiles. The swirling waters drew the gaze of the 8 women on deck, who peered over the railing with expressions of both fear and fascination, resembling a group of tourists enjoying a boat trip in a subtropical paradise. Had they adorned themselves in more tropical attire and donned more elaborate makeup, they might have resembled a gathering of affluent women seeking to experience the unspoiled charm of the subtropics. I felt compelled to interrogate them about their origins. Leaving such a group of women, whose backgrounds I did not understand, by my side was a precarious proposition. Yet, I could not bring myself to harm them, for that would contravene my moral compass, unless they posed a lethal threat, which was not apparent at the moment. They settled onto the bunk beds, the lower deck having been cleaned thoroughly last night, devoid of the foul odors that had pervaded upon our arrival. The temperature below was cooler than on the deck, and the women, dressed in light clothing, wrapped themselves in thin blankets. Each regarded me and Julia with expressions filled with confusion and anxiety, awaiting my directives. I called Sandy over. "Please provide me with an overview of these women's basic information. I need to understand their original professions, nationalities, and the reasons for their presence aboard the pirate ship," I instructed Sandy. Surprised by my inquiry, she seemed not to expect my interest in these women, whom she perceived as utterly ordinary, akin to African female slaves from centuries past. If I so desired, I could easily dominate their bodies and lives. Their sole plea was for mercy, to spare their lives and allow them to do as they wished. Who would take the time to understand such humble existences? Yet, in Sandy's gaze, I detected an inexplicable gratitude, though she remained unaware that my motives were self-serving, aimed at ensuring my own safety. I first had Sandy introduce their names and backgrounds, and once the conversation flowed, I allowed them to introduce themselves. I could discern lies through their subtle expressions. It is natural for individuals to harbor secrets they wish to keep to themselves, and as long as they posed no threat to our collective safety, I generally refrained from probing further. After a round of introductions, I learned that 5 of the young white women were university students who had embarked on a journey across the Indian Ocean, only to fall victim to pirates. They had endured 3 long months aboard the ship, suffering greatly at the hands of their captors, though fortunately, none were pregnant. In addition to Sandy, there were 2 black women. One had volunteered to come to the island to earn money, while the other was purchased from a widow in Somalia. Originally, there had been 5 black girls on board. 3 had sought to earn money, while 2 were bought. However, with the arrival of the 5 new white women, the less attractive black girls had been sold off to older men in Kenya to become wives. Thus, only these 8 women remained. Their backgrounds appeared relatively clean, posing no immediate danger. Averaging 21 years of age and possessing fair looks, they had nonetheless lost their feminine allure due to the pirates' abuse. Compared to Julia, who, despite her own suffering on the sea and the island, still retained a sense of exquisite femininity and grace, these women had lost their spark. Their eyes were vacant, as if the mere approach of a man would trigger an instinctive submission, positioning themselves to facilitate his desires. Devoid of dignity or the resilience of humanity, more dazed and numb than urban workers who had labored tirelessly for 30 days. I felt sympathy for them. Yet each individual has their own fate. Many of their misfortunes stemmed from ignorance and misplaced confidence. Blaming others would serve no purpose, for life and body belong to oneself. Should we escape this island, their tragic destinies would find resolution. However, my own grim fate would not merely dissipate with our ship's arrival at the shore. At that moment, Hyla emerged from the bathroom, donned in a fresh camouflage outfit. Her golden waves cascaded around her stunning face, adorned with the exquisite features of a Western woman. Particularly her striking blue eyes reminiscent of an artist's palette, captivating all who beheld her. Hyla's revitalized aura radiated wildness and sharpness, confidence and intellect, positioning her as a queen among this group of women. Chapter 129, Pawnee, the Old Scoundrel. I instructed Sandy to prepare breakfast in the kitchen, while the other women were free to roam the deck, remaining vigilant of the situation on both shores. Julia also made her way to the deck to bask in the sunlight. Hyla sat at the edge of the bed, drying her damp hair with a towel. I inquired of her whether, during our confrontation in the National Forest Park, she had been lurking on the opposite hillside, biding her time for my exposure. Hyla nodded without hesitation. I had presumed that when those individuals ascended the mountain to seek my whereabouts, she would have vacated her rocky concealment. Yet she remained there like a timid turtle until dusk. Hyla remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the security personnel?" I asked. I was well camouflaged. They passed right by me without noticing. In fact, there were several occasions when I considered departing, but I couldn't find a more opportune moment. And thus I lingered until nightfall. Hyla shrugged. "Fortunately, they did not bring hunting dogs, or else you might not have escaped," I remarked. "Not necessarily. I had released a chemical powder that stimulates a dog's sense of smell in the vicinity, so any dogs that approached would have had to take a detour," Hyla replied. Though Hyla is a female sniper, she possesses a profound depth of thought and meticulous reasoning. Had she lacked any of these qualities, she would not have survived to this day. "DeLong, do you know who was responsible for eliminating your organization, Songlang?" Hyla asked with a sense of accomplishment. "Was it not the regular army, under the pretext of eradicating terrorists, that cleared us out? Is there any mystery in that?" I furrowed my brow. "That is merely the surface. The authorities could have entirely disbanded you. Unfortunately, a member of your group stole incriminating evidence from the authorities, which triggered this calamity. Subsequently, that individual was apprehended and, after severe interrogation, the documents were recovered, leading to your misfortune," Hyla explained. "How do you know about all this?" I queried. "Because the authorities captured that file thief through our connections. We are not the exclusive assassins of the authorities. Our relationship is merely contractual. Thus, this matter does not jeopardize our safety. You are fortunate. The others have all been killed," Hyla stated. "Why was it me, of all people?" I asked, perplexed. "You should be grateful for your blood type and organs, which were precisely what the former ruler required. He purchased your life from the authorities for a handsome sum. After all, no one is disinterested in gold," Hyla remarked. "So, in that case, I owe my gratitude to the former ruler. That old wretch should have exchanged organs with me in the nation, rather than coming to the Indian Ocean, thus ensuring my escape," I retorted. This was also beyond their control. On one hand, there were too many spies in the nation. On the other, gold transactions occur in Indonesia. By a twist of fate, you were brought to a medical ship in international waters. You are aware that in North America and Europe, many wealthy individuals obtain organs in this region rather than locally. I know this because there exists a complete organ trafficking chain here, allowing the wealthy to conduct transactions while circumventing all legal issues. They transported me to the medical ship in international waters, and aside from the long journey, I had no other concerns. The former ruler must be suffering now that he cannot obtain my organs, right? I scoffed. You overthink it. You are merely one of his candidates. The replacement of organs does not guarantee compatibility, necessitating many suitable matches. You were slated for execution, which is why they opted to operate on you first, Hyla explained. Hearing this, I was genuinely disgusted by these beasts. They toy with power and human lives, wielding the world's wealth. They truly are the apex players of this realm. Thankfully, death is impartial to all. Otherwise, allowing such individuals to maintain absolute authority would be a terrifying prospect. As we engaged in idle chatter, the intercom soon crackled to life. Calling D-Long, calling Hyla, this is Pawnee. I exchanged glances with Hyla. Had this fellow truly worried that we might flee? Shall we trick him onto the ship and eliminate him? Hyla suggested tentatively. I shook my head. Though this fellow may not be very astute, until the gold is secured, he will certainly avoid meeting with us. Attempting to deceive him onto the ship would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Regardless, we shall depart tonight. Let it be. Very well. You handle it, Hyla conceded. I pressed the intercom button. Received. What is the situation on your end? Everything is fine here. Today, I've merely spent the day clearing the corpses of those indigenous people. Those damned pirates slaughtered them all, leaving me unable to send anyone to you for gold mining. Pawnee exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, we are anchored here. I couldn't help but peek out the window, uncertain if Pawnee was nearby. If he discovered that the other assassins were absent, it could arouse suspicion. Let us discuss how to extract the gold, I proposed. That is precisely why I contacted you. Today I captured a living pirate and discovered a means to connect with the warlord behind them. I will utilize this to inform the warlord that we have secured the area, allowing them to bring over the gold mining equipment. At that point, we can control that group. Pawnee stated. You truly are taking risks. I exclaimed in surprise. There is no alternative. That warlord is the one who hides the gold within 50 nautical miles. He possesses complete gold mining equipment, making it ideal for us to retrieve the gold. Moreover, if we do not act, they may dispatch troops, which would complicate matters further. Pawnee explained. Very well, when are they expected to arrive? I inquired. They should arrive by the afternoon. Earlier today, I took a speedboat through the unsealed area to make the call, Pawnee replied. Did you not claim to lack a satellite phone? I feigned irritation. Hee, Mr. D-Long. You are so clever. How could I deceive you? Now, remember to ambush those individuals and compel them to assist us in retrieving the gold before we eliminate them. Pawnee chuckled. Chapter 130, The Merciful God. We stood watch by the shore, and once they arrived, I would notify you. There is no need for you to emerge. I will inform them that we have anchored the ship in the river, allowing them to enter the lagoon without suspicion upon seeing the pirate vessel, Pawnee stated. On what grounds do you believe they will fully trust you? I asked. Because we have captured the pirate captain. I interrogated him last night. They have a signal. And we have already aligned with the warlord's signal. When the rescue vessel arrives, you simply need to align with the secondary signal, Pawnee explained. What is the secondary signal? I inquired. If he is unable to confirm the signal's accuracy, he will not disclose it. Furthermore, discerning the signal's correctness is not particularly difficult. Trained professionals possess numerous methods to ascertain the veracity of the information obtained. For instance, through observing micro-expressions, rapid-fire questioning, espionage jargon, or feigning the capture of a second accomplice for interrogation, among others. Especially the latter method, which can yield nearly 100% accurate intelligence. During the first interrogation, regardless of whether what he says is true or false, a finger must be severed. If the subject's statement is true, their emotional reaction will be one of immense anger, complaint, cursing, helplessness, or weeping. In the subsequent interrogation, to avoid further mutilation, the subject must ensure that both parties' information aligns. If they fail to match testimonies, the only way to avoid losing another finger is to disclose truthful information. Should there be any doubt, another finger may be severed. Generally speaking, if one is not a professionally trained assassin or spy, the loss of a single finger can already yield accurate information. Beyond that, there are numerous other methods. But there is no need to enumerate them all. Pawnee shared the details of the secondary signal with me. D-Long, let us leave it at that for now. I await good news. Pawnee was exceedingly excited, harboring not a trace of doubt that no other assassins were lurking nearby, just Hella and me. After silencing the microphone on the intercom, I exchanged a glance with Hella. Pawnee, in his impatience, had inadvertently jeopardized our plans. It seemed that escape was no longer an option for us tonight. I sighed. Although Pawnee possessed little skill, his fortune was perpetually favorable. Had Bell enjoyed even half of his luck, perhaps he would still be alive. In light of this, we might as well wait for the salvage vessel to arrive. It would not be amiss to take a boatload of gold and escape with Pawnee and his companions. Hella remarked. I nodded, recognizing that this was our only viable course of action for the moment. Initially, our intention had been to flee to avoid the bombardment from warlords and regular troops. As we were unable to conduct a swift salvage operation, now that the salvage vessel was on its way, Retrieving gold from the river would not consume much time. This task was significantly easier than salvaging gold from the sea, as the river was shallow and its muddy riverbed was typically flat, unlike the ocean floor, which was not only deep but also replete with rugged terrain requiring extensive diving personnel and robotic salvage equipment. Here, we merely needed a salvage net. Experienced salvagers would attach heavy weights to either side of the net and drag it underwater. Gold and gravel would be collected together from the riverbed by the steel net. The ship's hoisting equipment would slowly reel in the net, retrieving portions at a time, allowing us to complete the operation within a day or two. This endeavor could be deemed half successful. Hella's expression had relaxed somewhat. Unlike an ordinary woman, she would not dwell for long in the sorrow of losing a loved one. While she bore emotional wounds, she allowed them to settle, ensuring her professional capabilities remained unaffected. Hella's assassin codename was Angel. She indeed possessed an angelic visage and a devilish figure. Generally speaking, the true names of assassins were known to few. Only their codenames were recognized. A preparation for extricating themselves from the organization and regaining their freedom. My situation was somewhat more tragic. After the downfall of the Songlong organization, I had become a fugitive, leading some insiders to learn my true name, a rather unfortunate predicament for an assassin. DeLong, do you believe we should devise a contingency plan? Should Pawnee's misplaced confidence lead to the warlords uncovering our scheme, hiding a troop aboard the salvage vessel, we would surely be doomed. After her moment of excitement, Hella inquired. I had considered this matter as well. Pawnee was merely fortunate and not particularly reliable. Though I had known him for a short time, our encounter the previous night had revealed much about his character and modus operandi. We could instruct Pawnee to bring the pirate captain over. If the salvage vessel arrives before nightfall, we will have the pirate captain and the women greet them on deck. Once they have dropped anchor, we can simply open fire and eliminate the salvage crew. If there are others aboard, they will undoubtedly take action. Of course, to prevent the soldiers on the ship from disembarking before we make contact, we will first disembark ourselves and monitor them from the lagoon. Should such a situation arise, we would hold the initiative, and eliminating those warlord subordinates would not pose a significant challenge. I explained to Hella. Then it is settled. I shall contact Pawnee, who has yet to depart. Ah, my dear beautiful angel, have you missed me already? Pawnee, still caught up in his excitement, teased Hella, who chose not to engage with him. Rookie, I require that pirate captain. Hella informed Pawnee of her reason, leaving him momentarily speechless. I killed him. Pawnee must have flushed crimson at that moment, meekly admitting. Hella and I were taken aback. The fool had actually eliminated such an important figure, and without completing the handover. You cannot be serious, Hella demanded, suppressing her anger. I am not jesting. I over-interrogated him, and he bled profusely. When I saw his suffering, I put an end to it, Pawnee said with a bitter smile. Huh, you truly are a merciful deity. Hella's expression darkened. Chapter 131, I shall return. What now? Pawnee asked, exasperated. Clearly, he had not considered the implications, believing that merely knowing these signals sufficed. After all, the individuals aboard the salvage vessel could not possibly be the warlord himself. They would not recognize whether or not he was the pirate captain. He had not contemplated that the pirate captain could serve other purposes. It is no longer your concern. Simply inform me when they arrive. I took the intercom from Hella's hands and, after saying this, switched off the transmission while keeping the listening function active. Hella looked exasperated. One must work with intelligent individuals to avoid frustration. The situation was not dire. As long as they entered the brackish river, they would have no retreat. One of us onshore and the other aboard the vessel would allow us to eliminate the salvage personnel with ease, I stated. Hella could only nod in agreement. I need to rest. I have not had a moment's peace all night, Hella said wearily. The death of Billy had taken a toll on her mental state. She had undoubtedly not rested well. As we would be engaging in battle come afternoon, she needed to be in optimal condition. If you require anything, just call for me. I shall not disturb you. I nodded in response to Hella. She also nodded, and I exited the resting chamber. Julia was seated in the corridor outside, and upon seeing me, she approached. You should rest downstairs as well. I imagine you did not sleep well last night, I remarked, observing her weary eyes. It's all right. I will rest after breakfast. Julia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She longed for an embrace, yet hesitated to reach out to me. I understood her inner conflict, as the events had rendered me somewhat foreign to her, instilling a sense of reverence that often accompanies those who hold the power of life and death. I took the initiative to pull her into my embrace. Only then did she break down and weep openly in my arms. It will be all right. We will safely leave this place, I reassured her, and Julia looked up at me, her expression pitiful and heart-wrenching. Uncle, if you knew Catherine had already left, would you still have brought the ship in? Julia posed a rather pragmatic question. Her influence remained potent, as long as she was alive. I could maintain a more advantageous position for self-preservation and even seek revenge. Julia had merely been a collateral rescue. I pondered for a moment. gently wiping the tears from her face. While this identity was not particularly appealing, at least I was not a criminal. However, should I choose that path, this unfortunate girl would perish on this deserted island, never comprehending why I would so harshly abandon her. The helplessness and injustice she would feel in her final moments would remind me of Alina from Ukraine. This guilt might haunt me for a lifetime, as my conscience would incessantly remind me during peaceful days that I had forsaken a girl who had shown me kindness. Thus, I became the person I am today. Otherwise, I might have become a member of the Mexican cartel, wandering the underbelly of Mexico, ultimately oblivious to where I would meet my demise amid the throngs of drug addicts. Until my corpse began to decay, she clung to me even tighter. After a long while, Sandy prepared breakfast. The ship was stocked with frozen meat, and she made seafood porridge for everyone. It was delicious. Julia and I had not enjoyed a proper meal in ages, and this one left us thoroughly satisfied. After breakfast, I instructed Julia to rest in the bunkroom, while I settled in the corridor of the resting area, indulging in a cigar alone. The days of drifting amidst the storms have become a familiar routine for me. However, for Julia and the women aboard the vessel, such a life is exceedingly difficult to accept. The further they find themselves from home, the more pronounced their feelings of insecurity and loneliness become, fostering a stronger bond among them as they huddle together for warmth. Spiritual solace is as vital to humanity as the satisfaction of hunger. Each individual's source of spiritual comfort often derives from either a blissful childhood or a cherished family. If one's childhood or family is marred by misfortune, that individual may lead a life fraught with emptiness and moral decay, devoid of resolute purpose and direction. This is particularly true for those rebellious girls who feel unloved and have left home. In their moments of anguish and helplessness, any hand extended in assistance, even one with ulterior motives, may be grasped tightly as a lifeline. Regardless of the treatment they receive, they will not abandon their benefactor, even willing to compromise their dignity and financial resources for a man's approval. As long as he is content, she too finds happiness, deriving profound emotional sustenance from a mere feigned look of concern or a fleeting embrace. It is both pitiable and tragic. Such women are not rare in any nation. Men exhibit similar tendencies. It is merely a role reversal. My concern for Anna stems from a comparable situation. I, too, was once rebellious, discontent with my father's stringent expectations, a folly I now recognize. Despite understanding the roots of my psyche, I am unable to forget my first love, who offered me the greatest tenderness in my times of need. Those moments appear to me as the most exquisite of my life. The more I reflect on this, the deeper my longing for her becomes. Unbeknownst to me, I had finished the cigar in my hand. I sat there in a stupor, doing nothing, until I lost track of time, and Hyla awoke, her hunger evident. I asked Sandy to bring me some porridge. I set the bowl on the table and noticed that Hyla's spirits were still low. I understood that she had exhausted all means to fall asleep, likely plagued by distressing dreams. "Let us eat something," I said to her. Hyla glanced at me and suddenly embraced me, kissing me. I realized she sought to vent her frustrations. "I'm sorry," she cried, lamenting her lover's absence, which left her feeling lost and desolate. "It's all right," I reassured her, remaining emotionally stable and understanding of her actions. "Do you find it amusing that a killer like me is so sentimental?" she asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Every human possesses a vulnerable side and treasures something or someone. I did not perceive her emotional response as incongruous with her profession. Rather, it illustrated her humanity. Hyla was no different. Moreover, she was on the verge of becoming a mother. Describing her as merely a killer is inaccurate. She belongs to a small, elite mercenary group. Their assignments encompass tasks such as assassination and poisoning. On the battlefield, one can observe the presence of such small mercenary units, contrasting starkly with the larger companies that deploy tens of thousands of mercenaries. The group to which she belongs operates more like a boutique mercenary outfit. Although their ranks are few, they are exceptionally skilled, composed largely of retired special forces, agents, or those dissatisfied with the meager earnings from larger firms who have chosen to establish their own mercenary enterprises. Within the industry, these outfits are colloquially referred to as killer organizations. Each member is, in fact, a stakeholder in the company, their fates intertwined by shared interests. Thus, they collaborate seamlessly on the battlefield. However, this mission diverges from the norm. It is not a task assigned by a third party, devoid of contracts or rewards upon completion. It is purely a matter of personal gain. Consequently, they succumb to Catherine's persuasive words, departing for greater rewards. This bears similarities to the cold-blooded killers depicted in films, though Hyla and her colleagues often engage in black operations as well. The Songlong organization shares certain similarities with Hyla's group. However, the former operates exclusively, while the latter is open to those with financial means who wish to commission tasks via the dark web. They are not obliged to accept every job. often dismissing petty revenge or assassination requests. Instead, their clientele typically includes politicians and organized crime syndicates. Hyla hung her head low, clearly feeling ashamed. Had we crossed a physical boundary, her shame would have transformed into self-loathing and regret, burdening her for an extended period as she attempted to reconcile with her new reality. "Thank you, Dylan," she expressed gratefully, embracing me, and I understood her gratitude was for my role in keeping her from making a grave mistake. Although her partner had passed, her actions would not constitute betrayal. Still, they would betray her own true feelings and the emotions she once held dear. "Let us gather ourselves and eat something. We cannot predict when the salvage vessel might arrive," I suggested. Hyla nodded in agreement. She began to eat the porridge while I exited the lounge. The arrival of the salvage vessel would not take long, but they would need to complete the transfer of the hidden gold. Therefore, it should be here within an hour or two. I needed to disembark and observe them at the lagoon's entrance, following their progress into the brackish river. If any mercenaries stealthily descended from the ship during this time, I would have to eliminate them alone. Assigning this task to Hyla would not be prudent. Not due to any deficiency in her professional capabilities, but rather because her emotional state would inevitably affect her performance. The mud dog that Sandy had pulled from the river had since been cleaned of its foul odor, and the women were now gathered around it on the weathered deck. Basking in the sun, the dog shook itself, spraying water droplets onto the women, eliciting laughter and shrieks of delight. The presence of a dog provided companionship for the women, alleviating their loneliness. Meanwhile, I organized my equipment, ensuring I had an extra set of camouflage clothing in my backpack. Knowing I would soon need to wade through the water again. If the large ship had one or two speedboats, this would not be necessary. After Hyla finished her seafood porridge, she also tidied her gear, and we awaited the afternoon. No sooner had we finished lunch than the voice of Pawnee crackled through the radio. "Dylan, Angel, my dear companions, I see a vessel approaching from the west. Prepare yourselves," Pawnee announced. Given the limitations of the radio, he must be in the jungle while his companions monitored the coastline. Understood. Julia was nearby, aware of my impending mission, her face a mask of concern. "Uncle, please be careful," she implored gently, pinching her cheek. "It's fine, we hold the advantage. There's little risk involved. And you'll be with Hyla. She will look after you," I reassured her, patting her shoulder. Julia embraced me, muffled a response. And then I descended the side of the ship barefoot. The crocodiles here had mostly been hunted down, and those that were well fed had retreated to more comfortable spots to sunbathe. I successfully made it ashore with my backpack. Upon reaching the land, I found a suitable spot to change out of my wet clothes, hanging them on a bush, and retrieved my shoes from my bag, feeling the dry fabric refreshingly comfortable. On my journey, I consistently requested PN to provide updates on the salvage vessels. As these ships drew nearer, PN's companions began to discern their outlines with increasing clarity. Approaching from the west, they would first pass through the entrance of the lagoon. Already aware of the large ship's position, and upon sighting the lagoon's entrance, they would likely steer directly inside. However, at this juncture, we remained beyond the range of our walkie-talkies, rendering communication with PN impossible. It was only after they entered the lagoon that, theoretically, PN would engage them with a secondary signal, a code that I could also decipher. After all, I was situated somewhere along the Sheensha River, where the signal was clearer. After hastening my pace for several minutes, I finally arrived at the entrance of the lagoon where the Sheensha River meets it. The river here was broad, offering a wide field of vision. Just at that moment, the large vessel reached the lagoon's entrance, and through the scope of my sniper rifle, I discerned the professional salvage ship laden with equipment. 2 soldiers clad in jungle camouflage stood atop the ship's elevated lookout, surveying the rocky conditions at the lagoon's mouth and reporting back to the bridge below. This vessel had a displacement of approximately 300 tons, appearing considerably smaller than our pirate ship, yet it was still capable of accommodating an elite assault team. As anticipated, as the salvage vessel continued to penetrate the river, a multitude of armed black soldiers emerged from its hold. I quickly counted 31 fully equipped soldiers. Since these warlords were part of an illegal militia rather than a regular army, their ranks were self-assigned, diverging from conventional military structures. Nevertheless, it was evident that 5 individuals among them were the officers commanding the 26 soldiers. These soldiers possessed a significant number of 72 rocket launchers, a lightweight anti-tank weapon developed by the state in the 1960s, utilizing 66mm rockets. Although this weapon had fallen out of favor with the U.S. military, it was highly sought after among African warlord factions for its low cost and formidable power, as evidenced by their exuberant expressions. It became clear that they were not merely cautious of PN's schemes or bringing soldiers along as a precaution. Their intention was to eliminate this group of pirates, unwilling to share their gold with such unworthy adversaries. What would the pirate captain feel if he realized he had been used, leading the charge only to face total annihilation? They had no intention of sharing their wealth. The salvage vessel was moving at a slow pace, while the black soldiers prepared to lower two wooden boats equipped with outboard motors into the water, seemingly planning to land from both sides and encircle the pirate ship. There are 31 fully armed black soldiers, with 13 preparing to land on each side and 5 officers aboard the salvage vessel. I promptly relayed this intelligence to HIL. Acknowledged. I will handle the 13 soldiers on the east bank. I then informed HIL. If the other 3 assassins were present, these soldiers would pose no threat, but I could only deal with the 13 on one side, leaving the other side unaddressed. I longed to eliminate the 5 officers aboard, but that was unfeasible. The distance was too short, and the targets too numerous. I could not swiftly take them down, and they could easily find cover on the ship. Moreover, once I initiated my attack, it would undoubtedly provoke a barrage of rocket fire. Otherwise, without their officers to lead them, the black soldiers would scatter like loose sand, posing no significant threat. I knew I would handle the other side. HIL stated. They would reach the pirate ship's location in approximately 30 minutes. Acknowledged. Wait, are there only 2 of you? Where are the others? At that moment, PN's voice came through. Given the situation, we had nothing left to conceal. They betrayed us and left the island. If you can assist us, please do so swiftly. We had little hope for PN's help since he had to monitor the salvage ship's course and was likely far from our position. Damn. I'm just east of the lagoon. There's no time, but we'll hurry over, so be careful. PN urged. HIL, I will contact you proactively shortly. I told her. All right. HIL replied. She used an earpiece, avoiding the external broadcasting that a walkie-talkie would entail, thus keeping her location discreet. However, I had to turn off the walkie-talkie. By the way, HIL, leave the 5 officers to me. Have all the women stand naked on the deck. Waiting for the black soldiers, they are unlikely to fire upon women, which will grant us some much-needed time. I suggested to HIL. I advised her to do this out of concern that she might struggle to deal with the 13 black soldiers on her side. Otherwise, when the salvage ship and the pirate ship met, the black soldiers would likely throw grenades and smoke bombs into the hold. Once the women emerged, they would be met with gunfire, and death would be inevitable. However, if we allowed the women to stand naked on the deck in advance, we could avert such a fate. This was a measure to save their lives. I understand, HIL replied. Be sure to stay safe. I urged. I will be fine. I nodded and switched off the walkie-talkie. The 2 outboard motorboats in the river moved toward the shore. Had I possessed a rocket launcher, I could have decimated everyone aboard in an instant. Regrettably, the pirates' weapons had sunk to the sea, leaving only a few rifles and a dozen grenades in the armory. I swiftly advanced several hundred meters in the direction of the pirate ship, retrieving a grenade and fishing line. I set up a tripwire trap along a convenient pathway. At this moment, I would begin targeting them with my crossbow. They would respond by suppressing fire toward the direction of the arrows. Once I fell silent, they would send someone to investigate. Therefore, I needed to set another tripwire trap along these paths. When they triggered this trap again, the soldiers' morale would begin to crumble, believing the area was riddled with traps, rendering them hesitant to investigate further. They would merely hide behind cover, engaging in suppressive fire toward potential target locations. This would grant me greater operational latitude. As long as they did not approach me, I would be the ghostly reaper on the battlefield. In the jungle, facing many foes, the game is all about psychological dominance. Maintaining control over the distance to the targets while concealing myself grants the advantage. This is the essence of guerrilla warfare in the jungle. Soon, I completed 2 tripwire traps and took cover on a small hill approximately 40 meters from the trap path, where I could easily take them down with my crossbow. They are coming. Like a hunting beast, I lay in wait behind the hill, patiently and vigilantly anticipating the arrival of my prey. The black soldiers, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, advanced in relaxed groups, believing themselves to be in control. After all, they assumed that the pirates had been significantly diminished after their confrontation with the mercenaries. Moreover, the pirates were unaware of their approach. Little did they know, this was no ordinary battle. The conspiracy had already sparked a tempest of debate among the decision-makers long before the soldiers arrived on the battlefield. The blunders of their leadership would exact a toll upon these ordinary soldiers, claiming their blood and lives. This is the method of safe marching through the jungle, designed to prevent a multitude of casualties from landmines or tripwires. It is not merely their caution, but rather a habitual formation they have adopted in combat. They were meant to advance in groups of 3, maintaining a certain distance, yet due to their laxity, they failed to sufficiently space themselves apart. Some groups comprised 3 individuals, while others had 5, particularly the group at the front, engrossed in conversation, which numbered as many as 5. The 8 soldiers at the rear divided into 3 groups, 2 middle groups of 3 and 1 rear group of 2. They remained completely oblivious to the ferocious predator that had them firmly in its sights as I silently counted their advancing steps. Just as they were about to trip over the concealed fishing line, they suddenly halted. My heart leaped to my throat. The crossbow in my hands was already poised over the hillock, aimed at a black soldier in front of them through the sparse underbrush. If I were to take him down, his body would trigger the tripwire as well. However, I quickly suppressed the urge to shoot. The individuals ahead merely assumed they were gathered to light a few joints. They had become so complacent on the battlefield. Or perhaps they believed the pirates would never dare to confront them. Indeed, the pirates did not dare to resist. They would not even entertain such a notion, only hoping to placate these warlords. Otherwise, they would not risk their lives to confront the mercenaries on this island. This was clearly an act of appeasement and sycophancy. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were about to face not pirates, but elite mercenaries. After taking a few puffs, they continued onward. The first two soldiers miraculously crossed the fishing line, but the two behind, still smoking, dragged their feet and directly kicked the line. Boom! A deafening explosion immediately echoed. The shockwave reverberated through me, causing my ears to ring as the 5 black soldiers in front were directly injured and stunned by the blast. The mercenaries at the rear instinctively dropped to the ground, using the surrounding low trees for cover. However, this group, still dazed, had no inkling that they were now marked for death. I swiftly released 5 arrows in succession, due to their still ringing ears, even at a mere 5 meters. They could not hear a sound, let alone from this distance. My strikes quickly found their marks, hitting 2 from the rear group and 3 from the one ahead. 5 combat-capable black soldiers remained. Their prone positions hindered my shots, and as I shifted my position, they finally noticed their 5 comrades had been struck. The wounded did not die immediately. Upon realizing they had been hit, they emitted anguished cries. The remaining 5 black soldiers, witnessing this, immediately took cover behind a large tree, peeking out with their weapons directed toward my location. They were attempting to identify my position based on the trajectory of the arrows. However, their spread was too wide, and bullets flew chaotically overhead, causing numerous branches and leaves to fall. Meanwhile, I had swiftly moved behind a sturdy tree and began to load my crossbow arrows. I had 2 Glock handguns at my waist, but those were intended for close combat, and at this distance, I held a significant advantage, rendering the risk of using a handgun unnecessary. At that moment, one of the black soldiers picked up a rocket launcher from the ground. With a loud boom, it exploded precisely where I had been moments ago. Smoke filled the jungle, yet they remained unaware that I was no longer there, but rather on their retreat path, waiting for them to pull back. Go, check if that guy is dead. One of the black soldiers urged a frail comrade forward to investigate. The trembling soldier bore a face of terror, yet he had no choice but to proceed, clutching his weapon, his dark face wide-eyed with fear as he stepped forward. The soldiers' radios crackled with the voices of officers aboard the ship. I could not decipher their words, but it mattered little. The soldiers across the river could not provide support, leaving them in a state of anxiety. Moreover, the officers on the ship would certainly not risk disembarking. Thus, my remaining enemies comprised these 5, one of whom was already on the path to demise. Boom! The frail soldier unfortunately stepped on my tripwire, collapsing immediately. At such close range, his body would undoubtedly be riddled with shrapnel wounds, and his limbs would have been severed, flung to unknown places, blood gushing from his wounds. Fortunately, he was knocked unconscious by the shockwave, dying without suffering. Unlike the 5 black soldiers who had passed earlier, they had not all succumbed, but were severely injured by shrapnel. Their fingers and toes shattered, ears ringing, helplessly writhing in agony. The remaining 4 black soldiers could no longer endure. However, they remained unaware of what awaited them on their retreat path. I observed them hastily retreating, disregarding their injured comrades, moving swiftly, deviating from my original plan. Nevertheless, this would not deter me. I sheathed my crossbow and drew my pistols. As they approached, I sprang from behind the tree. Bang, 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 bang. In less than 2 seconds, I fired 4 shots, striking their chests with precision. I quickly followed up with a few more shots. Now only the wounded soldiers remained. Howling in pain, I did not approach to finish them off. On one hand, it was meaningless to kill the wounded, and on the other, they might possess weapons capable of taking me down in a mutual destruction scenario. Thus, I left them be and instead grabbed a rocket launcher. Swiftly making my way toward the wooden boat, I needed to utilize the boat to cross to the other side, coordinating with High Law to ambush the 13 black soldiers across the river. Upon hearing the commotion, these 13 soldiers would undoubtedly become exceedingly cautious, hesitant to advance further. The retrieval boat, upon confirming the assassination of the 13 soldiers, would either press forward to confront an unknown enemy or retreat. I believe they would realize that they were not facing pirates, but mercenaries intent on seizing their retrieval vessel. The officers aboard must have been engulfed in anger and regret at this moment. They would likely be reluctant to engage in a secondary covert communication, fearing the pirates would uncover their intentions. However, This inadvertently placed them in a passive position. Yet, I could not afford to let my guard down. These individuals were simply unaware of the number and identity of their enemies. Once they became aware, we could potentially find ourselves in a precarious situation. Chapter 135, The Hidden Players. Upon returning to the location where the wooden boat was docked, I found myself unable to directly observe whether the retrieval vessel was retreating, as the river's course was not straight. This provided me with an excellent opportunity. If I could observe the retrieval boat directly, it would mean they could also observe me. Just as I was preparing to board the wooden boat, a sudden flash of insight struck me, inspiring a superior tactical plan. This would effectively reveal my position. Thus, I immediately abandoned my original intention and moved to the rear of a nearby banyan tree. It was approximately 30 to 40 meters from the riverbank. Yet I could not directly observe the wooden boat situated 60 to 70 meters across the river. I resolved to climb the tree to find a vantage point from which I could see the boat. Earlier, my desire to cross was driven by concern for Hyla. Now, I felt that such concern was unnecessary. The likelihood of the retrieval boat retreating was exceedingly high. After all, they assumed we were mercenaries stationed here, unaware of our numbers. Venturing into the river without understanding the enemy's intelligence is akin to willingly walking into a trap. Much like one would never be foolish enough to tread a narrow gap, awaiting an ambush from adversaries. I ascended the tree and finally discovered a suitable vantage point. From here, the view was unobstructed, allowing me to see the wooden boats across the river, avoiding the short trees along the bank. Now, I simply awaited their retreat. At this moment, I heard no gunfire, indicating that Hyla had yet to engage in combat with them. I promptly activated the walkie-talkie. Hyla, I have neutralized the enemies on this side. Refrain from attacking for now. They may retreat, and I have set an ambush at their landing point. Inform me of any new developments. I relayed to Hyla. Received. I am almost there. Dylan, where are you? Pawnee responded. Do not concern yourself with my location. Just remember that the black soldiers are the true enemy. Do not aim your weapons at our own, I cautioned. Haha, rest assured, Dylan. I can distinguish between yellow skin and black skin, Pawnee replied. I was confident Pawnee would find his way here, as I had hinted at the landing point of the black soldiers, which undoubtedly meant there were boats nearby. Thus, he only needed to walk along the riverbank to reach this location. If I were to disclose my exact position, it risked making me a target should anyone eavesdrop. After severing the communication, I observed the stillness across the river and adjusted the walkie-talkie to the channel previously used by Pawnee to communicate with the salvage captain. I presumed they had been ambushed and would attempt to reach out to us. After all, they feared for their lives, worried that we might block their escape route at the other end of the river. The possibility of them seeking a truce was certainly present. As soon as I switched to that channel, I was met with a barrage of frantic calls. Damn it, do not harm our men. We have tens of thousands of soldiers. To attack us would be tantamount to courting death. Do you hear me? Damn it, do you copy? Hey guys, I am not your enemy. The ones who ambushed you are two other assassins. They are few in number, one on the east bank and one on the west. The assassin on the east bank is already lying in wait at your landing point. Do not retreat, continue forward. My heart raced at these words. I had not anticipated someone eavesdropping on our communications. The only person with such insight could only be Pawnee. Yet this voice was not Pawnee's. The only remaining possibility was that this was Pawnee's new associate. This individual was terribly imprudent in selecting his partners. Who are you? The black officer inquired. I am one of the mercenaries stationed here. The pirates you sent earlier have been annihilated by our unit, and we are left with fewer than 10 mercenaries. There is a man named Pawnee who is allied with these two assassins to eliminate you, intending to use your salvage vessel to retrieve gold. I have convinced the remaining 7 mercenaries to cooperate with you, I explained. Why should I trust you? The black officer questioned. Do you have any other options? The man sneered. The black officer was momentarily at a loss for words. They indeed had no choice. Retreating would lead to my ambush, while advancing would significantly increase their chances of survival. You likely do not wish to cooperate, do you? You intend for us to confront those 2 assassins, and once we retrieve the gold, you plan to turn against us. The black officer retorted angrily. You may think so, but we wish not to offend you warlords. Simply ensure that some of the gold is loaded into a wooden boat for us, and you can keep the rest. This way, we avoid harm. What do you say? The man proposed. Very well, but you best keep your word. Otherwise, you shall not meet a favorable end. The black officer warned. Rest assured, we only desire the gold. We cannot carry more than what is necessary, the man assured. Hyla is a clever woman. If she sees that the black soldiers have not retreated, she will know how to act. I swiftly descended from the tree. For us, the greatest threat was not the black soldiers, but those 8 mercenaries. They certainly were not by the seaside but hidden within the forest, eavesdropping on our conversation, mocking us as fools. This indicated that we had not entered the channel. He had swiftly convinced the black officer, demonstrating his astuteness while remaining concealed among the mercenaries. Pawnee's partnership with him was no mere coincidence. He likely approached Pawnee, who mistook him for an ally, leading to their swift agreement. Unbeknownst to Pawnee, he was dealing with a puppet master. Each of these mercenaries harbored ulterior motives. None were simply island guardians. Two significant challenges lay before me. Firstly, I could not inform Pawnee and Hyla of the current situation. They must face the remaining black soldiers and the officer alone. Secondly, I needed to ascertain the positions of those 8 mercenaries and eliminate them. However, I needed to create a diversion first. Hyla, Pawnee, it is up to you now. I have been shot in the thigh and cannot assist you further. I need to find a place to rest, so be cautious. I communicated through the original channel to Hyla and Pawnee. Both Hyla and Pawnee were taken aback. Are you all right? They simultaneously inquired. It is not serious, just inconvenient to cross the river. I will ambush them by the riverbank. If they retreat, I will use a rocket launcher against them. If not, it will be up to you, Pawnee, to cross over and assist Hyla, flanking the remaining black soldiers. I asserted. All right then. Pawnee reluctantly agreed. I had already quickly retreated to the dense woods over 200 meters from the riverbank. Chapter 136, The Cold Gun by the Shore. To survive on the battlefield, one must utilize every available resource. Pawnee remained oblivious to the fact that I had manipulated him. He was fortunate that if he survived this ordeal, his luck would indeed be considered a skill. My previous words were deliberately crafted to lure Pawnee to the riverbank, hinting that I too lay in ambush there. For the 8 mercenaries to eliminate Pawnee and me, they would have to approach that area. However, since I had explicitly instructed Pawnee to head to the opposite bank, the underlying implication was that I would not leave my ambush point to meet with him. Thus, when the 8 mercenaries arrived, even if they spotted Pawnee, they would hesitate to fire, fearing I might strike from the shadows. Therefore, I was not placing Pawnee in a situation where he would face death without any safety measures. Of course, if it were Bell, he would have likely deduced that by revealing my position over the walkie-talkie and summoning Pawnee to this location, something was amiss. After all, in our previous conversation, I had not voluntarily disclosed my position. Hyla, being a seasoned mercenary, likely had a more advanced thought process than Bell. She too might discern that my earlier words carried hidden meanings. Moreover, the leader among those 8 mercenaries, Pawnee's new partner, was undoubtedly a highly intelligent individual. Yet he currently held the advantageous position and was prepared to attack. My words inadvertently supported his narrative, making it seem as though we had fallen into his trap. Under such psychological circumstances, it would be challenging to recognize the abnormalities in my previous statements, as their mindsets were fundamentally different. Like a group of robust men ambushing 2 solitary foes in an alley, they remained shrouded in darkness, outnumbering their targets, their martial prowess palpable, making it exceedingly difficult for them to adopt a mindset of a vulnerable defender. Consequently, my words would linger in Hyla's mind, for she was well aware of my temperament. I could conceal myself behind a rock beneath the muzzle of her firearm until dusk. Thus she ought to recognize my inherent caution, rendering the exposure of such intelligence improbable. Presently, I found myself atop the expansive crown of a colossal tree, approximately 200 meters from the riverbank. While it was inherently challenging to discern the situation of the wooden boats by the river, I could still observe any subtle movements within a radius of 150 meters. This vantage point was chosen due to the likelihood that the 8 mercenaries, upon spotting Pawnee, would either engage him or search for my whereabouts. In truth, the chances of them resorting to violence against Pawnee reached a staggering 70 to 80%. My prior mention of a thigh injury indicated my compromised ability to escape. Even if I were to lie in ambush nearby and witness them slay Pawnee, I would lack the audacity to strike first for my own preservation. This elucidates why I contended that if Pawnee were fortunate enough to evade this deadly predicament, his luck would indeed be a facet of his strength. Should he perish, I would express my regrets, but nothing more could be done. Failing to act would hinder my ability to locate those 8 mercenaries, posing a substantial threat to our future survival. Entering the mercenary life necessitates an acceptance of being utilized and potentially killed. I can only hope that Pawnee would not hold me accountable in the afterlife. As each moment passed, I crouched cautiously upon the tree crown, bow and arrow in hand, my eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, akin to a python poised to strike. Eventually, Pawnee, the rascal, emerged, clutching his firearm and stealthily navigating the forest like a furtive thief, seeking the silhouette of the boat. Naturally, he would not dare to swim across the river. That would be far too perilous. Although the local crocodiles had yet to reach maturity being at 15 years, with many falling prey to human hunters before then, those 7 to 8-year-old crocodiles were undeniably fierce, far beyond what mere human flesh could withstand. I had traversed the river once and still felt the lingering trepidation. Heightened vigilance enveloped me as I observed the underbrush. With little wind in the forest, any movement among the thickets would easily catch my keen gaze. After a moment, Pawnee finally spotted the wooden boat. through the scope of my bow. I noted the camouflage paint adorning his face, a commendable disguise, one I had not found on Bald Jack. While Hyla might possess such equipment, I had not procured any prior to my departure, believing the mission would conclude swiftly. However, I had smeared mud on my face during my river crossing, once dried. It took on a dark, gray hue, rendering my visage obscure and unobtrusive among the tree canopy. The effect would not be significantly different. Pawnee, upon sighting the boat, became exhilarated and promptly reached for his radio to contact me. Yet, I had already deactivated my device, preparing to approach the riverbank for boarding. Just then, I noticed some movement in the underbrush behind a tree roughly 100 meters away. This location was elevated about 3 meters above the riverbank, forming a small hillside. From that thicket emerged a mercenary donning a beanie, wielding a 164 automatic rifle equipped with a scope. This weapon, forged in the crucible of countless battles, could fire in 3-round bursts or full auto, boasting high precision and lightweight design, much favored by the U.S. military. Its effective range extended from 600 to 800 meters, capable of functioning as a sniper rifle, thus proving far superior to the rifle I possessed. I refrained from immediately shooting him with my bow, for if I were to eliminate this individual, the remaining mercenaries would undoubtedly flee, thereby nullifying the purpose of my ambush. I needed to ascertain the positions of all the mercenaries. While they might not all be present, I still had to bide my time. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Pawnee in the back. His body lurched forward, entirely concealed by the low underbrush. His fate remained uncertain, yet this was not my concern. I required his demise to hold significance. Thus, my gaze remained fixated on the shooter while I scanned the vicinity. 1, 2, 3. I glimpsed 3 mercenaries crouched in a triangular formation. This was a classic ambush position. No matter from which direction the target approached, they could observe and engage. I was also using this formation as a clue to scrutinize the surrounding environment. Just 3? A wave of doubt surged through me. Evidently, the leader was astute, dispatching only 3 to this location. Where might the remaining 5 be? Chapter 137, Premium Treatment. These 3 individuals remained motionless, clearly intent on awaiting my appearance, poised to strike from behind. However, they were unaware that I had already locked my sights upon them. I could no longer afford to wait. I understood that if they did not see me soon, they would surely depart. Thus, I would lose the opportunity to eliminate these 3. As nightfall approached, my advantages would become evident. The only ones who might suffer would be the women aboard the vessel. But even if the 5 officers on the boat harmed them, it would not lure me and Hyla out. They were well aware of this. Therefore, the women remained relatively safe, albeit likely to endure some interrogation. Whoosh! An arrow flew from my position, striking the first mercenary 100 meters away. The arrow descended significantly, yet it all fell within my calculations. After releasing the arrow, I did not linger to observe the first victim's condition. I immediately targeted the second. The first man hit by the arrow had no time to scream. He merely felt as if struck by a stone. By the time he registered the impact, my arrow had already found its mark on the second target. The third man, alerted by the cries, was too late. My arrow pierced his back as if wielded by the hand of death. The 3 men, upon being struck, would not immediately perish. Injuries to vital organs might hasten their demise, but wounds elsewhere could take at least 10 minutes for the poison to take effect. Thus, during this interval, they would undoubtedly attempt to communicate or crawl toward the positions of their comrades. Moreover, if their allies were nearby, even with their radios set to the lowest volume, any interference while attempting to receive signals would produce a piercing sound, betraying their location. I was confident their leader would refrain from activating his radio. But the remaining mercenaries could not be so certain, as they were always on standby for orders. I perked my ears, listening intently. 100 meters away, my hearing was insufficient, but if they were within my vicinity, I would undoubtedly catch their whispers. I did not need to change my position just yet. For the 3 mercenaries who fell were far enough away that they could not discern my location or hear my arrows or the sound of the bowstring. Conversely, if I were to relocate, the treetops would inevitably tremble, revealing my whereabouts. Indeed, a sharp noise erupted from a hillside approximately 30 meters away, only to cease within a second. The fellow may be astute, yet he remains unable to evade my assassination prowess. At this moment, he faces a choice, either to immediately shift his position, thereby exposing himself to my gaze, or to fervently hope that I have not heard that jarring sound. Clearly, he has opted for the safer latter. Like a startled guinea pig cloaked in verdant foliage, he lies concealed within the underbrush atop the hill. His abrupt action in shutting off the intercom caused the branches above to sway, a movement that did not cease in time. Although he has camouflaged himself adeptly, had he remained motionless, I would have been unable to detect his presence. Undoubtedly, he arrived only after I had ascended the tree, as I had failed to notice his arrival during my time aloft. It is evident that he excels in the arts of stealth and disguise, possessing a commendable degree of practical skill. I surveyed the vicinity around him for several minutes, yet I found no sign of others. This filled me with unease. For those few individuals must be as anxious as I, awaiting the moment of exposure. There are still 4 individuals unaccounted for. Their leader might permit them 3 errors. As long as one remains alive to await my misstep, their mission could be deemed victorious. Judging by their tactical arrangement, it is undeniably sophisticated. 3 men lie in ambush for Pawnee, arranged in a triangular formation that is typically invincible. Should I attempt to shoot the one who fires at me with either a gun or an arrow from within 50 meters, the other 2 would immediately return fire, ensuring their triumph. However, I am positioned at a distance of 100 to 150 meters, a tactical advantage they cannot compensate for, dictated by experience and intellect. If their leader were a true master, he would understand the caliber of opponent he faces and would naturally struggle to maintain composure. At this moment, I too possess little advantage. The individual exposed 30 meters away may have revealed himself, yet I dare not eliminate him immediately, for he is a reserve shooter. This means that in the event of a failure in their triangular formation, he is designated to deliver the finishing blow. Should he come within 20 meters of me, he could potentially spot my position and fire upon me. Here, chance plays a role in my favor. The mercenary leader has not underestimated me. Otherwise, he would not have positioned a reserve shooter. This is a strategy befitting a top-tier assassin, a measure for the funeral of elite killers. Thus, I find myself in a state of tension. Moreover, he possesses further advantages. I strive to regulate my breathing, seeking to calm my anxious disposition. As the sun descends in the west, the light within the forest gradually diminishes, enhancing the efficacy of my night vision goggles. The enemy is aware of my possession of such equipment, and he would undoubtedly wish to conclude this assassination before darkness falls. Otherwise, he must flee from this place, seeking another opportunity for an ambush, or perhaps to negotiate an alliance. I remain motionless, refraining from firing at the exposed reserve shooter, unconcerned about my position being discovered. For the dense canopy ensures that as long as I remain still, detection is improbable unless the enemy approaches directly beneath my tree and gazes upward. The remainder of this encounter is entrusted to the passage of time. I do not feel urgency. It is they who should be anxious, for their lives will wane alongside the setting sun. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the distant opposite bank. I understood that a battle had commenced on the side of Hyla, yet I could not ascertain her fate. I could only pray for her safety. As I pondered this, I noticed Pawnee rising and making his way toward the wooden boat by the riverbank. Does this man possess 9 lives? I marveled at his apparent luck. Or perhaps he is simply invulnerable. I surmised that he might be wearing a bulletproof vest. Indeed, he is a cautious soul. With him aiding Hyla, I could breathe a sigh of relief. Here, I find myself with no choice but to wait, as there are no alternatives. I cannot risk shooting at the exposed reserve shooter unless I ascertain the positions of the other 4 individuals. They must be akin to peeping toms, hiding in the shadows, scrutinizing every detail of the surroundings, awaiting my next move. Chapter 138, No Chance of Survival. Concealed within the treetop canopy, where external illumination contrasts with internal shadows, and amidst the lush foliage, it is exceedingly difficult for anyone outside to observe me, while I can peer through the gaps in the leaves to survey the open environment. This constitutes a prime sniping position, though it is not without its drawbacks. I cannot lounge as comfortably as if lying on the ground. I must find a suitable posture to ensure prolonged observation. Both sides find themselves in a state of observation, hesitant to act rashly. However, the enemy is well aware that I am alone, and they understand that as night approaches, conditions become increasingly favorable for me. As long as they fail to detect my presence, I have achieved a significant measure of success. In my mercenary career, encounters of this nature have been rare. Most situations have been relatively straightforward. Yet, I find myself in a considerable predicament, for apart from waiting, I am unable to engage in any other actions. If even the slightest opportunity for action arises, I would seize it, for remaining still could render me vulnerable. Typically, if a team is limited in numbers, the reserve sniper would not have other snipers to protect him. Thus, should I eliminate him, no one else would be in a position to retaliate. However, I am acutely aware that 5 adversaries still remain. Therefore, unless they are executing their mission in a divided manner, the reserve sniper should be flanked by 4 others. Currently, I cannot ascertain whether they are indeed carrying out separate tasks, with part of the group searching for the black officer, leaving only the reserve sniper here. The 3 individuals I previously shot perished in the underbrush during their final struggles, crawling in unison toward the reserve shooter. I can only imagine the frustration he must feel, as their actions have effectively betrayed their comrade. Without that signal interference, I too would have discerned his location due to their crawling direction. I now suspect that the other 4 mercenaries may be concealed among the trees surrounding me. as the treetops provide advantageous hiding spots and a broader field of vision for observing targets on the ground. After approximately an hour of waiting, the resolve of the sniper begins to wane. The longer the duration, the deeper they sink into self-doubt, ultimately leading them to dismiss the notion that the target remains nearby. Consequently, they may cease their aimless waiting. The gunfire across the bank, once dense, gradually dwindled to sporadic shots. From the patterns of gunfire, it becomes evident that the battle on Hyla's side is trending toward victory. If the black soldiers had succeeded in eliminating Hyla, the gunfire would have ceased entirely. Clearly, they have not yet located her position. Occasional shots fired are likely due to Hyla using decoys to lure them into revealing themselves. With Pawnee's involvement, their engagement is progressing more favorably than mine. Of course, I cannot anticipate their assistance, for under the current circumstances, their arrival would render them mere targets. Otherwise, Pawnee would not have fled with the swiftness of a mouse after feigning death. There are still at least 3 hours until the forest darkens completely. I feel as though time stretches unbearably. The individual lying in wait has also begun to show signs of fatigue, their movements becoming increasingly restless. The surrounding thicket trembled slightly, yet his body retreated. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that he was deliberately prodding the bushes ahead with the barrel of his gun. Clearly, this was merely a probe. Should I fire at the quivering location, I would inevitably miss my target. I would not fall for his ruse. After a brief period of movement, he, noticing my inaction, grew bolder and began to crawl backward. This was evidently a sign of retreat. Oh, observing his actions, a surge of excitement welled within me. The commotion ahead was evidently a test to ascertain whether I was observing nearby. With my lack of response, he likely believed I had vacated the area, thus planning his withdrawal. This individual's cautious retreat was thrilling. If they were to leave, it would signify their abandonment of confrontation with me. While this news was not splendid, it was certainly not the worst outcome. I watched the sniper withdraw from my line of sight, refraining from launching an attack. Naturally, I would not abandon my ambush point. Should the adversary deduce the reason behind my restraint, feigning a retreat to lure me into revealing my position would be a trap I must not fall into. Despite this, I remained steadfast in my concealment until another hour had passed. At last, new activity emerged. 2 mercenaries stealthily approached the 3 fallen comrades I had dispatched. This was an act of post-battle reconnaissance, seeking to analyze the scene to discern the direction of my shots and locate my firing position, hoping to uncover relevant clues. 3 others had yet to appear. My heart raced with anticipation, for I knew that battle was imminent. The earlier actions had merely been a test by the mercenary leader. Typically, mercenaries are inherently selfish, unwilling to risk their lives for such probing, even if commanded to deliberately expose themselves to draw fire. The only circumstance that could prompt such behavior would be their belief in their own safety. The 2 approaching mercenaries clearly considered that I had departed, which emboldened them to investigate the corpses. Under prior circumstances, they would have never dared to do so. How astute, how cunning. I refrained from firing at the 2 mercenaries. Undoubtedly, the other 3 were lying in ambush at some location directly opposite me, waiting for me to strike. If I remained passive, the 2 mercenaries would undoubtedly determine my position by analyzing the arrows embedded in the 3 corpses. The mercenary leader aimed to force my hand through this tactic. Whether I acted or not, death awaited. Cursed be it. I silently cursed, astonished by the high caliber of the mercenary leader. How remarkable that he could establish a position in such a location. The 2 mercenaries advanced step by step, scouring the vicinity for potential ambush points. Yet, I had yet to ascertain the positions of the other 3. I understood that once I let an arrow fly, the 3 hidden mercenaries would undoubtedly unleash a hail of gunfire in my direction. I would have no hope of survival. At this moment, my heart raced with anxiety. In life and death situations, tranquility is an elusive state, even for killers like us, who might anticipate such a day. This was a primal instinct, an eruption of the will to survive. Should one lose this instinct, they could never excel as a killer, for the drive for survival is paramount. The notion of disregarding life and death for a noble cause is only valid when one has lost all hope of survival, not when one is merely in peril. Under such tension, humanity often finds ingenuity. Heightened sensitivity proves more advantageous than forced calmness. Just as in a brawl, anxiety sharpens reflexes, while feigned composure dulls them. Thus, understanding this mechanism, I allowed my emotions to envelop me, heightening my vigilance and physical responsiveness. As the 2 mercenaries drew ever closer, I realized that the attention of the 3 hidden mercenaries was likely fixed on these 2. For only in this manner could they swiftly pinpoint my location the moment I released my first arrow. Otherwise, they would have to rely on the cries of these 2 soldiers for notification, which would be too late to matter. Seizing the opportunity, I gradually rose, striving to minimize the movement of the branches. I was acutely aware that if the enemy intended to eliminate me, They must be positioned in front of me, not behind. The reason was simple. If they were behind, the large trees would obstruct their line of sight. They would be unaware of their fallen comrade. They were most likely arranged in a fan-shaped ambush ahead of me, ready to respond swiftly from any angle. I successfully maneuvered to a position amid the tree trunks, perched 7 meters above the ground. At this moment, descending the tree would be futile, and any significant movement would reveal my position. I steadied my sniper rifle on a branch beneath my feet, using the tree trunk as a shield. I aimed at the rear mercenary of the two approaching. In this brief moment, I could swiftly launch a second arrow. Conversely, should I eliminate the front one, the rear would immediately seek cover, complicating my situation. With no hesitation, I released the first arrow when they were approximately 50 meters away. I swiftly drew back the bowstring again. The entire sequence took barely over a second. As I released my second arrow, gunfire erupted from my 10 o'clock position. A torrent of bullets rained upon the tree before me, akin to shards of splintering stone. Countless leaves and wood shavings soared into the air. Simultaneously, shots rang out from my 2 o'clock and 12 o'clock positions. Fortunately, they could not ascertain my precise location on the tree, only bombarding it with a barrage of bullets. One remained concealed, my body pressed tightly against the tree. Resembling a frozen soldier, limbs drawn in, terrified of exposing even a fraction to the stray bullets. The tree was battered, branches snapping and leaves scattering, leaving it in disarray. This calamity widened the enemy's field of vision. 2 of the 3 mercenaries had exhausted their ammunition. As they reloaded, I swiftly crouched, lifted my sniper rifle, and fired a shot toward the 10 o'clock direction. I did not need to know his exact position. I merely aimed at the source of the fire. The sniper's power could even penetrate the tree, striking targets behind it. After my shot, an even denser volley of gunfire greeted me. I understood that my position was now fully compromised. The remaining shooter likely wielded a sniper rifle, intent on confirming my location before delivering the fatal blow. Having cleared the 10 o'clock direction, I could slightly shift my body. The shooters at 12 and 2 o'clock were in the trees. They would either refrain from shooting to reposition or maintain suppressive fire. However, I wagered they would not shift positions. Their suppressive fire aimed to keep me from peeking, affording the hidden sniper time to maneuver to a vantage point to strike. I had perhaps only 10 seconds left. I had anticipated this long ago. Thus, I swiftly positioned my sniper rifle, feeling no need to expose myself, for I was already acutely aware of the location of the individual at the 2 o'clock position. Merely 40 meters away. At such a distance, aiming was unnecessary. My shooting instinct would suffice to bring him down from the tree. Bang! The second shot rang out, and the individual at 2 o'clock plummeted from the tree. Now, only the adversary at 12 o'clock remained. However, 8 seconds had already elapsed. I could not linger in my current position. I leaped forward with my weapon in hand. In that fleeting moment of descent, a bullet whizzed perilously close to my helmet. Not fired by the shooter at 12 o'clock. I surmised it originated from the 9 o'clock direction. Had I hesitated by even a second, the bullet would have pierced my temple. I fell 7 meters into a dense thicket, landing on my back, my backpack cushioning the brunt of the impact. Nevertheless, this height inflicted some injury upon me. There was no time to dwell on my pain. I rolled away clutching my weapon and swiftly moved 6 meters towards 3 o'clock. Taking cover behind a massive tree, a barrage of bullets rained down from the earlier 12 o'clock position. Their accuracy faltered, hindered by the tree that had shielded my position. I crouched beneath the slope of the tree and fired at the mercenary at 12 o'clock. He was caught off guard, contemplating escape, his silhouette illuminated by the setting sun. Bang! Another resounding shot echoed, followed by the dull thud of his body hitting the ground. I quickly shifted my position towards the 3 o'clock direction. The remaining hidden shooter would undoubtedly hesitate to fire recklessly at me, for he was alone, lacking any cover fire. Positioned at 9 o'clock while I was at 3 o'clock. Numerous tall trees and shrubs obscured his line of sight, placing me within his visual blind spot. If he were to shoot at the slightest movement of branches, he would be courting death. Thus, as long as I remained unseen, he would not dare to expose himself by firing. I arrived at a small hillock of bushes, roughly 30 meters from the sniper. Lying on the ground, I gasped for breath, my heart racing at its peak. I took several deep breaths, striving to calm myself, a method that had proven effective every time. Within mere seconds, my heartbeat returned to normal. The adrenaline surge had made me oblivious to my injuries. Now, I had the time to assess my physical condition. Chapter 140, The Wandering Soul. Despite the cushioning, the fall from such a height left me slightly breathless. Fortunately, there were no major injuries, just some superficial wounds requiring no urgent attention. I understood the caliber of my adversary. Dealing with such a person could not rely on the flimsy disguise of my backpack and sniper rifle. That was merely a ruse. Now, in this one-on-one confrontation, I need not worry about any other ambushes. I had more operational latitude. I meticulously wrapped one of my handguns with fishing line around the base of a nearby low tree until it was securely bound to the trunk. I then tied the fishing line to the gun's trigger, fixing one into the same trunk and extending the other towards the rear of the hill. After moving 2 meters, I circled around a low trunk, using it as a pulley, maneuvering towards the 9 o'clock direction of the hill, 5 meters away. The relationship between my position and the handgun formed a right triangle, with the fishing line and the low tree representing the two shorter sides. By pulling the fishing line, the handgun would be triggered. My distance to the handgun was now over 7 meters. With the gun positioned on the northern slope of the hill while I was on the southern slope. If someone were to attack the backpack's disguise, I would pull the handgun's trigger, drawing the target's fire towards my simulated handgun position, thus revealing their true location. Little did they know, both instances were mere decoys. Such dual camouflage sufficed against most snipers. However, against this skilled opponent, I remained uneasy. For now, as long as I did not reveal my true position, he could not harm me. I lay on the hill for about 10 minutes. Bang! A shot rang out from the 8 o'clock direction of the backpack, originating from a hill 30 meters away. I immediately tugged the fishing line. The handgun discharged under the tension of the line. In the next instant, another shot resonated, aimed directly at the position of my handgun. Had I been deceived? I quickly glanced in that direction, finding the second shot fired from less than 3 meters away, also from a small hill. Clearly, the first shot was fired by the same individual, who had moved just 3 meters to observe after firing. Following that shot, he promptly crouched beneath the hill, rendering him invisible to me. He had not disguised himself. Both shots were fired by a real person. I had just fired my handgun, and I could not pull the trigger again, lest he realize I had not been killed and subsequently pinpoint my location, preventing my stealthy escape. The dense underbrush obscured both our visions. He would remain unaware of whether he had truly eliminated me. He could only wait behind that small hill. Meanwhile, I began to crawl backwards towards the riverbank, opting to maneuver around to his rear in search of a more advantageous shooting position. I swiftly crawled away from the slope, then crouched down to move quickly. 30 seconds later, I had reached the 11 o'clock position of the target hill, between 70 to 100 meters behind the enemy. At such a distance, unless one were in a tree, it was challenging to discern the opponent's position. Moving closer posed greater risks for me. Therefore, I resolved to ascend a tree. Cautiously and swiftly, I climbed a tall tree, leaning against the trunk to raise my crossbow's scope and observe the state of the hill. It appeared deserted. He was gone. Had he gone to inspect the body? It was unlikely he would do so, given prior experiences. At the very least, he would not check today. Thus, he likely departed after firing those 2 shots, opting for stealth. This was the safest choice. However, his departure posed a potential threat to me. I had to pursue him. He would surely think the same. If I pursued him, I would find myself in a passive state, at risk of his hidden gunfire. In that moment, I found myself in a dilemma. If I did not let him go, I would pursue him without any assurance of killing him, and I might even fall prey to his counterattack. Consequently, I descended from the tree, deciding to abandon the chase and head towards the riverbank. DeLong, I know you are alive. I too am leaving this battlefield. Let this conflict come to an end. We both seek gold, and there is no need for further combat. It serves no one's interests. Before long, the warlord's forces will arrive, and we will be hunted like rats. If you are willing to cooperate, feel free to contact me. I am the Wandering Soul. I picked up the walkie-talkie and turned it off. I never anticipated that this individual had perished a year and a half ago in Israel, as the Wandering Soul. The legendary zero-number assassin from the previous generation of the organization has always been a figure of myth. My encounter with him became a dialogue between 2 generations of assassins. To my dismay, I found myself face to face with such a terrifying presence. This individual had seemingly faked his death in Israel over a year ago, only to be discovered hiding on this island. I hastily retreated to a large banyan tree situated over 300 meters from the battlefield and reopened the intercom. GHN, this is LNGHO. I do not wish to engage in conflict. I merely seek gold. Let us cease hostilities for now. I must deal with those 5 black officers. Otherwise, we shall return empty-handed, which I am certain is not your desire, I stated. Before long, GHN's voice echoed back. My good fellow, you are the strongest adversary I have encountered in my life. No wonder you have managed to assume my code name within the GL-ing organization. I smiled wryly. Such accolades felt rather awkward. I heard that the GL-ing organization has disbanded. You have indeed escaped by sheer luck. I have long seen through the ugly faces of those politicians. They will never allow us to leave alive. If we do not work for them, we are labeled as terrorists. If we do their bidding, we become their weapons. I have had enough of this life. GHN expressed his anger. Chapter 141, Post-War Recovery. I replied to GHN, very well, I await your good news. With that, GHN ended the transmission and switched to communicate with HIL and the others. Now, Let us inquire about your good partner, I remarked. What happened to him? PN inquired, confused. You do not know who he is? I questioned coldly. I will explain later. HIL, are you all right? I asked, not having the time to elaborate. Are they not following your orders? I asked in surprise. Have you established contact with the black officers? I continued. I found their intercoms on those black soldiers, and the officers reached out to us, HIL replied. What did they say? I probed further. They warned us not to interfere with their gold recovery. Otherwise, if their main force arrives, they will certainly retaliate, HIL explained. What are your plans? I queried. I agreed to let them recover the gold, as long as they leave a portion for us, HIL said. What do they mean by that? I asked. They promised to leave a wooden boat filled with gold for us to retrieve, HIL clarified. Then let them proceed with their recovery. We must not waste time. I concluded. In truth, we all contemplated that once they had gathered the gold, we would eliminate them. I think the same, but what about the women on the boat? HIL questioned. They can remain on the boat. We have no provisions. Recovering that gold will take several days, and they will be safe there, I assured. ZHY followed me ashore, as did the women from the pirate ship, HIL mentioned. All right, PN, you stay on the shore and keep watch. Inform us of any developments regarding their gold recovery, I instructed. All right, DLing, quickly tell me about the ambush that occurred on the shore. PN urged anxiously. I reluctantly relayed the events. Damn it, I fell for his trick. He had always appeared so mediocre among the mercenaries, yet he turned out to be GHN. I was truly blindsided. PN exclaimed in despair, fully aware of how close he had come to death. Manipulated by both GHN and myself, yet somehow managing to survive. I must admit, this fellow's luck is indeed remarkable. Fortunately, I wore a bulletproof vest. Had they possessed crossbows, I would have met my end. PN lamented. Indeed, the arrows from a crossbow could penetrate a bulletproof vest. I implore you all, never use me as a target again, or I shall truly perish. There are many women I have yet to embrace, and I do not wish to meet my demise so soon. PN expressed his helplessness. Despite his resentment towards GHN and me, he must exercise restraint. Otherwise, we would not hesitate to consider him an enemy, a situation he wished to avoid. This predicament was unavoidable. GHN had reached an agreement with us, and our shared goal was gold. There was no need for mutual destruction. This is splendid news. With such an abundance of gold, we can indulge for a lifetime. Let us refrain from further bloodshed. A share for each of us will suffice, PN remarked, revealing his apprehension that we might eliminate him and claim all the gold for ourselves. However, he need not worry about that. Our greater concern lay with the possibility of the warlord's forces arriving prematurely. HIL, you and ZHY make do for the night. I will contact you if anything arises, I instructed. Understood, HIL responded. ZHY had shown remarkable intelligence by staying close to HIL when I departed, ensuring her safety from the black officers on the pirate ship. The other women did not harbor much trust in HIL and were reluctant to follow her ashore, fully aware of the dangers of combat. Thus, I had considered instructing them to disrobe on the deck, not to seduce the black men, but to signal to the war-sensitive soldiers that they bore no grenades or explosives. As night fell, I remained vigilant. Should GHN attempt to tamper with my pack, I would recognize it instantly. In truth, he would not dare touch my belongings, uncertain if I had rigged them with explosive traps. Generally, one should not disturb an enemy's possessions. Many soldiers, in their final moments, might conceal a grenade beneath their fallen comrades, and approaching enemy firearms could lead to disastrous consequences. Upon gathering my things, I made my way to the riverbank, discovering that the wooden boat taken by PN had not been secured but had drifted downstream. I followed the riverbank until I reached the boat. Climbing aboard, I found the current quite gentle. I need not engage the propeller, for I could quietly glide across the river using the paddles. My intention was to take HIL and ZHY to a cave for safety and to establish contact with PN. Before long, I had crossed to the opposite bank and opened the intercom to reach HIL. Chapter 142, The Anticipated Night. The battery of my thermal imaging device, akin to night vision, had only 5 hours left, having consumed a considerable amount already, so I switched it off and proceeded with a flashlight. Traveling at night, I gauged my speed and estimated the time required to reach my destination, navigating towards familiar landmarks to locate my goal. HIL, being closer to the arrow poison tree, would likely arrive before me, yet as I approached, she and ZHY had not yet appeared. However, it was not long before they emerged from the direction of the coast, HIL also wielding a flashlight. From 30 meters away, I could see the beam of her light. HIL, is that you? I see your flashlight. If it is you, blink 3 times, I communicated over the intercom. Soon enough, I received her signal. DLing, do you see me? She called out. Yes, I am already waiting by the arrow poison tree. I replied from the darkness. Upon seeing me, Julia approached with palpable excitement, her eyes glistening with tears as she inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" I reassured her, "I am fine. Are you both unharmed?" I nodded gently, reaching out to caress Julia's delicate face before turning to Hyla. "Everything is well, fortunately." Pawnee arrived just in time. "Otherwise, I might have found myself in dire straits," Hyla replied. "Let us proceed. I know of a cave not far from here where we can take refuge," I suggested to Hyla and Julia. "Uncle, you have a wound on your neck," Julia observed. "Just a minor injury, nothing serious. Come along." I waved my hand dismissively and made my way towards the cave, with Hyla and Julia trailing behind. As we walked, I recounted the fierce battle on the eastern shore. Hyla expressed astonishment, surprised to learn that my adversary had been the infamous Lone Soul, a legendary figure within the mercenary world, whose presence in such a locale was unexpected. "I am immensely relieved that you survived his encounter and managed to slay 7 of his comrades," she remarked, visibly shaken. "Have you faced him before?" I inquired. "Impossible. I have merely heard tales of his exploits. Initially, he was a notorious assassin in Mexico, and we attempted to recruit him, but he preferred to work solo. Unbeknownst to us, he was later engaged by the Lone Wolf organization and subsequently met his demise in Israel, though it now appears to have been a fade." Hyla explained. "Indeed, he is an exceptional mercenary. I narrowly escaped death at his hands," I noted, patting my tactical helmet, which bore the marks of bullets that had skimmed perilously close during our confrontation. It seemed that Lone Soul had not anticipated my audacious leap from such a height. Had I hesitated even for a moment, the bullet would have surely pierced my temple. Before long, we arrived at the cave. Hyla and Julia set down their backpacks. I addressed the 2 women while surveying the entrance, noting that the stones remained undisturbed, though I could not ascertain the condition on the other side. Thus, I ventured inside, flashlight in hand, to assess the cave's interior. No sign of the enormous python was found. "Hey, you can come in now," I called out, prompting Hyla and Julia to enter, dragging their backpacks behind them. With my flashlight illuminating the cavern, the spaciousness provided a sense of relief from the oppressive atmosphere. Hyla and Julia settled onto the flat stone surface, relaxing. "How did you discover this place?" Hyla asked. "I was originally on a reconnaissance mission to the east and stumbled upon it, never expecting to find you here," I replied. Hyla appeared speechless, likely recalling her recent encounter with Billion near the arrow poison tree. "What do you have in those 2 backpacks?" I inquired. "Uncle, I collected some rations from the bodies of those soldiers," Julia responded. It seemed Hyla had sent her to scavenge the battlefield, as we had yet to have dinner. Julia emptied her pack, revealing a substantial amount of provisions, including several packets of chocolate. I rummaged through my pockets and added my chocolate to the pile. Julia eagerly snatched it up. "Thank you, Uncle." "No need for thanks. You have your share of chocolate as well. Let us divide it among ourselves for dinner," I said, taking a packet for myself. Hyla followed suit, and we gathered around the provisions to satiate our hunger before washing our hands and faces at the nearby stone spring. I ensured to cleanse the mud from my face as well. I gave my sleeping bag to Julia and reclined beside her, while Hyla, fatigued, nestled into her own sleeping bag on the other side. The day's exertions had drained us, and in the comfort of the cave, we soon succumbed to slumber. I chose not to dwell on Pawnee and Lone Soul at this moment. There was no need for further concern, as everyone awaited the recovery of the gold. Their primary worry was that the 5 officers might secretly abandon the salvage operation and flee during the night. Such a scenario would be perilous for us, as their escape would herald the arrival of the army, leaving us in an untenable position. However, I felt reassured that Pawnee and Lone Soul would manage the situation. My worries felt superfluous. Instead, I contemplated the life that awaited me after securing the gold, envisioning a future of complete freedom. I allowed these thoughts to lull me into a deep, peaceful sleep, eagerly anticipating the transformations that lay ahead in the next few days. Chapter 143, Kindred Spirits. In the subtropical island's cave during late autumn, the temperature remained quite low, particularly while lying on the cold stone surface. Concerned for my well-being, Julia, in the middle of the night, voluntarily opened her sleeping bag and draped it over me, curling her body against mine like a gentle creature seeking warmth. As I lay flat, half of her form rested atop me. I wrapped an arm around her, and she nestled her head on my shoulder, our hearts beating in close proximity. I could sense her inner turmoil, anxiety, and helplessness, having endured such harsh experiences at a tender age. Lacking a reliable figure to lean on must be profoundly despairing. At that moment, I felt a sense of responsibility blossoming within me. I could no longer disregard her feelings. I imagined the sorrowful expression she wore when frightened and vulnerable, reminiscent of children in war-torn regions. In that instant, I became her sole source of security, akin to the aid that brings warmth and sustenance to orphaned children amidst conflict. Yet, those aids eventually depart, leaving the recipients to wander. The only difference for Julia was that she could remain by my side. She, too, harbored uncertainties about my commitment to her, just as Catherine had abandoned her. In her subjective view, emotional bonds had become less reliable. She felt compelled to demonstrate her worth before me, rather than being perceived as a burden. Thus, when she nestled her head against my abdomen, I no longer resisted. Perhaps this gesture would afford her greater comfort. Her movements were delicate and tender. I gently stroked her hair, as one would with a cherished partner. Although Julia's actions were subtle, Hyla still took notice, yet she feigned sleep. After an undetermined passage of time, Julia, too, grew weary and drifted back into slumber, remaining so until the following morning. Hyla and I awoke, her lovely blue eyes fluttering open with sleepiness as she glanced at me and the slumbering Julia in my arms. Dylan, should we go check by the river? Hyla asked. We can take a look, I nodded in agreement, and Julia stirred awake from my embrace, hastily rising to wash at the spring. Oh, Julia appeared somewhat crestfallen, and her eagerness to wash up indicated her desire to accompany us to the river. I reached out and playfully pinched her cheek, gazing intently into her bright eyes. Julia pursed her lips and nodded. We won't be gone long. You should stay in the cave and not wander about. Here, take this dagger for protection, I said, producing a dagger and placing it in her delicate hand. Julia clutched it tightly, a determined expression crossing her face. Uncle, I will protect myself. You both be careful, she said with maturity beyond her years. I nodded, quickly washing up before borrowing camouflage paint from Hyla. Lacking a mirror, we helped each other apply it. Once prepared, we consumed some provisions for breakfast before shouldering our gear and setting off. Along the way, I activated the intercom to contact PN. PN, how did you sleep last night? I inquired. I nearly froze to death without a sleeping bag, and I had to remain vigilant to prevent them from leaving in the dead of night. How could I dare sleep so soundly? I added, for the sake of gold. You've endured quite a lot. You wouldn't believe it, they started dredging last night. In just one night, they retrieved a portion of the gold. The gleaming gold, caked in silt, sparkled brilliantly under the searchlight, captivating to behold. PN's eyes lit up at the mere mention of gold. You saw it all? I asked. Indeed. I just want to cuddle my gold while I sleep. PN exclaimed with excitement. Hee, have you made contact with GHN? I queried. At that moment, a cough emanated from the intercom. Don't be envious of me. I am not as fortunate as DLing. At least he has two beauties accompanying him. Does he not? GHN replied. Enough already. You nearly met your end beneath my gun yesterday. I haven't even enjoyed life yet. I retorted. Hee. I couldn't kill you if I tried. You have eliminated so many of my subordinates, and now you only lack my life to claim. GHN jested. I cautiously probed. Because of my kind of trap, few dare to fire openly. He fired twice, then concealed himself. By the time I moved to another location, he had already departed. Had he lacked absolute confidence, he would have remained motionless on that small hillock. This led to my inability to spot him from the tree. I see through your tricks, but I truly did not know your whereabouts. When you departed toward the riverbank, I noticed some bushes rustling, and I quickly fled. Not pursuing you, GHN explained. Had you pursued, I would have already become a ghost beneath your gun, I lamented. You are overthinking. How could I know if that was your ruse? Chasing after you would have been akin to courting death. It is better to collaborate with you. So I contacted you through the intercom. GHN elucidated. It dawned on me why GHN initiated the intercom to record and replay. He certainly knew I was fleeing toward the riverbank, and I would inevitably approach the bodies of several mercenaries. Thus, I would have to hear him. We chatted, and anyone unaware would presume we were old friends of decades. Little did they know of the numerous life and death battles that had transformed us from foes to allies in mere days. In truth, there often exists a mutual admiration among the strong, as they see their own shadows of solitude reflected in one another. No one wishes to bear loneliness indefinitely. I have no desire to remain your enemy. We have agreed that there is enough gold for all of us. The amount is sufficient for several lifetimes, and there is no need for further violence. Let us cherish our lives and enjoy it. GHN proclaimed. Chapter 144, The Old Ginger is Spicier. Wait, why do I hear the sound of waves crashing against rocks? Just as our conversation was becoming animated, I suddenly heard the sound of waves through the intercom. This was unusual, as they should have been on the banks of the river, where the sound of the sea should not reach us. An ominous premonition gripped me. Damn it, you two are in cahoots. Are you planning to escape? I demanded angrily, standing still. No sooner had I spoken than I heard the roar of a speedboat's engine. Isla looked at me, bewildered, unable to comprehend my sudden declaration. DLing. I am truly sorry, we did not wish for this outcome. It was all GHN's scheme. Please forgive me, my good friend. PN implored. Damn it, you should have brought us along. I cursed, furious that we had been duped. At that moment, I could have happily skinned them alive. DLing. Please do not harbor hatred toward me, GHN said, equally helpless. Farewell, my friend. If you escape the deserted island and come to meet me, I will certainly present you with 2 gold bars. Also, I have left a wooden boat for you by the riverbank. Good luck. GHN expressed regret before switching off the intercom. Damn, those despicable wretches. I seethed, nearly exploding with anger. I should have anticipated this. I had been too naive. What on earth had transpired with DLing? Isla still regarded me with a puzzled expression, unaware of the issue I had just uncovered. They are in league with each other. PN was acting with GHN from the very beginning. I realized. I should have known. PN had no reason to fortuitously wear a bulletproof vest. This was all a performance. I sat on a stone beside a tree, pulled out a cigar, lit it, and began to explain everything to Isla. PN and GHN have now departed to the south aboard a wooden boat laden with gold and a speedboat. With the satellite phone in PN's possession, as long as the wooden boat and speedboat distanced themselves from this island, he would be able to contact his 2 partners aboard the supply ship. Their partners would come to retrieve them on a large vessel. However, the other mercenaries also wished to partake in the spoils. Yet, GHN and PN desire no sharing, as too many people would lead to numerous complications. They aim to fabricate the illusion that all the mercenaries were slain by warlords and pirates, allowing them to transport the gold and escape without facing repercussions. Thus, they orchestrated this elaborate charade, using me, Isla, and the pirates to eliminate the remaining mercenaries and soldiers, clearing their path. To earn my trust, PN even took a shot. No matter how cautious I was, I could never have fathomed such a meticulously crafted and authentic scheme. I should have realized that GHN's strength would not allow him to wait until I had eradicated all the mercenaries before making his move. He sought absolute certainty. Unfortunately for him, he failed to take my life. And GHN was one of the companions that BIR had mentioned from the start. He was not a partner that PN had recently acquired. PN and GHN are mutually trustworthy, while we, the mid-journey allies, are not to be trusted. Hence their decision to exploit us. The old ginger is indeed spicier. The legendary GHN has imparted a profound lesson. Even if they had taken us along, they would not have shared much gold with us. Why would they act in such a manner? Isla asked, astonished. You fail to understand. No one has ever laid eyes on them. Those black officers will only assume it was us. If they escape, who do you think they will pin this situation on? The entire world of spies and mercenary organizations will believe that we were the ones who possessed the gold and slaughtered the warlords and mercenaries. And they would have no consequences to face. Isla's eyes widened in realization. She had become a scapegoat. K is LN, and those 3 assassins are exceedingly astute. They must have acquired more specific intelligence, and with K is LN's assurance, they will undoubtedly profit by leaving the island of gold while avoiding the ensuing disputes. I should have known that these mercenaries were cunning. None of them could be trusted. When he mentioned that those black officers had begun dredging for gold in the dead of night, I sensed something was amiss. For those black officers, they need not even dredge. They could simply remain on the ship for a few days, and reinforcements would come to meet them, or they could directly withdraw the dredging vessel. Therefore, last night, the 2 of them must have boarded the ship and threatened the officers to dredge for gold. If I am not mistaken, those black officers were either killed in the morning or let go. I concluded, why didn't they simply sail the large ship away? Wouldn't that yield more gold? Isla inquired. There are 3 reasons. Firstly, no one knows whether these large vessels are equipped with trackers. The second reason is that during the boarding and combat, it was the black officer who detonated the ship's power units. The third reason is that most of the gold remains here. Even if the warlords come, they are unlikely to pursue the matter further. I expressed my speculation. If it were me, I certainly would not transport gold on such large ships. It would be utterly unsurprising if the 2 vessels were indeed tracked. Anyone attempting to sail away on either ship would surely be pursued. It is likely that before they could even reach the shore, they would be encircled at sea. Even if the warlords could not catch up, a mere press of a button could share their location, with predictable consequences. Of these 3 reasons, the first is the most significant. Moreover, the amount of gold they managed to transport on a wooden boat would suffice for them to squander for several lifetimes, making it unnecessary to attract such trouble. Let us proceed. We shall take a look by the riverbank. I stood up and said to Hyla. Hyla silently followed behind me. And soon we arrived at the riverbank, where we concealed ourselves to observe the 2 large vessels. We discovered that 5 corpses of black officers were suspended from the salvage ship. They had not gone too far in their ruthlessness. Had they released those 5 black officers, Hyla and I would have been in dire straits, and our days of peace would be over. Furthermore, they indeed left a wooden boat at the shore, one of the 2 used by the black soldiers to cross the river. This boat was not intended for my escape. With this wooden vessel, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to survive at sea, and remaining on the island is safer for us. It would not be too late to leave once the storm is past. The true purpose of the wooden boat is to transport supplies. The warlord's main force will soon arrive here. By then, those two large vessels will certainly not remain, and we still have those women aboard. Without adequate supplies, it would be impossible for us to sustain a long-term life on this island. This can be considered the last act of kindness from Guhan and Pani. Their decision not to act too ruthlessly provides us and themselves with a way out. Otherwise, I would have to eliminate those women, having seen me and Hyla. Should they fall into the hands of the warlords, we would face immense trouble. With these supplies, I would have no need to commit such a heinous act. We must seize the time, I said to Hyla solemnly. Chapter 145, The Temptation of Gold. Hyla boarded the pirate ship using the wooden boat, while I provided cover from the shore. Although the enemy had dissipated, basic caution was still necessary. Hyla reached the deck and directly called out Sandy's name, refraining from entering the cabin immediately. Before long, Sandy emerged from within. The other women remained inside. Upon seeing Hyla, Sandy entered the control room with her. Their conversation was transmitted to my ears via the intercom. After Hyla's inquiries, Sandy recounted the events of the previous night, which aligned closely with my speculations. Moreover, the power units of both ships had been destroyed. Additionally, numerous gold bars remained on the salvaged ship, as Guhan and Pani's wooden vessel could not bear such a load of gold. The other women had also not sustained injuries during this ordeal. They merely hid in the cabin, frightened and unwilling to emerge. After confirming that there were no other dangers aboard, I boarded the salvaged ship. On the weathered deck of the salvage vessel, a large pile of cleaned gold bars lay haphazardly arranged, forming a small mountain of gold. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with an alluring golden glow. In the face of such temptation, it is difficult for anyone to maintain a calm heart. Its allure arises not only from its unparalleled opulence, but also from the countless bloodshed, slaughter, suffering, warfare, and desires concealed beneath its brilliance. They serve as a testament to the history of human nature. To possess them is to fulfill the vast majority of human desires and fantasies. To embrace a future of unparalleled brightness. To bid farewell to a past filled with suffering, darkness, and humiliation. It is akin to rebirth. At this moment, I suddenly understood Guhan and Pani's thoughts. Even if we posed no threat, they would not wish for even the slightest mishap to jeopardize their readily attainable dreams. I reached out and touched the gold, feeling its icy chill, yet it burned fiercely in my grasp. Dilong. Hyla called my name from the pirate ship, snapping me from my reverie of gold. In that fleeting moment, I had been entranced, staring at the gold. And it is not hard to imagine how humanity becomes mad in the presence of such precious wealth. Hyla, you take the women to the cave while I gather some supplies and gold here. I will come to meet you later, I instructed Hyla. Hyla glanced at me, then at the mountain of gold on the deck. Finally, she nodded. Very well. The wooden boat was secured with ropes, and I tossed one end towards Hyla's pirate ship, allowing them to use the wooden boat to ferry the women ashore. I then entered the salvaged ship's interior and made my way to the kitchen. Inside, I began moving a considerable amount of food and canned goods, though I could not take the ice-fresh items from the refrigerator. After Hyla and the others reached the shore, she forcefully tossed the other end of the rope onto my deck, signaling me to drag the wooden boat over to the salvaged ship. Hyla waved at me and led 8 women into the forest. After securing the wooden boat, I utilized a hoist from the ship to lift the supplies onto the wooden boat. The maximum weight capacity of the wooden boat does not exceed 1 ton, while the weight of the food and daily necessities reached 500 kilograms, leaving me with the ability to transport just over 30 gold bars. Thus, I employed the hoist to lower the gold bars. After an hour of labor, drenched in sweat, I finally leaped onto the wooden boat and started the outboard motor. As the wooden boat was now fully loaded, it moved slowly. The boat meandered against the current, making its way out of the river toward the original refuge. Although the cave is quite spacious, there are no streams nearby, and it is too close to the riverbank. Should the warlords arrive here, they would easily discover us. I picked up the intercom to contact Hyla. Hyla, I am heading west. You can lead the women along the southern coast towards the east. I will come to fetch you after I secure the supplies, I told Hyla. All right, Hyla replied. Hyla, are you not worried that I might run away, just like Pani and the others? I suddenly asked Hyla. Hyla smiled wryly. Of course, I am concerned. But drifting on that wooden boat in the sea is far too dangerous. Moreover, the situation in the waters has been particularly tense lately. If you were captured at sea or swept away by the waves, everything would be lost. Yes, I must not be blinded by gold and take such risks. It is not worth it. Once the storm has passed, we can devise a way to transport the gold to Africa, I said. Indeed, that is the only way. By the way, will you come back tonight to transport more gold? Hyla inquired. No, let the gold remain there. It can exchange for our lives. I took 32 gold bars, each weighing 125 kilograms, which is enough for us to live a lifetime. I replied. Indeed, Hyla said. With this gold, we can live a life of great comfort in any country. We do not need excessive luxury, but it will certainly be sufficient to meet the vast majority of our needs. Greed may lead us into a predicament. We must learn to exercise restraint. The vessels Pani and Gohan have already transported an ample quantity of gold. Should their greed compel them to fill our remaining ship with gold as well, we would find ourselves utterly incapable of transporting essential supplies. The women must perish. In a sense, the two of them possess a semblance of conscience. Had it been others, they might have left the wooden ship behind entirely, even eliminating those women without hesitation, and filled both ships to the brim with gold. It is easy for anyone to speak with moral clarity when not faced with the temptation of gold. Yet to retain one's conscience when confronted with such extreme allure is indeed a rare virtue. Reflecting on this, my resentment towards those two has dissipated. I picked up the engineer's shovel from the ground. Moreover, storing the gold at the refuge is not without its dangers. Once I excavated the pit and buried the gold bars within the earth, I would still need to exert effort in transporting the supplies from the ship to the shore. Piece by piece, after I brought the women over, we would collectively move them into the refuge. Once the supplies were properly arranged, I would promptly set sail again, so as to spare Hyla and the others the burdens of the journey. Chapter 146, Arranging Future Living Conditions. As I navigated the wooden vessel, I soon spotted the group of women on the sandy beach. They had toiled for nearly 3 hours and were utterly exhausted. Upon seeing me, they waved their arms eagerly, and I swiftly steered the ship towards them. Upon reaching the beach, the women eagerly approached to board the wooden vessel. They did not arrive empty-handed. When Hyla disembarked from the pirate ship, she had instructed the women to carry 5 bundles of cotton blankets tied in tofu-like shapes, along with some neatly bundled clothing. Consequently, their journey was fraught with fatigue. Additionally, Hyla's backpack contained several pistols and ammunition from the pirate ship. When I received her backpack, it felt heavy with burden. Once everyone was seated securely, I started the outboard motor at the stern of the boat and moved towards the refuge. Uncle, with so many of us, should we repair the refuge? Jia began to contemplate survival issues alongside me, no longer fixated on trivial matters. It is unnecessary. Previously, we lacked supplies and could not reside on the mountaintop. After all, traversing that 100-meter peak in a single day would deplete all our energy and caloric reserves, not to mention the need to forage for food and water, making it impractical to stay up there. However, the situation has changed. We now possess ample supplies, I explained. But what about water? There is none on the mountain, Jia inquired. I clarified that while I had suggested residing on the mountaintop, I had not implied cooking there. With stable supplies, we would possess sufficient strength and time to ascend and descend the mountain, spending our days at the base for meals, bathing, and other needs, then retreating to the summit at night. Then we must tidy up the container house on the mountain, Jia responded, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope for life. In truth, I could construct a sufficiently large refuge at the mountain base, yet I was concerned about the safety of both shelters. I would not be residing atop the mountain with the women. I needed to dwell in the refuge below. Should enemies discover the refuge at the base, I could swiftly devise a response, without endangering the women on the mountaintop. This arrangement would allow me to fight with greater peace of mind. Furthermore, if the women resided solely at the base, their daily tasks would be insufficient to expend their energy and vitality, leading to unproductive thoughts and declining mental states. Only by ensuring they remained fatigued and well-fed could they maintain a sense of purpose each day, preventing mental instability. Those unaccustomed to prolonged isolation on a deserted island often experience increasing psychological instability over time. Idleness breeds unrest. Hence, I needed to ensure the women did not remain idle after their meals. I must also expend part of their energy while establishing a hierarchical structure within the group, fostering a sense of rank and obedience to commands, akin to a military camp. One can imagine that in a military camp devoid of hierarchy, initial harmony may prevail. Yet over time, issues would inevitably arise and worsen. This is a matter of team management at the psychological level. The so-called freedom and democracy belong to the order of civilized society, not to deserted islands. Though a few women may seem inconsequential, infighting among them poses significant security risks. I must eliminate this potential threat before it can manifest. Thus, I commanded the women to carry the blankets and clothing from the ship up the mountain, and I accompanied them as we ascended to the summit. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on their brows. We found ourselves at the junction of the subtropical and tropical regions of the southern hemisphere, where daytime temperatures were relatively mild, even in late autumn. Even clad in hemp garments like the pirates, one would feel no chill during the day, though the nights would indeed bring a drop in temperature, making blankets necessary. Only in the depths of winter would the days become noticeably cold. During this season, barring rainy days or high altitudes, the daytime temperatures remain quite pleasant. The women's clothing consisted of ordinary attire, remnants from their previous lives aboard the pirate ship, outdated garments from Europe or Asia, such as shirts and blouses, alongside the pirates' hemp garments. I allowed them to consume some food and water that we had brought along before we set about cleaning a well-preserved container house nearby. There were 3 container houses in total. 2 were cluttered with debris, while 1 was relatively clean, containing 6 bunk beds. They merely needed to tidy it up before resting. However, due to insufficient blankets, they would need to join the beds together to form a communal sleeping space. Among the other 2 container houses, 1 was equipped with a toilet. Yet, the large water tank behind the toilet had long since run dry, and to use the toilet, one would need to refill this tank with water. Other than waiting to collect rainwater, our only option would be to fetch water from the base of the mountain. The latter was evidently impractical. Even for a robust man like myself, hauling water up the mountain would be arduous, let alone for a group of women. Filling that large tank might take a week. Thus, the toilet could not be utilized for the time being. It was evident that the previous occupants relied on helicopter transport for supplies and bottled water. The tank for flushing must have been filled with seawater delivered by helicopter. There was a helipad on the mountain, and a pilot resided there, making these issues resolvable. However, for us, the challenges were manifold. Consequently, the women would face significant difficulties with sanitation on the mountain. While they could relieve themselves freely for minor needs, significant ones would pose a considerable problem, leading to unsanitary conditions that could incite illness. The toilets and septic systems at the base also required repair. No one could predict how long we would remain on this island. Such basic living facilities were essential. "Uncle, will we also sleep with them at night?" Jia asked. "No, you may sleep with them, but Hyla and I will not stay atop the mountain. This is a safe house, should warlords discover the refuge at the base. Our presence below allows us greater flexibility in responding to emergencies," I replied. "Uncle, may I stay with you? I can assist you with work," Jia immediately interjected, her eyes pleading as she looked at me, fearful of being separated. Chapter 147. Issues regarding supply ship routes. I had initially intended to leave Jia atop this mountain, residing with these women. However, considering that they are not from the same environment, and given her closer connection to me, it might incite unnecessary rivalry. Jia echoed my thoughts, prompting a nod of agreement from me. After I briefed them on the affairs at the summit, I commenced the allocation of authority among these women. First and foremost, it is imperative that everyone understands our venture here for refuge is solely to evade the marauding warlords and their bombardments. We anticipate a waiting period of approximately 10 days until the supply ship for the mercenaries arrives in the east, at which point we shall depart from this island. Is that clear? I stood before the women, resembling a male instructor of a female battalion, articulating the essential regulations that must be adhered to. Understood, the women replied feebly. My expression grew more austere. I cannot hear you. Say it again, I exclaimed with irritation, intending to instill a profound realization that my words were not mere rhetoric. Very well. Should anyone contravene these rules, I shall impose penalties upon all of you. Firstly, no one is permitted to leave the summit without my explicit approval. Secondly, each of you must supervise one another, ensuring that no one departs unaccompanied. Moreover, I shall assign specific roles. Lisa and Sandy, you two will serve as administrators. Any occurrences within the camp will be directed to you. Thirdly, no fires are to be ignited during daylight hours atop the mountain. No one is to venture to the shore or engage in any activities that may expose our position. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to deliver swift retribution. I announced various regulations one by one. These rules are crafted to safeguard your well-being. Should you disregard this counsel and jeopardize everyone's safety, I shall not spare you. As the saying goes, it is difficult to persuade those inclined towards self-destruction. After conveying these points, they proceeded to tidy the dormitory. After 4 arduous hours, the women were utterly exhausted, yet they accomplished the task. While daylight remained, the women took to the stream, bathing in their natural state. Each woman possessed an exquisite physique and captivating visage, particularly the 5 European and American university students, who exhibited remarkable development. After cleansing themselves, they donned fresh garments. While their soiled clothes were washed by the stream and hung upon bamboo racks, they lacked intimate apparel, clad only in shirts or linen garments, their silhouettes subtly discernible. Every woman radiated an overwhelming allure. With Catherine absent, Jia assumed the responsibility of instructing the women on utilizing the smokeless stove for cooking. They successfully prepared various dishes without issue. Should it seem cumbersome, they could easily concoct a pot of mixed stew instead. Following dinner, the 2 administrators, Sandy and Lisa, led everyone up the mountain, while Jia took her turn to bathe in the stream. Hyla and I sat upon a stone, deliberating the potential crises that may confront us. Given that we had relocated the supplies from the ship, the warlords, should they pursue us, would have reason to suspect our continued existence on the island. If their focus shifted solely towards retrieving the gold, we might be safe. However, the fear remains that they may attempt to salvage the gold while simultaneously dealing with us. Moreover, the previous gold hiding spot had mercenaries and operatives dispatched to locate it. Should they follow us, it would pose a significant threat. According to DeLong, the intelligence gleaned from interrogating Bell indicated that not all gold hiding spots were guarded by mercenaries. Perhaps only 2 or 3 locations were under their watch. The supply ship likely transported provisions to these specific gold sites, suggesting that the captain of the vessel might possess precise knowledge of their locations. Hyla remarked. Indeed. I concurred with her assessment. If the supply ship arrives at the previously discovered gold site before reaching us, it may not ever dock here. Hyla continued. This is precisely my concern. Following the incident, Pawnee's companions aboard the supply ship must have departed. However, they would not relay the changes here to the captain. Thus, if the captain, devoid of information, arrives at the earlier gold site and finds the camp obliterated, he may swiftly relay the news of the gold site being ransacked to the former warlord. At that juncture, we could only speculate on the warlord's potential actions. With the nearby gold site already discovered, the supply ship captain would have cause to suspect the same fate has befallen us. Upon arrival, he may not dock at all, opting instead to communicate with the mercenaries stationed at the camp. If contact fails, he may depart without a second thought, and we would miss our opportunity to seize the ship. This indeed presents a dilemma. I too am troubled by this issue. Without a large vessel, our escape from this island would be exceedingly arduous and perilous. DeLong, do you harbor any alternative thoughts? Hyla inquired. I shrugged. This matter relies heavily on chance, as no one can ascertain whether the supply ship will reach the previous gold site first or our location. Unless we ascertain the position of that site, the supply ship must have embarked from the direction of Indonesia. Should that site be closer to the supply ship than our island, it will undoubtedly reach the former first. The only solution is to determine the relationship between the location of the previous gold site and ours. If it lies to the west, the supply ship will arrive here first. If to the east, it will reach them first. I explained to Hyla. Hyla nodded. It seems we must acquire this intelligence from the warlords. She stated. I too feel helpless. Had we captured a living black soldier, we could have avoided these predicaments. Hyla expressed her regret. This is not your fault. None of us anticipated being left behind, nor could we foresee Pawnee and the lonely soul abandoning us. It is all a matter of fate. I reassured Hyla. I could see that Hyla was no longer as composed and decisive as before. She often absently touched her abdomen, her thoughts consumed by her unborn child. Do not worry. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as we can survive on this island, hope shall remain. Even if we miss the supply ship, we shall find a way. I assured Hyla. Hyla gazed at me with a hint of confusion. Is there really no way out? Given that we are on this wooden boat? She inquired. No. Have you not noticed that most of the bay crocodiles in the Saline River are no older than 7 or 8 years? Their size reveals this, I replied. What does that signify? Hyla and Juya exchanged puzzled glances. This indicates the presence of poachers. They will inevitably come to capture the bay crocodiles. Otherwise, how do you think the affluent women possess those exquisite crocodile skin handbags? I explained. The two women suddenly grasped the situation. Although we were uncertain when the poachers would arrive, it provided a semblance of hope. Naturally, it would be ideal if a supply ship could make it here. I articulated this primarily to comfort the two women, as the timing and presence of the poachers remained an enigma. After all, this is a perilous and illegal endeavor. And should any unforeseen event occur, the consequences could be dire. Thus, the poachers would weigh their options carefully. Moreover, they typically target mature bay crocodiles. And I had yet to observe any adults in the Saline River, suggesting they might not return for another year or two. There was no need to share this with the two women, as it would only deepen their despondency. The supply ship remained our greatest hope. If we missed it, our food supplies would not last more than a year or two, and without the arrival of the poachers, many women would succumb to hunger, leading to a decline in their immune systems and ultimately death on the island. The available food here is sufficient for only 3 to 4 months, until the coming spring. At that moment, Hyla emerged from the refuge, donning a spare camouflage outfit, and approached the creek to bathe. She had nothing to conceal. Under the warm glow of the orange flames, I noticed the scars adorning her bare back. Seated on a creek stone, her physique was striking. Her alabaster form free from excess flesh, a testament to her athleticism. From every angle, she embodied perfection. I instructed Juya to gather some firewood, and soon a bonfire blazed in the clearing before the refuge. The flames danced in the darkness, accompanied by the comforting crackle of burning wood, instilling a profound sense of security. I lit a cigar, sitting there like a contemplative thinker, quietly exhaling smoke. Juya, with soap in hand, approached Hyla, gently assisting her in washing her back, akin to a devoted maid. Perhaps she believed this would foster our trust, ensuring we would not abandon her. We did not dissuade her. For a girl of her age, she had limited options, and her survival depended on us. After her bath, Hyla unabashedly donned the replacement camouflage in front of me. Her figure surpassed that of several university students, exuding allure. Once she finished bathing, it was my turn. After a few exhausting days, I too needed to cleanse the grime from my body to prevent infection and skin ailments. I asked Jia to prepare my clothes and made my way to the creek, disrobing to wash away the dirt from my body and hair. Once Jia had my clothes ready, she, acting like a little maid, applied soap to my back. She even attempted to lather my front. But I gently grasped her small hand. I did not wish for her to assume a pitiable servant's role. This was crucial. If she believed that her life could be exchanged for such menial labor, she was mistaken. She did not understand us. We had witnessed the darkest facets of humanity, yet we had not lost our own humanity. In fact, having lingered in darkness for so long, we cherished the purity and innocence reflected in a young girl's eyes even more. Sensing the tenderness in my tone, Jia bit her lip, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with renewed vivacity. Chapter 149. The return of the midnight intruder. After Jia departed, I quickly rinsed my body. The creek water was indeed cold at night, and the refreshing sensation after my bath was invigorating. However, it was evidently too frigid for Jia. When she had bathed, her lips turned a shade of purple, and her limbs trembled. Yet, she did not wish for us to perceive her as weak, so she refrained from expressing her discomfort. Gradually, her lips regained their rosy hue. This time, I did not stop her. She could handle these tasks within her capabilities. When we descended the mountain, we took a blanket with us, sufficient for the three of us to share. Jia nestled between Hyla and me. Her small hands were icy, so I encouraged her to slip them beneath my clothing, using my warmth to comfort her. In turn, her hands sought out a more inviting warmth. Having only indulged once the previous night, I refrained from further advances. She lay on her side, leaning against me, and I embraced her securely, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber. Currently, there were no enemies on the island. Before the warlords arrived, we could enjoy restful nights. In the dead of night, I was stirred by rustling sounds outside. Awakened by the commotion, I grasped my handgun and donned my tactical helmet with night vision, cautiously pushing open the bamboo door to peer outside. To my astonishment, I discovered a dog curled up near the bonfire. It was the big yellow dog. I was elated. This dog had not been aboard the pirate ship. The women claimed it had been tossed into the river by those black officers, left to be toyed with by crocodiles. Everyone assumed the big yellow dog had met its end at the jaws of a crocodile. What a remarkable creature. Whether it was loyalty or the instinct to return to a place where it could find food, I could not say. Upon seeing me emerge from the refuge, the dog wagged its tail and approached. I noted it was caked in dried mud, exuding the stench of river muck. It was late, so I decided against bathing it. Instead, I retrieved a piece of cured meat hanging above the woodpile and offered it to the dog. Clearly famished and exhausted, it wagged its tail even more joyfully at the sight of food, sitting down to relish its meal. I rekindled the bonfire to provide a more comfortable sleeping spot for the big yellow dog. Hyla soon woke, and, upon seeing me beside the dog, wore an expression of astonishment. This big yellow dog is still alive? Truly a loyal creature. Hyla marveled. If only your companions were as loyal, perhaps you would not have to endure this with us. I replied with a wry smile. Loyalty is precious to humanity because it is rare. For mercenaries, it is even scarcer, yet we do not celebrate such a trait, Hyla remarked. Perhaps love embodies loyalty? I shrugged. Maybe, but I'm uncertain, Hyla replied, shaking her head. How did you and Billy fall in love? I asked curiously, as genuine love is rare among mercenaries of the opposite sex, often reduced to mere companionship in the monotony of prolonged missions. If it's not love, then it hardly qualifies as affection. Billy, that fellow. If it's inconvenient to discuss, then let us not. I too am just bored awake, I said, though in truth, I was genuinely curious. I understood Hyla's sentiments in expressing this. In the realm of memories, there exists a blend of bitterness and sweetness, all imbued with the hues of happiness. Billy, once a member of the French Foreign Legion, served as a mercenary for 5 years before being lured to our team by the promise of substantial earnings. From the moment we met, it was as if we were destined for one another. He is a man of wit and humor, filled with optimism and a profound sense of responsibility. On the very night following our first encounter, we engaged in activities we both cherished. At this point, Hyla chuckled, and as her laughter echoed, glistening tears brimmed in the corners of her eyes. To an outsider, this may seem utterly unbelievable, yet the experience was simply enchanting. In fact, it was Anna's first time, and when I later inquired why she had acted so impulsively, she described it as an act of rebellion. Hyla continued, revealing that during his 5 years as a mercenary in France, Billy had not laid a hand on a woman, making that particular evening quite embarrassing for him. I understood Hyla's mirth. A foolish man displaying an awkward demeanor before a woman is indeed a source of great embarrassment. I imagined that Billy must have longed to prove himself, to show that he had not truly faltered. As for me, I was not in a much better position. Did you not tease him? I asked with a smile. The more I comforted him, the redder his face became. Fearing that I would not invite him again, Hyla replied, her eyes shimmering with tears. Surely you still offered him a chance to prove himself? I smiled and picked up a stick to stoke the fire, making it blaze more vigorously. The large yellow dog nearby was savoring its meal. Hyla nodded with a smile, saying, I indeed gave him the opportunity. That fellow even carried those pills with him. That night, his performance did not disappoint me, and he claimed it was merely his average capability. I cannot quite articulate my feelings towards him. All I know is that I am genuinely happy in his company. Chapter 150, The Northern Mountain Reconnaissance. Hyla and I share a common aspiration, a yearning for freedom and the simplicity of everyday life. However, after becoming mercenaries, we lost many of the things that ordinary people possess. Contrary to popular belief, the movies do not depict reality. The vast majority of mercenaries, upon retiring, if they have not amassed sufficient savings, find themselves at the very bottom of society in a peaceful and civilized world. Lacking survival skills and a network of connections, combined with the limitations of age, they are often relegated to menial jobs in construction, security, fitness training, or serving as bodyguards and military instructors abroad. Engaging in futile tasks that scarcely utilize the skills and experiences honed on the battlefield. With some initial capital, we might venture into entrepreneurship, dabbling in military supplies, opening bars, or even trafficking arms in certain African nations. Yet such endeavors are fraught with risk. We have devoted much of our youth to the battlefield. The survival rules of the civilized world present a new and daunting landscape for us. The psychological scars inflicted by war relentlessly torment us, leading to our despondency. This accounts for the market demand for small mercenary organizations like Hylas. Some resort to acting as maritime mercenaries, safeguarding cruise ships from pirate hijackings. Of course, there are many paths to Rome, and many fare well. Regrettably, we have lost contact for several years. After all, we are not brothers within the same battalion. Our encounter was merely serendipitous, and they likely do not recall my existence. My knowledge of their affairs comes from sporadic reports I encountered online while working as an agent for my country. The post-retirement prospects are a matter of grave contemplation for every mercenary. Not everyone is as fortunate as the two compatriots I previously mentioned, which elucidates why Hyla and her associates would risk everything to seize gold. Without that gold, our future would be bleak. Unlike the soldiers from my homeland who serve abroad and earn substantial salaries, augmented by lucrative local illicit activities, we mercenaries often find ourselves earning far less. For instance, on the battlefields of Afghanistan, military personnel operated drug factories that drastically diminished the income from the Golden Triangle's illicit trades. It was only after the military's withdrawal from Afghanistan that local forces destroyed those factories and plantations. They do not go abroad to fight, they go to amass wealth. The real labor falls upon us mercenaries. Having profited, they lavishly hire mercenary companies to fight on their behalf. The irony of this reality is striking. They trample upon foreign soil, feasting on the fruits of others' suffering, ultimately returning home laden with spoils, leaving behind scorched earth and suffering civilians. Hyla and I engaged in conversation for an extended period, gaining a deeper understanding of one another. Hyla could discern my sincerity and nodded appreciatively in gratitude. However, I refrained from disclosing the hiding place of the gold to her. While I might share it, I cannot fully trust her. Should she abscond with my gold, I would be the one to suffer. After the large yellow dog finished its meal, the campfire extinguished. Julia remained inside, adjusting to her surroundings. The following morning, the women at the summit, led by Sandy and Lisa, descended to the shelter for breakfast. I assigned them the task of digging a latrine and constructing a toilet. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the shelter, I used a rope saw to create another exit, allowing us to leave the shelter freely at night. Today was uneventful. Akin to yesterday, the women gradually acclimated to their new life here, understanding that we did not perceive them as slaves, unlike the pirates or mercenaries. We, like them, are survivors on this island, united in purpose. Consequently, they have become considerably more relaxed. 2 days passed in this manner. Hyla returned the walkie-talkie to the black officer. If the warlord's large ship approached, we could potentially use the walkie-talkie to communicate with the salvage vessel. From the northern mountain, we could survey the entire desolate island and monitor the surrounding waters for the arrival of large ships. By observing the direction from which the warlord's ship approached, we could speculate on the location of their hidden gold. From today onward, we would remain vigilant at the summit until the warlord's ship appeared. I instructed her to coordinate the upcoming tasks with Sandy and Lisa. Hyla and I ascended the mountain peak, where a cool breeze whipped around us, brushing against our sweat-drenched foreheads. Hyla produced a pair of binoculars and leaned against a 3-meter-high rock, scanning the surroundings. While I cleared a space at the summit to ensure we had a comfortable resting area for the night. The peak was dotted with rocks. Yet between two boulders rising 2 meters high lay a flat expanse, ideal for resting. After clearing away the debris, Hyla and I could lie down there that night. The rocks would shield us from the biting wind. This was undoubtedly the best resting spot we could find. After a thorough observation, Hyla remarked that there were no signs of activity. There is no need to rush. They will surely come. We simply need to monitor periodically to ensure we do not miss anything, I reassured her. Do you think they might have come in the past couple of days? Hyla asked with concern. Such reconnaissance missions can be exceedingly tedious, and one person suffices. Any pertinent information can be relayed via walkie-talkie to those at the shelter. My reason for accompanying Hyla was twofold: to avoid the women while discussing contingency plans, and to assess the women's independence and whether any discord might arise in our absence. This presents a splendid opportunity to test their loyalty. If any issues arise, it is a chance to eliminate potential threats. I have provided Jia with a walkie-talkie. Should any unexpected situation occur, she can notify us. The weapons stored in the shelter have been separated from the ammunition. If the women were to tamper with those weapons, we would be aware. We are observing the sea from the mountaintop every half hour, and soon it was noon. Hyla's morning sickness had intensified significantly. I understood that she required more time to rest, lest it affect the fetus. Following my lead in consuming these canned goods was evidently not very convenient. During lunch, I addressed Hyla. We sat beneath the shade of a tree, with Hyla opposite me, legs crossed, as we gnawed on the compressed biscuits. Are you certain you wish to remain here alone for several days? If not, I could summon that little girl to join us, Hyla inquired. No need. Her presence would serve no purpose. Instead, call that university's student named Lisa as the leader of the group, if she intends to stir trouble. The other 4 would hesitate without her around, I replied. Are you not entirely at ease with Lisa? Hyla questioned. Her audacity surpasses that of the others, and I fear she may resort to cunning tactics. You know, I do not wish to harm these innocent individuals and accumulate further guilt, I explained to Hyla. She nodded, comprehending my sentiments. Should I bring her here, or let her come on her own? Hyla asked. Let her come on her own. If she is contemplating escape, she will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. We might as well provide her with that chance, I stated, to which Hyla nodded in agreement. After lunch, Hyla took a brief rest before descending the mountain, leaving behind food and fresh water. I continued my observation duties under the blazing sun atop the mountain. The young woman, aged 22, sported a head of golden short hair, striking features, and a well-proportioned figure, exuding a subtle air of elegance. Previously, her demeanor aboard the pirate ship had been rather despondent. However, after spending a few days here, she gradually regained the refined essence of a woman. When she glanced at me, I detected a hint of wariness and hostility, a realization I had come to earlier. This animosity likely stemmed from her instinct for survival, perceiving me as akin to those pirates who sought to use her as an outlet for their frustrations. She harbored resentment towards men, particularly those black pirates. Among the 5 university students, she was the most beautiful with the finest physique, suggesting that if the pirates had any sense of aesthetics, she would have been their primary target. Now, as I summoned her to my side, she would naturally assume I intended to impose something upon her. It was entirely reasonable for her to harbor animosity towards me. Yet, she also understood that if I truly meant her harm, she would be powerless to resist and would have no choice but to endure silently. Mr. D, what would you like me to do? Lisa approached me, pressing her lips together in inquiry. Her expression betrayed her effort to muster a smile to appease me. I require nothing from you. I simply wish to understand something. I cast her a fleeting glance, not lingering, for although she was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to Hyla, and I remained uncertain of her health status. Unwilling to risk contact with her. What do you wish to know? Lisa asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Please, take a seat. There is no need to be so tense. I gestured towards the shaded area. Lisa was clad in a short leather skirt, presumably the attire she wore when captured. It was quite alluring, yet it had undoubtedly brought her countless misfortunes. The pirates could indulge their whims with minimal effort, and she was currently lacking any form of protective clothing beneath. She settled onto a stone beneath the shade, her long legs marred with bruises. Clear evidence of the pirate assaults she had endured, wounds yet to heal. Prior to arriving here, did those pirates visit another location to hide their treasure? I asked. Not at all. We set sail directly from Somalia. The captain seemed to have received a mission, preparing ample supplies aboard before heading out to sea. Lisa shook her head in response. In truth, I was already aware of the information, merely seeking to elicit her narrative. Did those pirates collude with any warlords from that country? I inquired further. I cannot say. They never allowed women to be present during their discussions. The pirates would not speak of such matters in our presence, nor did anyone concern themselves with those affairs, Lisa replied. I am truly sorry for your ordeal. I expressed. Upon hearing my words, Lisa's defensive demeanor softened considerably, tears beginning to well in her eyes. Do not be disheartened. The past will eventually fade. I share your plight. Perhaps even more so, as you may have learned from Julia, that we ended up on this desolate island due to unfortunate circumstances. We encountered a forbidden island, followed by battles with pirates, mercenaries, and warlords. Surviving truly relies on luck. I do not speak humbly, it is simply the truth. My skills dictate my chances of survival, while luck determines my survival limits. Without luck, even the most skilled individual can meet a tragic end, much like Bay Air. Mr. D. Then why are you also a mercenary? Lisa, emboldened by my candor, dared to inquire. I sought to reassure her. Lisa could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Thank you sincerely. I once contemplated ending my life, yet lacked the courage, always clinging to a glimmer of hope. Now, I have finally encountered you, Mr. D. You are my beacon of hope. If you can rescue us, I would be willing to do anything for you, Lisa said, wiping her tears.